The next morning, Roland wakes up in his real world after his trip down into the dream world. He feels excited after finally confirming that each resident of the Building of Souls has a door leading to a fragment of their memory. The location in every fragment is most likely the place the defeated person cherished the most. If he's thinking correctly, Garcia's last memory remains at Clearwater Port, likely because that's where her path of blood and conquest began. Before leaving, he had asked Garcia about her memory door, but her clueless response made it clear she knew nothing about it. To her, that gate doesn't exist, and even if she were to enter her storage room and remodel it entirely, she still wouldn't notice the door. If that's true, then it's possible no one can access those memories in the dream world except for him. So, he decides to visit Zero's storage room to further solidify this assumption. Later, as he sits in his office, Wendy hands over the detailed profile of the new witches who have joined. The first is Annie, and after thoroughly reading through the profile, Roland feels optimistic that this must be the same Annie Evie always talks about. Roland also shares the secret message he received from Bay a week ago. Apparently, Tilly and the others will be arriving soon. Wendy is glad to hear this since Evie will finally be able to reunite with Annie. While Roland agrees that Evie will be immensely overjoyed to see her friend again, he isn't sure if Annie will be that welcoming. There are high chances that she might not forgive Evie. Moving on, Roland inquires about the woman who came with them. He's quite eager to learn more about her, especially since Yorko was particularly enthusiastic while mentioning her. While Roland has no issue employing her, he still wants to confirm her background first. Wendy then reveals that 76 gets along very well with the other 4 witches, especially Emmy. In fact, it's hard to tell that she isn't a witch herself. Furthermore, if 76 truly had ill intentions, Wendy is certain she wouldn't have risked her life so much just to buy the witch's time. Roland acknowledges this as well, and because of her efforts, he suggests making her the secretary of the Witch Union. Not only does this job complement her past she had with witches, but it would also ease Wendy's burden of management. But then, Nightingale suddenly appears and quickly objects to this idea. While Nightingale doesn't have anything concrete to say, she has a very bad feeling about 76. Roland can tell something must be off for Nightingale to react this way, so he decides to put the matter aside for now. She then suddenly apologizes to Roland for being too speculative about 76, but Roland fully understands her concerns. He also believes it's better to be cautious than to cry over spilled milk, especially when it's a safety concern. After all, Nightingale is in charge of Neverwinter City's internal security, so it's only natural for her to be worried. Roland then asks her what exactly she finds wrong with 76. After all, Nightingale's notes didn't mention anything suspicious about her. Nightingale reveals that while she didn't detect any lies from 76, her reactions and body language don't match that of a typical slave. Later, at the dining table, the new witches gather alongside 76. Emmy is absolutely overjoyed to see bread, fried eggs, and milk, a luxury she never had the chance to enjoy before. As Annie and the others eat together, smiles of joy spread across their faces. Meanwhile, 76 realizes that the witches have finally found the sanctuary they were searching for. It's only a matter of time before this place becomes the next holy city, because the Chosen One has appeared. Emmy then curiously turns to 76, noticing the heavy eye bag stretching across her face. She wonders why 76 didn't get any sleep. 76 explains that she was simply too excited to fall asleep. Emmy reminds her that Wendy promised to give them a tour of the city, so she should get some rest first. Speaking of Wendy, she soon arrives with a newly developed wheelchair. While Emmy is surprised to see it, Wendy reveals how Anna and Soraya stayed up late last night building it. With this, Hero will be able to move around on her own for short distances. The mention of Anna immediately catches 76's attention. Anna is the name of a high-tier witch she once heard from Nana. 76 finds it hard to believe that such a high-tier witch would go to such lengths to build something like this for a crippled witch. Hero sits in her new wheelchair, expressing her gratitude for the gift. Annie then curiously asks when they will be having their tour of Neverwinter. She also wonders if they can have 76 tag along, as it would be very lonely for her to stay behind. Wendy hesitates before responding, and 76 takes note of Wendy's hesitation. Wendy's behavior leads 76 to believe they are still practicing caution. However, in the next moment, Wendy, with her usual smiling face, happily agrees to let 76 join them. With that, Wendy decides to start their tour, and their first destination will be the center of Neverwinter, the Northern Mines. Hearing this, 76 begins dreading the worst, thinking that perhaps they want to scare them off with labor if they disobey. Well, it looks like 76 is just overthinking things. Contrary to her beliefs, Wendy explains how these mines are the source of energy for Neverwinter. She's confident they'll understand this more once they get there. As they walk through the city, 76 also takes note of how active the town is. While they're walking, Wendy decides to give a quick rundown of witches and their abilities. Usually when witches awaken, they face the dangers of antiphase. The church used to call it being possessed by devils. But it's really just a natural reaction to rapid magical growth, not the nonsense the church used to feed people. Wendy further explains how to avoid antiphase pain and how the evolution of abilities works. After getting the gist, Emmy is excited to see her abilities evolve. 76, on the other hand, is in shock. The way Wendy described antiphase and evolution, she made it sound like everyday knowledge. She's trying to figure out why Comet City would hide crucial details about antiphase and label it as the work of devils. After all, the more witches that survived, the more divine punishment warriors the church produced. Wendy then catches everyone's attention when she shows them the listening sigil. This, of course, only deepens 76's curiosity about how Wendy has this sigil from Tequila. Right then, Lightning and Maggie arrive. Seeing Maggie speak, Emmy is shocked to see a talking pigeon. But Annie clarifies to her that they are witches. Wendy further confirms this, claiming that Maggie is one of the sisters who evolved her abilities. 76 is once again shocked to hear this. To think that Wendy just called this pet-like pigeon a high-tier witch. Because according to her understanding of awakened witches, they are the echelon of the Alliance. So it's very odd to see even pigeons being called awakened witches. Emmy is totally excited to see an awakened witch, and is very curious to know what her new abilities are. Lightning then explains how Maggie can turn into a big flying monster, which is far from cute. 76, unable to grasp all this overwhelming information, questions Wendy on how they can tell if this pigeon has actually evolved. Wendy elaborates that they can figure this out through magic. If a normal witch's magic looks like a cloud or mist, it forms into a solid shape once they evolve. For example, Maggie's magic today looks like a pair of white outstretched wings, and it's incredibly different from the mist it used to be. Internally, 76 realizes that this definition of awakening is the same as what the Alliance used, meaning Maggie is indeed a high-tier witch. Wendy also admits that she hasn't fully solidified yet, so she still has a lot to learn compared to Anna and the others. Once again, 76 is bewildered to hear this. For her, a normal witch performing the role of a manager is highly unusual. After all, it defies the norms of how the Alliance used to operate 400 years ago. As they walk, 76 also makes sure to scan Maggie and Lightning to figure out if they are the chosen one. But since her ring doesn't react, it means they are not. Finally, they reach the mines. Upon entering, the first thing 76 notices is the slogans plastered around the tunnel. The slogans are meant to empower the laborers and encourage them to perform better. Wendy recalls how, before Roland became the ruler of the border town, these mines would only produce a few hundred golden royals worth of minerals each season. The production would always slow down, which is why locals could barely survive on their paychecks. But when Roland arrived in the western region and saved a witch named Anna, a new door opened between mortals and witches. Now that they are here at the mines, Wendy decides to let them meet Anna as well. Not only is she the busiest witch in the Union, but she is also the only one who has evolved twice, which earned her the title of True Genius. As they head toward the facility where Anna is, 76 notices that the place is heavily guarded, meaning if someone came alone, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter. Besides, 76 is curious to know why this so-called genius witch spends her days in the mountains. Once they arrive, Anna knocks the gate, and a little girl, who is Lucia's sister, Belle, opens the gate. Lucia and Anna are essentially in charge of researching the qualities of minerals in this facility. Furthermore, Lucia's abilities evolved when she reached the age of maturity, and her magic capacity is second only to Anna's. She is one of the few witches in the Union who can wield the Divine Sigil. As for the Divine Sigil, it is a weapon that requires an enormous amount of magic. For a typical witch, making all 4 magic stones glow simultaneously is a daunting task. Because of this, Roland decided to use it as a benchmark tool for every witch. So far, only 4 people have been able to light it up to the last stone, and everyone is eagerly looking forward to seeing the 5th candidate capable of achieving such a feat. Now let's shift our focus to 76, who is growing increasingly astonished with each revelation thrown her way. For her, it is shocking enough to hear the name of that artifact again, let alone the fact that these people actually have one. You see, during the age of Tequila, that weapon was exclusive to the top 3 chairs of the Alliance. Blade then humbly asks how many witches have evolved new abilities. Well, the number is quite large, so Wendy takes a solid minute just to count to 10. Of course, 76 is once again shocked. Damn, everything is a shock for 76 at this point. I'm starting to feel like I'm repeating her reactions over and over. Hopefully, I'm not dragging the story down. Finally, Agatha emerges from the lab room, walking past the visitors without acknowledging their presence. Seeing Agatha immediately jogs 76's memory. She has definitely seen this woman before. Though it was a long time ago, Agatha was a prodigy, one of the high-tier witches of Tequila. 76 could never forget how she looked. But it just doesn't make sense. How is she still alive after all this time? It is simply unfathomable to think that she has just reunited with a witch from Tequila. Later that night, Sylvie reports to Nightingale that 76 has left the building. She jumped out from the second-floor corridor. Well, this doesn't surprise Nightingale, as she already suspected that 76 was up to something. However, she has yet to figure out her agenda. Later, Nightingale reports this to Roland, who also finds it strange. It is actually surprising that a typical mortal managed to bypass Nightingale's detecting magic. Suddenly, they receive a report that 76 is now moving south along the outer district streets and has stopped at a corner, likely waiting for someone. Then, in another update, Lightning reports that the target is moving again, and this time toward Agatha, likely to attack. The reporter further reveals that 76 seems to be using the Stone of Divine Judgment. We then cut to Agatha. As she attempts to attack 76 with her ice magic, it simply vanishes before it can even touch her. As Agatha dreads the worst, 76 suddenly greets her with a gesture that follows Tequila's old traditions. She then surprises Agatha even further by addressing her as the youngest high-tier awakener, Lady Agatha. Later, they arrive at a pub to catch up. 76 hails Agatha as her senior and pays her proper respects. As they talk, 76 shares her journey and how she ended up here. Technically, there are 3 other survivors from Tequila, though they are no longer witches. Their bodies could not last through the centuries, so they had to use another method. In fact, even 76 is currently just a soul, possessing a body. The body she is currently occupying belonged to a Church Judgment Army soldier. In short, not only is she possessing this body, but she can also freely activate the Stone of Divine Judgment's effects. This was actually Lady Alice's final goal. She wanted to create a divine punishment warrior that contained both witch and mortal. This way, blood loss would not kill the witch. Instead, the soul would transfer to another body, achieving the perfect super soldier. Agatha then questions the purpose of her visit. But before answering, 76 first wants to know if the Witch Union is aware of the Devils, the Divine War, and the Alliance. Agatha nods in acknowledgement and further reveals that they have, in fact, already begun preparing for the Third Divine War. The Witch Union recently engaged in combat with the Devils, even managing to take down a Slayer along with 4 fearsome Devils. After confirming all her doubts regarding the Witch Union and their motives, 76 finally decides to come clean about her identity. She reveals that she is here to find the Chosen One, someone capable of activating the divine punishment apparatus and eradicating all devils in a single sweep. Agatha is stunned by the mention of such a powerful device. To identify the Chosen One, Lady Pasha instructed her to find someone who displays the light of the key through a prismatic magic stone while using their abilities. This stone is embedded in a ring, which 76 now hands over to Agatha. 76 also expresses her willingness to explain everything to Wendy, since she is the manager of the witches. However, Agatha suggests she speak directly with the prince. Roland may seem like a flawed mortal, but he is the heart of the witches. 76 is skeptical. How could talking to a mortal possibly help? Agatha reassures her by admitting that she once felt the same way. But over time, she realized that without Roland, the Witch Union wouldn't exist. Neverwinter would not have flourished the way it has, and Greycastle would not have been able to defeat the Church. If 76 truly wants to find the Chosen One, she must share this information with Roland as well. When Agatha first emerged from her crystal, she was devastated to learn that the Alliance was no more. She feared that no one remained to save the world from the devils. But Roland instilled in her a belief that mortals could defeat devils. It sounded insane at first, but over time, Agatha found hope in Roland. And that is why the witches of Neverwinter trust him without hesitation. If Tequila truly wishes to fight alongside Neverwinter against the devils, 76 must earn his trust. As Agatha hands the ring back to her, 76 agrees but asks for some time to reconsider. After exchanging goodbyes, she finally parts ways. Once 76 is gone, Agatha signals for Nightingale to reveal herself. Nightingale instantly emerges from the shadows. She is bewildered, since when did Agatha see her coming? Agatha explains that it happened the moment she received the ring from 76. The ring does not detect magic but rather a pillar of light, also known as the key. Since Nightingale's pillar illuminated the entire room, it was impossible for her to go unnoticed. This means that 76 already knew Nightingale was trailing her. Nightingale then asks if Agatha truly believes in 76. Agatha nods, and that is precisely why she did not take the ring from her, because she wants 76 to believe in the Witch Union as well. Nightingale's concerns ease, and she too hopes that 76 will make the right decision. Later, 76 reunites with Emmy and the others. They are all engrossed in discussing the turbulent drinks they had, unable to stop showering relentless praise on the unbelievably rich and unique flavors. Emmy is convinced that even the elites of Wolfheart City have never tasted anything this incredible. Meanwhile, 76 takes a seat, immediately capturing everyone's attention. She has something important to say. She finally introduces herself as a tequila witch from the ruins of Forbidden Maze, and her name is Phyllis. She explains that she is searching for the Chosen One and wishes to meet the ruler of Neverwinter to discuss the Divine War. Hiro and Emmy are absolutely shocked. Not only is 76 an extraordinary witch, but Phyllis is her true name. The next day, she finally meets Roland, who warmly welcomes her to Neverwinter. Once again, she states her true name and explains that she is using a mortal's body to conceal her real identity. Now that she has revealed everything, the name 76 is no longer valid, so she prefers to be called Phyllis from now on. They sit down for a thorough discussion, aiming to understand each other better. After all, if they are to fight the devils as allies, mutual understanding is crucial. Roland has always been curious about how the alliance fractured into two factions. Why would the church, which was founded by witches, go on to oppress them? And most of all, the concept of perfected divine punishment soldiers perplexes him. If she is willing, he wants Phyllis to educate him on the reasoning behind all of this. Phyllis explains that before entering the maze ruins, no one expected things to turn out the way they did. Those ruins played a pivotal role. Without them, there would be no divine punishment soldiers, and the surviving witches wouldn't have lasted as long as they have. Unfortunately, they were too late. Aside from learning the soul transfer method, the survivors also uncovered other things. This discovery led Lady Natalia to confront the Queen of the Comet City, whose name is Alice, and ultimately, why the Alliance split apart. Roland presses her about the other things she is referring to. However, Phyllis is not yet comfortable revealing that information. She assures him that once she finds the Chosen One, she will explain everything in detail. And when that time comes, Lady Pasha will personally come to speak with him. Pasha is the prime candidate to succeed the third chair and is the trusted leader of the tequila survivors. After hearing Phyllis's account, Roland realizes that even in the face of dire circumstances, the two factions were unable to work together. The perfected divine punishment soldiers do not require sacrificing witches, only volunteers for the transfer ritual. So why did Alice want to dismantle what remained of the alliance? Phyllis corrects him that it is not as simple as he imagines. Her original host was a divine punishment soldier who failed to transfer properly, forcing her to spend almost 50 years preparing to wield that body. And if one were to include the time required to master swordsmanship and combat tactics, it would take another 100 years. Alice needed a vast number of host bodies. Since witches do not die naturally, a divine punishment warrior with centuries of experience would be far stronger than any newly converted soldier. Creating more host bodies was essential to continuously accumulating the experience of souls. Thus, weak witches were required as resources to create more host bodies. Lady Alice believed that in order to accomplish this, she needed to replace the alliance and become the absolute ruler of all witches. Only then could she transform select witches into disposable materials for the greater cause. Under the immense pressure of the Divine War, she nearly succeeded. The upper echelons of the alliance had silently accepted her methods. However, if it weren't for the new discoveries inside the ruins, the Divine Punishment Army would have been the only viable plan for survival. Phyllis's detailed lore dump sounds very plausible to Roland. If a divine punishment warrior had the brains of a witch and an immortal lifespan, centuries of combat experience would make for a terrifyingly powerful soldier. Roland reflects that if they had encountered perfected divine punishment warriors at Blizzard Town, the battle's outcome would have been vastly different. It seems that the extended time it takes to get used to a body is no longer the focus, since as long as the soul can continue to transfer, it would make sense to preserve powerful veteran warriors. Roland reminds her that only veteran divine punishment warriors can defeat high-tier devils, which means they need a large number of host bodies to transfer souls into. Phyllis reassures him that there is another method for preserving souls. She can transfer them to vessels, a process known as hibernation. Though she knows that these hibernation vessels and the soul transfer process are related to what was found in the ruins, she can't confirm more details as only Lady Pasha holds the authority to disclose such crucial information. Roland then asks her another pressing question. How exactly is the Chosen One supposed to defeat the devils? He worries that he won't be able to assist them in their cause if he doesn't understand anything about their plans. Phyllis claims to have no knowledge of this. It is Celine who is in charge of searching for the apparatus. She assures Roland that they can discuss this further once they find the Chosen One. The process of finding them is harmless. Basically, all the witches need to do is demonstrate their abilities once, and Phyllis plans to observe their magic using this ring. Through the ring, she can see if any witches have the potential to become the Chosen One. Roland designates the courtyard as the place where Phyllis can test every witch. Later, in the courtyard, the first witch to appear for the test is Agatha, who demonstrates her abilities right away. Phyllis looks through her ring, but it's clear that Agatha is not the one she's looking for. Instead of leaving, Agatha decides to stay and observe Phyllis, as she is quite curious about the ring. The testing continues, with Echo and Leaf stepping forward next, but neither shows the potential Phyllis is searching for. Then comes Anna. Anna's potential is slightly weaker than Leaf's, which means she does not meet the criteria either. It becomes apparent that the Chosen One is not among these witches. Even though some witches display intensely bright energy pillars, it still doesn't compare to the light Phyllis saw last night. Agatha explains that witches typically do not practice their abilities at night, and since Phyllis was staying in the affairs building at the time, it's impossible that the ring could have detected anything from the castle. But Phyllis reveals that the light was so strong that distance didn't matter. At this point, Agatha suddenly demands that Phyllis hand over the ring. While Nightingale might not allow Phyllis to enter the castle, Agatha is willing to help her find the Chosen One within. The next day, Wendy and Agatha give Phyllis the good news. They have found the pillar of light she was searching for. However, they can't confirm if this is the Chosen One she's looking for. Phyllis is certain that the pillar of light is a clear sign that they have found the Chosen One. She's overjoyed and excited to discover which high-tier witch is behind this. Soon, however, Phyllis's happiness morphs into shock when she learns that the pillar of light is coming from Roland Wimbledon. Agatha admits that it's hard to believe, but she wasn't the only witness. Nightingale, Anna, and Wendy also saw it. To confirm further, they even checked the witches who lived on the second floor of the castle. Agatha tried testing it with a magic stone, but Roland basically had no trace of magic on him. But Phyllis argues that she didn't see any light from him yesterday. It's strange that when Roland woke up, the light disappeared as well. Agatha mentions that they asked Roland about it. He revealed that this unusual occurrence is due to Zero's soul battlefield, which caused Roland to enter the dream realm. Phyllis is baffled because she has no idea what the soul battlefield business is all about. Wendy then explains that Zero was the last pope of the Hermes Church, and she pulled Roland into her soul battlefield for a long time. This may be the reason the magic ring reacted the way it did. Roland himself was surprised when he heard about the light he exuded during his sleep. He also suggested Phyllis try it once again this afternoon when he is asleep. Later that afternoon, while Phyllis is resting, Agatha comes to chat with her. It's revealed that Phyllis fainted when she saw Roland's pillar of light, so they brought her here to recover. Agatha brings up the importance of the Chosen One in the upcoming battle. After all, the witches have fought for hundreds of years already. But Phyllis reminds her that none of those battles were in the witches' favor. They've lost twice, forced to retreat across the Kingdom of Dawn and into the wastelands. If they lose again, they will be gone permanently. Agatha, however, sternly assures Phyllis that victory will be theirs this time. While Agatha does not know what they found in the maze ruins that gave them so much hope in this so-called Chosen One, she is sure that it will not be because of the ruins' secrets that they are going to win. In the past 400 years, mortals have not been stagnant. There is more than one way to kill devils. Furthermore, Agatha reminds Phyllis that Roland seems to possess one of the keys to God, so she suggests that Phyllis take a look before contacting the Tequila Witches again. Phyllis is shocked upon hearing this revelation, while Agatha further confirms that it is the key of art. I don't know what they are talking about, but let's hope to find out soon. We then cut to Roland, who is scouting the city wall along with Iron Axe, taking note of the demon activities. Given how quiet it is, Roland inquires whether there has been any activity lately. Iron Axe reveals that it has mostly been random strays, and their patrol squad alone has been able to take care of them. Roland then reveals that in the coming few days, he wants to conduct another artillery exercise at the city wall. However, he wants it to be as loud as possible while avoiding wasting resources. Iron Axe is not sure why they need to put on such a hollow display of power just for show. Roland further explains how he wants to proceed with this fake display of power. First, he plans to bury explosives in 3 places near where the projectiles will land. He intends to use actual ammunition to display accuracy and pre-buried gunpowder to create explosions. He especially wants the last explosion to be spectacularly huge. Finally, we learn why Roland wants these explosions. It is unfathomable for Phyllis to acknowledge that the Chosen One she was looking for could be a mortal king. So, in order to flex his muscles, Roland plans to show her the grand power of his artillery and make her realize the strength of the modern age. Iron Axe, on the other hand, raises a valid concern. He fears that if their soldiers witness this fake display of power, they might believe their weapons are stronger than they actually are, distorting their perception of their true strength. However, Roland has no worries about this, since he already plans on phasing out gunpowder weapons soon. For example, the 12-pound cannon is already unsuited for future combat. He has something new prepared, though he keeps it a secret for now. But he assures Iron Axe that the weapon he is developing is capable of indirect fire at both close and long range, is portable enough for multiple soldiers to carry its parts, and features superb power, a simple design, and low-effort operation. Now that Roland has revealed this much, he finally reveals the name of the weapon. He is building a mortar. Later, Roland visits Anna. As soon as he enters her room, he expresses his desire to talk about the dream realm. He has not been able to discuss this in detail before, He then proceeds to explain how his dream world works, what it consists of, and all that we have seen before. He tells her about Zero and the day-to-day life he has there, and just like that, they both fall asleep together. The next day arrives, and Roland meets Baroff and Iris in his office. Roland is surprised to see them this early. Eventually, they sit down for a talk. Iris is here with reports on the preparations for the attack they are about to launch in the southernmost region. They are ready to execute the plan. By this spring, the First Army will reach around 7,000 soldiers. Iris then brings up something she heard from Iron Axe. There is supposed to be an artillery exercise today. She suggests allowing the citizens of Neverwinter to witness this majestic sight as well. She is sure it would help boost morale and greatly encourage people to join the military with newfound confidence. Barov sharply responds to her suggestion. As far as he is concerned, citizens might become frightened and interpret it as a display of demonic power. But Iris believes it is up to the government representatives to work hard on awareness, ensuring that every citizen is educated about the true purpose. She suggests designating a specific viewing area on the wall and having police officers maintain order. Since seating will be limited, ticketing the event would be a valid option. Pricing tickets at 2 silvers each would deter a massive crowd from overwhelming the area. Not to mention, it could serve as a potential source of income for the government. She also suggests curating the audience. If only people between 15 and 30 years old can purchase tickets, it would ensure confidence in both current and future industry workers, strengthening their resolve to fight the divine war. When she asks Roland for his thoughts, he is already excited. This sounds like a military parade to him, and he is actually proud of her for coming up with the idea. Roland looks forward to the event. The thought of having his own military parade excites him to no end. Later that day, a government official announces Roland's upcoming event. There will be a public artillery exercise in 3 days at the Western City Wall, and everyone is encouraged to witness the magnificence of the new technology Roland has built. However, to attend, people must meet the requirements, bringing 2 silver coins and their ID card. In the crowd, we spot Carter's wife, who cannot help but admire Roland for the next thing he is working on. Suddenly, one of her little fans spots her in the street and calls out to her. The girl has brought a gift for May, because her plays are encouraging and motivating. She explains that if her father were still alive, he would have loved the plays too. The girl shares her story. Her father passed away, sending her into depression. But when she watched one of May's performances, her mood drastically improved. In the play, everyone who died defending their family or kingdom was granted the title of hero by the king. Her mother told her that her father was just a normal hunter. But this story made her feel like he was more than that. For this very reason, she wants to thank May. Now, everyone calls her the daughter of a hero, and it fills her with immense pride. She admires her father so much that if the First Army accepted women, she would have picked up a rifle and fought against their enemies. May asks if she is not afraid of dying, knowing how dangerous the battlefield is. The little girl recalls her past. During the months of demons, many people tried to migrate to Longsong Fortress, but many died before making it. Even more perished in the slums of Longsong, and the streets were filled with frozen corpses. Back then, she trembled with fear, afraid that if she closed her eyes, she would become just like them. Now, she wants to stand up for others and fight for a better future. May pats the little girl on the head, admiring her courage, then accepts the gift. The girl rushes off after saying her goodbyes. Later, back home, Knight Carter learns that his wife plans to watch the artillery exercise with everyone. Carter thought she hated violence, so he suggests she should not force herself. His wife teases him, wondering if he simply does not want to be there with her. This is when we learn that May is expecting a child. Later, Roland congratulates Carter on the news. However, he reminds him not to neglect his duties, as there are still months before the child's birth. When the delivery date arrives, Roland promises Carter a long vacation so he can take care of his wife. Speaking of childbirth, Roland suddenly realizes that they lack proper infrastructure for medical emergencies. He decides to build a facility before these problems pile up in the future. As they stand at the docks, Tilly's ship finally arrives. Roland promptly welcomes her. They all catch up before Roland holds a meeting with Tilly and other major witches. Roland updates Tilly about the recent encounter with the Tequila Witches and the Chosen One fuss, though he has yet to figure out what this divine apparatus truly is. For now, his main focus is on the plans to conduct a public military exercise outside the western walls, hoping to restore hope in the despairing hearts of the Tequila Witches. Furthermore, this military exercise is also for the citizens. Roland wants every citizen to witness the power they hold, ensuring their resolve remains unshaken when they eventually face the devils. This is when Andrea suggests something extra. Instead of just blowing up firearms unnecessarily for show, they should use real demons as their targets. It would be far more entertaining for the masses. If the evil horrors that have been plaguing the western region were to be blown apart before their eyes, It would excite the public even more. So, Roland gives his final verdict: demons will be used as targets. To capture the necessary demons, Andrea takes on the task. Evie, being the cage conjurer she is, offers to help. Wendy, on the other hand, isn't sure if they should be doing something this dangerous. Nightingale assures her that the forest area within Sister Leaf's influence won't pose much of a threat. After all, Leaf can surveil all movements of both witches and demons. Even if they encounter underworld devils, they can simply utilize the sigil in the worst-case scenario. To make things more fun, Tilly decides to turn the demon hunt into a legitimate competition, where the witches will compete against each other. The one who captures the most demons will be rewarded with a month's worth of turbulent drinks. For safety, all the sisters will be divided into 3 groups. Roland then asks his sister if they should let Phyllis participate as well. Tilly does not seem to have any objections, especially since it would be a good opportunity for Phyllis to see firsthand how firearms can be a game-changer against real threats. Capturing a demon with a divine punishment warrior's body isn't going to be a big deal, and she will be more confident in Neverwinter's abilities once she sees their power. Roland agrees to the suggestion. Later, we see Evie staring at the room where Annie is staying. Her hesitation to go inside is pretty evident. The scene flashes back to when Roland first told her about Annie. At first, Evie fell into disbelief, unable to grasp the idea that her long-lost friend was still alive. But Roland had suggested she check for herself. So here we are in the present. As she extends her hand to knock on the door, she hesitates. That's when Softfeather arrives because she already knew Evie would struggle. After all, Evie's personality takes a complete 180 when it comes to Annie. Since Evie can't bring herself to knock, Softfeather takes it upon herself and starts banging the hell out of the door. Eventually, Annie responds to the violent knocks. The moment their eyes meet, Annie's eyes well up with tears as memories of their shared past come rushing back. Evie hugs her immediately and keeps apologizing. Annie, teary-eyed herself, accepts her apology. In fact, she doesn't blame her. It's then that Annie decides to sign the contract and pledge her loyalty to the king. The scene then cuts to the city wall, where Roland lays out the details of the hunting operation. This competition is meant to teach them the importance of friendship, and protecting each other is the most important thing. Strictly, no one is allowed to leave Sister Leaf's territory. The rules are simple. Whoever captures the most demons in a day will take first place. However, the demons must be locked within cages to count. Also, if any team leaves Leaf's territory, the entire group will be automatically disqualified. With everything cleared up, Lightning and Maggie happily fly away, eager to be the first to hunt. Ash and the others also decide to get moving. Meanwhile, Tilly asks Roland who he thinks will win. Roland has high hopes for Maggie and Lightning. They may not be the most powerful, but their speed will undoubtedly help them shove the demons into cages before anyone else. Tilly then decides to place bets on the teams, and Roland is more than happy to compete. She's betting on the witches from Sleeping Island to win. If her guess turns out to be correct, then half of the profit from turbulent drinks should go toward rewarding the witches who contribute the most to the city's development. Roland has no issues with her demands, but asks what she would offer in return. To that, Tilly reveals that if she loses, she will live in Neverwinter from now on. Of course, Roland is surprised to hear this, but Tilly stands by her bet. She is confident that Roland will lose. Suddenly, Nightingale appears behind Roland and reveals that Andrea's magic seems to have solidified. We then cut to Andrea, who is working alongside Ash as her teammate. Spotting a boar, they immediately get to work. Andrea knocks it out without killing it entirely. Since Andrea managed to render it unconscious, Ash is now tasked with carrying the boar, which of course doesn't sit well with her. But she doesn't have a choice. Andrea then asks Sister Leaf if she can point them to a location with more monsters. Sister Leaf promptly gives them precise directions. As they head toward their next target, we cut to Agatha and Phyllis. They chat while walking, and Agatha reminds Phyllis not to underestimate the other witches in the competition. As witches of Tequila, they have a reputation to uphold, and Agatha wants to snag first place for herself. After roaming for a while, they come across a flying beast. Agatha swiftly unleashes her icy magic and slashes the creature down in one clean strike, then freezes it to ensure it stays down. Phyllis is absolutely amazed by Agatha's sleek and effortless fighting style. She asks if they should drag the creature back to the wall. Agatha decides to leave it for now as it won't die if left alone for a bit. They should gather more first and bring them all back together. With that, she decides to find their next target. As she walks forward, Phyllis notices how Agatha seems to be taking this competition very seriously. She worries that Agatha might be biased against the Tequila witches in the future. Regardless, she suddenly reveals to Agatha that ever since Lady Eleanor's sacrifice, their numbers have dwindled. Everyone has more or less developed a common understanding. Whether a witch is a high-tier awakener or a regular witch, no one should be placed in a strict hierarchy. Pasha has always firmly believed that every witch is equally important. Agatha claims to share the same belief. When she sees how the Neverwinter witches treat each other, she sometimes thinks that they are the true inheritors of the new age. Finally, Phyllis asks the pressing question that has been weighing on her. How does Agatha view the Tequila Witches and Neverwinter? When it comes to her loyalty, Agatha firmly states that she is loyal to her own beliefs. That being said, she hopes that all the Tequila Witches will soon join the Western region and fight the devils alongside Neverwinter under Roland's command. Of course, Phyllis feels a little dejected hearing this. She had hoped Agatha would put her faith in the Tequila Witches and fight alongside them, especially considering how Agatha desperately wants to represent Tequila in this competition. Phyllis assumed she would feel the same when it came to battling the devils. Agatha reminds her that whether it's Tequila, Comet City, Manhwa Tower, or any of the many cities in the Fertile Land, the only reason the Alliance came into existence was that they all wanted to defeat the devils. And defeating the devils has nothing to do with Agatha's morals, beliefs, or which faction she supports. After the First Divine War, witches removed mortal leadership and dominated the Fertile Land. However, because they were too focused on differentiating between the strong and the weak, they failed to work together and defend against the devil's attacks. Now mortals have proven their power. So, to her, there is no difference between pledging loyalty to the Alliance or pledging to Roland. Only he, Roland, the King of Grey Castle, can unite the entire world and nurture this new generation of witches. Phyllis is shocked to hear this. As far as she understands, Neverwinter is the new Alliance now. But Agatha corrects her that Neverwinter is just a part of the Alliance. Roland probably wouldn't like that name, but regardless, his goal remains the same as the others, which is to win the Battle of Divine Will. Tequila, the Witch Association, and Sleeping Island, as well as all the kingdoms, must unite and fight the devils to determine the fate of everyone. In short, it's not a matter of loyalty, it's about survival. Phyllis finally understands that Agatha's desire for Tequila to win does not conflict with her loyalty to Roland. Just like 400 years ago, all the cities in the Fertile Land were loyal to the Alliance. The only difference now is that the 3 chairs of the Alliance have been replaced with a mortal leader. Suddenly they hear a commotion in the air, and it turns out to be Maggie holding her lute. Phyllis is shocked to see a devil right in front of her, but Agatha assures her that it's just Maggie. After evolving, she gained the ability to transform into any winged creature, and devils are no exception. Seeing how Maggie can fly around with her prey, Phyllis thinks it's a bit unfair, as they don't stand a chance against a flying opponent. But Agatha assures her that maintaining such a transformation consumes a copious amount of magic. Once Maggie reaches her limit, Lightning won't be able to capture demons as easily on her own. Eventually, they both continue hunting more monsters. After a while, Sister Leaf announces the end of the competition. Everyone gathers at the city wall with their loot. Once the counting is done, it is revealed that the Neverwinter team only scored 7 points. This announcement shocks the hell out of Phyllis, as it means that the Sleeping Island team alone is responsible for capturing the remaining 80 demons. Meanwhile, Lightning is busy blaming Maggie for getting distracted from the main goal and eating eggs instead. As Lightning rants at Maggie, Wendy announces that the Sleeping Island team gathered 15 points. Andrea and Ash also start bickering, blaming each other for their low hunting count. In the background, Wendy announces that the Tequila team has scored 22 points. As the winners, they will receive a month's worth of turbulent drinks. Of course, this unexpected victory doesn't make sense to Phyllis. After all, there are clearly more than 100 demons in the cages. Wendy then reveals that Sister Leaf caught the rest of them. Apparently, Sister Leaf had been instructed to let only a limited number of demons roam around during the competition. So, she trapped all the remaining monsters outside the playing field beforehand and only allowed a set amount to pass through. The time for the commemoration of this military parade has finally arrived. People have started gathering outside the city wall. Iron Axe reports that the artillery squad has finished preparations. Hearing this, Roland commands Sister Echo to sing the March of the Armed Forces. As soon as she begins, the melody fills the air. Following her song, the soldiers start their parade. The audience is astonished at the sight of the marching military, and coupled with Sister Echo's energetic melody, the crowd is charged with enthusiasm and energy. Once the soldiers are ready with the artillery, Iron Axe instructs them to aim, and all of the soldiers promptly target the poor monsters inside the cages. With the countdown from 3, the artillery team begins bombarding the hell out of those monsters. Once the dust settles, the only thing that remains are scattered limbs. The sight is so majestic that it leaves the public in complete astonishment. Phyllis is also losing her bananas after witnessing such a display of power. The explosions are so grand that they completely obliterate everything. Given this brutality, she is absolutely certain that no devil can survive this. She finally understands why Agatha has so much confidence in Roland. The chemists from Grey Castle feel immense pride after witnessing the power of chemistry. Now they all want a laboratory just like the one Kyle Sichi has. We also see Carl and Iris, and while Iris feels very proud of Roland's strength, Carl is absolutely awestruck. The sheer impact of the explosions has shaken him to his core. Iris then starts reiterating the usual praises about Roland's might, but since we've heard them so many times before, we'll skip over them and cut to Roland's office. Phyllis and Agatha are now standing before Roland. It appears that this display of power has had a profound effect on Phyllis, and she seems to have changed her mind. Before contacting the Tequila Witches, she wants to ask a few questions. You see, if the Tequila Witches can't find the chosen one they're looking for, then there's no doubt their war with the devils will drag on for many more years. And if the weapons she saw are limited, and mortals take a long time to build them, then she fears they won't be enough to hold off the devils for much longer. So she wants Roland to confirm whether he can mass-produce the defensive weapons. Well, this question doesn't have a simple answer, so Roland wants to point out a few things first. The fortress cannons are just defensive weapons. They may seem heavy and difficult to transport with human or animal labor, but that's not really a problem when vehicles are involved. So, he plans to modify them into something that can be used for both offense and defense with just a few adjustments. As for vehicles, these machines can carry anything. The simplest example would be a 3-masted schooner. Roland plans to develop mobile land vehicles in the future, and Neverwinter City is already researching them. Of course, the idea of a war machine that can travel anywhere while carrying heavy weapons sounds like something out of a fantasy. Roland, however, further assures her that he can increase the production of weapons once the new machinery is developed. He's certain that within a year or two, they'll be able to line the entire city wall with firearms. Phyllis is astonished to hear this. Usually it takes people much longer just to build basic catapults and crossbows. With her first question answered, she moves on to the second. She noticed that the cannons, in particular, had immense destructive power, and the explosions seemed artificial. So she wants to know if they're the strongest weapons he has. To this, Roland explains that, given the current level of technology, cannons are actually among the weakest tier weapons. He continues bombarding her with all the potential Neverwinter has, and poor Phyllis can't help but feel both fascinated and shocked at every turn. Eventually, she decides to contact Pasha and the other survivors. Once she crushes the magic stone in her ring, they'll be able to sense her location. Though it will take a day or two before they can have a direct conversation, since she doesn't know when Pasha will finish preparing the magic core. Later, after Phyllis leaves, Tilly arrives to talk with Roland. Of course, she's here to discuss the results of the hunting competition. As far as she's concerned, it's a draw between both sides. Neither Neverwinter nor the Witches of Sleeping Island managed to win outright. Though if Roland insists on counting Sister Leaf as part of Neverwinter's team, then Tilly wouldn't be able to recognize his victory. Not surprisingly, Roland concedes that it's indeed a draw. That said, instead of calling it a draw, he suggests they call it a victory for both parties. While she's here, he also plans to set up a trust fund, using 30% of the profits from Turbulent Drink to create a reward system for major contributors in Neverwinter City, both witches and mortals included. He believes that Tilly will stay in Neverwinter, whether at the Witch Union building or with the Sleeping Island immigrants. He doesn't mind whichever choice she makes. But Tilly objects politely. They had agreed on 50% of the profits, not 30%. Still, she's done her homework and acknowledges that even just 30% is a staggering amount. Roland then reveals his planned expenditures, which include salaries, witch residences, and essential utilities. He intends to invest the majority of the funds where they're needed most. If Tilly needs some of the funds, he's willing to make adjustments. She agrees to the terms and conditions. Roland then reveals his plan to bring the southern territories under Grey Castle's control. The culture of the Sand Dwellers is vastly different from the other 4 kingdoms. He wants Tilly's witches to assist in this endeavor. Tilly acknowledges this but isn't sure why he's interested in the desert. No one has ever cared about that land since Grey Castle was founded. Well, it might seem barren and worthless, but it holds a treasure that could outshine everything else. He points to a specific location on the map where natural fires have been burning for decades and where the land is rich in salt, clear signs that valuable resources are buried there. If his guess is correct, then the southernmost region needs to be Neverwinter's next step in development. Tilly acknowledges this and decides to talk to Ash about possibly going. Then, Echo enters Roland's room, looking disappointed. Her worries become clear when it's revealed that Roland plans to send her back south. However, he only wants her to return so they can govern the region more effectively in the future. The key to this plan is that Roland needs her to issue a divine challenge to the tribes there, as she has the privilege to do so. Once the First Army takes control of Iron Sand City, Roland hopes she can act as his representative, and he already has the perfect plan to convince the Sand Tribes. Eventually, Echo formally pledges her loyalty. The scene then shifts to a demon-infested land. Deep within we see the Tequila Witches who are possessing the bodies of devils. They seem convinced that the beasts from the Badlands are about to invade their territory, leaving them with no choice but to fight. One of the witches asks Celine how much longer it will take for the divine apparatus to be completed. Celine estimates about 60 minutes, While Area 43 has just been repaired, Lady Eleanor still needs time to calculate the core. One of the witches, currently inhabiting a divine soldier's body, assures the others that they don't have to push themselves too hard. It won't take long for the enemy to get here, and the larger hybrids will get stuck outside the entrance. She's confident they can handle the smaller demons. Suddenly, the monsters infiltrate their turf, and their target is the magic core. From what I can understand, these monsters are being drawn to the magic core or something related to it. They all begin attacking the witch who is trying to protect the relic and the magic stone. By the way, that relic they are talking about must be the red jewel they snagged from the church. I might be wrong, but that's the closest guess. And this is likely why these monsters are getting attracted to the crystal. The one protecting the stone is Celine. It turns out that Celine is the most capable witch who has researched the magic core the most. If anything happens to her, it will take a very long time before they can activate the relic again. The other witches follow suit, ripping the monsters apart to protect Celine. One of the concerned witches, Pasha, walks towards Celine, asking if she is all right. Celine responds affirmatively. She has only sustained light wounds on her tentacles. Nothing major, but it still hurts. Hearing this, the other witches feel jealous of Celine because she seems to be the only one among them who can feel pain. After a lot of back and forth, they all go to separate locations to defend each entrance. Finally, Celine delivers good news. Her calculations on the core are complete, and it has been calibrated to destroy all alien life forms. One of the witches then climbs up to the magic relic and activates it. As soon as it is activated, the energy waves obliterate all the monsters in the surrounding area. While the threat has been neutralized, a few witches in the divine soldiers' bodies have been gravely injured, but Pasha is relieved that everyone is alive. You see, over the past centuries, the number of witches in their group hasn't grown, so they have developed deep bonds with each other. Every witch's life is equally important, so she is glad they didn't lose a single one. Pasha then uses a magic trick she has up her sleeve and transfers one of the gravely injured witches into the body of another monster. For now, there won't be any large attacks since all the demons in the maze have been wiped out. Not even the flying demons outside were spared. However, Celine has some bad news. 2 components of the relic were damaged. It's most likely because they rushed the construction of the new core. So, for the coming week, they won't be getting any protection from the relic. Hearing this, Pasha raises a valid concern. If using the relic at a lower level is already causing damage, then that means the Chosen One would only be able to use it once. Celine reveals that this problem can be solved with some high-quality magical materials. The ones they salvaged from the ruins are just a few fragile bone artifacts. It's normal that they can't meet the core's demands. After all, the core is akin to something crafted by the gods themselves. But if they manage to acquire the proper relics, they won't need to fix it every time they test it. Suddenly, the illusion crystal begins to react. It looks like they are receiving a signal from Phyllis. She has shattered her crystal. The transmission is coming from the southwest, most likely in the Grey Castle Kingdom, near the entrance to the Fertile Land. Pasha realizes that it's coming from the western region of Grey Castle, which means Phyllis has reached her destination. However, Pasha still doesn't know why Phyllis crushed the crystal. Eventually, Pasha decides to follow their original plan. After all, they can't just abandon Phyllis. She is one of the last survivors of Tequila. The scene finally cuts back to Neverwinter. Wendy officially welcomes the 3 witches who are ready to sign their contract papers. They are requested to read the pledge on the back of the contract and sign their names. Afterwards, they will be officially recognized as part of the Witch Union. Emmy is confused about why they are given the opportunity to join even before having their abilities tested. Wendy assures her that there is no rush. The test usually happens after the contract signing. If they have any questions about the contract's contents, they are free to ask now or discuss it among themselves. As they read through the contract papers, Emmy and Hiro are absolutely shocked to learn that they will receive a golden royal every month for their services. Furthermore, there are other perks that seem too good to be true. Eventually, they all sign their contract papers. Now that they are done, Wendy decides to test their abilities. First is Annie, who literally melts metal with the heat of her hands. Wendy is overjoyed to see such an amazing ability. The manufacturing factories in the industrial district will be ecstatic to have her help. But Annie isn't sure if she can be useful, as she can't control the temperature unless she is in direct contact with an object. Wendy reassures her that there must be many applications for her ability. Industries that require smelting or chemistry labs would consider her a cherished treasure. Then Emmy steps forward, eager to demonstrate her abilities and prove her worth. But Wendy stops her. Since Emmy's ability revolves around healing, Wendy doesn't want her to get hurt unnecessarily. She also doesn't need to test Hiro's ability to transfer sickness. Wendy has already decided to send both of them to the medical department. Now, it's Blade's turn to demonstrate her abilities. As soon as she activates her power, she transforms into a black dagger. Wendy is astonished to see such a bizarre ability. Annie elaborates further that Blade can't hear anyone once she is in this state. As Wendy wields the dagger, Blade's voice echoes in her mind. Blade reveals that she can imbue her wielder with immense power. However, she admits that her health has never been the best since childhood, limiting her strength. Because of this, she is uncertain if she would be of much help to the Witch Union. Wendy then asks how long Blade can maintain her current form. Blade responds that she can stay like this indefinitely. Wendy begins to ponder, comparing Blade's ability to Maggie's transformation magic. Seeing through Wendy's eyes, she also takes notice of Wendy's generous figure, which embarrasses Wendy to the point that she immediately throws the dagger away. Shaking off the moment, Wendy then questions Annie about Blade's unusual powers, wondering if anyone can wield her. Annie explains that even ordinary people can receive Blade's power as long as Blade is willing. In her normal state, she is nothing more than a tough knife. However, when wielded by a witch, she can unleash her full potential. Unlike simply linking minds, which only allows her to communicate, true synchronization requires the wielder's focus. If the wielder loses concentration, Blade will be unable to sense their emotions. Curious, Wendy picks up the dagger again. Blade immediately apologizes, promising not to ask any more irrelevant questions. Wendy, however, assures her that it's fine. She is more interested in what Blade experienced while lying on the ground. Blade explains that it was like being submerged in complete darkness. She couldn't see, hear, or feel anything, as if floating in a void. Feeling guilty, Wendy apologizes and promises not to carelessly toss her aside again. Returning to the main topic, Wendy wants to understand why only witches can activate Blade's true powers. Blade then explains that remaining in her dagger form without magical reinforcement causes her to chip and wear down. However, a witch can channel magic through her, enhancing her sharpness and increasing her attack range. With the right wielder, she can even strike an enemy without physical contact. Testing this, Wendy channels her magic and swings the dagger. Instantly, a slicing wind is produced. The resulting air slash is a direct reflection of her magical affinity. Seeing the potential of such a mysterious ability, Wendy decides that Roland should be the one to analyze it further. Cut to Roland. Suddenly, Agatha barges into his office with urgent news regarding the Witches of Tequila. Back to the Tequila Witches. The Tequila Witches have finally completed the transmission setup and are ready to connect with Phyllis. Pasha fears that if mortals are on the other end of the transmission, they will be horrified by the sight of their monstrous forms. She is convinced that Phyllis must have been captured by the mortal king and forced to set up the transmission. Finally, the transmission connects, revealing Phyllis, along with Agatha. Phyllis is immediately shocked by the sight of demon corpses littered behind her comrades, leading her to assume their turf had been attacked. Meanwhile, the Tequila Witches are equally astonished that Phyllis does not appear to be imprisoned after all. As they exchange information, they take notice of Agatha. Though she looks familiar, it takes them a moment to realize the truth. She is indeed Agatha. This revelation is a shock to Celine, and the Divine Punishment Witches are equally bewildered. They cannot comprehend how she not only survived the devils, but also endured 4 centuries without aging. Their confusion fades once Phyllis explains that Agatha had been trapped in an ice coffin. Pasha suddenly becomes certain that Agatha must be the chosen one. However, before Phyllis explains further, she requests Agatha to let her speak privately with the Tequila Witches. Agatha, understanding her intent, quietly leaves the room. Phyllis then reveals a shocking truth. She has indeed found the chosen one. However, that chosen one is not a witch but a mortal king. The Tequila Witches are utterly dumbfounded. How could a mere mortal possibly communicate with the gods? Phyllis admits that she also struggled to believe it at first, but after witnessing it firsthand, she can no longer deny the truth. She explains that the rainbow stone could barely withstand the overwhelming radiance emanating from him, and it was far beyond anything Pasha had described. With a look of disbelief, Pasha asks if the king possesses magic. Phyllis confirms that while he cannot activate the relic himself, he has vowed to fight alongside them to defeat the devils. His weapons are incredibly destructive, and she still cannot comprehend how they function. Agatha, however, expresses confidence in him. She believes that given 2 or 3 years, Neverwinter's development will be enough to stop the devils at the mountain wall. This revelation shocks the Tequila Witches even further. To think that Agatha of all people is now working alongside a mortal king. Pasha remains skeptical. Given humanity's history with divine wars, she questions whether mortals can be relied upon. If the war drags on for 20 or 30 years, she is uncertain how the mortal king could sustain such a prolonged fight. Eventually, they decide to meet the king in person. When Roland enters the room, he is immediately taken aback by Pasha's monstrous form. Sensing his reaction, Pasha quickly apologizes for frightening him and formally introduces herself as one of the last survivors of Tequila. She assumes that Phyllis has already informed him about their situation. However, rather than reacting in fear, Roland appears fascinated. The entire exchange reminds him of a video call. Pasha, startled by his lack of fear, wonders why he is so composed. Little does she know, Roland has seen far too many Hollywood movies. At this point, there is nothing left that could possibly scare him. They then get back to business. Pasha warns that the red moon is approaching and time is running out. Rather than withholding information, she wishes to establish open and honest communication. Roland agrees. There is no point in avoiding the real issues. One thing is clear, that both sides share the same goal, the eradication of the devils. Pasha then reveals that Phyllis's original mission was to establish contact with the king. Initially, the witches had planned to operate from the shadows, searching for the chosen one while manipulating mortals behind the scenes. The auction house in the Kingdom of Dawn was one such method. However, the fall of the church provided Pasha with an opportunity to step into the light and unite all witches. According to her research, the largest existing witch organization is located in the Slumber Islands. Since its leader is the king's sister, and since Grey Castle was responsible for defeating the church, she determined that this was the best place to begin their search for the chosen one. Still, she never expected Phyllis to align with the king so quickly. Originally, she estimated it would take another 2 to 3 years to reach this point. Roland, however, is pleased that they managed to save so much time. He firmly believes that as long as mortals and witches can set aside their differences and work together, victory is within reach. If necessary, he is even willing to help find the chosen one. After all, having another powerful weapon against the devils can only be beneficial. Now that they intend to cooperate, Roland wishes to gain a better understanding of the Tequila witches. There is one mystery that has been bothering him. From what Phyllis told him about Tequila's buried history, he remains confused about one crucial detail. He wants to know what exactly was found in the ruins that split Tequila and Comet City into 2 factions, ultimately leading to the collapse of their entire alliance. Before Pasha can answer, the other witches protest, urging her to reconsider. They have sacrificed too much to reach this point. However, Pasha believes that because of those sacrifices, they must not let their efforts go to waste. She acknowledges that this information is one of Tequila's most highly classified secrets. However, it is no longer something that should remain hidden. And so, she finally reveals the truth. It was not they who discovered the ruins. Rather, it was the ruins that discovered them. What they encountered was not merely an ancient site, but a civilization, one that had long since vanished beneath the earth. Of course, Roland's curiosity is piqued at the mention of an underground civilization. Pasha further reveals that back then, humanity had not realized this fact, and had no intention of communicating with them either. Since there was a sky-earth difference between their appearances, they started treating them as a different breed of devils. This is why historical records tell a very different story. It was then that the Scholarly Guild found a way to preserve souls from the stone tablets the underground civilization had passed down, verifying it through an uncharted primeval vessel. From that point on, the top 3 seats in the Alliance began researching divine punishment warriors. Hearing this, Agatha admits she had no idea this was happening. Pasha, on the other hand, explains that the process of soul transfer was the most closely guarded secret in the Alliance, so exclusive that even witches being used as resources to create divine punishment warriors was more widely known. Only the top 3 seats and a few upper-level members knew about it, and Pasha only discovered the truth after Tequila had fallen, which explains why Agatha had no knowledge of it. After absorbing the lore, Roland realizes that it was Natalia who supported the divine punishment warrior plan in the beginning. Furthermore, he wants to know about the primeval vessel. Pasha reveals that Natalia had no choice. As for Roland's second question, the ugly body in front of them is clear proof of the underground civilization's existence. And this body is the very thing they call primeval vessel. The only thing she can say right now is that this civilization's ruins are just like described in Tombstone. The story is a long one, so they better strap in if they don't want to miss a single detail. The stone tablets reveal that this lost civilization left behind a city in the mountains. The Scholarly Guild searched for a long time but found nothing. However, they eventually realized that since the ancient civilization often traveled underground, it was possible the city also existed beneath the surface. Expanding their search range, the witches finally discovered the vast city. It was built on 4 levels, covering an area nearly half the size of Tequila. Each level had countless tunnels and pathways, making it more complex to navigate than any maze. So the Scholarly Guild designated it as the Maze Ruins. However, before they could investigate further, Tequila fell to the devils, and everyone was running for their lives. After suffering many losses, they finally reached the maze. Originally, the Alliance planned to take the primeval vessels from the ruins, and then build a new holy city on the Hermes Plains. Meanwhile, Pasha had intended to establish a new order along the eastern seaboard. But what happened next was something no one expected. The Scholarly Guild discovered that the maze ruins were incredibly well preserved, practically a brand new city. Besides the primeval vessels, they found many other unimaginable secrets hidden in the lower levels of the ruins. Most importantly, they uncovered 3 key things. The magic core. The The central vessels, records of the lost civilization. That's when they had realized that this civilization had wanted the witches to find this place as early as the First Divine War. The maze ruins were specifically prepared for them to discover. Upon hearing the lore, Tilly asks why the lost civilization would want that. Roland immediately understands, it's revenge. That civilization wanted the people above ground to destroy the devils that drove them to extinction. Though this was only Lady Natalia's hypothesis, the civilization had never explicitly stated anything of the sort. Perhaps they simply wanted their knowledge to be passed down. In the end, the scholarly guild found extensive research on magic and gods. To make things easier, most of the theories were recorded as drawings on stone tablets. The information about the magic core was what ultimately led Lady Alice to break away from the Queen of Comet City. The most important detail in the drawings was this: magic has infinite possibilities, and pursuing godhood is the key to harnessing it. Roland then asks about the magic core, wondering if it's related to the divine relic. Pasha explains that they can think of the core as an artificial magic vortex. It isn't limited by a witch's abilities and can change form into anything. This immensely powerful tool completely changed the Alliance. For example, the illusion device they are using right now is actually a small magic core. It can perform other functions when needed. As for the divine relic, it is the largest magic core in the ruins. Now everything clicks for Roland. Compared to witches, who are restricted by their potential at birth, magic cores are ultimately superior in versatility. And most importantly, their range isn't limited to just 5 meters. Prince Roland is beyond excited at the discovery of these core stones. After all, they would improve everything from production to crafting weapons for combat. Pasha further reveals that this is just one of the most basic uses, similar to the difference between a witch's initial maturity and a high-tier awakening. The stone tablets prophesied that if they continued refining their understanding of magic, one day they would be no different from gods. But they don't have the luxury of time. They have no idea whether it will take them 100 years or 1,000 to reach that point. Their biggest problem is that they can't find the right path, and their research has reached a dead end. The knowledge on the stone tablets is incredibly limited. If the tequila witches want to go further, they would have to follow the instructions and merge themselves with the central vessel. Only then would they be able to understand the lost civilization's language and decipher their complex data and theories. But they had no time, and even figuring this out could have taken at least 3 years. Many mortals who had originally joined them decided they wanted no part in it. The tequila witches didn't know how many witches were needed to activate the central vessel, so there was no room for error. At the time, their resources were only enough to focus on research, and if things continued the way they were, the Alliance's plans to restore order would fall apart. Most importantly, Lady Alice's plan to create the Divine Punishment Army directly conflicted with the ancient civilization's recorded values. For a witch to abandon her body and become a Divine Punishment warrior meant no chance of advancing their magic. And so, the witches would lose their connection to God. After hearing all this, Roland once again begins to piece things together. When the Divine Punishment Army was no longer the only solution to defeat the devils, some of the witches fought back against Alice, not wanting to sacrifice their brethren as resources. This finally connects with what Roland has learned from the church. It seems the battle of faith mentioned in the church's records may have been this clash of ideologies. And they hid the truth by creating an illusion of victory. Besides their conflicting beliefs, the root cause behind this conflict was that the upper levels of the Alliance knew that neither plan was guaranteed to defeat the devils. It was true that the Comet Queen's plan for a hibernating Divine Punishment Army promised 3,000 or 4,000 super soldiers ready for the next Divine War. But the flaw was that if the army suffered heavy losses, there would be no way to replenish their numbers quickly enough. An army of super soldiers might be able to stop the devils for many decades, or even take back the ruins of Tequila, but it would not be feasible to take back the entire Dawn continent. The plan for the Chosen One was even weaker, as it entirely depended on luck. Although failure would be common, the tablets foretold that if they succeeded, they would both win the war and become closer to God. One plan focused on the present, while the other gambled on the future. Roland then inquires if her group defeated Comet City in the end. Pasha reveals that there was no true winner in the internal conflict. When both sides lost their transcendent leaders, Lady Eleanor took a stand. To stop the fighting, she threw herself into the central vessel and became the first merged witch. Basically, the Union lost all 3 transcendent witches in this internal struggle, and it was also the end of the 3-chief system. As a result, the ruins of the maze became an indispensable part of the Union. Both sides decided to reach an agreement. The survivors of Tequila stayed in the ruins, studying the magic core, while those from Comet City went to Hermes and built a new holy city there. Since the primeval vessel was extremely limited, in order to ensure they had enough manpower, the witches of Comet City that became the church also agreed to offer a certain number of bodies for Divine Punishment soldiers in the next 100 years. When the 100 years are up and nothing promising or any evidence of the Chosen One is found, the church would have the right to take back all of the research results in the ruins, including the equipment used to contain the souls and primeval vessels. By then, the witches of Comet City would arrive with the divine punishment warriors, and if the witches in the maze ruins turned away from their promise, they would show no mercy. Before she explains further, Roland interrupts her and questions why the church never came back looking for them, not even once in the past 400 years. To which Pasha reveals that for a very long time, the witches of the maze ruins didn't have the ability to find out what was happening outside. The primeval vessels couldn't stay under the sun for too long, and the witches who switched souls needed time to adjust to their new bodies. Hence, they didn't know the situation in Hermes. Only later did the witches of the maze ruins realize that the church was no longer following Lady Alice's will. Agatha knew there was definitely something suspicious regarding the church, because Lady Alice would never have pushed things this far. The other witches agree. Roland then questions Pasha about the difference between the central vessel and the primeval vessel, to which Lady Pasha reveals that primeval vessels are all shells. The body of the disappearing civilization is extremely weak, meaning it had no choice but to reside in a shell. Celine continues the conversation by revealing that these shells possess immortality, though the articles never went into detail about why. Right now, based on what they know, the primeval vessel is the most common type of shell. The central vessel is similar to the primeval vessel in shape, but it stores many unconscious memories within. She may see it as a primeval vessel that is often used but has lost its consciousness. Only by merging these memories together will they be able to read the records and research results left behind. Roland, out of curiosity, questions Celine about her introduction, and the girl promptly gives her name. She further reveals that she once worked with Agatha. Well, it seems that Agatha doesn't remember her. Even if they both worked in the research tower, they might have been working on different levels. Though Agatha has heard that Celine was a very hard-working witch, always quiet and buried deep in research. Roland then questions Celine if the witches who merged are still alive. Pasha wouldn't call them alive. Other than Lady Eleanor and a dozen or so witches who were critically injured during the conflict, they merged another 36 volunteers. Only then did the central vessel awaken. Not everyone is willing to become a monster, or spend the rest of their lives trapped inside a cage that strips them of all senses. Unfortunately, the central vessel can't communicate with them effectively. It can only say yes or no. The questions must be simple to understand, and the more details in the question, the faster it can answer. If the witches of the maze ruins hadn't acquired the central vessel, fixing or altering the magic core would have been impossible. It's essentially a combination of all the tequila witches' willpower, and the more witches that merge with it, the faster its reaction becomes. For Celine, accompanying Lady Eleanor was the last thing they could do to contribute to the search for magic power. From what Roland can understand, the central vessel is basically like a computer that gives you an answer if you ask it about something. Though Roland hasn't figured out if, given the right variables and conditions, it could solve equations or perform complex calculations by itself. Roland is looking forward to bringing the central vessel back to Neverwinter and learning more about it. But he doesn't know if this is the best time to suggest something like this. So he decides to take it slow and mention it when they reach the negotiating stage. Back to the main topic. While Roland understands most of the situation, he still has one question. Be it the maze ruins, the church, or the ancient texts passed down through generations, all of them mention the divine will. Roland has also heard that beneath the plateaus of Hermes lies a mysterious holy temple, which contains a secret room that only the Pope can enter. By standing in that room, one is able to feel the presence of God. So, basically, Roland wants to understand what this divine will is. By the term divine will, Roland means the will of God. Pasha is amazed that Roland learned this information before them. This just proves that Phyllis wasn't lying when she said Roland knows a lot. She even reveals that concerning the divine will, she only learned about it after the destruction of Tequila, meaning even Agatha didn't know about it. Well, Roland reminds her that the church was defeated by him. So all the witches responsible for managing the holy city of Hermes are currently imprisoned in the city of Neverwinter. Pasha is ready to tell him the secret about the divine will, though she wants Roland to keep it a secret. This also applies to everyone else present here. If this information gets leaked, she's afraid it will only bring disadvantages in the third battle of the divine will. She then reveals that the divine will is a tangible thing. It's like a transparent stone of divine judgment, sharp and slim like a spindle, but it doesn't stop magic in any way, nor does it have any special use. However, if you open your heart while you're close to it, you can vividly sense the calling from God and see some fascinating visions. For instance, you might see an extremely spacious hall, a red moon hanging above your head, and 4 huge paintings. Adding to the mystery, the paintings are alive and constantly changing. Tilly questions the meaning behind the existence of these pictures. Well, That question has troubled everyone for thousands of years, and the Quest Society has been desperately searching for answers, but none have been found. They've only managed to confirm this after the articles within the maze ruins were deciphered. God showed the humans, devils, unknown enemies, and the underground civilization, and the shape of the divine will also supported this. It wasn't a complete concealed body but a quarter of a whole, hence they call it a god's artifact. 4 paintings and a fourth of an artifact. Roland questions what he can understand. She's saying that each civilization shown in the paintings has an artifact similar to this one. Pasha reveals that not all of them have it because the underground civilization has already lost its share of the divine will. Thus, one of the paintings has become completely black. She believes this happened just as the first battle of the divine will ended. According to statements in the articles and records passed down by the Alliance, she has arrived at a theory that the underground civilization was removed from the battle of the divine will forever. From this, Roland understands that the underground civilization and the devils were both fighting to get each other's artifact. And since the underground civilization lost, it means their artifact is now in the hands of their enemy. Tilly then asks a question that Roland was curious about as well. What will happen if they manage to collect all 4 artifacts? She wonders if God has given any hints. To which Pasha sadly reveals that nobody knows the answer because God has never answered their calls. God does not love the people, he only smiles at the victors. Of course, this just doesn't make sense to Wendy. Why would civilizations fight each other for centuries without any true purpose? Pasha reveals that there is a passage within the articles that has been quite hard for her to understand, so she's thinking maybe it will answer their question. The passage goes like, "We are all children of God, but only a few can see the light. From the moment one senses magic, they are bound to live an extraordinary life. Birds were not always birds, and we, in this case the underground civilization, were not always we. The battle has continued for centuries. To arrive at where they are today is already an achievement. Killing allows the living to live, while competition brings the living eternity." And the last line says that everyone is children of God. The line before this one catches Roland's attention, and he wants Pasha to repeat it. So she does. The battle has continued for centuries, and to arrive at where they are right now is already an achievement. What Roland understands is that this phrase sounds like a description of evolution. From ignorance to civilization, the species strong enough to survive replace the weaker ones, and the description of the underground civilization seems to be describing precisely that. If Roland thinks about it, these 4 civilizations seem different, but they all have one thing in common. They can all use magic. Humans are able to give birth to witches who possess magic, while devils and the eliminated civilization are more skilled in its use. Based on this logic, the other unknown opponent should also have the ability to manipulate magic. This aligns with the initial statement. We are all children of God. It must be referring to all the species that have this extraordinary ability. With this theory in mind, maybe the battles of the divine will are not about protecting or fighting for the divine will. Instead, they could just be a way to speed up evolution. Or should Roland say this is the law of the magical world? This is why the underground civilization mentioned that being close to the road of God is equivalent to rising through the stairs of magic. As Roland gets lost in thought, Pasha can sense his thoughts are all tangled up. Roland is surprised that she can see what he's thinking, to which she claims that she can only do it when Roland himself is willing to communicate with his thoughts, just like what she's doing to him now. She questions him if he would like to try, as it will speed up communication immensely. But of course, Roland doesn't want her to see the jumble of thoughts he's accumulated after devouring so many memories, so he passes on her request, feeling more comfortable expressing his ideas with his throat and tongue. Back to the main topic. Roland wants to know if the church had been protecting that artifact. Pasha responds positively, claiming that finding a place to bury the artifact is nothing but self-deception. It won't stop the War of Divine Will from happening. Hence, the artifact has always been guarded by a strong witch organization. The existence of the artifact is also the reason behind the months of demons and beasts attacking Hermes like crazy. After learning about Comet City's defeat, they took back the artifact immediately. Right now, it is under her protection. Seeing the massive pile of dead monsters, Wendy gasps and asks, how in the hell were they able to defend against so many monsters? Pasha reveals that the divine relic is capable of stripping one's magic powers, and without the support of magic, those monsters died soon enough. However, it can only become a formidable weapon after being activated by the Chosen One. Roland is curious to learn if the destructive power doesn't affect normal humans. Or can the Divine Stone nullify the effects of this relic? Pasha responds with a no. After all, it's something above magic, and the Shield of Divine Stones is useless against it. It looks like Roland has finally developed a little bit of intuition regarding their current situation. First of all, the devils are their enemies, and that should go without saying. With more people comes more power, and working together, uniting everyone to fight on the same side during the battle, is extremely important. Pasha agrees with this. The witches of May's ruins are not asking for anything more than that. They only wish for Roland to continue taking in more witches and allow Phyllis to continue searching for the chosen one. She plans to dispatch another witch of divine judgment to bring Roland a new rainbow magic stone. Roland then suggests she consider living closer to the western region, likely in the western mountain ranges of the city of Neverwinter. Others are shocked by his proposition because of the threat of beasts. Roland believes they should not be the only ones guarding the artifact. After all, if anything were to happen, they'd be back to square one. Attracting evil beasts is just a small thing. Now that they are missing the defense line of Hermes, if the devils decide to attack, they can easily take that artifact for themselves. But Celine believes that defending against devils is just as difficult as defending against evil beasts. Roland reminds her that there is a big difference. The devils are much more powerful and cunning, and you can tell from the bodies that they once got close to the core center. If Roland is right, the divine relic is not far from the illusion stone. So, if they encounter spear-throwing mad devils, there's a chance of complete destruction of the core. To avoid the worst-case scenario, he suggests they settle closer to the western mountains and the fertile fields. Roland will open up a path from the rear that takes them straight to the mountain road, and that way, even if the relic is in immense danger, the city of Neverwinter can always lend a helping hand. He reminds them that trust is the basis of cooperation, and they can only build trust by placing the artifact in an area both sides believe to be safe. Pasha acknowledges this and asks for some time before making her final judgment. As the Maze Ruins group discusses among themselves, Roland notices that they are actually communicating through telepathy. After a short interval, Pasha finally seems ready to give her final verdict. But before she says anything, she wants to ask a question. If she were to work together as Roland suggested, protect the divine will and work as one, then who will lead everyone? Since one wrong move can put everyone's life at stake, she would like to consider all aspects. Hence, she suggests creating an alliance. As they fight together, the commands will be given by the most powerful few after they've arrived at an appropriate solution. This way, they can avoid making wrong judgments while ensuring that everyone's benefits are taken into account. While this sounds like the three-party system that the Alliance has, Pasha believes that having 3 representatives is a suitable number. It allows for a balance of opinions while ensuring efficiency. Of course, given that they have 4 kings and various witch organizations, they don't have to follow the number 3. For instance, the Alliance started with 11 leaders of the Round Table who planned all battles. While Roland acknowledges and respects Pasha's input, he makes it clear that there will be no need for 3 leaders. Only he will be enough. This is the only way to maintain efficiency. Of course, everyone in the meeting is shocked to hear this. Being humble is a virtue, but now is definitely not the time for that. While having 3 leaders, like in an alliance, may have its perks, it's not good for Roland's plans. Only Roland knows what they need if they want to industrialize. He is the only person in this world who understands how to make every region shine with its full potential. Fighting together is a good way to deal with the devils, but Roland never asked them to join him from the very beginning. Moving to the western region is just a basic show of trust. Furthermore, Roland wants her to witness that what he claims are not just verbal promises. Pasha is unsure what Roland wants them to see. Well, Roland wants her to see the determination and power the city of Neverwinter possesses to defeat the devils. He doesn't want her to forget the organizations that have joined or are yet to join them, and he wants her to understand their situation as well. After she has a general idea of what to expect, she can then make her choice. Even if she finds herself unable to make a decision, they can still collaborate in the most basic ways, like exchanging crucial knowledge to help each other. Pasha then questions if Roland doesn't wish to take the artifact and the magic core as well, to which Roland claims that he never planned to rely on things from the ruins to defeat the devils. As for the divine artifact, as long as it's placed somewhere both parties can ensure its safety, he has no objection. Just like he said before, ensuring the safety of the artifact is the first step to trusting each other. As for everything else, time will tell what they can do. This is when Celine speaks up. She is forced to admit that Roland is extraordinary for a mortal, though she finds it foolish that he plans to be the sole leader, with no room for backup plans. What if the battle of divine will lasts for decades and Roland is no longer at his prime? She wants to confirm if his descendants would be able to lead everyone just like he is doing. To solve this problem, only an alliance could help them avoid such possibilities. Roland believes that this is not something they should be worried about. After all, she can't be so sure he'll let the devils last that long. Furthermore, he's sure his lifespan is longer than all of theirs combined. He has fought with some witches and earned himself an old battlefield, so he can even devour the lifespan and power of other people. Of course, this doesn't make sense to Pasha. It looks like Roland himself is not entirely certain about the bold claims he just made. He just wants to appear impressive and tough, so he said it. And it seems like it's working. Instead of trying to convince them that his descendants will always hold the same determination and beliefs through some unknown system, he would rather explain everything with the excuse of some strange ability. After the Ruin Witches have a deep conversation among themselves, they are finally ready to migrate to the Western Mountains. However, there are many things that need to be transported from the ruins. A random cave won't be enough to hold them all. They will need at least a month for this entire process. Furthermore, time is required to build a lab and dungeon in the Western Mountain ranges. So, Pasha hopes that Roland can provide them with the necessary materials. Roland is not sure what Pasha has planned. Originally, he planned to ask Lotus to connect all the caves together using tunnels, thinking that a simple shelter for them would be enough. But they seem to be better engineers than he initially thought. They plan to create a brand new palace within the rocks. This is when Pasha reveals that devouring worms will do the trick. It has a large shell that is similar to the Badland beast, and there happens to be one in the ruins. She claims to have used the same type of shell to sneak into the City of Glow within the Kingdom of Dawn. Of course, the description she provides sounds quite familiar to Roland. Agatha doesn't waste a second and questions her if Pasha was responsible for infiltrating the Devil's Base and devouring the Blackstone Tower. Well, it looks like Pasha has no clue about it. Roland then gestures to Sister Scroll, and she lays out the map. He finally decides to further brief Pasha about the events in the Snowy Mountains. So, in a matter of minutes, Roland explains everything, like how they encountered the devil camps, and how that very camp got devoured by the same worm. The tracks of these two worm monsters were all heading towards the Snowy Mountains, and their sizes are also much bigger than Badland beasts. Seeing the illustration in Scroll's hand, Pasha confirms that this is indeed a devouring worm. She further reveals that the ruins of an underground civilization lie beneath the Snowy Mountains. It's stated in the records that this civilization once dominated the entire Land of Dawn. Where there are mountains, there are traces of the worms. You can tell from the millions of tunnels within the mountains that the records left by this old civilization are not exaggerations. However, Pasha confirms that the underground civilization was destroyed, and these worms left by that civilization are merely shells, similar to the primeval vessels. If a soul enters the shell, the worms can be manipulated. It looks like the worms were active twice. The first time, they attacked Agatha's research tower, and the second time, they attacked the Devil's Base. The only possibility here is an unknown species that has never shown itself. There is a possibility that this mysterious civilization found the ruins and some worm shells in the Snowy Mountains and transferred souls into those shells. If this is the case, it wouldn't be a big problem. But what if there is a magic core and a central vessel within the ruins? Would they suddenly gain a lot of knowledge in magic and create a divine relic that targets witches? According to the records, the bigger the mountain ranges, the greater the possibility of a huge underground civilization. The Snowy Mountains are not as large as the Impassable Mountain Range or the Dragonspine Mountains, but their main peak is the highest in this region. If there is a large number of shells there, Roland wants to act before it's too late. Pasha also wants Roland to help them explore this peak. If there are functioning relics and the vessels mentioned in the records, it will be extremely troublesome if the enemies get their hands on them. Roland admits that their worries are valid, and he has always wanted to explore the Snowy Mountains in the west. However, due to a lack of transport equipment and a reluctance to send the witches into danger alone, the exploration was delayed. If they can use the devouring worms, it might be a good opportunity. In this case, Pasha decides to start migrating immediately. Roland hopes this is just the beginning of their cooperation, so he extends his hand for a handshake. However, since Pasha doesn't understand the concept of a handshake, he explains that a handshake means the two parties have reached a consensus. Pasha in turn extends her tentacle. As Roland shakes hands with her, he feels a pang of sadness that Soraya is not here to witness this crucial moment. This will definitely go down in the annals of history. Moving on, since there are chances that every single mountain might be an underground civilization, Roland wants to know about the mountain ranges under the sea. According to the records, the worms were only active within the Land of Dawn, and there are no traces of them within the sea. After all, vessels are often very large and heavy, and they are not made to move in water. After confirming this much, Roland deduces that the suspicious pointed tower from the sea and the telescope have nothing to do with them. However, thinking about the old telescope, always pointing towards the huge stone gate and the piece of land that can only be accessed during high tide, Roland wants to figure out who that belongs to. Perhaps it's a third party that has been hiding in the dark. He hopes that Thunder will be able to find an answer. Later, Wendy comes to visit Scroll. As they settle into the room and enjoy some turbulent drinks, Wendy reflects on Roland's bold declaration about being the only leader. Before this, Roland was extremely approachable, but the witches always worried that he might be indecisive during critical times, or show some sort of weakness that a ruler shouldn't have. Now, it seems like he is even more outstanding than they expected. Not to mention, even though Roland is becoming more and more mature, he still treats the witches and common folks the same way as usual. It almost feels like second nature to him, which is especially abnormal for someone from the royal family. Wendy then reveals that she handed the results of the Wolfheart witches to Roland when the meeting ended. From this point onward, Roland will personally oversee how Blade's abilities can be utilized more efficiently. The reason being that weapons need to be carried by the owners personally at all times, but in that case, Broken Sword would limit freedom. Besides, the enemies won't always launch an attack during her working time, and her sword's aura is not as powerful as gunpowder. Hence, instead of treating her like a weapon, he wanted her to test her compatibility with every witch. Then she may decide who she finds interesting, and things can be taken from there. Instead of treating her like a weapon, he wanted her to test her compatibility with every witch. Then she may decide who she finds interesting, and things can be taken from there. Rather than objectifying witches based on their abilities, Roland seems to prioritize their feelings first. Perhaps that is why Nightingale trusts and supports him so much. Now that Wendy reflects back, she feels glad that she trusted Nightingale's judgment and left the association with her. Anyhow, the two ladies reminisce about the past and have a great time enjoying turbulent drinks. Meanwhile, Roland is also having fun time clapping his best girl. They are talking about the recent discoveries they've made. While Anna always knew that they were not the only civilization in this world, she never expected to discover a brand new civilization beneath the mountains, full of unknowns. Perhaps one day she's sure they will be able to step foot on that piece of land far away. Roland promises her that this day will come. However, Anna questions if he really believes in the existence of a god. The supposed god left them with artifacts and caused all the civilizations to fight against each other. This just makes her feel as if the god is looking down upon them. Roland asks her if she's feeling scared. But contrary to that, she claims to be feeling very fortunate. And the reason for her fortune is that they sent Roland to her. Let them clap each other. And we cut to the next day at the experimental facility. Lucia, Anna, and Roland are there. And it looks like they are working on making a tool that uses electromagnetism to transfer voices using electric currents. That tool is most definitely a telephone. While they are all talking about this nerdy stuff, Nightingale feels out of place as usual. She just disappears into her mist. Later, we get outside, where Roland is about to test the first prototype of this first-generation telephone. The call connects successfully on both ends, and they can hear the sound of the other person. Anna speaks from the other side, saying, "I love you," which causes Roland to blush on the other side. Nightingale, on the other hand, looks utterly heartbroken and devastated. Later, Nightingale returns to her room, hoping to drown herself in remorse with a turbulent drink. That's when Wendy suddenly pounces on her, excitedly asking how many years it's been since they became friends. Nightingale, a little unsure about Wendy's sudden behavior, admits it's been about 4 or 5 years. But more than anything, she just wants to know where her drink is. Instead of answering, Wendy keeps dodging the question, rambling about their long-lasting friendship. Eventually, Wendy confesses that she drank it, which of course explains why she was buttering Nightingale up. Wendy promises to make it up to her next month, while Nightingale, still sulking, decides to indulge in some dried fish, but only to realize that her pouch is empty. Of course, devastation hits her. At a time like this, only dried fish, ice cream bread, and that turbulent drink can bring her comfort. And now, they're all gone. The scene transitions to the southernmost region. The land is covered in sand, with only Silverstream Valley having some oases. Over 90% of the main population resides there. At the largest oasis stands Iron Sand City, the only city in the southernmost region. Iron Sand City is ruled by 6 great clans, but their positions aren't inherited. One can only earn a place among them through power and ability. Furthermore, they must accept any challengers. To prevent utter chaos, the clans established a system where individuals can fight for victory, known as the Holy Duel. And it seems Iron Axe has arrived, aiming to snag his positions as one of the clans first. The night is young as we cut to Skull Tavern. Inside, we meet a small clan's patriarch, Talim. One of his lackeys rushes in, informing him that there are visitors, one of whom looks very familiar. Talim orders his men to let them in but reminds them to take their weapons and wear divine stones just in case. Finally, the unknown visitors step inside. And that visitor is none other than Iron Axe. Talim recognizes him instantly, and the feeling is mutual. Iron Axe hopes this bald bastard has figured out why he's here today. Talim, of course, already seems to know. The scene flashes back to the past, revealing that this very bastard was involved in Sister Echo's downfall. Yet, instead of being fazed, Talim smugly warns that the Iron Whip clan, Iron Axe's sworn enemy, is stronger than ever. But Iron Axe isn't intimidated. If anything, he's relieved. He was worried they'd been chased out of Iron Sand City by some other challenger or, worse, wiped out entirely. Talim scoffs, reminding him that confidence means nothing without strength. At the end of the day, Iron Axe is just digging his own grave. Even if a goddess was born within the Asha clan, they'd still struggle to match the Iron Whip clan. Those who were exiled are long dead, and to Talum, Iron Axe isn't even a threat worth considering. That's precisely why Iron Axe came to see this bald bastard. But something doesn't add up. 8 years ago, the Iron Whip clan was just as formidable as the Osha clan. As challengers, they had the chance to enter Iron Sand City. So why did they choose to become watchdogs instead? Only clans that secure their footing in one of the 4 oases surrounding Iron Sand City earn the right to challenge the 6 great clans. The younger clans constantly battle in these small oases, lands with no rules, no restrictions. That's why they're called the Lands of Blood. Watchdogs, on the other hand, are challengers who've given up the right to initiate holy duels. They act as shields for the top-ranked clans. Though they can't enter Iron Sand City, they enjoy comfortable lives with access to water and food. Iron Axe, however, promises that things can change. If Talum pledges his loyalty to Lady Drow Silvermoon, who is Sister Echo, he'll have the chance to touch the walls of Iron Sand City again. Talum bursts into laughter, not taking Iron Axe seriously. The idea that Iron Axe wants this little girl to become the new matriarch and initiate a holy duel is utterly hilarious. He has no intention of betraying his clan or fighting the watchdogs just so Iron Axe can enter the city. Instead, he issues a veiled threat, demanding something in exchange for keeping Lady Drow Silvermoon's whereabouts a secret. If Iron Axe doesn't pay up, Talum can sell the information to his clan and be handsomely rewarded. They'd love nothing more than to capture and torture a goddess from a past enemy clan. Before Talum gets too ahead of himself, Iron Axe tells him to calm down. He already knows what a coward this bastard is. He never expected Talum to fight the watchdogs in the first place. More importantly, Iron Axe didn't return just for revenge against the Iron Whip clan. He came back to challenge the 6 great clans and make the Asha clan the rulers of Iron Sand City. That bald bastard starts sweating. Iron Axe wants to defeat all 6 great clans and take over the city? Panicking, Talum raises his hand, signaling his men to attack. All his goons immediately lunge at Iron Axe. Too bad for them. They just stuck their hands in the devil's maw. The so-called Lady Drow Silvermoon accompanying Iron Axe turns out to be Ash, actually. With a single punch, she sends Talum's men flying out of the tavern window. Chaos erupts, and more thugs storm in through the front gate, only to become victims of Ash's wrath. The bald bastard is bewildered as to why this witch isn't being suppressed by the Stone of Divine Judgment. It seems Ash is using pure strength to handle these bastards. Iron Axe finally makes his move, forcing the bastard to surrender. With that, the fight is over, and the tavern is completely under their control. Iron Axe hopes that after this hard lesson, the bastard will finally talk. But Talum believes it doesn't matter whether he helps Iron Axe or not. They've already been exposed. The watchdogs in the city are backed by the Iron Whip and Cut Bone clans. Even if he gathers all his men, he believes fighting against the warriors of the larger clans would be impossible. It's in Iron Axe's best interest to leave now, before he dies unnecessarily. Iron Axe, however, makes it clear that he's not backing down. Besides, the watchdogs won't be a problem. Talum finally starts to understand the situation. He has a hunch that the only reason Iron Axe wants him is to challenge the great clans to holy duels. His power clearly comes from places beyond the southernmost region. Meanwhile, outside the main city's territory, we meet the First Army, who's finished setting up their cannons. Under the command of the platoon leader, the soldiers begin bombarding the enemy ahead. As the cannonballs hit, those poor souls caught in the firepower are torn apart. Talum, on the other hand, is absolutely stunned by the massacre. With no clue about firearms, he wonders if this is some sort of divine fire from the heavens. As far as he's concerned, there's no way this power belongs to Iron Axe. He's dying to know who Iron Axe serves. Iron Axe finally reveals that he serves a merciful ruler and is on a mission to bring peace and order to the Mojin people. But Iron Axe is also aware that lowlifes like Talum will never accept this new order. The Oases raised the people of the Sand Nation, but also imprisoned their thoughts. To survive, they started killing and harming each other. The oasis that should create life has been drenched in blood. As for the watchdogs, they were clearly created to protect the power of the great clans, and they caused the common folk to suffer in the desert. To Iron Axe, this is nothing but stupidity. Talum, however, reminds Iron Axe that he must be aware of the reasons they've been living this way, especially since he was born here. The oases can't contain everyone, so they must kill and steal. The Mojin people will never escape the desert unless they have the power to overthrow Grey Castle. Whether they choose to collaborate or surrender, only death awaits them. The Northerners will never trust them, and the Blackbone and Sandstone clans prove this point by teaming up with Garcia. To obtain fertile land, those two clans decided to serve Queen Garcia of Clearwater. But after all that, they got nothing. Rumor has it that they took some strange pills, and their bodies melted into nothing but mush. The land they were promised was nothing but an empty lie. Iron Axe admits he used to believe the Northerners would never trust them, but what he's seen so far tells a completely different story. Suddenly, the watchdogs from the city march toward the commotion caused by Iron Axe and Ash. Of course, all these guys are nothing more than vulnerable rats when faced with Roland's modern weapons. Once the cannon fire stops, all that's left are the remnants of the watchdogs. Talim is absolutely boggled by the sight. He thought there were supposed to be more than 2,000 of them, but not a single one remains. Iron Axe tells the bastard to just ask his clan members to put out the fire because the small oasis has finally been seized. Sister Echo makes her grand debut. As soon as Talim sees her, he bows his head in submission. In the name of 3 gods, he promises that he and his clan will serve her wholeheartedly. From this day forward, she will be the matriarch of the Osha clan. The scene transitions to Carl Bloodwhip, the patriarch of the Iron Whip clan. His blood boils when he learns what happened at the oasis. He calls the whole thing about divine fire complete nonsense. But his soldier confirms that he went to the camp at the oasis, and the reports seem to be true. After suffering the divine fire, the camp is in ruins, and black pits everywhere, bodies blown apart, plastered against the walls. It's as if a massive sandworm or burrowing scorpion attacked the camp and tore everything apart. All the soldiers in the camp perished, while the few who managed to escape tried to fight back, but they were defeated before they even saw the enemy. Carl is sure the idiots must have been ambushed and wiped out. To him, it's normal for watchdogs to be challenged, but it would be extremely unlikely for anyone to challenge the Iron Whip clan. He asks which clan these people belong to. The soldier reveals that they are from the Osha clan. The news shocks the hell out of this overconfident bastard. The soldier further confirms that the flags at the oasis are all showing the Osha clan symbol, and he even saw the Osha princess, who was once a slave, now standing in the flesh. She's become the new goddess and is gathering more members for her clan. Many Northerners have surrendered to her cause. All of this brutal truth is overwhelming for Carl. As far as he's concerned, goddesses are evil in the eyes of the Northerners, so how could a slave become a goddess and receive their support? It seems like this bastard isn't ready to give up yet. In his eyes, even if the Northerners have better weapons and more people, when it comes to duels, the Mojin people are the bravest warriors. He wants to show them what true despair looks like. Suddenly a soldier barges in and claims that the Osha clan has sent a gift. Later, when Carl goes to take a look, the gift box looks like a coffin. As the soldiers pry out the nails of this large coffin, they find another fancy coffin inside. Seeing this, Carl almost laughs. He was expecting something far scarier, like a head, an ear, or even human skin. After all, this is Iron Sand City. Anyhow, the bastard swings his axe, aiming to shatter the coffin into pieces. His hit lands, but instead of shattering, the coffin explodes, taking down everyone in the room. With that, the Iron Whip clan has been wiped out. We then cut back to the time when Iron Axe filled that coffin with white powder, flint rocks stuck to the edges, and a fuse connected to the lid. With the help of one of the witches, they made the coffin lightweight. Now, whether the coffin was opened by force or naturally, only thunder and flames awaited them. Once Talim learns how Iron Axe wiped out the Iron Whip clan without a duel, he questions the audacity of such an act. How could Iron Axe do this without a proper duel? Iron Axe then reveals that it was all Lubaka who tainted the name of the holy duel and disrespected the 3 gods. And as someone who doesn't even deserve to be a human, Lubaka doesn't deserve fairness either. For someone as despicable as him, there's no point in being cautious. He should just be crushed. But Talim questions if Lubaka hadn't opened the coffin or destroyed it, would it have been a failure for Iron Axe? Iron Axe knows Lubaka too well. The guy loves chaos and destruction. Murdering others is second nature to him. It's extremely easy to predict his reactions. That coffin was just a starter. Even if Lubaka manages to dodge this one, there are more gifts waiting for him. However, Iron Axe doesn't believe the 3 gods would protect traitors. Talim once again promises to follow the vow he made to the 3 gods, serving the Osha clan with all his heart. Through the listening sigil, Sister Echo delivers the transmission of her victory to Spear Passy, who then passes it on to Nightingale in Roland's office. The Iron Whip clan has been wiped out, and Echo offers her thanks for Roland's support. Roland instructs Spear Passy to tell Echo to continue with the plan. With that, the transmission ends, and Nightingale returns to her comfy couch to get some rest. The reason the transmission went through Spear Passy, and Roland depends on Nightingale to deliver the messages, is because sigils only work if imbued with a witch's magic. Since sigils have limited range, Spear Passy served as the middle person, delivering the transmission to Sister Echo. Though this method isn't perfect, it's far better than communicating through pigeons, which takes weeks to travel. Roland feels sad that he can't develop a more convenient method of communication, since sigils require magic to function. However, the first ever telephone line in the Western region is about to be installed, stretching all the way to City Hall. The second and third lines are already in planning. Having electric poles would consume too much energy and could easily be damaged by snow and ice. Therefore, it's wiser to lay the cables along the mountain ranges. Lotus can sink the cables into the ground, making it both convenient and safe. After the defense line is set up in the mountains, Roland plans to install more cables to maintain communication with the front line. For the defense line, Roland also plans to create underground tunnels for military purposes, and they may even need these tunnels to connect to the underground palace. Suddenly, Roland notices a massive explosion in the city through his window. Nightingale appears right away and urgently cautions Roland to stay inside the palace. Later, Sister Moon rushes to Sister Lily and reveals the explosion at the academy. Lily seems uninterested, as she needs to focus on her studies. Moon, on the other hand, tries to grab her attention by talking about the huge explosion and the fire surrounding the area. Lily dismisses it as some idiot messing up in the laboratory causing an explosion. After all, something like this has happened before, and Roland had scolded Kyle Sichi a lot for that. Moon is very offended that her friend doesn't seem to care about Neverwinter City. Lily simply pushes Moon away, continuing to peer into her microscope. As far as she's concerned, leaving the professional stuff to the professionals is the right thing to do. Let her do what she's doing, because this is also important for Neverwinter City. Of course, this gives Sister Moon a chance to slap back with a jab of her own. Teasingly, she reminds Lily that while Tilly had achieved nothing after peering into the microscope for so long, Lily used her electromagnetism to help Roland bring light to the dark. Now people can work at night without trouble. She continues to tease, reminding Lily how everyone is contributing to the city. Eventually, Lily agrees to investigate the cause of the explosion. So they and a few other witches head to the site of the incident. The area has already been restricted by the officials, and the building has been evacuated. Since nobody is inside, they sneak into the building using one of the witch's abilities, the one who used to work for the church. The art of the series has been changed, though I don't know if it was for better or worse. The background art has gotten more detailed and colors are very vibrant, but the character design now looks a little off. Eventually, the witches reach the site where the explosion happened. Summer uses her magic powers to create a hologram, revealing a classroom brimming with life as the students chatter in the class. However, it's not all sunshine and roses in this classroom. A few bullies are picking on a little girl, but another girl steps in to protect her. The bullies latch onto the protective girl, but the girl, strong and confident, manages to fight her way free, kicking the bullies down one by one. But her luck runs out when she's struck hard on the head, causing blood to pour from the wound. The pain triggers a surge of anger, and the girl's powers explode in a violent outburst, awakening her magic in a fiery burst. When a witch first awakens her powers, all the magic within her condenses, and the backlash can cause great pain. This often leads witches to use their powers unwittingly, exposing themselves to danger. Awakening in public is a death sentence. Summer's hologram shows the girl trying to regain control of her powers, managing to suppress her anger and grab her friend's hand. Tilly feels excitement stirring, another witch to join their ranks. Emmy, too, is thrilled and wants to report the new witch's awakening to Wendy right away. But not everyone shares this enthusiasm. Moon, however, seems distressed by the revelation. Before we learn the cause of her distress, all the witches make their way back to the dorms to meet with Wendy. Instead of being praised for their discovery, all the witches are scolded by Wendy for ignoring the restricted signs and entering without authorization. As the girls leave, Wendy remains fuming, still upset about the breach. Meanwhile, Moon stays behind, lost in her thoughts. Finally, Lily, frustrated with Moon's zoning out, drags her into their room and demands to know what's bothering her. Moon hesitates before revealing her fears. The new witch who awakened her powers uses electricity. Lily, initially confused, doesn't understand why this concerns Moon. Moon explains that electricity and electromagnetism are deeply connected, and if this new witch is stronger than her, Moon fears she might be rendered useless to Roland. Lily laughs aloud at what she sees as Moon's silly and shallow thinking. She reassures Moon that Roland would never abandon her, no matter how powerful the new witch becomes. Then something clicks in Lily's mind. The phrase Moon used about electricity and electromagnetism strikes her deeply. Suddenly, Lily rushes to her microscope, an epiphany dawning upon her. Moon, confused and curious, tries to ask her what's going on, but Lily quickly shoos her away, urging for silence. Then, a blinding yellow light erupts from the microscope as Lily makes a breakthrough. Later, we see Baroff and Scroll meeting Roland to report on the recent classroom incident. Thankfully, no one was critically injured, though 3 students suffered broken bones while trying to escape the blast. When the teachers heard the explosion, they quickly began evacuating the students. Thanks to Ferlin's calming words, chaos and panic were minimized, reducing the number of casualties. Agatha also froze the fire to prevent further damage to the building. Roland is relieved that the First Army's involvement was used as an excuse to cover up the true danger of a witch's awakening, preventing the public from learning about the risk. Baroff then reports that the conflict between the children is related to regional tensions that need to be addressed. One child came from the southern region, while the other hailed from the eastern region. Timothy, in charge of Valencia City in the eastern region, hasn't surrendered yet. The children wouldn't have been discussing this if the adults hadn't been mentioning the city of traitors in front of them. Barov believes the parents of the children involved in the conflict should be punished, and anyone discussing betrayal or traitors should be strictly forbidden. This way, similar incidents can be prevented before they escalate. As for the issue of witches awakening, Barov suggests writing it into law to prevent further public unrest. That way, they can avoid potential conflicts and keep the awakening a secret. Hearing this, Roland acknowledges Barov's growth over the past 2 years. His ability to trace the root cause of the problem is commendable, but Roland still feels that making this a law is not the right move. He believes that simply legislating it won't stop the fear surrounding witches' awakenings. If the law contradicts public sentiment, it will only expose hidden issues. Scroll speaks up, noting that Neverwinter's citizens come from all over Grey Castle, so it's natural for there to be various conflicts. Banning things just because they happen once would only complicate matters. Guiding the masses and teaching them what's right and wrong seems like a better approach than imposing blanket bans. As for the issue of witches awakening, Scroll suggests seeking Agatha's input. Tequila, home to many awakened witches, might have valuable insights into managing the situation. Roland decides to mask the incident as a simple physical conflict between students. The student who injured the witch with the chair will be required to pay medical bills, while those injured in the explosion will be compensated by the witch union. The school building will be repaired by City Hall, and classes will resume as soon as possible. As for the whole ordeal, Roland plans to handle everything as Scroll suggested. Proceeding to the next topic, Roland inquires Scroll about this new witch. Scroll gives her name as Sharon and questions if Roland wishes to meet her. Roland decides to postpone the meeting with Sharon, suggesting she should be given a few days to rest and recover from the recent incident. The next scene transitions to the hospital. There, Wendy notices Mr. Pine, who seems to be arguing with a couple. Once the couple parts ways, Wendy inquires about them. Pine reveals that the couple are the parents of the new witch. They were worried about leaving their daughter here by herself, so they asked if they could take her home. But when Pine heard that Roland wanted her to stay, they changed their minds immediately. They even started thanking Roland for taking care of her. Since Wendy is here to deliver food to Sharon, she asks Pine to show her the way. Later, Roland meets with Phyllis and Agatha. There seems to be something strange happening in the territory. In the last year, only one witch has awakened in the western region, while Tequila had more than 5 times the amount of awakenings. After discussing this with Pasha, they have arrived at a theory that something is stopping the new witches from awakening. Of course, this shocks Roland deeply. We then learn how the magic powers in this world are like tides, constantly changing. During the 2 years after the arrival of the Red Moon, the abundance of magic was at its peak, and a new witch would awaken almost every day. Gradually, the amount of magic decreased, and the time between the 2 red moons can be seen as the drought season. One would have to wait until the months of demons for more awakenings to appear. The abundance of magic peaks once every year. However, one thing to note is that the huge fluctuations of magic continue for hundreds of years. It is almost time for the next red moon, which is why they are noticing more magic fluctuations lately. That being said, there were supposed to be more awakenings, but the opposite is happening. Something must be stopping them from awakening. For a moment, Roland decides to consider Agatha's words as the truth. Since there is nothing they can do about it, Roland decides to take it as a sign that the god is simply taking a short break. After all, no matter how the awakening rates change, their mission of chasing the devils out of the Land of Dawn remains the same. Furthermore, the reason Roland summoned them was to ask about the damage a witch might cause during her awakening, and what the Alliance in Tequila does in these kinds of situations. Phyllis hints at an 8-minute rule she knows so far. The awakening of a witch doesn't happen without warning. From the moment magic starts to condense in an individual's body, it will take approximately 8 minutes before the condensed magic reaches its peak. Initially, the individual will feel a stinging pain and throbbing heat in their abdomen, and this feeling will grow stronger, until the first backlash occurs. The amount of pain someone will feel differs from person to person. Those with stronger bodies might not even feel much of a change. However, they should still feel a light sting. The 8-minute rule states that if the witch announces to everyone that she is about to awaken, all the people around her must immediately leave her side. If mortals get injured during the awakening because they didn't take cover, they are not entitled to compensation from the Alliance. However, if certain infrastructure is damaged due to the awakening, the Alliance will pay for it. Roland finds this a very creative way of handling the situation. However, this will only work under the condition that people are familiar with witches. When a young girl feels random pain, her first reaction should be that an awakening is about to take place, not that she just ate something funny. Roland then questions what happens if the witch fails to announce it, to which Phyllis responds that the new awakener may be punished physically or fined, depending on the damage done. However, these incidents are rare, since only a few witches awaken as combat witches with overwhelming powers. But thinking about it, Roland realizes that this is no longer an era where witches are above humans. So he may not be able to use this method 100%, but it is still very effective at one thing. It spreads the idea that witches are born from humans, and regardless of whether one would like to accept it or not, every underage girl might turn into a witch one day. With that rule, witches and humans can be on equal footing, and the city hall can take care of any damages caused by not announcing the awakening. Those who become injured despite the announcement are in the wrong. If he were to create a set of rules that governs the actions of witches, just like traffic rules, everyone could follow them and avoid accidents. This way, many conflicts could be resolved. We then cut to the hospital where the newly awakened witch is staying. Miss Nana is also there with Sharon. Wendy enters and asks the girl about her well-being, to which Sharon claims that she feels like something new is inside her body now, and Anna assures her that it's just magic. Sharon isn't sure if being a witch means magic hurts all the time. While placing the food box down beside her, Wendy assures Sharon that once she learns to wield her power, it will become a part of her, just like any other limb of her body. As soon as the lid is opened, the aroma of the mouth-watering food fills the air, bringing immense joy to the little girl. Seeing how happy Sharon looks, Wendy reflects on how food is always enough to win anyone's heart. This is precisely why Roland always holds banquets whenever new witches are found. The little girl devours the food like a hungry wolf, and in no time, she finishes the entire box. Wendy then asks Sharon about her friend, the one she was trying to protect, wondering if she ever came to visit her here. Sharon sadly shakes her head. After all, she herself is a southerner, just like her bullies, so there is a high chance that the girl hates her just as much as she hates them. Wendy is surprised to realize that Sharon is also from the southern region. Initially, she had assumed Sharon only helped that girl because they were both from the eastern region. However, Sharon claims that regional origins don't matter since the conflicts of nobles do not involve them. Those typical bullies were simply looking for someone to pick on, and that eastern girl happened to be an easy target. To Sharon, wrong is wrong. If no one is willing to take a stand against it, then nothing will ever change. Wendy is astonished to hear such thoughtful remarks from a girl of her age. It seems Roland had been worrying for nothing, as this girl does not need Wendy's counseling at all. Just one glance at Sharon's face is enough to tell that she is certain of her choices. The scene cuts to the castle, where Roland is surprised to learn that Sharon has already come to terms with the fact that she has awakened as a witch. What's more, she is now ready to become a part of the Witch Union. She wishes to become like Nana someday. Roland can tell that she is an outstanding child for her age. At 15 years old, her magic vortex is ranked between middle and upper levels, almost on par with some of the adult witches from Tequila. The one who compared her to the witches of Tequila is Phyllis, who is always the most enthusiastic when it comes to testing new witches. Sharon's ability allows her to generate electric currents. With a small amount, she can light up bulbs, though she often burns them out. When she channels a great deal of electricity, her currents become like thunder, capable of penetrating wooden planks or melting metal. However, by exerting herself too much, she drains her energy quickly. In terms of consistency, she is not as stable as Moon's ability to generate power. In conclusion, she is classified as a battle-type witch, though she also has potential in production lines. Since she has just awakened her powers, she is still struggling to control them properly. Roland is certain that Sharon has plenty of potential to surpass her current limits. Once she understands the concepts behind electric currents, she will improve by huge margins. Not to mention, her powers will naturally grow stronger as she approaches adulthood. He looks forward to her breakthrough. For now, Roland decides to let her focus on training while also receiving an education. With that, Wendy is dismissed. As she walks away, Roland considers how Sharon's strong sense of justice makes her a great candidate for the law department. The thought of a young girl manipulating electric currents while patrolling the streets, ready to capture offenders, is certainly an amusing one. Basically, she could be the Batman of Neverwinter City. Later, as Wendy walks toward her quarters, Maggie and Lightning come flying toward her with urgent news. Apparently, Lily has produced an overwhelming amount of mushrooms, filling an entire room to the point of overflowing. She achieved this feat using her magic. Nightingale and Anna also arrive at the scene, and with their combined efforts, they manage to obliterate the overgrown mushrooms. Later, Roland learns that Lily's new ability allows her to duplicate microorganisms she observes under a microscope. When she underwent her evolution, she just so happened to be looking at the spores of birdkiss mushrooms. Lily admits that she doesn't fully understand her abilities yet. The room was filled with mushrooms before she even realized what was happening. Roland pats her head and decides to hold a mushroom feast that night. The scene then cuts to the southern region, a place where flames burn eternally. Even the chilling winds of the months of demons fail to reach this place. Seeing the scorching heat, Andrea has no doubt why this land is called Searing Flame Island. She hadn't expected the southernmost region to have such an unusual place. Ash shares the same thoughts. The heat here is so intense that one could lose all the moisture in their body within 2 days. This place is actually a designated battleground where warriors from various Sand City clans fight to showcase their strength and glory. It appears to be rich in oil and gas reserves, which is why the land is constantly aflame. However, to the native people, this place is a sacred battlefield where they can impress the gods with their combat prowess. Let's not forget about Talim, that baldy bastard. Every now and then, he'll have a few inner monologues that give us glimpses into his character development. Every time he hears Roland's name, he grows increasingly curious about what kind of person he really is. Regardless, Talim is also very grateful to Roland. It's because of Roland that he is able to stand in the arena for the holy duel once again. As soon as they enter the arena, the onlookers begin throwing insults at the Osha clan, calling them cowards, and throwing colorful remarks that would make anyone itch. These people are from the feisty Cut Bone clan. Talim can't help but feel sorry for them, because they haven't yet realized that they are nothing more than stepping stones for the Osha clan's goddess. Then, the leader of the number 1 clan, Wildflame, steps forward. His name is Changus the Burning. He requests the leader of the Osha clan to step forward, and Our Lady gracefully obliges. Since this is not the first time she's participated, Changus is positive that she's well aware of the rules. He reveals that the Cutbone clan will have 22 contestants. All she has to do now is choose a weapon for her warrior. Surrendering or forgoing a battle is allowed. However, she cannot betray the vows she made in front of the 3 gods. The battle will end when only one person is standing, and the winner will earn the right to enter Iron Sand City. If she's ready, they can begin. At that, Ash steps forward, a giant weapon in hand. Talim quickly reminds her that she cannot bring her own weapon into the duel. This is for fairness' sake. In response, Ash lodges her giant sword into the ground and eyes the weapons laid out in front of her. Before picking one up, she asks if there's any rule regarding one weapon per person. Talim reveals that she can carry more than just one weapon if she's capable of handling them. At this, Ash picks up a shield for her left hand, to defend, and a giant hammer-like weapon for her offensive stance, something that suits her personality perfectly. Seeing how effortlessly Ash handles the massive weapons, Talim is sure that the Bone Clan is about to get boned. Andrea is ready as well. She grabs arrows, selecting precisely 22, one for each participant, as there are 22 people they will be fighting against in the duel. With that, Ash, Andrea, Iron Axe, and the Goddess are ready to face their opponents. Seeing how only 4 of them are going up against 22 people, Talim can't help but comment on the odds. But Ash reminds him that there were no instructions telling them to match their number of participants with the opposing team. So for her team, 4 members is more than enough to fight against 22 people. Someone quotes one of the rules, stating that the number of warriors allowed from each clan must be between 15 and 30. Furthermore, the number of participants from the challenging clan should not exceed that of the challenged clan. That means if the opponent sends out 22 warriors, Osha would be allowed to send no more than 22 warriors as well. The right move would be to send out an equivalent number of participants, especially considering the fact that the Grey Castle warriors look short and frail and don't seem brave enough. Changus then asks the Osha clan members one last time if they really plan to send only 4 members. Ash boldly responds, and we already know what her answer is. She then turns to the bastards about to face her and wonders if these shitheads have prepared their wills in advance because she won't guarantee anyone will be left alive. The opponent can tell that this woman is gutsy, but they're not sure if her smug attitude will actually help in the battle about to unfold. It looks like we're about to find out since Changus finally commences the holy duel between Osha clan and Cutbone clan. The enemy warriors charge at our party with full-on bravery. But soon enough, Sister Echo begins to sing her lullaby, catching everyone present off guard. Her song starts messing with the enemy's heads, making them massacre each other. Talim can do nothing but watch in awe at Sister Echo's might. Next, Andrea makes her move. She launches a bunch of arrows with her bare hands, taking down all the bastards in one go. Talim is once again boggled as to how the hell did she fire arrows with just her hands. And to top it off, every single one of them hits the enemy right over the collarbone with precision. Sister Echo changes her song to match Ash's ferocity. Ash charges at her opponent like a hungry beast. And with her sheer fighting will combined with Sister Echo's energizing song, the battlefield starts to feel like thousands of soldiers are marching. Ash, embodying those 1,000 soldiers, begins massacring the poor guys with her hammer. Then, one bastard prepares to launch an arrow infused with the Stone of Divine Judgment. But before that arrow can do any harm to Sister Echo, Iron Axe snatches it midair like the absolute gigachad he is. Talim, once again, is losing his freaking mind. And just like that, all the enemy soldiers are down on the ground. Injured, but not dead. One bald bastard suddenly starts preaching at the top of his lungs, rallying his wounded brothers back to their feet. They all eventually get into formation, preparing for their ultimate move. The baldy at the front makes it clear that the warriors of Cutbone clan are not afraid of death. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in this holy duel, but they will not die in vain. The Holy Mother is not a murderer. She respects bravery and power, and she praises the mercy of the strong. Ash finds it laughable that these puny guys think they can win with just their conviction. To prove how utterly wrong they are, she alone begins pushing back all 22 enemies with her sheer power. Seeing this insane display of raw strength, the audience erupts in cheers, all rooting for Ash. Behind Changuz, a hooded woman cracks a smile after witnessing such an interesting sight. As Ash starts getting tired against the 22 jacked bald dudes, her friends step in to back her up, giving her the much-needed strength to keep going. Finally, all the bald bastards begin to struggle. The audience erupts into another round of jubilation, and eventually, every single one of them gets pushed back, scattering around like knocked-out bowling pins. Later we cut to Iron Sand City. In the training arena, that same hooded woman, whose name is Lorgar, is blowing off some steam, punching the sandbags with her mutated hand. Changuz arrives at the training grounds, where he learns that Lorgar, the same girl from before, has been relentlessly training since morning. He proceeds to go inside, but the guard outside humbly suggests that he shouldn't, as she doesn't want to be disturbed. But since the guard knows he can't order around the patriarch, he swallows his words and pretends he never said anything. So, the old man steps inside anyway. Watching her train, he feels glad that Lorgar is becoming more and more serious about her duties. Once he himself is defeated in the platform of Searing Flame, she will be next in line to take his seat as the patriarch of the Wild Flame clan. The hit she just landed on the sandbag could easily rip an ordinary human in half. He finally speaks, teasing her for how competitive she's becoming after seeing Osha clan's performance. He can clearly tell that his daughter has set her sights on the formidable warrior Ash, because his daughter does not want to give up her title as the greatest one-on-one combat fighter. She's a little annoyed that Osha clan won't challenge them for a while, especially since their main goal for entering Iron Sand City has been accomplished. Her father also agrees with her. If Osha clan truly wants to become the rising clan of Iron Sand City, they'll have to take care of a lot of miscellaneous matters first before they can find their footing inside the city. Man, I'm hating this arc. This is exactly why I'm gonna skip a lot of their random bullshit jibber-jabber. Just as these guys are talking about how Osha clan won't challenge them for a duel anytime soon, their expectations get subverted when a guard reports that Osha clan has requested another holy duel. It's only been a day since they won the duel and earned the right to move into Iron Sand City, so Changuz has no idea why they're already going for another fight. Lorgar questions the guard about which clan Osha intends to challenge next. The guard answers that it's the Sandstorm clan, which is currently ranked 4th. Changuz asks if they've moved into Iron Sand City from the Oasis. The guard reports that they have refused to move. Of course, this gets the patriarch and his daughter thinking about their next move. Regardless, Lorgar seems even more interested in Osha clan after their unexpected decision. The next scene takes us at the Searing Flame Island battle arena, where Ash is seen beating the hell out of a sand golem. And with her last opponent down, she wins the match. Cut to Skull Tavern. The entire place is buzzing with people narrating Ash's exploits. They are amazed at how she obliterated her opponent with just a single punch. And this wasn't just anyone. Her opponent was Sandra Sandraine, the so-called goddess of the Sandstorm clan. Sandra had the ability to turn sand into armor and attack her enemies by manipulating gravel. But the fact that Ash defeated this monster in one punch is just insane. What's even more unbelievable is that while Osha clan is dominating their challengers, there have been no reported casualties in any of the battles. Either the opponents suffered injuries to their shoulders or knees, or they were simply knocked unconscious. Turns out Osha clan also defeated the Blackwater clan, which is a huge well-known clan infamous for its recklessness and cruelty. Compared to the previous two duels, that particular fight was much bloodier. But still, no one died. As the tavern continues hailing Osha clan's might, Tullum suddenly stands up and generously offers free drinks to everyone from Osha clan. Everyone is now even more hyped, rooting for Osha to win their next battle as well. It is then that a guy rushes into the tavern with shocking news. He reveals that nobody fought because the Wild Wave clan willingly forfeited their position. Cut to Sister Echo and Iron Axe. They literally did not expect Wild Wave to forfeit like this. But in one way or another, Sister Echo is glad. Wild Wave settled for 3rd place, meaning they won't have to fight them. Because if they had done, things could have gone drastically different as Ash had already been stained with blood. At that moment, Ash enters the tent, revealing that most of the blood belonged to her opponents. Her minor injuries aren't enough to hinder her performance. Besides, Sister Leaf's herbs are working wonders, so most of the deeper wounds have already started scabbing. Andrea chimes in, explaining that transcendent witches have always had strong physiques. After all, their brains don't need nutrients. Their muscles grow at an alarming rate, and most importantly, their faces can't get any thicker. She also mentions that people have no idea what Ash went through while hunting down the church alone. She hid in places even rats wouldn't go and survived on rotten flesh. If that wasn't enough to kill her, then a few wounds are nothing for Ash. As Ash reclines in her chair to rest, Iron Axe can't help but admire her. This is what a true warrior is supposed to be. Sister Echo then asks what's their next move should be. Roland's original plan was to create legendary battles, generate as much publicity as possible, and have the entire desert narrate the exploits of Osha clan's warriors. Iron Axe then reveals their next step: defeat the Wildflame clan. And after that, Sister Echo will have to preach the script Roland prepared in front of everyone. Hearing this, Sister Echo feels a little anxious. She is not sure if the Sand People even believe Roland's words. Iron Axe reassures her not to worry. After all, even Roland isn't expecting miracles. He knows that changing people's minds and gaining their trust will take time. Tolim suddenly enters the camp, bringing great news. The Wildflame clan has accepted the duel. But there's a catch. They have specific conditions on whom they wish to fight. Apparently, the third princess of the Wildflame clan, Lorgar, has personally requested a one-on-one duel with Lady Ash. The news spreads like wildfire. A massive crowd camps near the Searing Flame arena. They might not be able to witness this legendary battle firsthand, but at the very least, they'll be the first to hear the results. Most of them are pumped that the princess of Osha clan has finally returned to take her revenge. Without further ado, we cut to the Searing Flame arena. The crowd goes absolutely nuts seeing Ash step onto the stage, representing the Osha clan. From the Wildflame clan's side, Lorgar steps forward, the strongest goddess of the southernmost region. People are hyped beyond belief. This is a battle between the strongest warriors of the north and south, with no weapons, armor, or any tools allowed, including divine stones. The Sand People respect true warriors, and here, both fighters are free to unleash their full strength before the three gods. As Lorgar pulls back her hood, Ash immediately mistakes her for having dog ears, which mildly annoys Lorgar. Her ears are those of a wolf. Still, Ash takes note of something else. Lorgar isn't wearing any shoes, even though the ground beneath them is scorching hot. Lorgar claims that Mojin people are not afraid of hot sand, but Ash can see through her bluff. It's clear that this girl is struggling even if she won't admit it. Ash then calls her out for her use of magic. She finds it interesting that Lorgar is maintaining her transformed form at all times. Has she simply grown used to the constant mana consumption? But Lorgar denies knowing what Ash is talking about. She claims her transformation is the result of a sacrifice she made to receive power from the three gods. She can no longer return to her human form. She can only live her life as half human, half beast. And now Ash finally understands why she kept herself cloaked before stepping into the arena. She didn't want others to see her true form. She only reveals herself on the battlefield. For a moment, Ash wonders if she could distract Lorgar by offering her a bone. Maybe her fighting ability would drop significantly if she got tempted. After all, this trick always works on Maggie. But enough of this chit-chat. The battle begins. Inside Changuz's mind, he reflects on Lorgar's transformation. After becoming a goddess, she fell in love with fighting and grew stronger every day. For 5 years, no one has dared challenge the Wildflame clan because of her. But constant battles have gradually changed parts of her body into that of a wolf. Even when she isn't using her power, she remains this way. She will never be able to live the life of a normal girl. No handsome warrior will ever fall for her. This is why the Wildflame clan must win. She has to become the matriarch. Only then will people stop talking about her appearance. As soon as the match begins, Lorgar lunges at Ash, transforming her hand into a wolf's claw. Their fists collide, sending shockwaves through the air from the sheer pressure of their strength. It's clear both fighters are enjoying this, and they have no intention of backing down. Ash manages to push Lorgar back and comes crashing down like a meteor. But the hit doesn't land and Lorgar simply steps aside. Lorgar retaliates, launching herself forward with a devastating kick. Ash catches her leg midair and squeezes with such force that it sends sharp pain through Lorgar's body. But Lorgar quickly retaliates, breaking free from Ash's grasp. She immediately counterattacks, but Ash dodges and follows up with a series of punches. Lorgar blocks most of them, but Ash lands a solid hit to her forehead, causing it to swell. Then, Ash delivers a devastating kick, sending Lorgar crashing to the ground. The spectators are in awe, watching their so-called goddess get effortlessly beaten. But just as Ash prepares to finish her off, something changes. Lorgar begins transforming again, this time into something more monstrous. A moment later, she has completely turned into a massive beast. Ash is stunned, and the crowd is too holding their breath. The beast pounces at Ash. She quickly dodges, but it doesn't stop. Lorgar is relentless, her speed now comparable to the soldiers of divine punishment. Ash is pushed back as the beast continues throwing one strike after another. Sister Echo starts worrying, but Andrea reassures her. Ash is good at handling damage. Something like this isn't enough to take her down. She then explains the brutal training methods they used in Tequila. It's a method that forces witches to stay in the zone by constantly consuming magical power. Roland finds this method outdated and inefficient. He believes that if witches have time to train like that, they should use it to study how muscles and bones convert chemical energy into mechanical energy instead. But for Ash, who isn't the most intelligent, the inefficient method suits her perfectly. Now that Ash is done taking damage, it's time for her to fight back. She pulls off her pants belt out of the blue. The beast is totally confused by this unexpected move. The onlookers are just as confused as Lorgar. They have yet to figure out what kind of weapon is that. Besides, weapons are forbidden in this duel. Breaking that rule would only bring Ash humiliation. But Ash simply tosses the belt onto the ground. The moment it lands, the ground beneath it shatters. These belts weren't just accessories, they were restraints. And now Ash is finally removing them to unleash her full strength. Agatha had given her this transcendent training. She had ordered Ash to suppress her powers, consume her magic, and keep these constraints on her body until the day she truly needed that extra power. And now that the restraints are gone, Ash feels a surge of power unlike anything before. She clenches her fists and then launches herself at the beast. Lorgar, still in her monstrous form, retaliates with a furious counterattack. Her tail swings violently, creating a literal tornado that sends the onlookers into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Ash is airborne, descending at the speed of a bullet. Blood splatters as she drills her fist straight into Lorgar's eye. She wants Lorgar to surrender now that she's been roughed up enough. But Lorgar refuses to back down. She retaliates with a devastating blow that sends Ash flying. The beast looms over her, towering like an unstoppable force. The crowd watches in awe as the battle has reached its critical point. But Ash forces herself to stand, battered but unfazed. In fact, she seems even more fired up, eager to keep going. She can feel that she's stronger than she was last year. Clenching her fist again, she targets Lorgar's injured eye. This time she channels magic into her other fist. But before she can strike, Lorgar blocks her attack. The magic within Ash is surging faster than ever before. Despite the heavy blows she's taken, her arms feel stronger than ever. If this were the past, she would have already been obliterated, her ribs shattered, her organs ruptured. But now all she feels is pain. No numbness, no weakness. Ash presses forward. With some slick acrobatics, she lands a powerful kick to Lorgar's leg. A sickening crack echoes through the arena as the beast collapses to the ground. But Lorgar, stubborn as ever, forces herself up on 3 legs. Her father, seeing this, orders her to forfeit. But Lorgar's fighting spirit hasn't dimmed. She is still ready to battle. And Ash, though standing, is in no better shape. She admits her body is in agony. Her organs feel like they're no longer in their proper places. However, humans can move with 2 legs while wolves cannot. Now that Lorgar has lost an eye and a leg, her mobility is crippled. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to land a hit. Ash considers finishing the job, taking out Lorgar's other eye. That way, she'll have no choice but to surrender. Her lost limbs and injuries wouldn't be a problem. If Ash can drag her back to the western region, Nana could heal her in no time. The stage is set. It's do or die. But before the battle can escalate further, a massive shadow looms over them. A giant eagle swoops down and slams into Lorgar, pinning her to the ground. The beast shrieks as it presses down, causing Lorgar immense pain. This isn't just any bird, it's a hybrid demonic beast. Ash's eyes narrow. She doesn't care what happens in a duel, but she won't stand by and let a witch be attacked by some random monster. Without hesitation, she dashes forward, ready to take it down. Before we witness the epic clash, the scene shifts to a moment earlier, before the 4-winged eagle descended upon the arena. Just outside the searing flame arena, eager spectators had set up their tents. A commotion stirs, drawing them out of their shelters. When they look up, they see the monstrous eagle circling in the sky. The beast is heading directly for the arena. One man, sensing that things are about to go south, immediately jumps onto his horse and rides toward the battleground. Back in the arena, chaos erupts. People scramble to evacuate, desperate to escape the brutal fate that Lorgar just endured. Ash rushes to intercept the monstrous eagle before it can cause more harm. Echo begins to sing, her voice cutting through the chaos, trying to calm the panicked crowd. Andrea, meanwhile, pulls out her massive gun. With deadly precision, she fires. The bullet rips through the beast's foot, obliterating it on impact. The eagle screeches in pain, finally releasing Lorgar and Ash. Iron Axe commands his soldiers to open fire. As arrows and bullets fly, Lorgar begins reverting back to her original form. Ash rushes to Lorgar, asking if she's all right. Lorgar reassures her, claiming she won't die. But Ash isn't comforted. One side of Lorgar's chest is caved in, and she can even see broken bones protruding. The monstrous eagle, however, isn't done. It dives back toward Lorgar. But Ash is quick, grabbing Lorgar and jumping out of the way. The eagle scoops up 2 guys, tossing them toward the arena. Andrea is also struggling to land a shot, because the creature is quick, dodging each of her attacks with surprising intelligence. Then Hummingbird steps forward. Through her magic, she makes the two humans light enough to fall gently to the ground, saving them from a deadly descent. Ash realizes that this demonic beast has come for the witches. They have very limited firearms, and Ash isn't sure how to proceed. Lorgar, however, insists that Ash throw her into the air. Ash is not sure what to make of this unusual request of her, but Lorgar insists again that Ash throw her up. It's their only chance to catch the monster. Ash fears the failure and the consequences, but Lorgar isn't afraid of dying. She believes a warrior's best end is on the battlefield, fighting to the last moment. She's honored to face someone as formidable as Ash. Ash understands the warrior spirit in Lorgar, but assures her that this won't be their last duel. Lorgar isn't so sure, admitting that even if she survives, her fractured body won't allow her to fight like she used to. But Ash isn't concerned about that. They have Nana, who can heal anyone in the blink of an eye. At first, Lorgar is skeptical, but Ash's confidence convinces her. The thought of being healed sparks a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Ash launches Lorgar into the air. The eagle spots her and opens its mouth to devour her. But Lorgar shifts into her wolf form and slaps the beast away with a powerful swipe. Lorgar doesn't stop there and continues to torment the beast with relentless attacks. Andrea, seeing an opening, decides to ready her divine golden arrow. As Lorgar and the monster crash to the ground, Lorgar is exhausted. She's drained everything she has. Ash quickly rushes to her side and rescues her. Andrea releases her arrow, and it finds its mark. The explosion is massive, obliterating the creature into bite-sized chunks. The aftermath is a gruesome rain of monster remains. With the battle over, Ash hands Lorgar over to her father. She warns him that while Lorgar is alive, she's in critical condition. Even the best herbs will only prolong her life for a short time. The only thing that can save her is proper healing, which means returning to Grey Castle. The father, desperate, offers anything to save his daughter. Before anything is done, though, Ash asks if he acknowledges the results of the holy duel. He agrees without hesitation, declaring the Osha clan as victors. The crowd erupts in cheers, solidifying the Osha clan's victory. Sister Echo steps forward, walking toward the jubilant crowd. She introduces herself as the matriarch of the Osha clan, Drow Silvermoon, though she also goes by Echo, hailing from Grey Castle's Witch Union. She recounts how her life was shattered by the Iron Whip clan, losing everything, including her clan members who were forced into exile. She wandered the port of Clearwater until she eventually found refuge in the capital city of Grey Castle. In Grey Castle, she was saved by a witch organization. She moved to a small village in the western region, where she took on the name Echo. She confesses that compared to her former identity as Drow Silvermoon, she prefers her new name. While her past was filled with pain, she found greater happiness in the border town, a place that transformed from insignificance to prosperity. She credits a certain ruler for this change, Roland Wimbledon, the king of Grey Castle. He is the one who reshaped her fate. Ash, standing in the background, suddenly realizes that this wasn't the speech Echo was supposed to deliver. Andrea notices too, but they can't deny that Echo's words are genuine, coming straight from her heart. Echo continues, acknowledging that everyone is likely wondering why she's sharing her story. After all, Grey Castle belongs to the Northerners, and it seems irrelevant to the Sand People. While this may have been true in the past, things have changed. Under Roland's rule, people of all races and backgrounds are welcomed. There's no discrimination, and the king has already embraced all from ordinary humans to witches, to foreigners. This is proof of Roland's mercy and generosity. Now he wishes to save the Sand People from the desert's brutal conditions. He wants to bring them fresh water, oases, and a future, just as he did for the witches. Echo shares that she is here on Roland's orders, as the matriarch of her clan, to deliver a message. Roland wishes to become the chief of Mojin, uniting the desert people under his rule. The crowd murmurs in surprise. Roland, it seems, wants to be the leader of all the clans, just like an envoy of the three gods. Out of the sea of people, one guy raises his hand to object. He argues that since no other king is Mojin, then how could he be ruler of the desert? His question carries weight. Even Ash starts to worry about how Echo will respond. With a beautiful, cunning smile, Echo fires back, asking if the envoys of the three gods in the past were all Mojin. The answer, of course, is no. The envoys are said to be genuine giants, legendary beings with no fixed appearance. One had 4 feet and 3 hands, while another had countless heads, but none of them were Mojin. But the loudmouth continues to object. This time he claims that the law of the envoys states that someone can only become the master of the southernmost region if they can create countless oases and impose extreme hunger, thirst, and death on the people. He questions whether the king Echo speaks of is capable of such a feat. First, Echo makes it clear that Roland can't turn the southernmost region into a land filled with greenery. However, he is willing to welcome all the Sand People into Grey Castle. Once there, they can live next to lakes and forests. No one will ever have to suffer from thirst or sandstorms again. That's the promise Roland has made. He will provide them with a new oasis, and that oasis is the north. It will forever be filled with an abundance of resources and riches. Tolum finally understands the true plans of the Osha clan. They never came seeking something as trivial as revenge. They came to usher in a new order. Yet, the patriarch of the Blackwater clan continues to dismiss Echo's words and refuses to acknowledge any validity behind them. He reminds everyone of what happened to the Blackbone clan and the Sandstone clan. They believed in the words of Garcia, and both met tragic ends. According to him, all the Sand People will only end up with as much land as they can grasp, forced to fight for territory just like in the southernmost region, and ultimately serve their conquerors. But his words fall on deaf ears. No one seems to share his cynical view. Tolum knows why. Swaying the crowd with words might have worked before the duel, but not after. Everyone has seen that the Osha clan hasn't killed a single person since the holy duels began. No other clan can claim such mercy. Supporting the King of the North suddenly doesn't sound like a bad idea. Echo continues, explaining that while evil people exist everywhere, even in the North, the Queen of Clearwater might have been ill-intentioned, but that doesn't mean everyone there is the same. She emphasizes that Garcia Wimbledon was after soldiers, not citizens. That's the key difference between her and Roland. That's why she eliminated Blackbone and Sandstone, the two strongest powers. Roland is different. He sees the Sand People as his own. Anyone, regardless of their clan or strength, can enter the Kingdom of Grey Castle. He doesn't require the Sand People to make sacrifices. No enlightened ruler would stand idly by while his people die unnecessarily. Changus then asks what price they must pay to join the North. After all, nothing in this world is free, so why should Roland help the Sand People without receiving something in return? Though, whatever the price, the old man is willing to accept it. Sister Echo reassures him that Roland only asks for a simple favor from his people, which is that they work. She proudly announces that all he wants is for his people to work for their king and themselves. He wants his people to earn salaries, improve their quality of life, receive education, and raise their children. These are the things he longs for. Roland believes there is a path in this world that doesn't require constant killing and suffering. No more will Sand People shed blood, sweat, and tears for oases that might vanish one day. She asks them if they want to wait for tear deaths, or do they want a happy ending that promises prosperity for all. Of course, the crowd erupts in unison, wanting to live with her, and they all beg her to take them there. Iron Axe feels proud of Echo for finally doing what needed to be done. Echo further assures them that time will eliminate any lingering doubts. She urges everyone to start packing immediately. They will gather at the small oasis, and those who haven't decided yet need not worry. They can weigh their options and come to a final conclusion. She promises that some will be led to the north and given a nice place to settle. As long as everyone follows Grey Castle's laws, Roland will protect them. All the men drop to their knees, ready to serve the chief. Later, we cut to Neverwinter, where Roland receives the good news. The Sand People are willing to follow the Northern King. Roland couldn't be happier that taking over the southern region has been a success. Later, Roland then calls Nana, Maggie, and Lightning. He wants them to take a trip to Iron Sand City, as there's a report of a witch who's been mortally wounded and needs Nana's healing touch. He instructs them to be ready tonight as they'll set off tomorrow. He doesn't want them to rush, only ensuring they arrive at Fallen Dragon Ridge tomorrow night and Iron Sand City the day after, where Ash will meet them. While Lightning and Maggie are excited about the adventure, Lightning protests that Roland shouldn't explore the snowy mountains without her. If he did, she'd cry all day for missing such a great adventure. Roland laughs at her fretfulness but seriously acknowledges her request, assuring her that she will play a crucial role in the exploration. The scene then cuts to Third Border City. At the mine entrance, Roland has built a gigantic door, a project that cost him a third of Bordertown's metal supply. At least it will block any demonic beasts from entering the mines. Phyllis uses one of the magic stones to light up the dark mine as they venture further inside. Curious Wendy suddenly asks Roland why he calls this place Third Border City. If the border area is considered the first location and this is the third border city, then where is the second border city? Roland simply states that the name fits perfectly. He believes the number 3 is ideal for strongholds. Wendy doesn't want to delve too deeply into the rationale. If Roland likes it, she's fine with it. Roland assures her that the name isn't important. The important thing is that it will be remembered forever. Phyllis, however, has no clue what Roland is rambling about. So Wendy explains that he just rambles sometimes, and there's nothing to worry about. As they continue deeper, they finally meet the Maze Ruin Witches, who have set up camp under the mountains. Roland is both astonished and thrilled to finally meet them in person after all this time. Nightingale is trailing Roland from closely behind while hiding under her mist, making sure that these witches don't pull anything shady. Pasha is amazed by Roland's calm demeanor. He isn't even a little scared. Even the Tequila Witches usually lose their composure when witnessing in Primeval Vessel for the first time. As Pasha extends her hand for a handshake, one of the witches, Alethea, snaps at Roland. She believes he only dispatched one mortal team to escort the artifact, a team that, in her eyes, is woefully inadequate for providing proper security. It seems as if he sent those few mortals just to spy on them. Before Alethea can get more riled up, another witch stops her. Roland then reveals that the reason he is not scared at all is the fact that fear comes from the unknown. No matter what form you take, you are still witches of Tequila. There's nothing to fear when it comes to things he understands. Agatha has become an extremely valuable member of the Witch Union. Everyone loves and trusts her. Pasha agrees, noting that they have cooperated with each other for quite some time now. Roland reveals that in the face of the devils, they should set aside their prejudices and unite to fight the real threat. Returning to business, Roland wants to inspect the artifact. He is curious to see that coveted item, the one that is said to decide the fate of humankind, and for which the entire devil race is desperate. The artifact is concealed inside a crystal box stuffed with copious amounts of divine judgment stones. Because of these stones, Nightingale sadly admits she can't get too close to it, so Roland steps forward alone. The witches explain that this is the only way to restrict the artifact's influence. Without any divine judgment stones, the citizens in the cities might fall under the artifact's sway. Before Roland touches it, Pasha explains a few things to avoid any mishaps. Wendy then asks if the artifact is really that dangerous. Celine assures her that as long as she isn't facing it alone, she'll be fine. Pasha elaborates that when you open your heart before the artifact, you see fascinating images. Whether you're a witch or a mortal, the crystal will allure you to come inside. She warns them that what they might see isn't completely fictional. It's different from the phantom instrument. What appears in the painted scrolls will have a real impact on reality. That's why she strictly advises never to accept the artifact's summons. Roland then inquires why it's necessary to only come closer to this artifact with multiple people. Pasha explains that once trapped in the divine realm, your body reacts in unpredictable ways, slowed movements, a dazed look, or even incoherent mumbling. That's when you need someone to pull you away from the artifact's influence. Throughout history, many individuals who touch the artifact alone never return to their bodies. Touching it in pairs or trios can significantly lower the risks. Since there are already 5 people present, that's why they're allowing Roland to observe the artifact up close. Alethea explains the second problem. As everyone knows, the huge paintings in the artifact showcase foreign civilizations, and when you see them, they will definitely try to harm you. Furthermore, no one would hold them accountable if Roland ended up scared out of his wits. Of course, Roland isn't fazed at all. He just tells her to open the gate if there's nothing else. As a modern human who has witnessed plenty of alien creatures and horrifying ghosts in movies, his tolerance is way higher than that of people from ancient societies. Finally, the sheets of stone of divine judgment are pulled out, revealing the crimson jewel. Roland proceeds toward the crystal, and they all sit around it. Alethea is annoyed that Roland didn't even flinch, especially since she expected him to get scared like a chicken. However, another witch believes that Roland being scared wouldn't do them any good. In fact, since he is the king, it's only better if he's this resilient. They all discuss how they made a huge mistake letting Roland come here. But let's cut their jibber-jabber and transition to our boy, who now finds himself inside the jewel, surrounded by 4 paintings of the 4 civilizations. While 2 frames contain imagery, 1 frame is empty, most likely belonging to the civilization that has gone extinct. The 4th frame shows the place where he and the witches are currently sitting. He calls out, wondering if they can hear him, but it seems like they can't. He then tries touching the painting where he and the witches are sitting, but he's suddenly spooked when one of the images makes noise. The sound is coming from the image of a devil sitting on a devil's throne. Roland tries speaking with the devil, but the only response he gets is grumbling noises. Then, a massive eye with multiple retinas appears. Roland lets these zesty-ass bastards know that they can't scare him with just this little trick. He greets both specimens from the 2 civilizations. He wants them to sit down and have a little heart-to-heart instead of fighting, but they don't respond to anything Roland says. Then one of the monsters extends its tentacles toward him. Meanwhile, outside, the witches are relieved that he hasn't stumbled across anything nasty yet. Alethea is sure he won't last long. During the Land of Dawn era, the longest a mortal had ever lasted was around 15 minutes. Celine reminds her that even the witches didn't do any better. So how long one lasts in the Divine Land has nothing to do with possessing magic powers. Warriors who had fought devils before usually lasted longer in there, and Lady Alice set the record at nearly 2 hours. So, for a mortal king who usually hides in the background, Roland is already doing quite well. He should be coming out any second now. Alethea thinks he's just hanging in there longer to avoid embarrassing himself in front of everyone. But Celine warns that if he tries to do that, he'll get dizzy, and eventually, he might even faint. Pasha believes that if he faints, it'll actually benefit them. The strain on his mental state might scare him away from wanting to engage with the artifact again, which would be good for everyone. Rather than being scared out of his wits, fainting from fatigue is the best way to retreat. Not only would it reduce his curiosity, but they could also avoid ruining their relationship with Roland. But another 15 minutes pass, and Roland is still hanging in there. It's not that surprising to Pasha though, since Roland has surprised them in many ways before. Still, he has now set a new record. Meanwhile, Nightingale suddenly notices something peculiar, so she quickly reports it to Wendy. Wendy, worried, rushes toward Roland, but Pasha blocks her before she can approach him. The artifact might affect her if she gets too close. Wendy insists on going inside to bring Roland back, but Pasha reminds her that even if she did, she wouldn't be able to bring him back. No matter how many people build a connection with the artifact, they all see different things. That's when Nightingale suddenly pops out of her mist with a revolver in hand. The witches of the tequila go absolutely bonkers with terror at the sight. With no choice, Pasha grabs Roland and throws him toward Wendy. Then, they immediately cover the artifact with the Stone of Divine Judgment. Roland opens his eyes in Wendy's lap, and she worriedly asks if he's all right. He reveals that he saw the Guardian and 2 monsters from the other 2 artifacts. He had a small chat with them, but he's sure they didn't understand him. The Ruin Maze witches are shocked to learn that he encountered the devil and a massive eyeball. Pasha finds it unbelievable. Not only did Roland face the devil and another enemy from a foreign race, but he also managed to hold on for so long. Among everyone, only Alethea had lasted the longest inside the illusion, but even she only stayed in there for about an hour. When they ask Roland to omit the details, he vaguely describes how tentacles suddenly appeared and started restraining both of the specimens. The tentacles continued to hurt them until they were ultimately defeated, despite their efforts to fight back. Celine mentions that it's quite normal for black tentacles to appear. As one's mental state weakens, the artifact's influence grows stronger, leading to hallucinations, illusions, and tentacles. But what Alethea doesn't understand is the fact that the mortal king witnessed the complete opposite. The tentacles attacked the enemies, not him. Furthermore, Roland saw the guardians of 2 civilizations, and not only did he come out unscathed, but he also forced them to retreat. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that Roland's mental state is as strong as Lady Alice's, the Queen of Comet City. Roland then expresses his gratitude for them dragging him out, because honestly, he had walked through that borderless place for so long that he was too lazy to walk back himself. Pasha then asks if he wants to explore the artifact even further. Roland shakes his head with no. There are only 4 paintings in there, and no matter how much he stares at them, nothing will change. Now he wants to see the central vessel next. The central vessel looks like a lump of grotesque flesh. Countless witches sacrificed their souls and merged with this entity, all in hopes of deciphering the records and archives left behind by the underground civilization. Roland is quite bewildered as to why it's chained up like this, especially since it houses many witches of Tequila, including Lady Eleanor, the 3rd seat of the Alliance. Pasha reminds him that these tentacles are powerful enough to crack mountains and rocks. Since this entity lacks a proper conscious mind, not restraining it could lead to serious problems. Roland acknowledges that, aside from imprisoning it, there doesn't seem to be any other option. Still, he feels sad that all those witches sacrificed everything for Tequila, only to be trapped here in the darkness with no freedom at all. Pasha reveals that they once tried testing whether the entity retained any emotions. Unfortunately, they never got an answer to that question. Souls that have merged cannot be separated using the core. As a result, they remain completely cut off from the outside world, unable to recognize anything happening around them. Furthermore, Alethea believes that merging with Lady Eleanor is every Tequila witch's fate, and the same applies to them. Hence, there's no need to feel remorseful about it. Celine then reveals that when they asked the central vessel whether it should be completely restricted, all 3 main tentacles responded with a firm yes. If that hadn't been the case, they wouldn't have restrained it to this extent. Roland then tells them about Soraya, who can paint objects with ultimate durability, and another girl, Softfeather, who can make objects sticky. If they work together, they could create something even stronger than chains. Using this method to restrict the vessel would also prevent harming it. So, if they allow him, he can make it possible. The witches are more than willing to have his help. But before leaving, Roland wants to ask the vessel a very important question. Once he gets permission, he poses a simple arithmetic problem. If he has 2 baskets and each contains 2 apples, would there be 4 apples in total? The vessel responds affirmatively. The witches, on the other hand, are bewildered as to why Roland is asking such a basic question. Roland keeps the same question but scales up the numbers to assess the vessel's arithmetic skills. Once again, the central vessel responds correctly. Roland is pleased to see that the entity is capable of calculating numbers much faster than a layman. Even though it can only answer yes or no, it could still prove extremely useful to the mathematics department. They could use it to validate calculations, reducing the chances of errors. He compliments the vessel, calling it an impressive marvel. However, Pasha reminds him that the vessel is incapable of fluent communication. But to Roland, even yes or no responses is still a form of communication. He then decides to push the vessel further. He asks if one main tentacle is equivalent to 1, and 2 main tentacles equal 2, can it light up all 3 tentacles to represent 3? Of course, the vessel fails to do so. Pasha grimly explains that this is beyond its capacity. It had to express its agreement in a more complicated way, and got confused in the process. She mentions that they have tried asking the vessel to express simple ideas and even short sentences. However, once it encounters a question that cannot be answered simply with yes or no, it slows down significantly and becomes confused, just like it did now. Hearing this, Roland begins to wonder if he has triggered some kind of logical barrier within the vessel's mind. So he asks Pasha if the vessel will be all right. Pasha assures him that it will recover after a moment of rest. She once asked the vessel contradictory questions, which resulted in it remaining unresponsive for several weeks. After this little experiment, Roland realizes that the vessel is not a simple plug-and-play tool. If he cannot find a way for it to answer complex questions using only yes or no, then it would be almost useless. If only he could transport it to the mathematics department. But that isn't possible right now, as he has yet to gain the full trust of the Tequila Witches. For now, he decides to wait until the exploration of the Snowy Mountains is complete. More than anything, he still needs to build trust with the Tequila Witches. Currently, only a rough frame of this underground city has been constructed, serving merely as a temporary underground residence. Only once tunnels connect the numerous peaks of the impassable mountain range could they consider it a true hidden stronghold. With artillery installations and military fortifications above ground, it could then be incorporated into Neverwinter's outermost defense line. Later, back in the castle, the shocked faces of Misan, Kyle Sichi, and a few other important figures reveal their disbelief. They are utterly baffled after seeing the Tequila Witches, who resemble nightmarish monsters. The only person who remains composed is Iris. Roland attempts to read her expression, but he fails completely. Regardless, Roland formally introduces the Witches of Tequila, explaining that they will be crucial allies in the fight against the Devils. Right now, their immediate goal is to cooperate in exploring the Snowy Mountains. Given the wonders everyone has witnessed over the past 2 years, Roland hopes they will not struggle to accept the existence of these witches. Barov then raises his concerns. The finance department is in the final stage of balancing its accounts, so he strongly advises against any changes to current plans. Additionally, the months of demons have yet to pass, and they have already dispatched one team to the southernmost region. Sending another team to the Snowy Mountains could leave them with insufficient troops stationed in the border city. Meanwhile, Knight Carter expresses his skepticism about the new allies. As far as he is concerned, the witches could betray them at any time. Another military officer adds that deploying more troops might strain their food supply, which could lead to unrest among the citizens if word about these new allies spreads. Carl voices his own concerns. He worries that the witches' settlement in the northern mountains could lead to unintended consequences. If they excavate too much, they might cause catastrophic collapses in key mining areas. One by one, everyone pleads with Roland to reconsider his decision. At this moment, Roland silences them all and reveals his grand plan, which is to unite all regions by the next year. Not only that, but the following year will mark the official celebration of his ascension to the throne. Once he becomes the official king of Grey Castle, those present will become the first ministers of his court, responsible for managing the entire nation alongside him. The room falls into stunned silence, the weight of his words sinking in. Those present feel honored by the prospect of holding such prestigious titles and influence. Roland continues, explaining that Grey Castle's territory has expanded like never before. They now rule the western deserts, the eastern islands, and soon they will be the sole rulers of the southern lands and the northern plains. To ensure the nation's stability, the First Army will be extremely busy in the coming year. With only a few troops left to guard Neverwinter, exploring the Great Snowy Mountains is more crucial than ever. He cannot afford to encounter unexpected dangers at critical moments. Knight Carter questions whether they could explore the mountains using only the First Army and the Witch Union. Roland explains that in tunnels devoid of light and filled with fierce winds, guns and cannons will be of limited use. There will be no ideal locations for artillery, and they lack proper maps of the area. If they encounter a hybrid monster in such conditions, the casualties among the First Army could be devastating. This is why he insists on teaming up with the Tequila Witches. The Witches of Tequila and the Witch Union can perfectly complement each other's abilities. The First Army will secure the rear and the already explored tunnel openings, ensuring all escape routes remain viable at all times. This is the best approach. No matter how difficult this plan may seem, everyone present is here to solve complications, not create them. If they cannot fulfill their roles, then City Hall has no need for them. With that said, Roland turns to Barov and asks if he still has issues with accounts and logistics. The old administrator, seeing the determination in Roland's eyes, has no choice but to comply. He assures Roland that there will be no issues and that he will present revised reports with updated future plans. One by one, the others acknowledge their responsibilities and duties as well. Once the situation settles, Roland instructs Iris to repeat the finalized plan. Iris begins narrating, explaining that for this mission, Tequila will dispatch 50 witches to cooperate with the fighters of the Witch Union. The First Army, under Brian's command, will contribute 500 men. The remaining troops will stay behind to guard Neverwinter under Night Carter's leadership, handling the demonic beasts that have been attacking the borders. Once she finishes relaying the details, Roland moves to dismiss the meeting. However, Iris suddenly interrupts, expressing her desire to be part of the expedition as well. She wants to accompany the First Army to the Great Snowy Mountains in the west. Barov immediately voices his concerns, reminding her of the dangers ahead, especially since she is neither a witch nor a soldier. But Iris stands firm. She reveals that she was once a sword-fighting instructor for knights, and few can withstand more than 5 moves against her. When it comes to demonic beasts, she is more than capable of defending herself. Roland then asks for her reasoning. She explains that the looming battle of divine will is a threat that none of the ministers can even begin to describe. They know nothing about the devils or the underground beings they may face. This lack of knowledge could hinder their ability to assist in managing the city. Some may think that dealing with devils is solely the First Army's responsibility, but in truth, every department must understand the threats they face. Hence, to assist Roland with this matter of the country, one must understand who they're fighting and how to defeat them. Roland is really glad she brought this up. He liked her response. Her statement gave him a bright idea, which is to let everyone experience war on the front lines before they get promoted on their path to power. That way, the ministers at City Hall will stop underestimating the battle, and they'll stop giving out ridiculous and impractical orders, like how Barov was against cooperation with the Tequila Witches. Anyway, Roland gives her the pass to join and tells her to be prepared for the unknown. Later, we see Iris preparing for her journey. As she packs, her brother Carlin asks how long she'll be gone, to which she replies she has no idea. He also notices she's not bringing her favorite bustier, which makes him wonder if she's not going out to visit noble families or attend fancy banquets. Iris is glad her brother is starting to gain perspective, but he still lacks proper manners. At the very least, he should be graceful in front of a lady. Not only is she trying to teach him manners, she also wants him to keep his true identity under wraps and only take notes of things around him. While doing this job diligently, he also wants to join the department where she works. But Iris believes his contribution isn't required there. The fact that Barov is constantly watching her means that if her brother ends up working with her, Barov will definitely bully him. In that case, as the big sister, she'd have to take action against it. If the reputation of the Candle family gets damaged, Roland's judgment of him will always be affected. So no matter how distant their relationship may seem on the outside, outsiders will still see them as a unit. In other words, no matter what he does in the future, he must understand that he's not doing it for himself. He's representing the entire family. Her brother thinks for a moment and promises to keep it in mind. She reflects on how her brother is clumsy and weak, not quite fitting to become the next heir of the family. But that doesn't matter, as the concept of nobility doesn't exist in the new government. She's sure her brother understands why they stayed in the city of Neverwinter. Her brother then asks where she's going and for how long, because he doesn't want to stay alone in this big place. She frowns at his insensitive remark, especially since he's the one who wanted such a big house, forcing her to spend 500 golden royals. Anyway, she reveals that where she's going is currently a secret. But if he wants to be part of this secret, he'll have to pay for it. Her brother is willing to cough up whatever is needed. So, she finally reveals her plans. She'll be visiting the Great Snow Mountain in the western region, and she'll be joining the First Army. Curious, her brother wants more details, asking what the purpose is. She explains that the place might be full of unknown monsters and perhaps enemies from a foreign race. It could be anything. They've also encountered comrades with tentacles, so it'll be a battle of monsters against monsters, something to behold. While her brother almost craps his pants at the mention of monsters, he asks why she's not scared at all. But Iris is actually quite excited. You see, the only reason they serve Roland is to achieve great power and protection. Power comes from the land and its people, so the more complex the people are, the richer the land becomes. The ancients, the foreigners, and even the devils have chosen to work with Roland, which means humans need to find power that can rule over humanity and all things beyond. Now that she has explained everything he wanted to know, she wants him to pay her back for what he owes. The next scene takes us down memory lane with Lorgar. There, she is seen going up against a massive centipede. But being the great fighter she is giving the monster a run for its money. Once she takes that giant monstrosity down, we learn that this was actually her first hunt. when she was only 12. From then on, she fell in love with the thrill of fighting and killing. In pursuit of her passion for battle, she also went one-on-one with a poisonous scorpion and defeated it without a hitch. Then came the wolves of the desert. She overestimated herself and ended up getting ganged up on by a bunch of wolves. But as she was on the brink of death, her powers awakened. She transformed into a massive wolf, and all those desert wolves instantly submitted to her. With 3 major challenges conquered, her last opponent was the same 4-winged demonic eagle. As she fights the eagle, Lorgar begins to wake up from her dream. But she does not want to wake up, she wants to keep fighting. Eventually, she wakes up in her bed. Seeing her awake, her caretaker rushes toward her with a rag in hand, intending to tend to her. But Lorgar is not some weak girl. She quickly notices that she has been completely healed. There are no wounds on her hands, and her legs are as good as new. She then wraps the blanket around her naked body and gets out of bed. She questions her caretaker about what happened while she was unconscious. The caretaker reveals that the Northerners brought a new goddess over, and she healed all of Lorgar's wounds. She didn't even use any herbs. With just a wave of her hand, all of the wounds miraculously disappeared. Lorgar finally realizes that Ash was not lying when she claimed that someone exists who can heal her. The caretaker further reveals that the goddess who healed her is no longer in Iron Sand City because the Asha clan took the first batch of sand people and has already started their journey to the southern region of Grey Castle. This comes as a great surprise to Lorgar. To think the Osha clan has started their operation so soon. Out of curiosity, she asks her caretaker how long she was unconscious. The caretaker promptly holds up 3 fingers. She then fills Lorgar in on the events that took place over the last 6 days. Apparently, the Wildwave clan took over the Blackwater clan, which was critically weakened. Together, they challenged them to a divine duel, but the Blackwater Patriarch didn't fight. He forfeited. Now the Wildflame clan has taken the 3rd rank. Since they lost their number 1 position, the caretaker fears they will now have to leave the castle as well. After taking it all in, Lorgar decides to meet her father, but her caretaker suddenly reminds her to put on a hood to cover herself. There have been many outsiders in the stone castle, and some of them are here to discuss matters with the Patriarch. But Lorgar refuses to wear the hood. She is done hiding. She remembers her father's words, how he wanted her to hide her animal traits from the public eye because, as head of the clan, she might attract a lot of unwanted attention. But Lorgar is done hiding. She does not care if she looks different from a normal human. It does not change the fact that she is a warrior. So with her chin up, she proudly walks through the bustling marketplace and arrives at the castle to meet her father. The guards at the gate are glad to see her recovered. Anyhow, as soon as she enters the castle, she sees her father arguing with a man named Kabucha. Apparently, he wants Changuz to leave the castle, claiming he does not belong there. But Changuz argues that they were promised at least 3 days to move out, so the unnecessary aggression makes no sense. Changuz's right-hand man quickly draws his sword, ready to fight this bastard. But Changuz stops him before things escalate any further. It is then that they suddenly notice Lorgar standing at the gate. While her father and his people are relieved and happy to see her in full health, that bastard trying to kick her father out is in an absolute frenzy. It just does not make sense to him. How is she alive when she had been critically injured? It is literally impossible. They had seen her bones shatter when she fell from the platform. Some of them are also shocked by her appearance, as they had never noticed her tail and animal-like ears before. Lorgar walks toward them with confidence and lets them know that she fully acknowledges the loss of the duel and is willing to leave the throne. However, she wants to have a little chat with this so-called patriarch named Kombucha. The bastard quickly responds, sternly yapping about how he has won, and since she is no longer the head of the top clan, she has no right to set foot in the castle. Lorgar shuts this bastard up with a swing of her claw, causing him to stagger backward and fall. She makes it clear that while the Wildflame clan now ranks 3rd, she still won't stand for any bastard yapping at her father so bluntly. Not to mention, this area is the heart of all clans, where everyone is allowed to enter. So if this bastard wants to throw a tantrum, he can do it somewhere else. Kombucha's men take their master and start leaving before they get their asses whooped any more than they already have. Changuz's son vows to his father that they will take back their title as the number 1 clan in the coming months. While the soldiers swell with pride and excitement upon hearing this, Lorgar takes everyone by surprise when she reveals that she is planning to bid farewell. She wants to leave this place. Her brother questions her about the reason behind this unusual decision. Lorgar does not respond and remains quiet. Eventually, their father tells everyone to leave, intending to have a private chat with his daughter. Even her brother has no choice but to leave. Now that they are alone, the old man asks if she wants to migrate north. She responds affirmatively. She wants to go to the southern region of Grey Castle, find Ash, and then travel to the city of Neverwinter with her. But her father reminds her of the role she must fulfill in the Wildflame clan. To this, she reminds him that if they settle in the southern region, there will be plenty of oases, so they will no longer need to fight for water and food. After all, this has always been his plan. She knows that this is the only reason he did not accept the Wild Wave clan's challenge. She is certain that her father would never forfeit just because the enemy is strong. No matter how strong the Wild Wave clan is, he would always try his best to make them pay. That was how they became one of the most powerful clans in Iron Sand City. He did not accept the holy duel because he believes it has lost its meaning. Fighting without purpose will only result in meaningless deaths, and her father is too smart to let that happen. It's as if she can see through her father like the back of her hand. Her sharp perception causes the old man to crack a smile. Perhaps she is too smart, or perhaps she has gained the instincts of a wolf, or maybe it's a bit of both. The only reason he hadn't spoken about this was that he wanted to hear her thoughts after she woke up. Lorgar sets the record straight. She is not the brightest person out there to seek advice from. All she cares about is fighting, so she only listens to her fists. Every time she fights, she can feel what kind of person her opponent is. She recalls how, when she was little, her father taught her how to fight. She has withstood fists, kicks, and all sorts of weapons, so it's only natural for her to understand her father's thought process. The old man gives his daughter a sly grin and asks if she can fully trust Ash. From Lorgar's experience, she reveals that Ash is like a towering mountain, capable of bringing despair, but mountains have always been silent, and Ash never bothers to lie. Ash has a strong will to protect, and she is certain that the person Ash is protecting seems kind and warm toward her. The old man is glad to hear this. Since she is heading to the southern region in a few days, he decides to leave with her. But Lorgar does not want her father or the rest of the clan to tag along. If she arrives there first, she will be able to scout the oasis and the land Roland has promised before the entire clan arrives. You see, while she completely trusts Ash, she does not want to trust the person behind her so easily. While Ash may not have lied to them, there is a chance that Roland has deceived her. If the King of Grey Castle dares to deceive them, they will make sure he pays. But her father chooses to be a little optimistic and is willing to place his faith in Sister Echo's words. This also means that the King of Grey Castle could be a potential son-in-law for him. Of course, Lorgar gets annoyed and starts yelling. Besides, she is certain that Roland would never fall for a half-beast, half-human monster. The reason she wants to visit Grey Castle is because of the foreign enemies gathering there, and she wants to see them personally. It has nothing to do with loyalty. Her father eventually agrees to let her walk her own path. The night has descended, and Lorgar has continued her journey to the north. Once she is far enough from her hometown, she strips bare, and under the starry night, she transforms into her werewolf form. Grabbing her bag with her mouth, she dashes through the desert. We then cut to Roland, who is sitting in his office when suddenly, Anna sits on his desk, just like Nightingale used to do. Of course, Roland is not used to seeing Anna in place of Nightingale. We then flash back to the past, where Nightingale has a final conversation with Anna before sailing to Sand City. Anna promises to take care of Roland and everyone, and also hopes that Nightingale returns home safely. In the present, as Anna leans toward Roland, they both begin to heat up, ready for some foreplay. But they are soon interrupted by 76, who spooks the hell out of them. Roland is bewildered to see her, especially since he had been sure that Phyllis would be eager to explore the ruins of the underground located in the Great Snowy Mountains. Phyllis admits that her fellow sisters wanted her to tag along, but she stayed behind to protect Majesty Roland. After all, she is extremely familiar with the castle, and she also knows every witch here. Anna is happy to hear this. She admits that even she is utterly powerless against the Stone of Divine Judgment. But Phyllis can manipulate anti-demon domains. Even when her opponent is a transcendent, she can still fight them without being at a disadvantage. So she is very glad to have Phyllis's help. But Phyllis humbly downplays her contributions, as she is merely doing her job. She then twirls around and proceeds to leave since there does not seem to be any danger lurking around. She further assures them that they can continue their foreplay as she won't mind. As the night deepens, we cut back to Roland, who is lighting up his night by clapping Anna once again. He gets on top of her for some fun, and once he falls asleep, he wakes up in the dream world. It looks like Zero has already prepared breakfast, and she is curious to know why he woke up late, to which he reminds her that it's a holiday today, and besides, he has plenty of things to do at night as an adult, so he doesn't see anything wrong with sleeping a little more. Zero makes a sassy remark, asking what he even does at night. As far as she has seen, he gets home earlier every day than her, meaning he is some loser who clearly does not have any friends or a career. Her bluntness catches Roland off guard, so he quickly tries to justify himself, saying that he is going out on a date later today. After a while, Roland gets up in his formal suit, ready for the date. Now that he is ready, he gets out and proceeds to knock on Garcia's apartment door. But before he can, he hears Zero screaming and running out of the apartment building. She looks terrified as she claims to have seen an unknown person inside. Roland rushes inside to check. The person does not seem like anyone we have seen before. Even Roland does not recognize this person, so he proceeds cautiously. But as fate would have it, the lady in front of him is Phyllis, who is astonished to see Roland there. Of course, Roland is also boggled out of his mind. Zero has the same bewildered reaction to see this woman calling him Majesty. Phyllis once again confirms her identity. Roland, on the other hand, is trying to wrap his head around how she was able to enter his dream world. For a moment, he wonders if this world is opening up and allowing others to enter as well. But if that's the case, then why wasn't Anna able to enter? Before Roland can ask her any questions, Zero butts in with questions of her own. First of all, she wants to know why this woman is calling him Majesty. Roland quickly comes up with an excuse on the spot, stating that she is a distant relative of his. As for her calling him Majesty, it's just a joke between them, and they basically grew up together, so it's pretty normal. Of course, Zero is not buying this bullcrap because he was just as shocked as her when he failed to recognize Phyllis. But Roland turns the question back at her, making it clear that she was the one panicking and nearly peeing her pants. As Roland and Zero continue their back and forth, Phyllis apologizes to Roland, explaining that she didn't mean to scare anyone. Eventually, Zero kicks Roland over the insult he caused her and begins to storm off. While Roland feels embarrassed after getting hit by a little girl, Phyllis notices that Roland doesn't appear to be the noble king in this realm. But Roland reveals that he is, in fact, the master of this world. Anyway, they head into the room to have a chat. First, Roland makes sure to verify that the person he's speaking to is indeed Phyllis. Once he confirms it, he proceeds to start the conversation. The first thing to note is that she must be wearing the appearance of her former self. Right now, Roland's most curious about how and why she's here. Phyllis admits that she doesn't remember much. It was already quite late, and she was about to sever her connection with her body. She just wanted to fall into a deep sleep to regain her energy. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself here. She also wants to learn about this place and why Roland calls it a dream world. Well, as the name suggests, this world only exists when he is dreaming. But he is not sure if that rule still applies right now. Though it's pretty bizarre to see other people enter this world. It's like someone has entered his memory without his consent. He decides to run some tests to figure out how everything works. Roland places a ladder in the middle of the room and reveals how his dream ends when he falls from a great height. He asks Phyllis to try climbing the ladder and falling into the bed, after which he'll remove himself from the world too. If things go smoothly, he wants her to wait for him in the main hall, and he'll meet up with her shortly. But instead of climbing the ladder, she gets uncomfortably close to Roland and requests that he pinch her hard. Roland is unsure if this is necessary, as pain won't wake her up. He knows this because he's tried this before, but Phyllis insists that she just wants to feel it. Realizing that her desire to feel pain comes from the fact that witches of divine punishment can't feel anything with their bodies, Roland decides it might be worth it for her to feel something in the dream. As soon as he pinches her, the woman starts to moan and groan. While the moans are due to the pain, they sound more like moans of pleasure. Meanwhile, Zero is eavesdropping with her ear pressed to the door to catch all the juicy details. Poor girl ends up hearing more than she bargained for, leading to intense embarrassment. Phyllis, on the other hand, is absolutely enjoying the thrill from the pinch. After catching her breath, she lights up like a kid in a candy store and asks for more. Roland suggests that she can do something like that herself, but Phyllis believes that hurting herself with her own hands is not much fun. While she is inside this dream world, she wants to make the most out of it. What if she loses the ability to come back here after waking up? So for now, she wants this dream to last a little longer. Roland acknowledges her wishes and agrees to give her what she wants. Just as Phyllis expresses her gratitude, Zero starts banging on the door, reminding them that the tea is ready. Roland is left confused, wondering what the hell she's doing here this time. She usually would have refused to talk to him after getting frustrated, but now she's even making tea. Not to mention, she's banging on the door like she's desperate to deliver it. When the angry girl bursts in, she seems empty-handed, so Roland asks her where the tea is. She sternly tells him it's in the dining room and that he can go get it himself. Also, she doesn't want him making weird noises, as she's trying to focus on her work. Out of frustration, Roland simply shuts the door in her face. Phyllis then curiously asks who she is. Instead of revealing Zero's identity, Roland just says she's a tenant who leeches off him, so there's nothing to worry about. Phyllis requests that Roland continue the pain-inflicting session, promising to stay quiet this time. Roland finds this whole situation exhausting. There are literally millions of other things she could experience, but she just wants to feel pain? This is next-level stuff. Roland suggests showing Phyllis around. This place is completely new to her, something she's never seen before. Later, Roland gets a phone call from Garcia, who's yelling at him for not meeting her, despite them already planning it. She's so loud that Roland literally has to pull the phone away from his ear. He tries to get away by telling her that he has a surprise guest at home, so he has to keep them company and can't leave. But Garcia isn't buying his excuse. She even made an effort to invite the seniors from the association, but she didn't know Roland would ditch the plans at such a critical moment. Roland pretends the signal is bad while sitting in a taxi and cuts the call. Later, they arrive at the shopping mall. Phyllis sits with Zero while Roland comes back with a tray full of KFC food. Zero is bewildered at the massive quantity of food. She thinks Roland shouldn't have brought so much or spent so much money just because he got a job. But Roland reminds her that it's not every day they come here, so she should appreciate the generosity he's showing instead of complaining. He then hands a burger to Phyllis as well. As soon as she takes a bite, literal tears start pouring down her face as if she's eaten something ungodly. Zero is confused as to why she is crying for no reason. Roland explains that it's been a long time since Phyllis ate anything. Her family doesn't treat her well. They always wanted a boy, but they got her instead. Internally, Roland reflects that a simple meal like this is something a witch of divine punishment would fight for, even if it cost them their life. Since he's not sure if Phyllis can enter this dream world again, he wants to treat her well and make her as much happy as he can. Phyllis loves the food so much that she ends up eating a mountain of unhealthy burgers. Roland, on the other hand, is relieved it's just an ordinary restaurant. If it were something fancy, his wallet would probably be crying in the corner by now. Once they've eaten enough, Roland decides to bring up the topic of dreams. He asks Phyllis if she noticed anything unusual before she was transported into the dream. Phyllis thinks for a moment and claims that nothing special happened back then. She was just leaning against the wall, cutting off her consciousness like usual to recover energy while staying alert. Roland asks if she can still sense changes in the outside world when she cuts off her consciousness. Phyllis replies that she can't control her body when she enters that state, but she can still sense danger. She can't really explain how, but it's like a different feeling, one she can't describe. Celine called it a latent connection. While they're talking, Zero is lost and doesn't understand what they're discussing. Roland simply tells her that they're just having a therapy session and educates her not to interrupt when adults are talking. If she's bored, she can go to the park and watch other people. Zero, a little frustrated, eventually walks off, leaving the two of them behind. Phyllis continues and reveals that when she enters a slumber, she should be floating in complete darkness. There should be no light, no voice, nothing at all, and she is incapable of moving. However, this time she arrived in Roland's dream world. She was too shocked to speak. Fortunately, she bumped into him soon enough. Hearing this, Roland can only think that some external factor must have connected her to his dream world. They both come to the same conclusion. It must be the light pillar. Phyllis is sure their light pillars overlapped, but Roland believes there's more to it. Otherwise, Anna and Nightingale would have ended up here too. Perhaps cutting off one's consciousness is the key factor. Roland thinks deeply about it and eventually has an epiphany. Before he can share his realization, chaos erupts in the restaurant as someone transforms into an undead being. As people start running around in panic, Phyllis recalls how Roland had told her this place was supposed to be safe. Roland reassures her that this is just an anomaly, so she should ignore it. But deep in his mind, Roland is worried. After all, he's supposed to be the master of this world, so why is there an attack while he's out eating? For a moment, he wonders if he's just imagining things, though he's been hearing more reports of people in the dream world awakening strange powers. Most of them don't know how to control their abilities, so they end up becoming monsters. Phyllis is ready to fight the enemy, but she's not sure what it actually is. Roland reveals that their enemy is a fallen evil that just awakened. Calling it a hybrid demon would not be far-fetched. However, it's invincible against normal weapons because it's protected by the power of nature. To defeat it, she'll need to use the same kind of power. Phyllis has no idea what the power of nature is. Roland explains that it's the magic power of this world, and there's no gender restriction on it. To demonstrate, he rips the support railing from a staircase with his bare hands. Roland is now no less than a transcendent, but he can only use these powers in his dream world. Phyllis is glad to hear this, as it means he is no longer a mere mortal. Moving on, Roland questions her if she can still use her magic powers since she is currently in her original body. Now that he says this, Phyllis remembers that she can. With that, Roland flashes her a smile and tells her to get ready to take on some fallen evil. But unsurprisingly, Phyllis struggles to activate her powers, as she's long forgotten how to use them. Eventually, she summons two giant pitch-black hands. Apparently, these are demonic talons, which she can retract or lash out at will. They're much sharper than any metal and can protect her from ambushes while fighting high-level devils. She used them during her battle with the demon army. Roland didn't expect her to be such a powerful fighter witch. To him, she doesn't look like one, so it's natural for him to assume otherwise. She reveals that she was once the guard of the three chiefs during the days of Tequila. After their little talk about her powers, Roland begins ascending the stairs, as the fallen evil would have sensed her magic and should appear any second now. Suddenly, someone crashes down from the roof. It's none other than the fallen evil itself. The monster seems incredibly powerful. It quickly charges its left hand with dark red energy and lunges at them. Phyllis remains unfazed and dashes toward the creature. A giant explosion erupts as the monster's energy crashes into her. The attack is powerful enough to send her flying backward, and she ultimately crashes into Roland. Even after hitting Roland, her momentum doesn't break, and they both fall through the window together. In the aftermath, Roland looks like he's been beaten up worse than a piñata. Despite the huge impact, he only feels a slight numbness in his back, which only indicates that he's gotten stronger. Phyllis doesn't look too great either. She apologizes to Roland for being so complacent, but she assures him there's nothing to worry about. She's got this covered. The fallen evil comes back, kicking Phyllis's broken shadow hand away. It then charges up its left hand again with that same red energy, going all out. But that severed black hand of Phyllis moves on its own, and cuts the bastard's head down. The talon then attaches back to Phyllis's back. She proceeds to grab the power of nature from the monster's hand. She passes it to Roland, and as soon as he takes it, a golden light beams out of it and begins to flow into his body. Roland then decides it's time to leave, as they aren't supposed to be seen there. Though they might have eradicated the evil, not everyone has the right to prosecute it. No matter how evil a creature is, it can only be arrested and interrogated by the professionals. Of course, Phyllis is not used to this kind of laws, so this whole situation seems strange to her. Zero eventually joins them, and the trio begins their journey home. Once they reach the building, they come across Garcia in the corridor. Roland is immediately on edge, expecting the worst since he hung up on her earlier. Before Garcia can lash out at him, Roland points to Phyllis and insists that he indeed had relatives at home, meaning he wasn't making excuses. But Garcia ignores his defense and grabs him by the arm, dragging him along. Phyllis steps in before Garcia can drag Roland off and stops her. She doesn't like how Garcia is treating Roland. After all, he's the ruler of this world. But Roland quickly places his hand over her mouth before she can say anything more. He then instructs both Zero and Phyllis to return to the apartment while he handles things for a few minutes. Once they're out of earshot, Garcia pins Roland against the wall and demands to know if he has made up his mind about joining the association. Before responding, Roland settles into her apartment and requests some water to revitalize himself. Garcia, annoyed, tells him that instead of responding, he's trying to boss her around. Reluctantly, she brings him some chilled water. Roland reveals that reports of fallen evils have been on the rise. He even encountered one himself while out eating. He wonders if the Martial Arts Association has been slacking off, given the significant increase in fallen evil reports. The association contacted the closest martial artists in the area, and she was one of them. But she did not get any chance to do anything since the monster was dead already, and its core was gone, meaning someone must have gotten to it before they did. Well, it looks like she has no clue that Roland is the one who killed that monster and took the core. Roland is curious to know who that might be. Garcia responds that she can't satisfy his curiosity any more than she already has, as it's all highly confidential. She does explain, though, that the rise in reports is due to the corrosion from the outside world worsening, and a calamity might befall this world in the near future. The mention of calamity catches Roland's attention, so he inquires more about it. She claims that no one knows for sure. Maybe the world will end, or everyone will turn into monsters. That's why the association needs more people to stand up and fight against the corrosion. However, this has nothing to do with his background. Every person with the power of nature must take responsibility. She understands his fear and hesitation, but insists that they need to stand up or risk losing everything. Roland takes a moment to reflect. Originally, he wanted to join the association to earn money and gain some reputation. But it seems more complicated than that. He needs the power of the Martial Arts Association to understand what's causing the mutation of the power of nature. As for the corruption from the outside world, he suspects that the Bloody Moon is somehow involved. Meanwhile, Garcia is dying to hear his response about whether he wants to join or not. Finally, Roland decides to enroll. He's ready to fill out any paperwork or legislation required. Later, back at our boy's apartment, Phyllis asks him about the person they encountered earlier. Roland briefs her on how people with awakened powers in this world are called martial artists, and Garcia is one of them. He assures her that no one in this dream world is a threat to him, since only Phyllis knows his true identity. Phyllis believes he created her and everyone else here, so he should have absolute authority. But Roland explains that this isn't how anyone here thinks. Everyone in this world has their own memories and consciousness, and their lives have nothing to do with him. This world operates by its own rules, and he's no exception. It's then that Phyllis realizes that this world is actually a place Roland has spent his life before. She also starts to believe that being the fourth prince of Grey Castle is just a facade he's putting up. Externally, Roland tries to stay calm and asks why she believes this. But internally, he's panicking, wondering how she figured out that he's not really the fourth prince. When he asks why she's assuming this, the lady points out how the city of Neverwinter oddly resembles this dream realm. At first, she had no idea why he was so obsessed with building flat, wide roads, even though only carriages would use them. But now it makes sense. Those roads are for cars. She also knows about his plans to build powerful machines powered by boiling water, and his promises to construct buildings over 10 stories high and wield insanely strong weapons. All of it, ideas from his previous world. Roland is caught off guard, so he decides to twist the truth. He claims he's the fourth prince of Grey Castle. But when he first arrived at Border Town, he mysteriously found new memories in his head. Memories full of alien knowledge. Looks like Phyllis buys it. She's convinced his alien knowledge is a gift from the gods. The witches of Tequila often say the gods don't like humans, but it seems like this isn't the case at all. Now more than ever, she's certain Roland is the key to defeating the devils. When Roland asks why she's suddenly so sure about him, she brings up the four-wheeled metal vehicle she saw a while back. You see, back in the Tequila era, moving supplies to the camps needed tons of horses and carriages, which basically set the limit for how far they could go. So the farther a clan could push, the more powerful it was considered. That's why their enemies always had the upper hand. But in this world, she saw those four-wheeled metal vehicles, longer than any carriage, and they zoomed through like lightning, even while packed with people. That alone says a lot about how powerful this dream world really is. Since the weapons in Neverwinter are inspired by this world, she's dead sure they have a real shot at beating the devils. Roland then reflects on how the potential of the Tequila witches was stifled by the lack of technological progress, leaving them no choice but to abandon their homeland. Phyllis lowers her head in respect. She's finally ready to put her faith in him, even if he's just a regular human. Roland decides it's time to get back to business, and she quickly climbs up the ladder. Right after, she promptly falls down and lands straight back on the bed. Welp. Looks like a simple fall isn't enough to get her out of the dream realm, so Roland decides he'll jump instead. If he wakes up in the real world and she doesn't return with him, this will likely mean that she will be stuck here forever. Sure enough, Roland falls and wakes up right back in his bedroom, with Anna naked alongside him. Roland is just glad that at least the fall method works to wake him up from dreams. He quietly and gently gets out of bed and leaves the room. He heads to Phyllis's room and finds her already awake. Seems like she escaped the dream as soon as Roland woke up. He explains to her that the experiment is only halfway done. They still need to confirm the second part to see whether this is just a coincidence that she ended up in his dream realm, or maybe those light pillars had caused this. He escorts her to the drawing room, where he gets ready to fall asleep again, with Phyllis waiting nearby for him to fully doze off. As soon as Roland falls asleep, his light pillar activates, and since both their light pillars overlap, they're pulled back into the dream world together. Seeing herself back in the dream realm, Phyllis gets overwhelmed with emotion and hugs the king with all her strength. She finally decides it's time to report this to her Tequila companions. If they can get into this world too, they'll be beyond grateful and will be willing to serve him with everything they've got. But Roland's not so sure this is a good idea. It was already tough convincing Zero that Phyllis was her relative. But when she sees all the witches together, Roland has no clue how he's going to survive her fury. That girl is the other creator of the dream world. If she senses something's off, there might be consequences way worse than Roland can imagine. So yeah, he wants to play it safe. In other words, he needs to find another shelter for everyone, maybe an apartment block or something. If Roland wants to house all of them, he's going to need a ton of money just for food and accommodation. Meanwhile, Phyllis starts banging her head on the ground, begging Roland not to deny her companions the chance to exist in this world. Roland reassures her that it's not the witches he's worried about. It's how the hell he's going to afford feeding all of them. Back in the real world, Phyllis decides to take her leave. She wants to deliver this message to her brethren in the third border city as soon as possible. Roland reflects that once the Tequila witches enter the dream world, they won't just be divine punishment warriors with brute strength. They'll be full-fledged witches, each with a unique skill, and they won't be affected by the Stone of Divine Judgment either. He's actually excited. Exploring the dream world will be way easier with those ladies on board. In the long run, they might even learn new stuff. One day, they could uncover the true origin of magic using modern tech. Even after the Battle of Divine Will ends, the Tequila witches could finally have a place to belong. As Roland slips back into bed, Anna notices he's awake. He then tells her everything, his unexpected dream encounter with Phyllis, and all that happened there. Anna's happy to hear this. She's genuinely glad the witches might regain their senses and finally live like normal human beings. They suddenly get into the mood again and decide to have a little fun. Since Roland had been the one going down on her every time they fooled around, this time Anna decides it's her turn, and she blows him away. Cut to the third border city. Inside a tunnel, Phyllis's voice echoes as she spills all the juicy details about the dream world. Now every witch is dying to get in. That's when one of the senior witches shuts everyone up. If all of them suddenly showed up in Neverwinter City, the people might think the Tequila witches are trying to take over. One witch even suspects it might be a trap, but Pasha disagrees. Even if it is a trap, the witches are ready to take the risk and step into this new world. The twin ponytail witch trusts Phyllis 100%, but she admits there's still a chance Phyllis was deceived. Pasha nods in agreement. Whether Phyllis is telling the truth or not, they need solid proof before doing anything big. After all, this whole thing just sounds too good to be true. Pasha then addresses Phyllis, asking if Roland is actually willing to let others enter the dream world. Phyllis responds affirmatively. While Roland did claim that he wouldn't bar anyone from entering, he's not sure how he's going to accommodate everyone there. You see, that world has its own set of rules, just like reality. To avoid influencing and causing unnecessary changes in this world, the first group of people who enter the dream world must meet certain requirements. They will be in charge of paving the way so that more people can enter in the future. Instead of feeling disappointed about the restriction Roland has set, Pasha feels relieved. After all, if Roland had any ill intentions, he would have wanted every witch to get inside and get stuck. Pasha then asks what kind of requirements Roland is talking about. Phyllis reveals that the witches chosen need to be agile, with the ability to lurk, control, or even attack when necessary. Alethea quickly picks up the fact that this king is basically want to use witches to fight in that dream world. Phyllis quickly assures them that they won't be fighting anyone. Though stealing is involved, they're only robbing sinners, so it shouldn't be that bad. Of course, the double ponytail is even more annoyed to hear this. Being a high-tier witch, she's not ready to stoop to gutter tactics. But it looks like the other witches don't mind doing this back-alley work. This only serves to annoy the double ponytail witch even more, so Pasha tries to calm her down. In the dream realm, Roland just woke up in the morning, and Zero is ready to head out for school. But before leaving, she points out how Roland is always sleeping and she's never seen him go out, leading her to believe that he's once again unemployed. Roland spins a tale about how his working hours are quite flexible, giving him enough time to slack off. This only makes Zero even more curious, and she wants to know what kind of work he's doing. To which Roland proudly claims that he's in charge of leading a research team and making discoveries in fields that haven't been touched yet. Well, we all know that's not a lie, but since Zero doesn't understand his gibberish, she simply proceeds to walk out for school before she loses any more brain cells. As Roland is alone, he reveals to us how, around 3 days ago, the few volunteering witches from Tequila experienced the dream world themselves. Once they confirmed Phyllis's claims, they could barely hold back their excitement and longing for the dream world. For the battle of divine will and the well-being of their comrades, the 3 senior witches decided to serve him, accepting him as the only leader for this alliance. Today will be the first day the dream world exploration team takes action. A while later, we reach the warehouse Roland rented with the last bit of money he had. Once he pulls the shutter, his nose catches the delicious aroma of food that the Tequila witches are cooking. The ladies are having the time of their lives, munching down on food and having banter. Roland looks absolutely shocked as well as annoyed. After all, he had tasked one of the witches, Faldi, with monitoring the target, so he's annoyed that everyone is here slacking off. All 4 poor girls end up getting bonked on their heads. Faldi then reports nothing out of the ordinary. Her skill, known as Magic Bug Nest, allows her to attract bugs to herself and have her consciousness connected to theirs. When she releases the bugs, they will search for other magical sources, so her bugs come in handy when she wants to investigate areas that are hard to access. Even though they can't show her any images, they can tell her what kind of magic they've found. This includes the force of nature Roland mentioned. Roland then briefs them about how there are 2 types of magical sources here. One type is constantly moving, while the other barely moves. The moving ones are martial artists like Garcia, who lives in the same building as him. The unmoving ones are fallen evils. These mutated monsters don't leave their shelter unless they're out committing crimes. Fadi then claims to have found 6 dots that may be fallen evils. The one they're monitoring right now is the one living in the wealthy area, which she mentioned previously. It's much more worth it to rob the more expensive places. That way, they can take both the force of nature and the valuables. Once they're done robbing, they can simply dispose of the bodies. Even if the police discover the bodies later on, they will likely just entrust this supernatural case to the Martial Artist Association. The association will assume it's just another case of Awakener scheming in the dark. They'd never expect there to be a new group of robbers in the city. It's finally time to grab their stuff and get going, as they have a pretty long distance to cover. When Roland mentions grabbing the ride, one of the witches envisions a cart pulled by animals. This is when Phyllis briefs them all on how they're going to ride 4-wheeled metal vehicles. Later that night, it's pretty dark in the woods. All the witches are following the path leading to their target. Eventually, they arrive at the area in question. Roland gestures for one of the witches, Dowan, to get into action. Dowan quickly begins casting her magic and forms a barrier around everyone that conceals their presence. They walk through the streets without being noticed. Her magic disconnects in a way that the people outside the circle can't smell them nor sense their magic powers. They finally arrive at the mansion they had been looking for, located in the thick woods. For a moment, Roland feels jealous that while he can only buy instant noodles for his girls, other people are living in grand mansions. Next up is the double ponytail witch, whose task is to make their infiltration a success. As she uses her magic, she begins to sink into the ground and becomes a literal shadow. Once she's infiltrated the mansion, she reports back that the enemy is inside the main hall. Given how violent the target seems, she's sure that their target is just as powerful as a hybrid demon. Roland then asks his other girls if they can deal with the threat. The ladies respond positively. As long as it's not an elite devil, Ling and she can easily deal with it. Finally, they enter the mansion and come across this baldy bastard standing there. This dude seems to be their target. Even Roland can tell that Faldy has caught a big fish to fry. Phyllis then finally lunges at her opponent and literally slices the bastard in half with just her sharp claw. It looks like the thing they killed is not exactly the real fish they should be frying. I think that statue behind Roland looks very shady. He then proceeds to collect the natural force from the baldy bastard they just killed. That's when Faldy notices something unusual. She can still sense the presence of magic, even though they just killed their target. She frantically looks around, only to realize that the statue is the monster she's been sensing. The monster attacks Roland. Phyllis quickly steps in between and rescues him out of the way, saving him from getting burned alive. The monster seems pretty pleased seeing multiple martial artists around for him to tear apart. In his eyes, they're just thieves who steal powers. So he spits out a massive attack, trying to obliterate everyone. The attack is so devastating that it breaks the magic barrier concealing their presence and sends everyone flying backward. Roland takes the brunt of the attack head-on, defending against a beam of dark red energy. The lady can tell that this monster's magic level resembles that of an elite devil. The monster, on the other hand, doesn't appreciate being called a devil. As far as he's concerned, they're the ones who stole power from the divine realm. He then lands back and captures the Shadow Witch under his massive hand. But being the Shadow Witch she is, she slips right through his grasp and jabs him in the eye. After the jab, she slips back into the ground. Her fellow witches feel proud of her, but it seems like that blade only annoyed the creature rather than doing any real damage. The monster gets serious and decides to unleash his full power. Prince Roland is absolutely boggled, watching this all unfold. His face is painted with true horror, something rare for him. He musters up his courage and asks the monster who his master actually is. The demon claims he's the child of infinity, an existence Roland won't understand. Then, the monster rises into the air and comes crashing down, unleashing a massive dark red light. This terrifying red aura seems to nullify the witch's magic. All the witches are eventually caught by these red tentacle-like things emerging from the ground. Roland clenches his fist and threatens the monster to let his friends go. The monster notices that this man doesn't seem affected like the rest of the girls, so he throws a giant laser beam at him, drilling Roland into the wall behind him. Phyllis is going bonkers with frustration, seeing Roland get trashed like this. The blow is so intense that the poor guy ends up coughing up copious amounts of blood. But he stands right back up, and the dark red energy under his influence begins to turn blue. The monster has no idea what's going on. Roland, on the other hand, launches himself at the bastard. The monster tries to retaliate, but that laser beam disappears instantly against Roland's aura. With his fist balled up, he punches into one of the monster's holes and grabs its natural force. The energy around the monster quickly shifts from red to blue, and soon enough, the entire body of the monster turns blue. At first, the monster is confused, but then he realizes that Roland is the creator of this world. He blames our boy for causing immense pain to his master. My guy, however, isn't sure how he could inflict pain to a being he isn't even aware of. What's with this infinity shit? He's got no clue. The monster then claims that Roland is ignorant of everything regarding its master. While his master is capable of everything, he can't stop our boy. Or at least that's what this whiny bitch says. He warns our boy not to come here again, as his actions are causing destruction to his brethren and everyone around them. Roland, though, is sure that the only person who is about to get destroyed is the bastard in front of him. The monster continues his weird ramblings until a blind light crashes down from the sky, obliterating it into smithereens. After the monster's defeat, my guy takes the mansion's keys, loots everything valuable, and proceeds to leave. They also grab a car, which he is driving. He's glad he learned to drive when he was in university and is really enjoying the ride in this luxury car. Meanwhile, the witches are utterly exhausted after just a single fight. They didn't expect their enemies to be so powerful. The monster's power increased so rapidly that it literally didn't make sense. Roland adds that the monster was entirely composed of magic. While he doesn't know what that creature exactly was, he's certain it wasn't a fallen evil. The double ponytail girl wonders if the dream world has a lot of monsters like that one. When the room was covered in shadow, she felt like her entire body was frozen, as though she was being monitored by a terrifying being. That experience was so overwhelming that she can't remember feeling anything like it, even when facing devils. Roland assures her that there shouldn't be many like that. Otherwise, they would have taken over the dream world a long time ago. He doubts even a dozen martial artists could hurt it. Even if the Martialist Association tried to go up against beings like that, the association would cease to exist. Brushing off the current worries, Roland reminds them that they still have a few more missions to grind through before they can start living comfortably without worrying about basic necessities and good food. One of the witches is glad to hear this because she can't imagine not having hot pot in her diet again. Roland reassures the eager girls that hot pot is just the beginning. The world of food is so vast that they'd never be able to try every dish before their lives run out. The witches are even more exhilarated to hear this and are now looking forward to their next mission. Well, it seems like it wasn't that hard to motivate them after all. Literally, all it took was food to lift their spirits. Once they get back home and open the lockup they stole from the mansion, they find jewels, money, and most importantly, a bunch of natural force. Seeing something like this locked away, the only thing Roland can think of is the fact that these guys also use natural force as a form of currency. A while later, Roland gets back into his room, where he finds Zero dozing off over the table. Seems like the poor girl studied herself to sleep. Roland finds this scene rather adorable. He cradles her into his arms and gently puts her on the bed. He suddenly notices her notebooks when he walks out of her room. Deciding to be thoughtful, he decides to put them into her backpack so she won't go to school without them. He picks up one of the books, which mentions pure math. It's actually a subject that looks cool but isn't very practical. In his previous life, he wasn't interested in mathematics back in middle school, so pure mathematics was the least of his concerns. He even refused to take pure math lessons, so he has absolutely no idea what the subject is actually about. But contrary to what Roland had thought, he finds the contents written within the books. Meanwhile, we cut to the expedition team exploring the snowy mountains. There, we meet Lightning, who is writing down every detail in her diary about today. It's day 13 of their adventure. It's been over 2 weeks, but the snow isn't letting up. In fact, it's getting heavier. The good thing is, they've got the best logistics team. The pots and pans on the ship provide them with an abundance of hot water and food. So far, the exploration is going as planned. They're using Margie's magic arc to find the ruins, and then they have Fran control the burrowing worms to create tunnels. The first army entered this way, but the process hasn't been all smooth sailing. The only thing they're sure of is that the mountain is quite hollow. It contains multiple tunnels that are all connected, making it hard to find a cave or tunnel that leads to the ruins. Maggie and Lightning aren't much help in this expedition so far. They can only act as guards or enter narrow caves, observing the cliffs and trenches that the magic arc can't easily reach. Compared to observing ruins, finding the right path to their destination is the most time-consuming and tiring part. Lightning is sure that this is what her father meant when he said an adventure is always full of challenges. Suddenly, Wendy pops into the room, concerned. She reports that while Agatha and the others have returned, there's been an accident. Fran is missing. Later, Lightning is peering into a deep pit. Apparently, Fran fell into it when Sylvie was giving directions. Fran actually is possessing the vessel of a burrowing worm. While the directions they were following were accurate, they didn't expect to stumble across a sudden drop. However, they aren't sure if Fran actually fell into the pit. According to Sylvie's report, the magic suddenly disappeared. By the time she reached the bottom, she couldn't see what was there. Of course, Lightning feels a little scared. To think that Sylvie's eye of truth couldn't see anything. Iris adds that she couldn't see the bottom or the burrowing worm either. The cave is abnormally deep. So deep, in fact, that even the eye of truth couldn't detect what lies there. Or maybe something is preventing it. Right now, the team hasn't decided whether to search for Fran immediately. Lightning, meanwhile, weighs her options before coming to a conclusion. She doesn't want to take this lightly. After all, it's unprecedented that even Sylvie couldn't scan the tunnel with her abilities. But in the end, being the adventurer she is, she doesn't want fear to hold her back. So, she decides to save her comrades at all costs. She finally announces that she'll go down and investigate. The rest of the party can decide what to do once she returns. One of the tequila witches, Elena, asks Lightning what ability she actually has, to which Lightning proudly reveals that she can fly, which makes it easier for her to investigate the situation. Agatha, however, believes that the ability isn't the issue. She fears that if the cave somehow restricts her abilities, Lightning might not be able to get back. Besides, Roland has explicitly instructed them not to take any risks alone. Lightning decides to have her waist tied with a rope. If there is indeed a divine judgment stone down there, they can still pull her up using the rope. Nightingale also volunteers to go down with Lightning. If they encounter enemies, she can easily escort Lightning back immediately. Wendy objects to the idea of going down. They can't be certain that it's safe. Not to mention, there's the threat of enemies, like elite devils from the underworld. They argue for a bit until Agatha interrupts the chatter, reminding them that they can't overlook the king's orders. Silence follows her words. Then Iris speaks up. Instead of arguing, she presents a solution. She reminds them that the king said all 3 parties need to do their part at all times. That means they just have to send the first army down there. A while later, we see Lightning descending deep down, her waist tied with a rope. Above her is a hovering platform consisting of First Army soldiers, Elena, Nightingale, and Agatha. It's all thanks to Agatha's ice ability that they don't encounter any rough patches. Finally, they reach the end of the tunnel, and Lightning lands on the ground safely. The platform they're standing on is actually one of those black stone towers they saw in the Devil's Camp. Agatha asks for a report, if they find Fran yet, but it seems like there's no sign of her anywhere. The tower seems stuck mid-drop, and they can clearly see gaps all around. There's a chance that once Fran landed on the tower, she rolled off and tumbled down below. Nightingale notes that the tower doesn't affect her magic powers, though she can't walk through it like a wall. Agatha forms a giant icy crystal and hurls it at the ground. Not a single scratch appears. Rumor says these towers are made from Divine Judgment Stone. Even though they won't drain magical power like regular Divine Judgment Stone pillars, they still block magic. These towers aren't built, but grown. Demon corrosion warps the Divine Stone into obelisk shapes. Only an obelisk born under a red moon can produce true red fog. The others only hold it for a while. This used to be top secret. When Tequila fell, Lady Eleanor leaked every bit of it. Nightingale is mad. They weren't told about this sooner. Elena snaps back that no one told her there were devil towers here either. There are so many things that can mess with magic. How she had known that they are going to stumble across a devil's tower out of all the things in here. Lightning volunteers to go further down. There's still a fair distance to the bottom. She tried lowering herself earlier and heard flowing water. It's probably a river. If poor Fran fell in, she might still be kicking. Elena is astonished after hearing this. Perhaps that's why Sylvie couldn't spot Fran. Agatha agrees as well. The Eye of Truth was blocked by the stone slab. If Fran was washed away by water, that explains why Sylvie couldn't detect her magic. Agatha then instructs our adventurous girl to go up and brief Wendy on this new development. They'll also need more First Army soldiers to continue the expedition. They can set up a station here for ongoing exploration. With that, Lightning flies off to alert headquarters higher up. A while later, the team finally stumbles on the river they'd been hearing. The place looks absolutely mythical, something straight out of a fantasy tale. Nightingale feels revitalized to see glowing fruits lighting this damned mountain. If only Neverwinter had these at night, everyone could see the roads clearly. Agatha then questions the Tequila Witch if a burrowing worm can swim. Well, it seems like Elena has no clue because nobody's tested that before. The worms are massive, so even if Fran was swept away, she couldn't have gone far. To guess the river's flow, Nightingale points out it was rushing toward them when they first entered the snowy peaks. That means it must be part of the western waterways, flowing south toward the hills. Suddenly, they come across a huge lump of flesh that's moving but gives off no magical trace. Still, Nightingale senses something alive inside. It looks like a semicircular egg. The egg shifts as tendons retract and relax. It's so disgusting that Lightning shudders, imagining how massive the mother must be to lay such a thing. One of the Tequila Witches steps forward and shreds the egg open. A slimy goo leaks out, and a half-baked devil crawls out of the belly. The monster that contained this devil is scrambling away to save its life. Nightingale jumps up, pulls off a slick acrobatic move, and throws her sword, jabbing the thing right through the head. Meanwhile, Lightning is petrified, imagining the horror of a creature that spawns devils. Agatha inspects the body and confirms that she's never seen anything like it. Soon they find more of those ant-like monsters, each nurturing devils in its belly. So far, they've taken down 5 of them. Each time they cut one open, they find corpses of mad devils, fearsome devils, and even humans. Apparently, these creatures doesn't give birth to devils, they eat them. Lightning doesn't recall any human colony nearby. The only explanation is that these monsters somehow stumbled into Neverwinter City. Suddenly, Nightingale begins sensing the presence of magic, and she believes it must be Fran. She quickly enters her mist and ventures deeper into the tunnel. A few hundred meters later, she reports to her crew about hitting a dead end. Then, gunshots echo from the tunnel, putting everyone outside on high alert. Without hesitation, they charge toward the source of the noise. When they reach the dead end, they find Nightingale standing triumphantly after taking down a nasty monster. These mantis-like creatures look familiar. I hope you remember them. They're the same ones Nightingale and the others spotted when they first went to scout the devils. Nightingale was able to see these invincible mantises thanks to her magic detection ability. Inside one of the mantis's bellies, Lightning finds something valuable, the legendary ruins of the Snowy Mountains. The others finally catch up, relieved to see that Fran is alive. By the way, this giant worm is Fran. She could have been devoured by the mantises if Nightingale hadn't shown up in time. Fran then gathers all her energy and yells at everyone not to look up. Of course, Lightning's curiosity gets the best of her, and she looks up. There, they see a giant red eye glowing, illuminating the entire tunnel with its unsettling red hue. Meanwhile, the crew above is setting up camp and preparing for emergencies. Miss Iris notices a muffled horn sound. What's concerning is that the sound is coming from the direction the witches ventured into, and it sounds like flowing water. Brian thinks Iris might be hallucinating, especially since they haven't seen sunlight for days and are deep inside the mountains. He suggests she take a rest if she's not feeling right, but this mistress isn't about to sit idly while the others finish their venture. So the captain starts discussing weapon placement strategies. Suddenly, Iris senses a shift in the atmosphere. Right at that moment, one of the tequila witches loses her head without warning. These poor folks are up against the invincible mantises, who are massacring the tequila witches left and right, like they're nothing but vegetables. Iris uses her wits. She throws a dagger in the direction she guessed on a whim, and it lands on one of the invincible monsters, revealing its location. Once exposed, she takes the opportunity to injure the monster's limb, rendering it immobile. But that mantis still has another limb to spare. As it tries to strike, Iris performs some cool acrobatics and jumps back up. She then orders the first army to fire in her direction. Once the bullets hit, the mantis is instantly obliterated into smithereens. They only manage to take down one, but there are still more to deal with. Finally, one of the tequila witches, Betty, steps in to assist. She begins slashing down monsters as if she knows exactly where they are. She then extends a hand to Iris, feeling remorseful for arriving late that resulted in so many casualties. Iris takes note of how divine punishment witches can destroy the monster's camouflage. Betty explains it's a trick that works like the divine stone of judgment. So far, it can only deactivate their invisibility for a short time. Iris points out that since First Army soldiers had the divine stone of judgment, then why could they not see the enemy? To which Betty reveals there are several factors affecting their vision, like light, distance, and attention. A regular divine stone works only within a 1 or 2 step range. Since the enemies only reveal themselves for less than a second, it's not surprising they can't be seen in such darkness. They only spot the monsters once they engage in close combat. Given their long claws and advantage in the dark, by the time a normal person realizes there's a monster lurking, it's already too late unless they bury divine stones all over the ground. Without that, there's no way the First Army can engage these foes. Without that, there's no way the First Army can fight against these formidable foes. She then suggests Iris to head back up, as she's sure something's happening inside the cave. Well, it seems that Betty heard the same noises Iris did earlier. She reveals that after losing her sense of touch, every divine punishment witch's vision and hearing have become extremely sensitive. However, Betty is surprised that someone like Iris, a mortal, was able to sense it too. Brian quickly calls Iris over so they can head back up. He leaves the security of this place in Betty's capable hands before Margie uses her magic arc to take them to the surface. As they ascend, they hear gunshots from above, putting Iris on high alert. Once they finally reach the surface, the sight is absolutely terrifying. They're facing a giant horde of aggressive monsters. Iris quickly realizes that the voice they heard was probably a humming sound produced by the monsters in the cave to call for reinforcements. She remembers reading about this in a book Roland wrote. He mentioned a unique sound in this world, one humans can't hear, but animals can, loud and clear. Some animals even mimic this sound to communicate with their kind. One of the terrified soldiers stationed above reports that Maggie sensed unusual activity east of the forest. The demonic beasts seem to be closing in on the snowy mountains, which is a completely different scenario from their attack on Neverwinter. Of course, Brian has no idea what to do in this situation, especially with everything off the syllabus. Iris takes note of how this supposed captain is pretty immature for a veteran soldier who's supposed to act as a commander. As a commander, you should never show nervousness or confusion in front of your subordinates. This is when Iris steps forward and assures the panicking soldiers that there's nothing to worry about. First things first, they need to gather all the troops from the First Army stationed outside the snowy mountains. She wants everyone assembled to defend the cave entrance. That way, the front line won't be too far away. They'll only need a small squad to hold off the beasts. Brian can see the weight behind her decision. Iris then instructs them to have Maggie contact Roland right away and request reinforcements, just in case things go sideways. After all, everyone here depends on the Redwater River for their supplies. If they abandon their camp and focus everything on defending the cave, they won't last long. Not to mention, the demonic beasts can't cross water. So their best bet is to not abandon the cement boats entirely. A dozen or so people should stay behind to stall the beasts and help guide any reinforcements. Lady Sylvie will be responsible for temporarily wiping out the demonic beasts clinging to the cave ceiling. Iris also wants to collect everyone's divine punishment stones and bury them at the checkpoints, just in case of a sneak attack. Also, they can't forget to send the tequila witches down the cave. The others are still waiting for backup, and they need the numbers before they can move south to find Miss Agatha's crew. The sooner they get all this done, the better. If Iris's guess is right, that strange noise earlier is behind this massive wave of monsters. We then cut to Agatha, who's currently throwing up rainbows out of her guts. The reason is that Fran had swallowed everyone and somehow navigated them through the danger safely. If she hadn't collapsed the cave entrance, they'd be in serious trouble by now. Fran apologizes for dragging everyone into such an awful experience. The only person actually appreciating Fran's gutsy move is Lightning. I mean, getting crushed under a tunnel is still better than being swallowed by a giant worm and then spat out. She can't think of any other adventurers who've had to go through something like that. Meanwhile, the tequila witches are coping in their own weird way. They're just jealous others got to smell the stink and feel the slimy ride. That's apparently a blessing in itself. Back to the main issue. How should they navigate this twisted terrain? But before that, let's rewind to what happened before Fran brought them here. Basically, they were surrounded. Beasts and monsters coming in from every side. No way to escape. So Fran swallowed the whole group and tunneled through the ground to safety. Eventually, they ended up here. Elena questions the worm lady, asking her how'd she even get stuck here in the first place. Fran finally explains. She made an opening, but the ground beneath her cracked. Before she could react, she was already falling. She crash-landed hard on some unknown surface and passed out. When she woke up, she was being carried by a dozen or so invisible bugs. They left her here, where Nightingale eventually found her. Elena thinks Fran got lucky. Those mantis creatures probably thought she was just an empty shell. What's even luckier is that the group found her before the mantises decided to snack on her. Fran also reveals that before she tried to escape, she accidentally looked up and saw that watchful eye. Agatha wants confirmation. Was it really the magical watchful eye? Fran can't say for sure, but she's convinced the eye saw her. This thing was way bigger than the multi-eyed demon. The multi-eyed creature appeared down here too for a while. It was soaking in some weird pond. The thing was so grotesque, Fran doesn't even have words for it. It looked like someone flattened a bunch of guts and slapped them onto the body of the multi-eyed demon. The two parts didn't even look like they belonged together. More like they were forcibly fused by something else. She also noticed writhing tentacles squirming in the gaps between them. She's not sure if they were live worms or just another part of the freak show. Regardless, the gut lump was larger than the multi-eyed demon. Bigger than even the terrifying beast from hell. Nightingale suspects this monster's diet includes demons and devils. There are a ton of questions, but first, Elena decides they need to figure out how to escape this place. Right now, Fran can't move an inch. She's completely out of fuel. Everything she had stored in her stomach's been digested already. Before she can move again, she needs food in order to revitalize herself. Lightning decides to share some of their rations, but one of the tequila witches advises against it. They barely have enough food to get Fran crawling 100 steps at max. So the best solution is to risk their own necks and try to find a way out themselves. Agatha is worried that they can't stay here for long. The space is too tight. They'll suffocate in less than a day if they don't find an exit. Even if Sylvie finds them, she'll need to clear out the beasts before trying any rescue. And let's not forget that the enemy has their own burrowing worms too. But the tequila witch fears that charging out will only expose them to more beasts. Plus, Fran can't move. If they leave her behind, it's only a matter of time before the demons make dinner out of her. Nightingale makes the call. She's going to scout ahead and check the situation outside herself. The poor worm lady volunteers to stay behind while the others leave. As a tequila witch, she's not afraid of sacrificing herself if it means the greater good for the witches of tequila. She then pukes out some leftover supplies that had been sitting in her stomach, thinking these might come in handy. These are military items that the First Army had her carry. They said the items were too heavy for them to transport, so she just devoured them. As everyone checks out the supplies, Agatha stumbles upon a chest containing explosive materials. Elena finds it absolutely frustrating that Fran had been carrying something so deadly. What could have happened if it had exploded inside her? Agatha calms the frustrated Elena by revealing that the type of explosive Fran carries can't be detonated without direct contact with fire. Elena immediately apologizes for her outburst. Agatha forgives her. But the other tequila witches are fascinated, wondering if this stuff can actually do the miracle they desperately need. Agatha expresses her fears. She's too scared to use these explosives. She only knows the basics of these explosives Roland invented, and as for how they work, she's no better than anyone else here. Then, Lightning chimes in with much-needed wisdom. She explains how they can detonate these explosives. Agatha is surprised by the depth of Lightning's knowledge, wondering how she knows so much about explosives. Anyway, back to business. Now that they know how to make their way through using explosives, Elena designates 10 divine punishment witches to carry Fran. But Agatha objects. Given how narrow the tunnel entrance is, one pack of explosives is enough to blow everyone into bits. The First Army probably prepared explosives to clear tunnels, but these aren't technically considered weapons. With the flames and impact, they can only be used to kill beasts that are extremely close to them. Then Nightingale pops up with a mischievous smile, as though she has something figured out. She suggests killing their leader. Of course, Elena is shocked to hear this. The monster they're talking about is hanging from the ceiling, and they can't fly at all. Even if they could, it would be too dangerous. They're definitely going to encounter hybrid demonic beasts that can fly, and Lightning will lose her speed while carrying explosives to considerable heights. It's highly likely that she won't get close to the monster once the enemies spot her and besiege her. That's when Nightingale reveals she isn't planning for lightning to do it. She plans to put the explosives into the monster's mouth herself, given that it has one. Agatha objects against this idea. After all, her mist won't be able to hide anything from that giant magical eye. Still, Nightingale is confident she can pull it off. All she has to do is avoid the magical eye's underlings, and those minions won't notice her in her mist. She's sure she can get through them, even if they are ordered to intercept her. She slides the explosives into her bag and decides to proceed with the plan. Suddenly, they hear noises. Clearly, a devouring worm is coming. Nightingale can tell that the enemy is coming in huge numbers, so she tells them to prepare. And as for her, she's more than capable of handling this kind of mission. Before Nightingale joined the Witch Union, her name was famous throughout the entire central region. She was called the Shadow Killer. Nightingale quickly gets into her mist, and as soon as she makes contact with the enemy's burrowing worm, it explodes. Her next target is that multi-eyed monster. She notices that this monster isn't just a random hybrid. Even though Nightingale is cruising through her mist, the monster can still sense her presence. But since its minions can't see her, she's just breezing through them like it's no big deal. But it turns out that she is quite wrong. These bitches can clearly see her as she is being attacked by them. Before she can reach the eye, she needs to get rid of all these beasts first. She quickly charges at the monster, only to get severely injured in the process. Since she can't get closer, she pulls her revolver out and blows the world out of that bastard. The poor creature lies dead with blood splattered everywhere. But there are still plenty of monsters to deal with before she can get to the final boss, 5 mantises to be specific. She notices that instead of tearing each other apart, these hybrids are smart enough to work together and attack their enemy. This clearly means they're under the control of the eye. Nightingale's revolver is empty, so her only option now is to drag the monsters into her mist and kill them one by one. But pulling these monsters into her mist is draining her magic at an alarming rate. Still, she manages to take down the menace that had been blocking her sight. She looks absolutely enraged and intimidating to the point that those little bastards don't dare to bark back at her, let alone attack. Finally, she makes her way toward the monster in front of her. Since this grotesque creature doesn't have a mouth, Nightingale needs to find another way to take it down. She spots a lump of meat right in the middle of the monster's body, which looks like its only weak point. The monster quickly launches its tentacles to obliterate her, but she dodges left and right, evading every attack like the badass she is. Once she's close enough to its face, she plants the explosives right into it. As she falls back after setting the explosives off, her mind reflects on Roland's advice. True heroes don't look back when there's an explosion. With a smile on her face, she closes her eyes, leaving the bastard with a bunch of eyes to explode, scattering them like billiard balls. Flames engulf the creature as Nightingale falls into the river. Once the explosion subsides, she swings back up to the surface. By now, she's completely drained of energy and collapses from exhaustion. A while later, her companions arrive. Thankfully, she's fine, just exhausted from depleting the last of her magic. Elena takes charge of Nightingale's well-being from here on out. Meanwhile, the monster is still burning. Lightning decides to jab it a few more times just to make sure it's completely dead. Then, out pops a skeletal giant arm that grabs the burning monster and drags it down into the water. As the monster disappears beneath the surface, the demonic beasts that had been flooding the place above ground start to scatter and retreat. Thankfully, these critters weren't too tough to handle. The soldiers are all ready to celebrate their little victory against these monsters. But while everyone else is savoring the taste of victory, Iris wisely takes note of something crucial. The enemy they're dealing with seems to have some level of intelligence. When they realized charging into the cave was difficult, the hybrids started hanging around the entrance, growling from time to time, but never advancing. Iris notices how they growled occasionally but didn't push forward. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for other beasts to walk their deaths. She's absolutely certain that someone is behind this, controlling these beasts and everything connected to the demons. Brian walks up to her, expressing his utmost respect for how she helped them navigate through this ordeal so cleverly. He's even willing to report her achievements to Roland so she can get the recognition she deserves. Iris brushes off the flattery, claiming she was just doing her job. She wasn't even sure if it was going to work. She decides against writing any suggestions in his report, but Brian insists. He remembers Roland said that armies should prioritize results over the process. It doesn't matter how it was done. At the end of the day, she secured a victory, and it would be unjust for her efforts to go unnoticed. Since he's so persistent, she finally gives in. Brian salutes her, and as the First Army is grateful, he heads off to handle other tasks. Iris can see just how loyal he is to his duties. No wonder Roland chose him to lead the main army. She stretches her body, letting the tiredness fade, feeling proud of herself for leaving her mark in the army. Back at the castle, Roland receives photos from Summer and Soraya that document the overall progress of their mission. He sees a photo of Nightingale flashing a peace sign in front of a pile of monster corpses. This makes Roland crack a smile. He can tell she's trying to tell him everything is fine. Through the reports, he learns that the multi-eyed monster in the lake was just a normal beast that happened to turn the ruins into its nest. So, there's nothing special or abnormal about it. Although the monster did show some level of intelligence. If Roland connects the dots correctly, having the burrowing worm devour Agatha's lab and taking the Blackstone Tower from the devils weren't just for food. Considering the cocoons of beasts and humans found underground, it seems like the monsters were trying to gather information on the two races. When the monster retreated into the water, there was hatred in its red eyes. It could just be Roland's imagination, but after the monster was severely injured, there was definitely an emotional expression in its eyes. At that moment, Phyllis appears to report that Lady Pasha wishes to speak with him about the ruins. As Roland walks through the corridor, he bumps into the witch known as Faldi and her companion. Both girls look completely different in the dream world. Anyway, Roland enters the conference room, where Pasha greets him with her utmost gratitude on the screen. Without wasting time with pleasantries, Roland asks how she plans to retrieve the vessel from the ruins. Pasha suggests two options. They can either transport the vessel back to Border Town, or they can transport the soul relic there. By the way, the relic is used to place souls into vessels. Though Pasha prefers the latter, Roland then reflects on how divine punishment witches can cut off their consciousness to enter the dream world, where they regain their sense of touch and other senses. This knowledge is common among all witches living in Third Border City. Now that they have found a way to regain their senses, Roland worries they might not want to fuse their souls with the vessels. After all, once fused with Primeval Vessel, there is no way their souls can escape it. He promptly asks if they've chosen any witch willing to transfer her soul yet. Pasha assures him not to worry. The Primeval Vessel can manipulate the magic core, and the burrowing worm will speed up the construction of the defense line. If this can help with the battle of divine will, the witch willing to participate in the transformation will travel to the snowy mountains with the relic. Roland is intrigued by the mention of a volunteer who fears nothing. He decides to send a fleet to escort the relic once the exploration is finished. They had been receiving written updates all along, but today, he receives photos. He shows Pasha one of the realistic photos of the multi-eyed monster and asks if it jogs any memories. The photo seems to hold significant meaning for the ladies, as they all suddenly become contemplative. After discussing it, Pasha reveals that the creature in the photo isn't a demonic beast or devil. This body was once seen in the Divine Land, as Lady Natalia mentioned. Roland isn't sure about the validity of her claims. This of course annoys one of the tequila witches. After all, they might have been living underground for centuries, but the vessels they occupy can store more memories than an average human. Lady Natalia once saw the sea and a skeleton within the third painting. Based on the descriptions, it seems quite similar to the photo. Additionally, previous updates mentioned the underground lake being connected to the sea, making the connection even more plausible. In other words, they can pretty much guess that this creature comes from a civilization that hasn't revealed itself yet. When they found the burrowing worm swallowing things in the devil's nest, there were only two possibilities behind its actions. First, these burrowing worms could have been sent by a neutral party that decided not to get involved in the battle of divine will, or it could be the unknown enemy they're about to face in the upcoming battle. Roland remembers reading something similar regarding this unknown civilization in Zero's memory shards. However, it was quite vague. But now that the tequila witches confirmed the monster belongs to the unknown enemy, the king can finally confirm that the monsters they found in the ruins are indeed from that unknown enemy. There are still many unanswered questions, though. For example, the demonic beasts. These beasts that roam the land of dawn were likely corrupted by magic, just like the witches who gain magic. But they can't understand why these demonic monsters obey the multi-eyed monster's commands. It's as if the monster is their commander. If Roland assumes the demonic beasts are part of the unknown civilization, then that civilization must have accumulated these hybrids first, using them to eliminate both humans and devils. He hasn't figured out why this unknown civilization wastes these beasts during the months of demons each year. Perhaps the origin of these mutated beasts isn't as simple as they thought. For now, though, he won't stress over this too much. Once the battle of divine will begins, they'll find the answer. It doesn't matter if the unknown civilization and the demonic beasts are related. In the end, they have to defeat these monsters together. Pasha agrees. Regardless of where the monsters come from, they still need to destroy them in the battle of divine will. Now that they've confirmed the existence of this hidden civilization, Roland decides to name them accordingly. Since they're hidden and mostly live in the ocean, Roland calls them sea monsters. However, it looks like no one is too fond of the generic name Bro just came up with. One of the tequila witches, Alethea, objects to this unusual name, but Pasha shuts her up and assures Roland that if he approves of it, they're good too. Sister Scroll then suggests calling them the Deep Sea Devils. Everyone's already familiar with the existence of devils, so there's no need to explain the term too much. Just the name alone is enough to get the meaning across. This will make it easier for City Hall to publicize the matter. Plus, people won't feel like they suddenly have multiple enemies to fight against. Roland likes the way this name sounds, so they finally settle on it. Next, we cut to Lorgar, who's roaming around in her beast form. Once she reaches the woods, she turns back into her human form and puts on her uniform. She suddenly hears muffled noises from a nearby civilization. As she steps out of the woods, she stumbles upon the port of Clearwater, now part of Roland's territory. As soon as she enters the city, she just so happens to run into Ash, who had already expected Lorgar's arrival. When Lorgar asks how Ash was so sure, Ash recalls her younger self, who was very ambitious. She had a goal she wanted to pursue no matter what. While Lorgar's goal is to spar with strong opponents, Ash had always chased revenge against the church. She explains how revenge was once the sole purpose of her life, but everything changed when she met Tilly. She made her realize there's more to life than just seeking revenge and killing. Lorgar is fascinated to hear about Tilly. She's always been curious about the person who caused such a massive change in Ash. As they walk through the city, they come across apartment buildings under construction. Lorgar notices how this place is thriving. As far as she's concerned, ever since the Queen of Clearwater left, the port had been burned down. Ash reminds her that this place is now part of Neverwinter City. The King of Grey Castle had his people build shelters for the Mojin people, and all the workers they see are refugees who volunteered to work here. They're getting an extra 10 silver royals for their efforts. This of course doesn't make sense to Lorgar. You see, the first few clans that moved here added up to only a few thousand people. It doesn't make sense for Roland to send workers from thousands of miles away instead of having the Sand people work. Ash then reveals that many people have gone to Endless Cape. There, Roland plans to build a new city called Festivity. The Osha clan went there as well. Only clans that helped build the city will have the right to live there and receive supplies, just like the people of Neverwinter. It's almost unbelievable to Lorgar that Roland plans on building a city in the middle of the desert. If she hadn't known Ash, Lorgar would have thought it was all nonsense. They talk about Roland's plans to expand his territory and influence. Everything sounds too good to be true. Lorgar is still curious about why Roland wants to build a city in Endless Cape, especially since there's nothing there. Then Ash reveals the reservoirs of oil there, and Roland plans to extract it. Since Lorgar doesn't understand the significance of what she considers dirty black water, she's flabbergasted to learn that Roland is doing all this just for that. Ash has to admit, she doesn't fully understand Roland either. But at the end of the day, Ash doesn't doubt Roland's motives because Tilly trusts him completely. If Tilly believes it's the right thing to do, Ash is fine with it too. As they walk through the city, Lorgar notices common citizens looking at her with smiles on their faces instead of resentment or disapproval. You see, when the Mojin people see her like this, they usually avoid her like a plague or judge her. But the people of Grey Castle see her as their equal, as if they're used to her half-beast form. Ash assures her that no one will judge her here, even if she's half-beast. Eventually, everyone gets used to it. Even if you're ugly, they won't judge you. Lorgar reflects on how she went through so much just to come to terms with her ugly self. But it seems like it was all for nothing. Out of the blue, Lorgar asks Ash if she's the strongest witch in Neverwinter. Ash gets contemplative. After all, the answer depends on whether or not a stone of divine judgment is involved. You see, a witch wearing a divine stone can't use her powers. There are individual witches in the Union who are unbeatable without such stones suppressing their powers. The thought of witches even Ash can't defeat sounds insane. Ash admits she can defeat most witches if their powers haven't evolved. But for evolved witches, the only word to describe their power level is madness. Sister Leaf is a living example of that. While fighting in her heart of the forest, she's like a literal demigod. Even with a stone of divine judgment, escaping her traps would be incredibly difficult. Similarly, Anna may not be an expert in combat, but her sheer abilities make her stand out. She's impossible to take on without a stone, though she's Roland's most beloved witch, so it's rare to see Anna in duels. Then there's Nightingale, and Ash strictly warns Lorgar to avoid challenging her at all costs. Lorgar is quite excited at the prospect of fighting witches stronger than her. She then insists on learning more about Maggie, who can turn into a beast just like herself. While Ash admits that Maggie could make a good opponent for her to fight, she advises against it. After all, everyone who duels Maggie ends up getting very unlucky, and if someone were to accidentally hurt her, they'd have to deal with the wrath of the entire witch union. Moving on, Lorgar inquires about witches who are still capable of fighting even with divine stones. Ash emphasizes how their strength and speed would still be nothing less than superhuman, and they'd seem virtually invincible. Their performance wouldn't be affected by injuries either. They could even recover from otherwise fatal wounds. Lorgar is now very interested in knowing exactly who they're talking about. Ash reveals that it's a witch named Phyllis, though Ash herself has never challenged her. Once, when Ash was training her swordsmanship in the castle gardens, Phyllis happened to pass by and gave some solid suggestions. And when Ash followed that advice, she found her attacks had actually become smoother. Sadly, not long after that, Ash boarded a ship and left Neverwinter, so she hasn't had the chance to talk to Phyllis since. Once again, Lorgar is impressed by Phyllis's keen eyes. It's rare for someone to find flaws in swordsmanship with just a single glance. Even the most talented instructors usually need to exchange a few blows before they can figure out any weaknesses. And to think that out of all people, she was capable enough to highlight gaps in Ash's swordsmanship. This must mean that Phyllis is the strongest in Neverwinter. After all, in a real battle, no one can safely assume their opponent won't have a divine stone. By now, her excitement for the trip to the west has only grown. That's when Ash drops a giant truth bomb. There are over 100 witches in Neverwinter who are just as good as Phyllis. It goes without saying that Lorgar is flabbergasted to hear such news. Ash, on the other hand, assures her that with the plethora of witches they've got, she'll definitely find someone worth sparring with. We then cut to Clearwater Port. Andrea arrives, more than ready to spill all the juicy details about why Roland wants to extract that black water. Though she warns Lorgar beforehand that this stuff is a lot more complicated than it sounds. Someone as dumb as Ash could never grasp the full reasoning behind each step Roland takes. His policies are even more complex. Even Andrea had to spend a lot of time wrapping her head around them. So she asks Lorgar once again if she's ready for the brain orgasm she's about to get from the upcoming lore dump. Well, the determined wolf lady is ready to hear every last detail. She may be just a fighter, but her father taught her that expanding one's knowledge in other areas can also aid in martial growth. Eventually, Andrea briefs her on how this black water is connected to Neverwinter's economy, and how it's going to help them prosper even more. From industrialization to farming, from politics to legislation, everything Roland has built so far is interconnected. Lorgar is genuinely impressed to see how far Roland has come with such complex ideas and planning. She can't help but think if only he had been born in Iron Sand City, he would have become a true force to be reckoned with. Now that she's gotten the gist of Roland's plans, she shifts her focus back to the reason she came here in the first place. With that, she bolts off in search of the right candidate to fight. Andrea can tell that Lorgar is just bailing out of here because her mind is scrambled from all the information overload. The scene transitions to Kingdom of Dawn, where we meet Otto after quite a long time. Then Fox enters the scene, here to meet Otto. It looks like he had a tough time finding this hidden location. Otto takes note of how his fellow went out of his way to track him down, which means something urgent must be at stake. Since they're on the second floor of the building, Fox asks about the backup route in case they need to get out quickly. Otto promptly walks over to a manhole chamber, slides the slab off, and reveals a hidden path. If they slide down from here, they'll arrive at the back garden. There's a hidden door, and both routes are dry and safe to choose. He can't help but note how cautious Fox always is, just as Yorko had described. Getting back to business, Fox asks him what the King of Dawn is planning. Otto grimly reveals that the king plans to launch an attack on the church to avenge his father. Even though the ministers have tried to dissuade him, he refuses to change his mind. The city of Glow has started collecting grain, and when the months of demons end and the snow melts, they'll take action. By then, the Royal Knights will set out with Duke Carb, who's in charge of the western fields. No wonder why Fox noticing that porridge has become so expensive lately. It's a good thing the Kingdom of Dawn hasn't run out of supplies yet. If they were in Grey Castle, Roland wouldn't be preparing for war during the months of demons unless he wanted to trigger a riot. Otto then reveals how the refugees have flooded the Old Holy City. Fox takes note of the information and decides to report it back in Grey Castle as a priority. Otto then points out another concerning matter. During last week's court meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned Grey Castle. He said that Roland Wimbledon can't be considered the ruler of Grey Castle. After all, he's not coordinated and has never lived in the palace. Moreover, many nobles actually oppose him, especially those in the east. Since he's completely disregarded the alliance between the two nations, the Kingdom of Dawn must proceed with caution and put a stop to his actions. For example, Appin wants to support the nobles to help them continue fighting against Wimbledon. Judging by the current situation, Grey Castle and Dawn's relationship is worsening. Since the House of Luoxi has supported the royals for generations, Otto can't bring himself to go against King Appin's decisions. But then again, he doesn't want to support the unnecessary killing of witches either, as that's a direct threat to his beloved Andrea. No matter how hard Otto tries to explain that witches and pure witches from the church aren't the same, his pleas have been futile so far. Because of that, Otto can't see Appin as the true ruler of Dawn, nor does Appin see his friend as a supporter. Fox promises to report every bit of the detail to Neverwinter City. Speaking of reporting, Otto gets shy when he asks Fox if he has any updates on Andrea's well-being. Fox gives some positive news, but before he can reveal anything worthwhile, they're interrupted by the commotion below. Otto instructs one of the maids to check what's going on, but Fox decides against going down since the situation sounds serious. He hears swords clashing and the sound of armor rattling. Fox is pretty darn sure these guys are here for him, so he opens up the hidden path to slip out quietly, while Otto decides to stay behind and stall the enemy, much to Fox's surprise, as he was expecting his fellow to join him in this escape. Blondie reminds his fellow of his position as the oldest son of the Luoxi family, meaning no soldier can harm him. Not to mention these guys are after the emissary, so leaving would only raise suspicions. This path may be secret, but it's not that secret. Someone's got to stay behind to distract them. Fox finally jumps down, and right at that moment, a broken bald man and his companion barge into the room. These guys show no regard for Otto's title and start forcibly apprehending him. It looks like these bastards are here under the direct orders of the king himself. So Otto ends up behind bars, and not long after, Appin comes to greet his old friend. He looks absolutely furious, accusing Otto of being involved in the escape of those witches. He clearly knows that his friend asked Yorko, the ambassador of Grey Castle, to participate in the auction at Black Money, and his friend also helped him escape the City of Dawn. In Appin's eyes, this is a clear act of betrayal against the king. If it weren't for Otto's background and the fact that they've been longtime friends, he would have lost his life by now. After laying all his frustration on Otto, the foolish king proceeds to walk out, but not before throwing a final warning at him. As for Otto's father, he's doing fine and even attended court as usual today. He sternly instructs his friend not to starve himself. After all, it's his own fault he ended up in this situation. The scene then cuts to the border of Grey Castle. In one of the post towers, soldiers are carrying out their duties as scouts diligently. These guys are stationed here to keep an eye on the church's movements. But it seems like they haven't seen a bird flap from the church's side for months. Just as they're about to lose hope, they spot a group of people marching down the road. All the soldiers get on high alert and ready their weapons. When the people finally come into view, it turns out they're just refugees in pretty bad shape. In this case, one of the soldiers decides to stop them before they trespass into their territory and get shot by the soldiers in the tower. He yells at them to stop, reminding them that this is the border of Grey Castle. But those hopeless people take the soldier's plea as a glimmer of hope in their gloomy lives and increase their speed, eventually crossing the border. However, as soon as they do, they are brutally shot dead on the spot. The refugees finally come to halt when they see their fellows dead on the ground. The soldiers on the tower finally cease fire. When the soldiers on the ground interrogate these people, they reveal themselves to be desperate refugees who fled from Hermes. They were deceived by the church, and now the church's armies are after them. They had no choice but to run for their lives. They abandoned their belongings and fled. They beg for food and shelter, as they haven't rested for 3 straight days and have had nothing to eat. The soldiers discuss among themselves whether they should trust these refugees. After a lot of back and forth, they eventually decide to help these poor people. After all, their generous ruler would have done the same. The soldiers then inquire about Hermes. One of the refugees reveals shocking news that the church in the new holy city has collapsed. There are rumors that a huge hole appeared underneath the church, and the entire building was sucked in. The Judgment Army immediately fenced off the area, but with such a huge building disappearing like that, it was impossible to hide it. The church is meeting its end, and the gods no longer protect them. All the people living around the border have started fleeing in secret. These guys left a little later than everyone else, and they bumped into the Judgment Army. There were a few hundred of them at first, but these guys were the only ones who managed to escape. Basically, Hermes is in utter chaos, with no one guarding the gates. It's obvious that all the guards have run away as well. There are rumors that the old holy city is even worse, with barely any merchants entering the city. Hearing this, the soldiers feel ecstatic, thinking they might be able to take down Hermes before the army arrives. We then cut to Hermes, where we meet Tucker Thor, acting as the bishop. He had been predicting that Hermes would be razed to the ground by swarms of demonic beasts. All followers of the church were ready to sacrifice their lives. Thankfully, barely any enemies have appeared, and they don't even look like they're going to climb the city walls. Nobody expected the cathedral to collapse on a windless night. Even the senior executives disappeared into the pit that swallowed the cathedral. He himself only managed to escape from death because he happened to be doing his patrols. This has affected the church even more than a military defeat. Military defeats can be blamed on the commander or on the power of the enemies. However, the cathedral held spiritual significance. Now that it has collapsed, it's almost like the gods have abandoned them. Just then, the Judgment Army commander, Farina, appears on the scene. She reports that the troops responsible for chasing the refugees have returned. However, some of them never came back. She reveals how those recruits were absolutely useless. There were about 20 soldiers when they left, but only a few returned. No matter how slack their training might have been, it's not like the refugees killed them. She's going to find those traitors and punish them. The fake bishop simply tells her to forget about it and wants her to report on how many soldiers they have left. The lady mentions it's 564, and all of them are guarding the inner city gate. She's sure no citizens will be able to escape now. The bishop decides to head east, be it Everwinter or the kingdom of Wolfheart. He wants to move toward the shore and build a new holy city. The concerned woman points out that if they abandon Hermes, then there won't be anyone left to fend off the demonic beasts. The Pope is the least concerned about this demonic beast threat. If the beasts make their way to the central region, they can just blame it on Grey Castle. Right now, their priority should be maintaining their strength. They can always rebuild the cathedral, but they can't keep disappointing the followers like this. When demonic beasts plague the Four Kingdoms, people will remember them again. The lady highlights that the followers who chose to stay behind are extremely loyal. They're ready to die with the city, and she doesn't think they'll agree to leaving Hermes. The Pope then tells her that the holy city was built by the people, so he's sure they'll agree to this. She just has to convince them well enough. Turns out all their worries are pointless anyway, because they finally see the yellow hue of sunlight leaking through the dense snow clouds, clear proof that the months of demons have ended. He promptly instructs her to notify everyone. Since the snow will melt very soon, they can start getting ready now, and will be leaving in another 2 or 3 weeks. As she runs off to carry out her duties, the Pope guy takes off his glorious hat and probably jumps off the wall. The next scene takes us to Neverwinter, where Roland is having a meeting about the upcoming spring plowing battle plan. First of all, Roland wants to explain the meaning behind the phrase battle plan before moving forward. It's actually because this is a battle, and this will decide whether their military and food plans for the year go smoothly, and whether the right choices have been made for Neverwinter. Before he gathered the refugees, he promised they wouldn't starve as long as they worked. Roland's managed to keep that promise for 3 years straight. His territory expanded from a tiny border town to almost half of Grey Castle. He doesn't see why this year should be any different. The kingdom can only stay stable if the people don't have to worry about food. That's why he wants everyone to take spring plowing seriously. Everyone must follow the regulations and procedures set by the Ministry of Agriculture this year to ensure a good harvest. From now on, agricultural work will also be part of evaluations. The area of land you manage to cultivate, the number of farmers you hire, and the amount of crop yield, all of it will factor into whether someone deserves to become a governor. It's pretty natural to be confused right now, but Roland assures them the Minister of Agriculture will explain everything to them within the day. Anyway, if anyone doesn't meet the required standards, it just means their potential is still limited, which also means they're no longer fit to be a governor. Roland finally pulls off the covers hiding the whiteboard and reveals the massive number, 5,000 tons. That's the target each of them has to hit to qualify for a governor's seat. Leaf and Iris look absolutely flabbergasted. Roland reassures them that this number isn't far-fetched, especially thanks to the newly developed, well-engineered seed that Sister Leaf produced. This new seed is capable of producing double the yield compared to its predecessor. The ears of wheat will be so heavy they'll bend the stalks. But it's not all sunshine and roses. This new seed, referred to as Golden Number 2, does have its fair share of problems. Iris has one serious concern. Since magic was used to help the wheat ripen, she's worried it might have side effects on regular people. Roland explains that Golden 2 isn't much different from Golden Number 1. Both were cultivated by Leaf. Golden 2 just happens to have a higher yield. And while it was enhanced using magic, it doesn't store magic, so it's perfectly safe to eat. In fact, he's been eating oatmeal and pancakes made specifically from Golden Number 2 this whole time. Also, the secondary city halls must be in charge of monitoring all food-related trade in their cities, just like Neverwinter. It's prohibited for people to sell food in private. As for how to do that, Barov will explain the details to everyone later. Spear Passy, representing Fallen Dragon Ridge, then raises a point. If Golden Number 2 really does double the yield, she's worried they'll have a surplus. If City Hall has to handle all that, it could strain them financially. Plus, Fallen Dragon Ridge only has around 10,000 people, so she's not sure producing that much food is even necessary. That's when Roland reminds them that the extra food isn't meant to be eaten right away. It's meant to be stored for the upcoming Battle of Divine Will. Finally, the exploration team dispatched to the mountains arrives at Neverwinter's dock. Nightingale is the first to get off the ship and immediately hugs her beloved Roland as soon as she can. Roland recalls how much she contributed to the expedition and tells her not to risk her life like that again. Nightingale, however, doesn't see it that way. Since she isn't as skilled as Anna, who can manufacture anything, she sees this as her way of contributing and living up to his expectations. She promptly vanishes into her mist, while the other witches disembark the ship. Lightning and Agatha also make sure to give Roland sweet hugs. Then, the Divine Punishment witches, who look pretty scary, don't hug Roland but simply tilt their heads down in respect. Afterwards, they begin unloading the treasures they gathered from the mountains. It seems the reason the Divine Punishment witches are looking at Roland this way is that he now grants them real bodies in the dream world. Once Roland is back in his office, Nightingale emerges from her mist, eager to learn more about this dream world. Roland confirms that the dream world does exist, and the witches of Tequila can enter it as long as they cut off their consciousness under the Pillar of Light. Rather than being a connection they share with the deities, it feels more like a passage. Seeing Nightingale lost in thought, Roland quickly realizes what she's considering, and scolds her for even thinking about it. Apparently, she wanted to turn herself into a divine punishment witch and enter the dream world. But Roland won't let her do that. Entering the dream world doesn't mean someone enters his consciousness. It also doesn't mean they'll exist forever. It's just a strange, artificial world, corrupted by unknown power, and there's a chance it might cease to exist one day. He might dream every night, but he's not sure sacrificing one's senses to live in a shell for the rest of their life is worth it. Nightingale seems jealous of the others who've been able to visit this strange place inside and wants to experience it too. But Roland reminds her that those girls have sacrificed a lot to get there. Living without senses is more terrifying than being trapped in an invisible cage in the dream world. Also, since Nightingale is always there to protect him, he doesn't want a divine judgment warrior with a prickly beard being in charge of his safety. After all, he's grown fond of looking at her big assets. Of course, Nightingale gets flustered and twirls around to hide her embarrassed face. To lift her spirits, Roland decides to have some drinks and dry fish, a little thank you for her efforts. As they enjoy themselves, he tries to make her realize that she's just as important as Anna in their fight against their enemies. They each shine in their respective fields. She then questions him about the dream world, mentioning that he said the world had been affected by some unknown power. While Roland has a lot to say about it, he sums everything up by assuring her that anything happening inside that world won't affect him in the real world. As long as he chooses not to dream, the light pillars won't appear. As for the unknown power, Garcia said the Martialist Association would uncover the mysteries with their new recruits. Roland doesn't know exactly what she meant by that, but he hopes to figure it out soon. Compared to the corrosion, he's more worried about that math textbook that suddenly had new content in it. It's actually a sign that something has changed. When he first entered the dream world, he was certain that any book he hadn't read appeared with blank pages in his dream. He concluded that the book titles only appeared because he had seen their covers before. Since he didn't know the contents, he assumed that was why the books were empty. But then he found out that the math textbook on Zero's desk proved him wrong. The book had content, even though he'd never studied it. He wonders if he just missed it at first, or if something has changed recently that caused this development. If it's the latter, things have just gotten a lot more interesting. If the math textbook can generate content on its own, the same might be true for other books he hasn't read in his previous life. Gaining strange powers, exterminating fallen evils, and unleashing the power of nature, he is sure there's a connection he needs to figure out. While he's lost in thought, Nightingale pulls him back to reality by calling his name. It turns out he had been squeezing her thighs while deep in thought, and now she is taking it the wrong way. Just then, someone knocks on the door, causing Nightingale to retreat back into her mist, sparing Roland the trouble of explaining himself. It's Agatha, here to report that all samples from the snowy mountains have been transported to the third border city. She asks if he would like to check them. Roland, eager to see the samples, decides to accompany her. She suddenly notices Roland's awkward voice and startled face, making her wonder if he's sick. Of course, Roland quickly tries to convince her otherwise. Still, she insists that he visit Lily for a thorough checkup before proceeding. Nightingale teases him from under her mist, causing the poor guy even more embarrassment. Finally, they arrive in the third border town, where Phyllis and her companions have been waiting for their king's arrival. Once inside, Roland faces the annoyance of Alethea, who's upset about his plan. Apparently, Roland wants to breed mutated bugs they captured from the mountains right here in the town. Even Pasha seems against this idea. His curiosity to research these deep-sea enemies might end in disaster. Well, this is exactly why Roland is conducting his experiment here, so the tequila witches can guard them. The bugs that have been captured aren't hostile at all, and they have no idea how to burrow through the rocks. All she needs is one chamber to keep them under control. According to Agatha's observations, these bugs don't have a sense of self. They only feed and breed. Maybe that multi-eyed monster was able to control them in some way. So, if a creature like this were hostile enough, it may have already reached Neverwinter City, and had caused a lot of trouble. Pasha apologizes to Roland on behalf of Alethea for her initial outburst. She was just worried that these bugs might be harmful to Neverwinter. Roland understands Alethea's concerns, but he can't ignore what Agatha and Lightning wrote in the report. According to the report, killing all the bugs just because of a small possibility of danger would be overdoing it. Keeping them underneath the mountains is already a secure enough plan. Roland then decides to take a look at these creatures. After walking for a short time, they finally arrive at the designated location. There, they see giant mushrooms. It's actually a nursery that Fulin set up. There's only one entrance, and the water comes from the rocks, so there aren't any nooks or crannies left for the bugs to get out of here. Agatha points out that these huge mushrooms will serve as a food source for the mutated bugs. If they can thrive here, they'll only have to put in a little effort to harvest lots of mutated bugs. Roland starts weighing his options. If he can't transplant the mushrooms, they'll have to get Lily to cultivate them. It's a pity the mushrooms growing in the ruins are poisonous and inedible. Otherwise, they'd make a great substitute for meat when it comes to protein intake. Phyllis is curious to know why Roland wants to grow so many bugs. After all, a handful of bugs would suffice if he only intends to experiment on them. Well, it looks like Roland has bigger plans that could potentially help with the development of Neverwinter. Agatha then uses her magic to take one of the bugs down. After killing it, she tears open the belly of the monster, and out comes this sticky, cum-like substance. This sticky fluid can be used as a perspective, and it stays liquid most of the time. But this sticky stuff isn't the highlight of the show. She tears open the monster further and pulls out this green stuff that seems like a gallbladder. The difference is this doesn't contain bile. As soon as she tears open the gallbladder and mixes the green liquid with the sticky white stuff, the mixture solidifies right away. It turns into a gummy, non-sticky, bouncy substance. Basically, it's natural rubber. Roland is also glad at this discovery. They've had people searching for rubber plants all this time, but they didn't find anything even remotely close to rubber. So, all this time, he had been relying on Soraya for any elastic material. Just as he had thought, there were no rubber plants on this land, but the ruins gave him a pleasant surprise. That's why he's willing to risk trying to cultivate these mutated creatures from the deep sea. Pasha finally understands the significance of this stuff. She's sure it can easily be used for making fish nets and ropes. Alethea, however, doesn't agree because this stuff is too bouncy to act like a rope. Nobody likes pulling on ropes that just keep stretching. While this stuff could be used for fish nets, Alethea is pretty sure Roland would never risk bringing these unknown bugs to Neverwinter just to make fish nets. Right now, she has no clue what crazy idea the Majesty is cooking up, but she's sure it's something much more significant. Roland is rather surprised to see Alethea not acting like arrogant bitch for once. She always had a problem with him, but this time she chooses to appreciate him. He then assures her that she'll be able to witness rubber's significance soon enough. Pasha then questions how they're going to make these creatures spit out the fluid themselves, as killing them each time would be very inefficient. Agatha isn't worried about this at the moment. If they don't find an optimal solution, they can just cultivate more of them to make up the numbers. After their little visit to the bug cultivation farm, they head back. Pasha introduces Jasmine and Lyra, who have volunteered to become devouring worms. However, they have this wish to experience the beautiful world Roland has spoken of, the one that exists in his dreams. Roland is more than happy to let them experience it. 2 days later, we see the steel warship cruising through the waters. This ship actually carries a relic that can help transfer souls, and Jasmine and Lyra will become devouring worms once the soldiers ship this relic to the third border town city. Counting Jasmine and Lyra, Neverwinter City will have 3 devouring worm vessels. Not only will this bolster their overall power, but it will also help speed up their development. We then get a glimpse of a few days earlier, when Jasmine and Lyra had fun in Roland's dream world. Seeing them so happy really made Roland happy as well. If it weren't for the tequila witches, he would have refused to believe that anybody would be willing to give up their human bodies and dedicate their lives to defeating the devils. 400 years ago, these girls made this exact decision in front of the magic core. It's not that they desired to have their senses stripped for eternity, it's that they had no choice, and they don't regret it either. Suddenly, Phyllis arrives at the dock. Roland questions her, asking if witches can't disconnect themselves once they possess a vessel. Just like Jasmine and Lyra, would they be able to disconnect themselves from the devouring worms? Phyllis explains that divine punishment witches are different from vessels. Witches can still maintain their consciousness to a certain degree, even after their souls have been transferred. Rather than fusing with the vessel, it's more like the witches are the manipulators. However, vessels are different. They are containers. Once you force a connection with one, you can go into hibernation when the vessel is not in use, but nobody has ever successfully separated themselves from the vessel entirely. At least Pasha and others failed to do so. Roland wants her to confirm. Even if they are inside vessels, they still have the pillars of light? Phyllis confirms it. After all, without magic, it would be impossible to move those huge bodies. Roland is sure that one day he will find a way to bring them back to the dream world. Phyllis is also hoping that day arrives soon. We then cut to this warship. On board is Lorgar, and it's her first time riding such a massive and advanced ship. Later, she meets Andrea on the ship and questions him about how this ship is even moving without any wind. Andrea then briefs the curious girl with all the juicy details about steam engines and how they work. And the one who is backing all this advanced technology is Anna. These modern weapons are so powerful that even an ordinary human gave Ash a run for her money. That ordinary human, who was Knight Carter in this case, was equipped with a weapon Anna created. Basically, Lorgar could further harness her potential if she requests Roland to make a personalized weapon for her. Andrea is sure that with those giant machine guns strapped over her back once she's in monstrous form, she could be a force to be reckoned with. It seems like Lorgar is not ready for it yet. But still, she decides to keep this possibility in mind as well. After all, her father did say that she should always be open to new things. Suddenly, Maggie arrives in the sky in her pigeon form. Lorgar gets excited to see such a potential snack heading right her way. But that snack zips right past her and heads to Ash. Once Maggie is done exchanging information, she flies back to Tilly. Ash then briefs the curious girl that the bird they just saw was Maggie, who is capable of transforming just like her. Lorgar acknowledges this, though it doesn't make sense why Maggie is looking like a cute pigeon when she was supposed to be a furious devil. Ash then tells Lorgar to get ready because they're about to reach Neverwinter City soon enough. Finally, they arrive at Neverwinter City. There are folks on the dock who salute Ash and her crew out of respect. Since Lorgar has never seen this kind of greeting, Ash explains to her that it's a military salute. And whenever the First Army ships arrive at the dock after their expeditions, they always salute like this. To them, it means their family has returned safely. All members of the army are from Neverwinter. This means most citizens here would have had somebody in their family join the army, though nobody is forced to join. In fact, becoming a soldier and serving Roland is seen as an ambitious and glorious endeavor. They're just happy that other people's sons and daughters are returning. In return, other people do the same. They basically cheer for each other to keep the positive vibe going. Inherently, this is what the People's Army truly means. Well, it looks like Lorgar is liking the ways of Neverwinter City so far. They finally make it to the castle. Lorgar takes note of how the entire area has already been cleared of the snow. A divine punishment witch steps forward to escort Lorgar to Roland. As the wolf girl follows her escort, she feels very nervous. Eventually, she finally comes across the chief of this place, the one who flipped the southernmost region upside down. Of course, she wasn't expecting Roland to look this ordinary and young. Before she realizes it, the king himself takes the liberty of walking up to her and introducing himself to this wise wolf. Lorgar, of course, has no clue what all this wise wolf talk is about. She thinks perhaps there are unwise wolves as well. Anyhow, she introduces herself as Lorgar Burnflame. Since they're in Neverwinter City, calling her a witch will be more befitting. She also pays respects on behalf of her father, while she is going through her own inner turmoil. With all sorts of questions and realizations bubbling up inside her, Roland takes note of her tail and ears. He is quite fascinated, to say the least, and wants to know if she keeps her tail and ears by pouring continuous magic into them, or if they are part of her body. She finally satisfies his curiosity by revealing that she can't make them disappear. She knows how weird and creepy they look, but they're now part of her body. The only thing she can do is stay away from the public eye to avoid scaring anyone. She then reflects on how the title of goddess is seen as a symbol of power and beauty by the Sand People. Anyone with this title is worshipped by every clan and admired by all young warriors. Yet she had always been the exception. Roland, meanwhile, isn't sure why she would want to hide from the public's eye. She might see them as a flaw in her body, but it's more like a unique aspect of her. Not to mention, they're pretty. So pretty, in fact, that he wants to feel them with his own hands. Either way, he would never ask her to hide them in any way. She can do whatever she's comfortable with. In order to normalize her appearance, he can just have Sroya draw some comics about her. She could even join the Starflower troupe and do stage performances. After all, becoming a celebrity is the best way to make the public aware of her. Of course, Lorgar has no idea what this stage performance jargon is all about. But that's for later. Roland wants her to confirm if she's here to contribute to the upcoming divine war and fight devils. Lorgar responds positively. Not only that, she also came here to further improve her skills. She has heard about a witch called Miss Nana in Neverwinter City, who is capable of healing any injured witch. To a warrior, she's extremely important. Being able to fight without worrying about injuries is something every warrior dreams of. Roland acknowledges her fighting spirit and assures her that once she signs up for the Witch Union, she'll have plenty of chances to fight. Lorgar then wishes to fight alone. She wants to be like a mercenary. Aside from fighting, she doesn't want to be distracted by anything else. Internally, she thinks that she doesn't want to become absolutely loyal to this king without knowing anything about the North. She's from the Sand People. If this king fails to deliver his promises to them, those who migrate here will one day split away from Grey Castle. If that day comes, Grey Castle will become their enemy, and she can't be hasty with her decision. Though Roland rejects her mercenary proposal. This, of course, makes her curious why he's saying that, since mercenaries are highly coveted among the clans. In fact, she's even willing to fight for free. Roland, on the other hand, gives his peace of mind. They are facing a war, so it's much more complicated than little fights among clans. Lorgar feels rather annoyed that this guy treats her fights like nothing more than toddler squabbles. He reminds her how powerful Ash actually is. So powerful, in fact, that she's considered one of the extraordinary fighters. However, there's something even above that. When a witch breaks through the limits of the mortal body, they become stronger and stronger, and nothing can stop them. That's when a witch becomes transcendent. Yet, with 3 transcendents, dozens of extraordinary fighters, and countless battle witches, they still failed to defeat the devils. A huge kingdom once turned to dust. This time, his kingdom will be the one to turn to dust if they don't do something. His reason for saying no is simple. This isn't just a one-on-one battle she can fight. This is a war to decide which civilization survives until the end. No matter how strong an individual is, individual power is insignificant in war. More importantly, he doesn't want to send her recklessly to her own death. It seems like nothing is going as Lorgar had expected. She had wished to become his mercenary on the condition that she could practice fighting with other witches. She also wanted to receive medical treatment from Miss Anna, but she would pay her own bills. She had been sure that this plan would work, and then Roland would assign her mercenary tasks to carry out. She would diligently take down her opponents. But what happened now is the exact opposite of what she thought. Hell, he even likes her and complimented her ears just now. It's very unusual for her to be considered pretty. Anyhow, she can say no to his proposition, but she's not losing much even if she accepts his terms. Her original plan was to learn new things about this city, find out more about the devils, and align with other witches. And she can still do that, albeit at a slower pace. He's also right about one thing. One shouldn't rush into things without knowing the full danger. As she walks through the town, she considers all the possibilities and how thoughtful Roland is with each step. This makes her even more confident about his plans and ambitions. She suddenly stumbles across a pub selling turbulent drinks, and newcomers can get a 50% discount on their first drink. By the way, these were called turbulent drinks in previous translations, but now they're being called chaos drinks. Lorgar gets curious when she hears the unusual name for the drinks. We then cut to Nightingale, who reports to Roland about how Lorgar wasn't being completely truthful. She warns him to be cautious around her and even suggests letting Wendy test her out. But the Majesty feels that keeping an eye on her is only necessary if she joins the Union. Since she hasn't applied yet, there's no need for concern. Plus, Lorgar definitely came to Neverwinter City to fight the devils and improve herself. That alone is reason enough to trust her. The Witch Union was formed to give lost witches a sense of belonging. There's no point in forcing someone to join if they're not ready. Not to mention she's new to this foreign city, so it's natural for her to be cautious. Roland decides to let her be, though it's a shame she isn't joining right away. The guy's got a serious crush on wolf girls with tails and pointy ears. If only he could have touched them. Even Nightingale can sense his pervy thoughts, so she starts throwing deadly daggers with her sheer glare intensity. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. In comes Barov. He's here to report that the members of the Joint Chamber of Commerce have just arrived at the castle and want to see the Majesty. The next scene shows Roland entering the guest room, where all the merchants, including Margaret, greet him with utmost respect. They're here to deliver the good news. The sample of chaos drinks they distributed among merchants has instantly gained everyone's approval. Literally, no one is getting tired of praising it. It's only a matter of time before the drinks go on sale and become the most successful product in the fjords. More importantly, it's not just drinks. For instance, that bottle of spicy juice might not quench one's thirst, but it can elevate the taste of your fish and barbecue to a whole other level. Not to mention, it keeps your body warm and your senses sharp. It's even more effective than rice liquor. Those who drink rice liquor can't drive due to dizziness. But that's not an issue with the chaos drink. Adventurers have also taken notice of the chaos drink. After all, it keeps your body warm without any side effects. This drink could very well save their lives in certain situations. Hence, they suggest selling the chaos drink in different price brackets. With such a special item, all it takes is some advertising to bump up the price. Not to mention, the drink is consumed in bottles. Roland isn't surprised at how well the merchants understand the market and handle the product. They only needed some samples to realize this item can be divided into various varieties. To maximize its value, the best approach is to price them differently based on their purposes. In light of this positive feedback, Roland suggests signing the necessary contracts before getting ready to sell the products. He's confident they'll agree with the terms for pricing and distribution. In addition to the terms he's already revealed, he also adds that everyone is required to pay a 30% deposit before receiving the goods. One of the merchants reveals that he's got the gold ready in his cargo ship. With that, Roland decides to visit the drink factory. The merchants follow Roland to the factory, and in the basement, they see dozens of barrels stacked up. Roland reveals that this place can produce 20 barrels of chaos drink every month. The merchants are advised to divide the haul accordingly, with each merchant receiving 5 barrels. It doesn't matter how long it takes for them to sell their share, they'll receive 5 barrels every month, as long as the factory's production goes as planned. It's up to the merchants whether they want to collect their haul every 3 months or every 6 months. For now, 100 barrels are ready to be shipped. One of the merchants inquires if they're allowed to taste the drink. Roland reminds them that this isn't wine that gets better with time. While some chaos drinks can last for a long time, that doesn't apply to all of them. After brewing, the drinks need to be sterilized and sealed. Well, none of the merchants have a clue what sterilization is about. Roland brushes off their confusion, explaining that chaos drinks can spoil like any food. The warmer the climate, the faster they'll go bad, so sterilizing it can counter that problem. They don't need to understand the science behind sterilization, just need to keep in mind that once the barrel is unsealed, the drink won't be at its freshest anymore. They can choose to sell them right away or store them properly. As long as they keep them in a dark place, away from light and humidity, they'll easily last 1 to 2 months. One of the merchants raises a question. Since every barrel is filled with a different kind of drink, some are bound to sell better than others. So how are they supposed to choose the barrels with the highest sales potential? If only Roland could divide every barrel into 4 parts before sealing them, then every merchant would get the same variety of drinks as everyone else. That would level the playing field. Roland considers this option, but after thinking it through, he realizes it would just pile more unnecessary work on Soraya and Lily. It's not like he benefits from doing this. He doesn't care who sells which drink. So he rejects the merchant's proposal. See, sterilizing the drinks isn't easy. If he starts splitting up barrels, each chamber of commerce ends up with fewer stocks, but more variety, which doesn't actually help their sales. And when it comes to flavors, the northern and western regions have completely different preferences when it comes to drinks. The unpopular ones here might do great over there. As merchants who move goods around all the time, they should already know this. Besides, flavor isn't the issue here, it's how you sell it. They should get the most out of each drink and find their own niche. Eventually, he tells them to go ahead and pick whichever chaos drinks they like. As all the merchants start wandering around, trying to grab the best barrels, Roland sneaks up beside Margaret and gives her a little tip. He points out a certain barrel number and tells her those are the most delicious ones. It's a thank you gift. If she hadn't brought those merchants over in the beginning, the West wouldn't have developed so quickly in just 2 or 3 years. He knows she didn't come to Border Town for business at first, but the town still benefited from her efforts. So giving her this little help now is nothing in comparison. Though this is the only time he'll do something like this, if the others catch on, they'll definitely get suspicious. Margaret gladly accepts the offer, and since he's being so generous, she decides to return the favor with a little inside info. She leans in and whispers that one of the merchants she mentioned earlier, her good friend Hogg, is planning to visit the western region soon. But from what she's read in his letter, he won't be coming alone. Turns out the machines my guy had been selling are becoming pretty popular. Pretty much every businessman who owns mines wants to know more about these steam engines and all that stuff. So there's a good chance Roland will need to ramp up production in the next 6 months. Looks like the pieces are finally falling into place. See, if any of the small kingdoms or towns need machinery, they'll have no choice but to buy the raw materials, equipment, and key components from Neverwinter, because they lack their own industrial system. Which means this will seriously benefit Grey Castle. It's finally time for Roland to start building even more factories. We cut to Tilly, who's writing a letter to her assistant, Camilla, on Sleeping Island. She reports that the months of demons are finally over, and peace has returned to the western region. The celebration was pretty fun, and townsfolk gathered for hot pot. Roland had broths going in 4 massive metal pots. Then he threw in meat, vegetables, whale chicken, and birdkiss mushrooms. The smell was so good, you could catch a whiff from the other side of the river. He called hot pot a Neverwinter specialty, and no party was complete without it. Tilly writes about all the fascinating stuff happening in Neverwinter and why it feels so good to be living there. She also talks about Ash and Andrea's exploits, like how they successfully conquered the southern region. Right then, Ash shows up in the room. The two share a light, friendly chat before Tilly goes back to writing her letter. According to her promise with Roland, the relocation of witches will happen in spring. Now that the months of demons are over, the merchant routes of the fjords will get busy. It will become hard to hire ships and sailors. If they run into any trouble during relocation, they can count on Thunder for help. He's currently out looking for adventurers interested in exploring the sea line. Tilly also tells her fellow to make sure to inform the leaders and merchants in the fjords where the witches are relocating. Spread the word. The sleeping spell service is still open for everyone. There's no need to worry about witches being too far from the fjords after the move. If anyone needs help, they'll still be able to get the right witch for the job. Tilly has a feeling that the route from the west to the fjords will soon become one of the busiest trade routes. Crossing the straits will become commonplace, especially when the converted paddle steamers at the port are finally complete. She further reminds Camilla of the objective behind their relocation to Neverwinter. It's not because they are abandoning Sleeping Island. Neverwinter City is the first line of defense against the devils. It's also the most dangerous place during the Battle of Divine Will. As humans, they must do their part and fight their enemies with all their might. However, even Roland cannot guarantee that victory will certainly be theirs. When the western region falls into the hands of their enemies, the fjords will be the only place they can take refuge. That being said, Tilly's first wish is that they never fall to their enemies. As long as Sleeping Island is still there, they still have hope. We then learn a bit about Camilla Derry. She was originally a noble of the old royal city. Even though she supports Tilly in her decision, Camilla is still reluctant to abandon Sleeping Island. While Sleeping Island may be important, it doesn't mean they should stay there forever, isolated. Tilly wants to see them experience life like ordinary people. Of course, this letter might not completely convince Camilla, but as more witches understand the western region, Tilly is sure that she'll change her mind. Suddenly Molly arrives. It looks like Molly and a few of the witches are leaving for Sleeping Island, so she's here to ask if Tilly has any letters she wants delivered. Much to Molly's astonishment, there are actually multiple letters, all addressed to one person, Camilla. The energetic girl gladly takes on the task of delivering the letters as told. She finally runs off to board the ships. Tilly watches her fellow witches head to Sleeping Island for good. She feels glad just thinking about how all those witches, who had to abandon their home against their will finally return to their homeland. And thus, a new chapter of their lives will begin. The scene then cuts to one of the apartment buildings, where we see Sister Blade waking up. Once she changes her clothes, she heads downstairs to find her fellow Annie already having breakfast. They chat a little, and from their conversation, we learn that Annie is working in the factories, doing the job that Miss Anna used to be in charge of. After a brief chat, Annie heads off to work, and Blade grabs some warm water to take to Hero. It seems that the legless Hero has finally started to grow her legs back. To understand how this miracle happened, we flash back a month. In the infirmary, Nana grimly revealed that Hero's condition was beyond her scope. She could only repair small injuries, like broken fingers, and that was it. That's when Roland breaks it to her that she's more than capable of doing it with the help of Blade. Once Blade turns into her blade form, Nana takes the dagger in her hands. Just by holding it, Nana can tell that her healing abilities have gotten stronger. She promptly starts applying her magic to Hero's amputated limbs, and miraculously enough, Hero's legs begin to grow back like roots. Though the process is so draining that Nana can only hold it together for less than a minute. That's when the other witches step up to help Nana. Sister Leaf suggests that Hero take some sleeping pills to avoid the unpleasant experience. Since Spear Passy is also present, she can channel the other witch's power into Nana. A few days later, at the clinic, Hero returns for her leg treatment. Nana once again grabs Blade in her hand, just like the other day. Furthermore, Spear Passy helps transfer Sister Leaf's immense magic into Nana. Anna quickly slashes Hero's ungrown part of her legs, and the little girl begins the healing process. An hour goes by, and both Blade and Nana are utterly exhausted. When Hero wakes up from her unconscious state, she finally has new legs. Tears begin streaming down her face as she's overwhelmed by the sight. In the heat of the moment, she hugs Annie. We then cut to Roland, who is reading reports about the success of Hero's surgery. This surgery helped prove that Blade's abilities increase other witches' power limits. For example, Hummingbird has a limit on how long she can keep heavy objects light. Similarly, the same logic applies to Nana. Creating limbs was way beyond her power limit. However, Blade was able to raise this cap. Something impossible was made possible with her presence. Based on Wendy's report, when Blade merges with other witches, those witches can feel their powers getting significantly stronger. So far, Blade has helped Soraya, Agatha, Lucia, and a few other witches harness their powers even better and do wonders. Well, it seems like Blade is going to be the busiest witch in Neverwinter. Suddenly, an officer arrives and reports that Sir Kyle of the chemical industry wants His Majesty to visit Research Lab number 4. He says he's found an answer to the matter Roland had requested. It looks like Kyle Sichi has outdone himself again, and our boy can't wait to see the results. We promptly cut to Research Lab number 4. Inside one of the rooms, Kyle Sichi is busy conducting experiments with chemicals. He bows his head respectfully to Roland before revealing that the black water from the southernmost region actually consists of multiple types of liquid. Kyle Sichi carried out some experiments following methods in intermediate chemistry, and discovered that he could separate these liquids through distillation. Not to mention they're all combustible. The liquids that rise to the top are the most reactive ones. The liquid in the tube is the most explosive among all categories. Roland is glad to see the discovery. Up next, Kyle is responsible for figuring out how to mass produce them. We then transition to Neverwinter City. There, we see one guy in the crowd particularly in high spirits. Actually, his poultry farming business is booming, with over 100 employees working under him and countless chickens and ducks on his farms. Since his business is doing so good, people often call him the Ducking Chicken Knight. As he's having the time of his life talking to himself and laughing with joy, the onlookers can't help but take note of this guy's unusually happy mood. Suddenly, a guy calls out to him and tells him that Roland needs him for something. The guard who came to relay the message didn't explain why His Majesty was calling. The chicken farmer has no clue why he's being summoned out of the blue, especially since the farmer mobilization meeting just ended. Being overly optimistic, all his success is getting over his head, making him believe the Majesty perhaps wants to make an example out of him for others. At the third border city, under the foot of the North Slope, we meet Roland being followed by the chicken farmer. It looks like they're heading into a tunnel where Roland is farming those deep-sea creatures. The farmer is flabbergasted to see such a massive and spacious tunnel. We then cut a little earlier, when he first met the Majesty. Before coming to Border City 3, Roland had explicitly told him the job he's about to perform is very confidential. He's absolutely not allowed to tell anyone about what he's going to do. While the chicken guy agreed to the terms, he's sweating about the unknown ahead. I have a feeling this guy will be in charge of taking care of those deep-sea bug farms. Right away, they come across two divine punishment witches. They stare at the commoner before asking His Majesty if having a mortal around is really safe. Roland reveals that he doesn't intend to keep his people in the dark about what's happening behind the scenes. Sooner or later, he plans to reveal everything to the public. So by involving important people, like those working in City Hall, it's the first step. At this moment, Pasha drops down from the ceiling with her massive body, causing the poor chicken farmer to absolutely lose his soul out of his body. Bro literally feels numb down to his knees and plops over, while Roland casually greets Pasha like they're best buddies forever. Roland wants a brief report about how the bug farming is going. Pasha reveals that there's significant growth in their numbers. As long as there's an abundance of mushrooms, they can keep eating forever. Roland is relieved that raising these bugs isn't a big headache. He then finally introduces her to the chicken guy, mentioning she used to be a very famous lady in her time. Of course, the chicken guy isn't sure from which angle this giant monster looks anything like a lady. That's when Pasha pokes the guy on the head, giving him a visual of her human appearance in his mind. Roland proceeds to walk towards the bug farming nest. As they walk, Roland briefs the guy about how 400 years ago, these witches lived on barren land and built their own towns. However, a disaster befell their town, and they somehow ended up in these grotesque bodies. Now they're immortal monsters, forced to live with this pain forever. Now that Roland has decided to take in these survivors, they're considered Neverwinter's allies in the fight against the devils and citizens of Grey Castle. But, as anyone can see, it's pretty normal for people to think negatively of them because of how they look. The farmer guy is more than willing to accept and respect their existence. While it sounds very bizarre, if it's Roland endorsing them, then there's no other choice but to believe it. That's what a loyal minister should always do. They finally arrive at the farming fields filled with giant mushrooms, where the bugs are eating away at them. Of course, the farmer guy is literally sweating just standing there. Roland reveals how they call these things rubber bugs. They're able to produce a very useful industrial material, one that's just as important as food. Since this chicken guy has a lot of experience raising ducks and chickens by feeding them worms, Roland wants him to raise these bugs as well. Unsurprisingly, the chicken guy feels like his whole world just got turned upside down. Roland further reassures the chicken guy by casually kicking one of the rubber bugs, trying to show that these big fellas aren't hostile at all. Despite their freaky size, they're extremely timid. All you have to do is collect the slime inside their stomachs from time to time. The rest of the details about these bugs are written in a manual, which Roland hands over. Chicken guy can study it first and then figure out a way to make them mature faster so they can harvest slime more efficiently. While the chicken guy is fine with the job, he's not sure he can handle it alone. Roland already thought of that. He's free to recruit help from the First Army if needed. Plus, if he does a good enough job, the Majesty promises a reward during this year's award and merit ceremony. Later, Roland runs into Jasmine and Lyra, except they're in their devouring worm forms. After greeting Roland, the two girls quickly retreat back into their hideout. Pasha explains that Jasmine and Lyra just came out to say hello before entering hibernation. Burrowing worm vessels burn through a ridiculous amount of energy, and usually, Fulan alone handles all the digging and transporting work. No need for 3 vessels at once, but Roland tells the girls to stay awake. There are going to be plenty of new projects soon, and Neverwinter will need all the help it can get with construction. As for food, City Hall will provide everything they need. Jasmine lights up like a kid in a candy store. She never liked hibernation in the first place. Since Roland clearly has plans for them, Pasha leaves the 2 girls under his care. The next day, as Roland sits in his office, he feels like things are finally settling down. With the exploration phase wrapped up, there shouldn't be any new problems from the western region. Then a pigeon flies in, carrying a secret letter from Hill Fox. What Roland reads absolutely devastates him. He jumps out of his seat, furious, and immediately calls for a meeting with all relevant officials. In the meeting room, Brian is visibly losing his marbles after hearing the latest developments. Apparently, the royal family of Dawn has decided to stir up trouble in the eastern region this time. It's only a matter of time before they make their move, maybe even cross the border and launch a full invasion. Barov takes the opportunity to throw a polite jab at Brian, wondering aloud, if the Dawn army could just waltz into Grey Castle without a fight, what's even the point of Brian being the captain of the First Army? Brian gets a little awkward. Trying to clarify, he was just using an example. Barov tells him to be more careful with his words. Besides, if diplomacy can fix this, there's no reason to jump straight to violence. Roland cuts through the back and forth with a sharp clap, telling everyone to grab some food and clear their heads. They'll discuss things properly afterward. As the officials sip on turbulent drinks, Neverwinter's specialty for stressful times, Roland reviews Hill Fox's letter again. The key points are, Appen Moya is planning to disrupt the eastern region. Things are not looking good in the Holy City with Otto Luoxi being imprisoned. After 3 days of debates, the consensus is to take back the eastern region and destroy the church. However, Roland hasn't yet decided how they'll deal with the Kingdom of Dawn itself. He's looking for a way to get the best results with minimal sacrifice, and he's sure Andrea is the key to this. But he wants her to approach him first, not the other way around. As fate would have it, Andrea walks into his office without being summoned, a perfect chance Roland had been anticipating for. Nightingale offers her some dried fish, but Andrea looks too serious to snack. Turns out she's here to beg Roland to save Otto Luoxi, her childhood friend. Roland is sure that she acknowledges the harsh truth they discussed in the meeting. To pressure Appen into surrender, they'd need at least 3,000 soldiers. To attack the Holy City, they'd need more than 5,000, about 80% of the entire First Army. That's not even counting the costs of horses, carriages, food, and supplies. Roland is trying to subtly talk her out of it, mentally starts listing all the problems out loud, basically trying to deter her without saying no outright. Of course, Nightingale notices and pinches him hard for causing Andrea even more distress. Finally, Roland softens his tone and assures her that if everyone in here is willing to take the initiative and shake up the situation themselves, they can also find a way to overcome the disadvantages. They'll need the help of the 3 major families in the Kingdom of Dawn. If those families cooperate, they can overthrow the Moya family and end the reign of that madman Appen. Basically, Roland wants Andrea to become the ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn. She's of course completely shocked to realize this. But then her face grows somber as she insists she's not interested in the throne. Roland then suggests her father take the role. The graceful lady doesn't hesitate for a second before admitting that her father will likely say yes. If that's the case, Roland is ready to put the plan into motion, assuring her that Otto will be out of prison before she knows it. Later, once he's alone with Nightingale, she is in disbelief that she is willing to let Andrea become the ruler of Dawn. As they chat, Isabella enters the office room after a long time. She seems a little worried after learning from Agatha that the Church of Hermes is about to break apart. Roland confirms this, or at least that's what the reports say. Refugees who've escaped from the church have started showing up in Coldwind Ridge and the western region of Dawn. According to their statements, the cathedral representing the Holy City collapsed overnight. Besides, Roland is sure she's not here to talk about the church. Well, of course she's not. She's not at all concerned about the church. She's here to remind him about the countless berserk pills. A lot of people already know where these pills are stored, so if that information spreads, it could cause unnecessary complications in their plans. When Roland asks where the pills are, she reveals that they're hidden in well-secured warehouses across the Hermes Plateau, though she can't provide their exact coordinates. However, she's willing to tag along with the First Army to help find those pills, but only if Roland wants her to. The Majesty has no objections to her traveling with the First Army, but she's not to engage in any battles. Once she finds the pills, she's supposed to destroy them on the spot. Roland then gives her another task. In the Old Holy City, several monasteries still exist. Since the church has lost its ability to maintain order, those places have likely turned into living hells. He needs her to bring any orphans back to the western region. Isabella doesn't understand exactly what Roland is thinking, but she doesn't dare question his judgment. She simply bows her head in respect. Next, we cut to Iris's lavish house. When she enters her room, her brother follows, questioning why she's so late today. Iris shares how Roland has set up a defense department responsible for national-level military matters. If she's going to be this late again, she suggests he just eat on his own. But her little brother believes it's worth the wait as long as he gets to eat with his beautiful sister. While eating, he asks why she didn't speak much during the meeting. She's pretty sure she already had all the answers to the daunting problems Roland has been facing. She reveals that the reason she stayed quiet during the meetings is because she's positive Roland will have Andrea take charge of the issue with the Kingdom of Dawn. She noticed how his gaze landed directly on Andrea 17 times over the past 3 days. Since Andrea isn't a member of City Hall and isn't a main decision-maker, there must be some other motive. She brags how she had to use her peripheral vision to observe this, and she's sure Roland didn't realize she was watching him all along. Her little brother can't help but feel disturbed seeing how full of herself she's become. Moving on, she reveals that she had talked to Andrea and tells her to support Roland in his endeavors. Only then will he be able to help rescue Otto. The next day, in the courtroom, Brian is once again going bonkers, promising that the First Army will exterminate all enemies, no matter how far they are. Roland then gives his verdict. He will split their troops into two, sending one towards Hermes Plateau through Coldwind Ridge, while the other heads east to the kingdom's border. They'll attack the Kingdom of Dawn from two sides, aiming to take over the City of Glow by early fall. Everyone in the conference room is pleased with the decision. Iris can already tell that things are about to get a whole lot more hectic from here on out. We then cut to Lorgar, who is counting down her money, and it seems things aren't looking great for her. It only took her 2 weeks to spend over 3/4 of the money she had. Most of her money went to buying expensive drinks at Evelyn's Complex Winehouse. The prices at that damned place are literally daylight robbery. Then again, she shouldn't be blaming others for her own financial failure. After all, she willingly paid for everything herself. She continued to chug down drinks, and Evelyn kept bringing more and more. Honestly, now that she thinks about it, those drinks were so delicious that she just couldn't resist herself. Every drink tasted amazing, no matter how distinct or unique each one was. Anyway, seeing her dwindling reserves, the only thing that brought poor Lorgar any comfort was immense sorrow. A while later, she finds herself in a forest. She strips off her clothes and transforms into her wolf form. As she's running through the forest, a monster suddenly charges at her. But Lorgar simply leaps out of the way, causing poor Maggie to dive headfirst into the ground. Of course, we all know it's Maggie. Even Lorgar begins to recognize the sound of the monster, realizing it's someone she's heard before. The wolf lady musters up the courage to ask if the monster is Maggie. Naturally, Maggie reacts with immense shock upon hearing a wolf speak. Just then, Lightning arrives on the scene and asks this wise wolf for her identity. Lorgar immediately transforms back into her human form and introduces herself as Lorgar Burnflame, from the desert. She came here following Ash and Andrea. During her travels, she mentioned Maggie, which is how she had a hunch it was her. Maggie recalls seeing Lorgar back on the ship when she delivered a message to Ash. Meanwhile, Lightning finds it unfair that nobody told Lorgar about her. So, our adventurous girl takes it upon herself to introduce herself to this wise wolf, the greatest explorer in the western region. Well, more like the greatest explorer in Grey Castle. It's then that Maggie notices a small but interesting detail about Lorgar. "Why are you naked?" she asks while staring at her. Poor curious Maggie continues to stare at the naked wolf, earning a bonk on the head from Lightning for making their guest uncomfortable by staring at her. Lorgar quickly gets dressed and asks both of them why they attacked her. Lightning embarrassingly admits that they thought Lorgar was a mutated snow wolf. You see, both of their jobs include patrolling for demonic beasts, hunting food for the castle, and keeping an eye on the entire Northwest. Not to mention, they also steal bird eggs, pick beehives, and play hunt games. Though these activities aren't part of their original job, Maggie is a sucker for them. Anyway, very few people find their way out here. Plus, months of demon activity just recently ended, so it was unusual to see a monster in the wild. Now that Lightning has explained their side of the story, they throw the question right back at Lorgar. This isn't barren land. She could have bumped into demonic beasts, and there are much more dangerous things out here. So both girls are curious to know why she came all the way out here by herself. She then finally comes clean that she's looking for the devils. There are rumors about an abandoned city, and she's heard they were once spotted there, and she plans to hunt those nasty beings down. Lightning can barely hold back her laughter as she watches this gullible woman speak so bluntly about devils, as if they're just stray dogs she can take down. She finally reveals to this not-so-wise wolf that it's been over 400 years since devils appeared in Tequila. There's always the danger they could return at any moment, which is exactly why she patrols these lands. However, if she wants to find the abandoned city, it's going to take at least a week. The barren lands cover a vast area. If her directions are off by even a little, she won't find that city. You see, that place used to be known for its fertile soil, and it's much bigger than Grey Castle. In fact, it's even bigger than the 4 kingdoms combined. The poor girl feels dejected, knowing it's going to be a pain in the ass to find those devils. Meanwhile, Lightning can't help but notice how Lorgar's been putting her life at risk. Following rumors to find Devil's origin. So, both adventure-seeking girls get excited and invite Lorgar to join their exploration group, offering her more security and freedom to explore uncharted territories with them. But it looks like the unwise wolf isn't interested in playing games with these little kids. However, her curiosity peaks when Lightning reveals she knows where the Tequila ruins are located and is willing to take her there if she joins their team. Lorgar is sold instantly, and Lightning further glamorizes how she and Maggie are the only ones who've had the liberty to touch its walls. It's not just Tequila, though. Lightning knows a lot about the devils, too. She's even fought powerful elite devils before. She knows things nobody else knows. Night falls, and while Lorgar may be reluctant, she has no choice but to tag along with these little girls, especially since this seems to be the only way to gather more intel on the devils. After a short journey, they stumble across a little hut smack dab in the middle of nowhere. It seems to be Lightning's base, where they'll rest for the night and continue their journey tomorrow morning. Lightning starts a bonfire and sits down to smoke some barbecue sticks. Lorgar is quite impressed by how cozy it is, wondering if they built it themselves. Lightning claims they didn't build it. It's just a natural shelter they stumbled across. The trunk was hollowed out by bugs, and its branches fell due to weathering. The branches and leaves created a natural canopy. As for the windows and door, Maggie and she made them. There are plenty of resting places like these in the barren lands. Lorgar feels the vibe here. She sits down and takes a bite of the meat Lightning just roasted. The food is so delicious that the wise wolf can't hide her joy. Apparently, this isn't just any regular meat. It's a lake frog caught in the icy springs of the snowy mountains. It took Lightning quite a bit of effort to catch it. Lightning adds that, as explorers, trying new foods is part of their job. The food is so tasty that Lorgar can't get over it. The next day, they continue their journey and finally reach the place they've been looking for. When Lorgar takes in the full view of the abandoned Tequila City, she can't help but realize how massive it is. The sheer size of it is 6 times that of Iron Sand City. Assuming a ratio of 1 to 10, there would have been at least a few million people, including the villages outside the city. This place was once the last line of defense for the Witch Kingdom, but unfortunately, they failed to defend themselves against the devils. Lorgar is fascinated by how they were able to build such a huge city, yet still failed against the devils. Now that she thinks about it, Roland was right when he emphasized the level of threat the upcoming Battle of Divine Will represents. Lorgar then questions if the devils happen to enter Neverwinter, which direction they would come from. As far as Lightning's understanding goes, they could come from anywhere west of the ruins. It gets pretty dangerous deeper into the barren lands, including traveling in the sky. The reason behind this is that there's fog, and the sky sometimes turns red. It's something the devils need to survive, similar to how humans need air to breathe. The weather's great today, so the sky is clear and blue, but when it's cloudy or rainy, you'll often see red fog on the horizon if you fly high enough. It's like poison to the witches. Any contact with it is enough to critically injure you. Since they don't know how far the fog can spread, they rarely cross over Tequila. Devils' main weakness is the tube on their bodies, but if Lorgar ever bumps into enemies, it's better for her to retreat immediately and report the matter to His Majesty. Lightning then hands her a map since she's part of the exploration team. The map marks all the unexplored areas, and if Lorgar happens to go into these areas, she can draw anything she finds, like bird nests, beehives, or wolf dens. The most important rule is that she's not allowed to keep all the loot for herself. She has to share it equally among the team members. Lightning then reveals that they'll be leaving Neverwinter because Roland is about to dispatch the First Army to the eastern region and Hermes. It's likely that she and Maggie will have to leave with the First Army and won't be back for a few months. So, while she helps the First Army sniff out the enemies and fine-tune the cannons, Lorgar is to stay here and explore the barren lands. We then cut to Border Town. In the office, Roland looks utterly exhausted. Ever since he gave orders for the expedition, he's been holding several meetings a day. The feeling of having power was great at first, but now it's starting to tire him out. If he didn't have Scroll organizing and filtering out the numbers, he would have left all this work to his subordinates. It's then that Iris appears in the office with a revised battle strategy in her hands. According to her strategy, they can use the powers of the witches and Tequila people to initiate random raids in various locations. This way, their enemies will have a hard time defending themselves, and they'll be fighting them both in the sky and on the land. Roland understands the effectiveness behind her strategy, which is expected of Iris, though it's not perfect. If he wants these strategies to be carried out smoothly, he'll need to ensure the Tequila witches are willing to listen to his orders. So, to make sure of that, he'll need to get them experience the dream world at least for once. The next scene takes us into the dream realm, where Roland wakes up to a phone call from Garcia. He picks up the phone, and she's already mad that he hasn't shown up at the promised time. After all, he was the one who wanted to learn more about the corrosion of this world. The association decided on a time for newcomers to visit, and it's happening this afternoon. She tells him to come to the designated place after he has breakfast. Roland questions why it's so urgent since the meetup was supposed to be this afternoon. Garcia yells at him again, reminding him that he's not the only new member, and they need time to meet with other members from different regions. In order to avoid her wrath, Roland gets moving. He meets Zero in the other drawing area and informs her before leaving the apartment. She thinks maybe he's going out for a morning jog, and Roland kind of confirms it. Before leaving, he assures her that he might be a little late, so she'll have to fend for herself. With that, he walks out, shutting the door behind him. As Roland walks through the streets, he notices a lot of people on their daily jogging routines. This motivates him to go jogging himself. Once he arrives at the storeroom where he's set up his new base, we meet all the witches from before. After pleasantries, Roland drops a tidbit about a special task he has for them. According to Garcia, the association will bring the new members to their headquarters when they show them around. They usually keep the location of the headquarters a secret, and that's why Roland wants to take this opportunity to figure out where they've been storing the force of nature. To do that, he needs their help. Fadi is all in to assist Roland with her bugs. She plants one of her bugs inside his body so she can always know where he is and what he's doing. Looks like bro dislikes these creepy crawlies just as much as I do. Back to business. He wants to confirm if they've all learned how to hail a taxi by now. The girls quickly explain the step-by-step procedure for getting a taxi and the etiquette for riding one. Once they arrive at the headquarters, Roland wants Ling to sneak inside. Even though there are no divine judgment stones in this world, there might be another method the association is using to disrupt magic, so they all need to be cautious. If they think the infiltration plan is falling apart, they can prioritize their safety and retreat. One of the witches is told to stay behind and take care of everyone else. Roland further offers her money for takeout, which should be enough for 3 meals a day. The meat girl quickly expresses her desire to join the infiltration team, as she's also good at infiltration. But Roland assures her that her contribution isn't necessary. If she does exactly as she's told, he promises to take her to the cinema next time. The girl's eyes light up and she becomes all cute and smitten when Roland pats her. A while later, Roland finally spots Garcia in the corridor. The guy sprinted down here and is now panting heavily, as if he just ran a marathon. Garcia notices him and decides to end her phone call. It looks like Roland overheard a bit of the conversation and wonders if the Clover group is talking about demolition again. Garcia responds coldly, saying it's none of his business. They have some small talk, and during the conversation, Garcia asks about the girls who have been living with him in his house. Roland quickly brushes the topic aside, eager to change his clothes before doing anything else. A while later, Bro returns looking like a true gentleman in a 3-piece suit. Since it's his first time visiting the headquarters, being a little formal is natural. Now that he's becoming an official member, he can't afford to be too casual. Otherwise, they might think he's rude. It's clear Garcia is a bit flustered seeing him look so good, but being the tsundere type, she brushes off the compliment and decides to move on to avoid further embarrassment. Later, the pickup bus arrive and they proceed to get on. Roland notices the bus doesn't have any number plates, and he can't see what's inside through the windows. Just as he's about to board, Fadi and the other witches signal Roland before getting into a taxi, letting him know their plan is going just as intended. Garcia finally ushers Roland onto the private bus, so private that even the windows are meticulously blocked. As she drags him to the last seat, he asks if the guys on the bus aren't her colleagues. Garcia explains that the Martialist Association isn't a company. Most of the people on this bus are like him. They've just awakened, so it's their first time seeing each other. Roland notices the strong hostility emanating from these guys. Garcia then reveals that not every awakened person has noble intentions. Some of them used to be fence-sitters, and they were forced to lean toward the association due to how bad the erosion had gotten. It's normal for these guys to be in unusually bad moods. In the past, conflicts arose where new awakeners killed association members during their missions. Eventually, the defenders had to step in and eliminate them. If any of them try to provoke him, she suggests ignoring them. The association will punish them severely. The force of nature granted to them by the gods was meant for self-defense, not to take things from others. If they don't stop the erosion, this world might cease to exist. Many are so busy enjoying their powers that they've forgotten their responsibilities. Roland understands. It's possible that the witches 800 years ago thought the same way before they established the Union to fight against the devils. Out of the blue, the bus comes to a sudden halt and begins to descend. Garcia reassures a nervous Roland that they're just in an elevator. She shifts his attention to the outside, where they can see the floors as they descend. Given how many floors this place has, even the entire third border city seems like a small town in comparison. The others are also fascinated by the massive size of the headquarters. Roland starts to worry if Ling will even be able to find her way down here. Eventually, they reach a spot with a giant monument standing in the middle. Soon after, people start pouring out of their buses, instantly crowding the area. The reason for the crowd is that the association has countless branches, but only 2 headquarters. If he wants to experience the erosion by himself, he must visit one of these 2 headquarters. Not only can you see erosion here, but you can also touch it. However, it's better to avoid physical contact. The lights go down, leaving only spotlights illuminating the monument and one on a woman who appears out of nowhere on stage. She welcomes everyone to Prism City and introduces herself as Alan, the chief disciple of Rock's defenders. The audience, however, isn't really interested in hearing her talk. After all, they didn't travel all this way just to be greeted by a chief disciple. They want the real deal. Lan calms the eager crowd down and explains that the defenders usually welcome the new disciples. However, something happened in Sky City, and as a result, the master and the other 3 defenders had to leave a few days ago. Since she didn't want to delay the tour, she stepped in to continue it. Since many people here have been awakened for years, she can't truly treat everyone as newcomers. But now that circumstances have changed, She views their arrival as a sign that everyone here acknowledges the association's power. Naturally, everyone must push everything else aside for now and focus on defeating the fallen evils. The association doesn't care about their identity or status, they only care about future performance. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it is for the Awakeners to work together. If any of them can't accept the association's methods, they're free to leave. The room falls into silence as Roland can't help but notice how cunning the chief disciple actually is. Garcia grows a little agitated at Roland's unspoken criticism of her soul master. She further suggests that Roland stay out of her master's sight, as she has no patience for irresponsible people who are always late to arrive. The chief disciple cuts through the chatter with sharp, resounding claps. Since no one is leaving, she assumes everyone has made their choice. With that, the association welcomes all newcomers. She requests everyone to follow her as she wants to show them the disaster the world is about to face. Everyone will soon realize how close the battle of divine will is to them. The mention of the divine will shocks Roland. It doesn't make sense as to why is she speaking about something that doesn't belong to this world. Roland then notices Garcia's calm demeanor, which indicates that she already knows all about divine will and whatever else the chief disciple has mentioned. Once the speech concludes, the chief disciple leads everyone down more floors. By now, Roland is dying to know why the headquarters is so deep underground. It seems excessive if they're only trying to protect themselves or keep things confidential. Garcia assures him not to be too surprised. This place used to be a mine, and the lift tunnels were modified from abandoned mining caves. She then points out that some of the floors are new, dug further down as the erosion spreads. She reveals that no one can stop the erosion, not even the association. Rather than just protecting itself from the erosion, the association focuses on dealing with awakened individuals who have ill intentions. While it doesn't make sense to Roland now, she promises he'll understand soon enough. As all the participants take their seats in one of the auditoriums, Roland notices how well guarded the entire room is. The chief disciple grabs everyone's attention and begins narrating how an evil force has appeared in their world. The number of fallen evils increased drastically, threatening the lives of awakened individuals. However, she clarifies that the so-called evil force is not evil at all. Another world is overlapping with their own. She then reveals the source of this erosion, which is a dark red hole-like thing. Roland has no clue what it is, while Garcia reveals that this is a small part of the erosion. The entire world is becoming riddled with such holes. This is the essence of the erosion. One person stands up and insists on further explanation about this erosion. Everyone has questions. They all want to know what this other world is and what these fallen evils are. The chief disciple silences them all and proceeds with a little presentation to clear up the confusion. After a brief verbal explanation, she demonstrates by shoving a stick into the red hole. The stick erodes as soon as it makes contact with the bubble. One of the guys volunteers to try it by himself. Once given permission, he stands in front of the red hole, pours magic into his hand, and tries to grab the bubble. The poor bastard loses all of his fingers the moment he touches it. As he is escorted to the infirmary, the chief disciple confidently states that this demonstration is enough to convince them just how dangerous the erosion is. Roland stands up to get a closer look himself. When he examines the red light coming from the hole, it looks strangely familiar. He recalls seeing something similar on the Divine Land. Specifically, one of the 4 paintings had shown this. The chief disciple seems to recognize Roland. Garcia has mentioned him several times to her. As she had described it, Roland is one of the very few awakened individuals who awakened independently. She finds this quite rare for an ordinary person, and is glad he is willing to join the association. Even though she despises people who are always late, she supposes it's a common flaw among many. In her roundabout way, she assures him that his shortcomings can be overlooked if he showcases his full potential without holding anything back. Otherwise, he will be eliminated eventually. She then suggests he return to his seat if he is done examining the hole. Roland says nothing and sits back down. According to the research files from the underground civilization, the red moon is key to converting magic. It is also the foundation for the existence of dreams. Witches can see the true form of the red moon because they are in the real world. But this place was created using his and Zero's memories. Meanwhile, Garcia is certain that Roland must now believe her, as everything is right before his eyes. Roland has never doubted her judgment. However, he doesn't think her master is as intimidating as Garcia had made him out to be. Of course, the eye patch lady has no idea what he is trying to imply. Roland then adds that the chief disciple has said a lot of things to him, something about him being extraordinary, and how the association really desires his contribution. Garcia isn't sure what she's talking about, since she didn't see her master say a single word while he was over there. The way Garcia mentioned it, though, makes it sound like she literally saw nothing, which kind of shocks Roland out of his wits. Meanwhile, the chief disciple decides to start explaining all the juicy details she's got. First, about the source of the erosion. The world they're living in isn't flat. It's more like a membrane. The membrane has a curvature, in other words, it's bent. Some places are more curved than others. So, if there are other worlds outside their world, there's one possibility. Two worlds have started overlapping at a certain point, which is causing the erosion. Of course, whatever she's saying makes absolutely no sense to anyone. Meanwhile, the lady continues to point out how this overlap caused the two worlds to temporarily share a connection. She doesn't know how this will affect the world over there. But this world they are currently living in is definitely being influenced. Power coming from that other world is causing natural phenomenons. Whether it's martial artists or fallen evils, the power gained by all awakeners is connected to this. Everything is linked together. Of course, the awakened folks get annoyed when they hear the harsh truth. Their powers are a byproduct of this erosion anomaly. They strongly object, stating that their powers belong to them and no one else. She admits that martial artists can control their powers, but fallen evils can't because martial artists are in the early stages of the overlap. As the energy spreads, more and more martial artists will turn into fallen evils. It's a struggle for survival. If they don't defeat the fallen evils, not only the normal awakened people, but the human world will be completely destroyed by them. Roland suddenly wakes up in his office, startled by Nightingale. Once he's done dismissing Barov, Nightingale points out how he's been zoning out a lot lately. She wonders if it's related to the dream world's erosion. Roland assures her that there's nothing serious going on. It's just that he's a little confused about a few things, nothing to worry about. Seems like it's already been 4 days since he left the dream world. Faldi managed to locate the headquarters, but Ling failed to infiltrate it. Then again, there weren't any setbacks, so it's all good. Nightingale creeps up on him again to remind him how he's zoning out once more. Once again, Roland assures her that everything is fine, but Nightingale knows he's not being completely honest. She suspects that maybe he's been doing some questionable, immoral stuff with those witches in his dream world. Poor guy defends himself against the baseless allegations, claiming that he only let them try various kinds of food. Nightingale assures him that she's just joking around. She's actually worried about his safety since she can't be in his dream world to protect him. She fears that being left alone with 20 thirsty witches craving pleasure might end up causing him more harm than he realizes. Of course, her wild imagination only earns her Roland's disdain while she continues to act sly and nonchalant, claiming she's just joking. Roland teases her back, saying that if he had her ability, it would definitely tell him she's lying and that she's been trying to ask this question since the very beginning. Finally, Nightingale admits her mistake. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and in walks Hunter Iron Axe. Roland hopes that Iron Axe already knows the battle plan for Neverwinter. Looks like Iron Axe isn't aware of all the details, though. He only got a little information from Brian. But there's one thing he doesn't understand. Brian will be responsible for taking over for him and protecting Miss Echo in Port Clearwater. If that happens, who's going to be responsible for the Eastern Battlefront? Roland points out that Brian is still lacking in experience. His defense is solid, but accidents are bound to happen if he leads a huge army by himself. So, Iron Axe will be in charge of the army heading east. The brave hunter then curiously asks who's heading to the west. Roland expresses his desire to handle it himself. We then cut to Agatha, who's asking Isabella if she's ready for their trip, since they'll be leaving tomorrow, and she doesn't want her falling behind. Isabella reveals that she doesn't have any spare clothes, and she doesn't know what to bring. Hearing this, Agatha decides to take her shopping for new clothes. While Isabella feels warmth from Agatha's kind gesture, she reveals that she doesn't have any money. The Icy Witch is more than happy to lend her some. Even then, Isabella isn't sure if she can muster up the courage to enjoy pleasures unless she finally sees the outcome of this divine war. Well, the Icy Witch isn't sure if staying dejected like this all these years will be worth it. After all, the divine war won't end that soon, so she gotta lift her chin up and enjoy the time she has, since worrying about the future won't help at all. This is the moment Isabella gets overwhelmed with emotions and happily embraces Agatha's extended hand. Later that night, we see Roland sleeping with his best girl, Anna. The girl isn't sure if they should be getting laid when there's so much to take care of. Roland reassures her that they've been preparing all this time, so they deserve this little break together. Plus, this expedition isn't just about fighting. Publicity is important too. They've got to make an impression, and it's not possible if he doesn't have a beautiful female partner by his side for the banquets. Let's not intrude on their privacy and let them enjoy this night they are sharing. The day of departure arrives, and Roland's big steamboats have started sailing. On one of them is himself and Nightingale, and they're about to arrive at Redwater City. He tells her to inform all advisors to gather in the upper observation room for a meeting. Later, once all the big shots have arrived in the meeting room, one of the guys reveals that Redwater City is the second most developed city in the central region, aside from the old royal capital. Its territory is huge, and there are many nobles. So, he's afraid they won't be able to take care of things as quickly as they did with Willowtown. He suggests organizing a meeting with the leader of Redwater, Earl Delta, to try to convince him before issuing orders to redraw entrustment rights. That being said, the guy is sure that many nobles already know the purpose of their visit, and if those guys still decide to go against their plan, the guy suggests sending out the army right away to obliterate them. Roland then inquires if there's a faster way to handle this. Actually, he doesn't want to spend too much time visiting Willowtown, as there are still a few cities left to visit after their current target. If they take this much time in every city, summer will be over before they even reach Coldwind Ridge. This is when Iris steps forward with a solution in mind. However, her solution might tarnish Roland's reputation a bit. We cut to the nobles of Willowtown, who are fuming after reading the letter sent by the Majesty. The letter highlights how Roland Wimbledon has taken away all the rights belonging to the leader of Willowtown and claimed the land for himself. The nobles are livid just thinking about how this so-called king has been stripping every noble of their status and taking their inherited lands for himself. But what can they do against such a powerhouse of a king? Timothy was defeated within days, and the church was too, leaving no thorns in Roland's path toward his dictatorship. They all remember how the Western Army came to Redwater and defeated their enemies within days. Anyone touched by that white powder Roland produced dies. Even those wearing heavy armor struggle to survive against it. This is when a blonde man comes up with a plan. As far as he's concerned, that white powder may be powerful, but it's not invincible. It requires a large area of space to release its full power. The more spacious the area, the more powerful the powder becomes. But if they can restrict it to a smaller space, its capabilities will be limited. For example, when Roland arrives at Redwater, he will likely stay in the palace. As long as they have more of their people in the castle, Roland will be at a disadvantage. A silver-haired man questions if Earl Delta is willing to cooperate in this endeavor. The blonde man believes Delta would never do something like this, given his personality. He wouldn't even fight for himself if they put a knife to his throat. However, the blonde man has heard from workers that the castle has many secret passages leading outside. All they need to do is split their men up and get them in there beforehand. One man raises the concern that this action will be considered an act of rebellion, and if they kill Roland, his army will crush everyone there. The blonde man quickly reassures the group that they don't plan to kill him. All they need to do is take control and hold Roland hostage. As long as he stays alive, his army won't dare to act rashly, and they might even force them to retreat. Once this spreads, the other nobles will surely side with Willowtown. Not to mention, the only land this king controls is that small region in the west. Just thinking about overthrowing Roland makes the blonde man grin maniacally. The others begin chattering among themselves, realizing how much they stand to gain if this plan succeeds. The first step is to select a few trustworthy knights to follow the blonde man's orders. As for the rest, the blonde man suggests practicing patience. Finally, Roland's giant steamships arrive at Willowtown's port, much to the blonde man's annoyance. He can't stomach how much attention Roland is attracting with his massive ships that need no air to sail. Under his breath, he asks the knight next to him about the current preparations. The knight reveals that they have 51 people in place, and they just need 2 more days to get the rest of them in position. The blonde man can't help but smirk at the prospect. He's confident that they have plenty of time, and the chances of winning have just increased marginally. As soon as Roland approaches, these filthy backstabbers, who are about to betray our boy, introduce themselves and pay their respects. The blonde man also introduces himself as George Neri, the owner of Rock Ridge and an earl. George wastes no time bragging about how his Rock Ridge is known for its top-quality tea and fruit wine. It would be an honor if Roland would visit his humble territory. Roland seems quite interested and asks where it's located. Of course, George wasn't expecting Roland to show such interest in Rock Ridge. He thought this conversation might end with our boy showing no interest, but the opposite happens. With no other option, George starts rattling off precise directions to his territory. Just a short walk east, 2 leagues at most, and the first ridge comes into view. Nestled beneath it lies the land of the Nurley family. Roland smiles politely in response. He even tosses in a few honeyed words, saying he hopes George will treasure the peerless view from the Rock Ridge. Then he just walks off, leaving that bastard George standing there, stewing in his own thoughts. Everything's going according to plan. He wants Roland to fall soon enough, because he's damn tired of pretending in front of this soft-spoken trash king. The night is still young, and love is in the air when Roland enters the banquet hall. On his arm is the woman he treasures most, a vision in formal wear that makes half the room forget how to breathe. Behind her trail Iris, Isabella, Phyllis, and a contingent of knights dressed like royalty. As he catches up with the nobles, we see some guy offering a drink to George. The guy accepts the drink and asks the man if he has any insider info regarding Roland. While the man doesn't have any strong leads, the lady beside Roland feels kind of suspicious to him. She just stands out too much. If she were from a noble family, he would have known about her by now, but that doesn't seem to be the case. That's when George smirks and reveals that she's likely a witch. This bastard clearly has a massive hate boner for witches, and he's already thinking about enslaving all these bitches. witches once Roland falls. The two bastards then clink their glasses and have the time of their lives drinking and scheming. As the banquet continues, with these shady dudes plotting Roland's downfall, one of the fat cats silences everyone so the Majesty can speak a little. Once everyone's eyes are on him, Roland starts his speech by thanking the Earl for hosting such an extravagant banquet. He's also genuinely happy to see so many important figures attending. He's sure that almost all the nobles residing around Redwater City are here tonight. That fat cat confirms that aside from two nobles who claim to be ill, everyone else is present. With that, Roland decides to seize the moment and drop a truth bomb. From today onwards, Redwater City and all the surrounding territories will belong to the Kingdom of Greycastle. In other words, they'll belong to him, and literally, no one else will own any land. This, of course, shocks the hell out of everyone present, especially George, who looks absolutely boggled out of his damn mind. He can barely believe Roland Wimbledon managed to convince Earl Delta ahead of time. Earl Delta himself is sweating his sagging sack of balls, worried about the backlash he'll face for siding with Roland. He was hoping Roland would ease into this bombshell, not drop it like a damn meteor. But Roland shuts this pig up real quick. He knows exactly what kind of people he's dealing with here. Some of them will hop onto the carriage of progress and ride alongside him. The rest will turn to dust trying to block his path. Naturally, the fat cat is boggled by the idea that Roland already knows about their shady schemes. In response, Roland assures this bastard that he has the ability to read people's hearts. Iris steps in to emphasize Roland's might. All the nobles need to do is repeat what she says and they'll realize there's no hiding their true thoughts. Roland can tell that none of them have been truthful to him so far, but understandable. If he were them, he wouldn't trust some king from Greycastle's borders either. He gestures for Iris to continue. She begins the next line they're supposed to say, "Even though I don't understand what Roland wants, my right to freedom isn't that important to me. As long as I have other ways to gain profit, I'm willing to give it a try." Naturally, the nobles all start parroting the line, but Roland notices that only 4 of them actually mean it. Still, just being willing to try is enough to earn a ticket on the bus of evolution. In the face of change, the courage to try is the most valuable trait. So he tells a few selective nobles to step aside. Meanwhile, George is absolutely losing his marbles watching these bozos so willing to follow Roland's ideals. Since they don't seem the least bit worried about losing their lands, George starts thinking maybe these idiots are just puppets under Roland's control. Now, it's time for the third sentence these hobos are supposed to recite. And since Earl Delta is the biggest coward in the room, he is first to recite the lines. The others follow him soon after. Roland once again filters out the 2 who were being honest. George, on the other hand, has officially lost his bananas. He has no damn clue how this new king managed to get everyone on his side. This should have been impossible. If Roland had been in talks with these people, George would have noticed. Roland, meanwhile, tries to hammer some sense into these bastards that surrendering to a higher power isn't something to be ashamed of. Human society has always formed hierarchies based on power. It's important to understand where you stand and to know your limits. He then further assures them they won't be treated unfairly. Iris continues to chant each line our guy wants these nobles to agree to. Eventually, Roland presents the final sentence he wants these bitches to say. This line is designed to confirm whether they still harbor any intention of assassinating the king to save their lands. Once they hear that last line, a heavy silence falls over the room. George looks like he's about to pass out. One of the nobles hesitantly declares that he'd never betray the Wimbledon family, and George and the rest echo the same. But Roland knows better. He already sees through their thoughts. He knows they're planning this shit in their heads right now. He promises them that if they act on those thoughts, their crimes will be revealed. And by then, they won't even deserve to work in the mines. They'll get only one thing, death. With that, Roland commands his unit to bring these traitors to their knees. George, of course, thinks he can easily wipe out this small unit. Even if one of them is a witch, as long as he and his crew are wearing the stones of divine judgment, she can't do jack shit. He instantly gestures for his fellow to execute their plan, but the guy immediately starts throwing a tantrum, complaining that they're being accused of something they haven't even committed. Roland shouldn't be so sure without any hard evidence. These bitches can whine all they want, but my guy remains unhinged. Meanwhile, George is foolish enough to think that he has the upper hand. His ally charges at our party with a massive sword, but it's the bastard who loses his head in the process, leaving George and the others shitting their pants. One by one, Phyllis butchers all of those who had been plotting Roland's demise. George is struck by a reality check he can't even fathom. The few others who remained behind quickly fall to their knees and surrender right away. It is then that George realizes that it's Roland who is playing real chess while the others are playing checkers. Roland intentionally left the First Army outside on purpose. There were only about 100 guards, and only 6 of them attended the banquet. He pretended to be forceful, not leaving them any room to back out. He finally realizes the harsh truth. Roland never planned to spare the remaining nobles. Even if they surrender now, it won't change the outcome. It's already too late for everyone to surrender. And thus, everyone present meets their demise instantly. Iris is glad to see how the plan is being carried out meticulously. First, Isabella nullified the stones of divine judgment the nobles had. Then, Nightingale used her lie-reading ability. Lastly, Iris butchered every motherfucker with ill intentions, leaving only 4 nobles who had passed the first question. Iris can't help but marvel at Roland's cunning and meticulous planning. She's now feeling glad she chose to follow a ruler like him. Roland then questions Delta if there are any other banquet halls in this manor. Delta quickly spills the details that it's right next to them. Roland decides to go there. He also wants Delta to produce a list of traitors because he wants it tonight. He then loudly assures the other noble guests that only traitors will be punished. Now that this kingdom has obtained peace, Roland's priority will be to restore order around Redwater as soon as possible. For that, he needs their help. All the remaining nobles kneel in submission, as it's better to adhere to orders than to be dead. Roland then tells everyone to get up. He assigns them their first mission to prove their loyalty. Now that all land belongs to him, there is no longer any purpose in keeping the original boundaries. So he needs every noble family to gather in Redwater City, including their residences, people, and animals living on their lands. Earl Delta raises the concern of food shortages if they were to gather everyone here. Redwater wouldn't have enough food to keep everyone fed. Even if they made them all farm, there wouldn't be enough fields for them to work with. Not to mention, many people might fight back when forced to relocate. Roland assures them there's nothing to worry about. In just a few minutes, he fills Delta in with some juicy details, which is enough to get this fat cat assured. A while later, Roland is alone with Iris. With the food problem solved, Roland believes they've successfully secured Redwater City. Now, it's time for Silver City and the old capital. However, Iris reveals that the latter has already been taken care of, so all they need is a suitable candidate to sit there as leader. Roland isn't sure how the other routes are doing. If everything goes smoothly, Iron Axe should reach Golden Wheat City tomorrow. He then orders her to return to the office for now, as there's plenty of work to get done tonight. According to their plan, the moment they get the list of all the traitors, they will be dealt with by the First Army. Iris acknowledges the orders and decides to take her leave. But before she leaves, Roland stops her and compliments her for the flawless strategy she had suggested. Of course, this sudden flattery takes her by surprise. Nonetheless, she maintains her sincerity and simply pays her respects for the acknowledgement. It seems like everything is going just as she had intended. She wanted Roland to rely on her, and she's glad she can now take care of things the way she desires. We then cut to Golden Wheat City, where we see Iron Axe Hunter along with his sidekick. Iron Axe is surprised to see this city in such a sorry state, especially since its name suggests prosperity. Whatever the case, the guy beside him doesn't care about the city's condition, as long as he manages to fulfill Roland's orders. Their job is to take over one city at a time. Iron Axe Hunter then highlights that using force is not their priority. As Iris told him, if they want to reclaim the eastern region, taking care of rebelling nobles is the best move. The scene then shifts to the officials of Golden Wheat City. They're paying respects to their fallen king, Timothy. The Big Cheese then instructs his butler, Bell, to note down everything he's about to say. Roland's armies are said to attack Golden Wheat City today after a night's rest. So, as the Duke of Golden Wheat, William Berger plans to fend off the enemy in the former king's name, and his chief knight, Grenada Wayne, shall fight alongside the Duke. The knight in question is this chick in his arms. He further tells his writer to jot down some cheesy lines about his and Grenada Wayne's bravery, but then he gives the writer the option to skip that part if it sounds too over the top. The writer, though, doesn't think there's anything wrong with the last line about bravery. For him, it's impossible for any record in this world to be written without bias. He's the scribe of Golden Wheat City, so it's only natural that his writing leans a certain way. Regardless, the Duke tells his writer to make sure he records each and every line with truth. His goal is to document the entire incident from beginning to end and tell the whole story. The Duke wants the entire world to remember the part of history he's about to make. We then promptly cut to the Golden Wheat City wall, where Duke William is trying his best to defend against Roland's massive steel ships heading their way. The cannons the Duke's team is using seem pretty inefficient and downright horrendous in terms of power and range. He then takes note of the weapon the First Army is using. They put a palm-sized shell in a thin tube, light it up, and boom, obliterate everyone over the walls. The Duke is absolutely bombasticated to see such massive power come from such a tiny weapon. The city is set ablaze within minutes of Roland's army arriving. Some of the wise guys suggest Duke William surrender instead of getting murdered unnecessarily. Knight Grenada Wayne volunteers to follow every command the Duke gives. Duke William gives his companions the option to surrender, though he himself has no plans of backing down as he wants to show his true loyalty to the late King Timothy. He and his close companions mount their horses and start charging at the enemy recklessly. What happens next is pretty predictable. These poor hobos can't stand up to the barrage of bullets coming at them. And thus, the battle ends with the enemy dying a dog's death for not surrendering. But those who did surrender are met by Hunter Iron Axe, expressing their desire to meet Roland. The captain shuts down their request, since His Majesty is too busy to come to the eastern region himself. If they want to talk to someone, he is standing right there, the one in charge of this operation. The nobles start murmuring among themselves, whispering how Roland picked a sand guy to lead the army. Not to mention, expeditions are a big deal, so how could Roland not be here himself? Iron Axe hears all their yapping, but he doesn't care what they think. Facts are facts, no matter how they feel about it. He then asks them where the Duke of Golden Wheat is. One guy starts sobbing as he reveals the Duke perished in battle. He insisted on charging headfirst with his knights and got mowed down in the bullet storm. Iron Axe takes note of the man's bravery and can't help but commend it. He then turns to his soldiers and tells them to toss the surviving nobles into the dungeon. A while later, we get a wide view of the entire city on fire. One of the soldiers rushes in, reporting that the castle is also burning. Hearing this, Iron Axe doesn't even flinch. Given how nonchalant the captain is about this fire, the soldier figures that it's an elaborate arsenal, ordered by the captain himself. Well, the humble hunter coldly admits it. Yeah, it was his order. However, the public will hear a different version. The rats hated the nobles, so they snuck into the castle through secret passages and lit up all the wheat stocks stored in the prison. To put it simply, Iron Axe doesn't have the time or energy to figure out if the nobles were actually surrendering or not, and His Majesty is already on a very tight schedule. That's why Roland decided to have him handle all matters concerning cities in the east. He then shows the soldiers some stats about Golden Wheat City. Around 5 years ago, about 230,000 people lived in Golden Wheat City and its surrounding areas. It used to be one of the most developed places around. But this year, that number dropped to 60,000. The Duke had been prepping for war, widening city walls, planting obstacles, and blocking all the roads into the city. He even flooded the fields and turned them into marshes. As a result, the city got cut off from trade. Its prosperity vanished. The decrease in farmland caused a massive drop in population too. Now the soldier finally gets why the city looked so run down. We then cut to this bald bastard who never expected Golden Wheat City to meet such a fate. He's actually the same writer who was supposed to document the brave tales of Duke William and his Lady Knight. But those two are long dead, already shredded to pieces by bullets in this confrontation. The writer was strictly told to write only the truth in the records. Still, he never intended to fake history. That's his job as a scribe. But hey, nobody in this world can be completely unbiased. Since he lives in a city owned by Roland, it's natural for his writing to carry a certain slant. Or rather, maybe that's what you'd call unprejudice. The next day, Roland receives a bunch of secret letters from the east. These letters report the fall of Golden Wheat City. It took no time for the city to crumble, thanks to firearms. Then, Roland notices something interesting in the letter. Apparently, as we already know, Iron Axe's plan to burn the city to embers had been successful. Not to mention, it worked wonders. The nobles were horrified and couldn't care less about their fiefdoms. Eventually, they started escaping to the border. With things going this way, Roland is pretty darn sure that City Hall will soon take control of Seawinshire and other fiefdoms. Well, it seems like capturing the Silver City next will be like a gentle breeze. When they arrive at Silver City, we find ourselves in the banquet hall, where Earl William introduces himself. Surprisingly, he willingly surrenders his power and pledges support to Roland's governance. The other nobles clap in applause. Earl William had always been curious about those magical machines, and he can't describe his excitement after finally having the person who invented those machines standing right in front of him. Every noble is also quite interested in learning about the machines, with many expressing their desire to own one. Roland is a bit overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. If only other cities were as cooperative as Silver City, it wouldn't take him long to conquer them all. Later, Roland stands on the balcony with Earl William. When he asks if William knows anything about the Gillen family, the dude reveals that the last member of the Gillen family changed his surname. Now, that piece of land belongs to the Somi family. Roland inquires why this surname change took place. William explains that the Gillen family likely couldn't bear the weight of their responsibilities alone, so they decided to join another family. If Roland wishes to know more, William is willing to summon Gillen for him right now. Roland turns down the offer. Later, when the Majesty gets into his tent with Nightingale, she assures him that she is no longer connected to the Gillen family. Roland already trusts her on that. The lady then expresses her shock that her family changed their surname. She explains that the Somi family used to be close with her father. So, why would they make the only heir of the Gillen family change his surname? Since she has a hard time believing this fact, Roland suggests she investigate it herself. He'll have Sylvie and the Divine Punishment Witches protect him while she's away. Nightingale insists against digging into the past of the Gillen family, especially since she's no longer involved with them. Roland reminds her that this land belongs to her father, so she's relevant to this too. He gives her another reason, reminding her of the childhood she spent there while growing up. She doesn't get to come back often, and she doesn't need to worry about the church being after her. All she has to do is take a trip down memory lane and reminisce about the past. While she seems unsure about going, she asks Roland to promise one thing. If he needs to leave this place, she wants him to make sure he summons her first. Furthermore, she only desires to take a look at the new developments, and that's it. Roland waves her goodbye as she dissipates into mist. He can tell how reluctant she is about this matter, but instead of hiding something in her heart, he believes it's better to face the matter head-on. Only then can one truly let go. The next day, Nightingale arrives at the destination and finds something totally unexpected. Contrary to what she had imagined, her home isn't a rundown place. It's bustling with life. As she looks around, she notices food being distributed to the underprivileged. And the one distributing the haul is Hyde Gillen, the man who was once her brother. She decides to move forward and check on other places too. But then she notices something unusual. It turns out that her supposed brother, Hyde Gillen, isn't wearing any stone of divine judgment, even though other knights are already equipped with one. She overhears some hushed whispers between the knights. They point out how Hyde Gillen is just a normal knight who grovels at their master's feet. But it's quite unusual that this guy has a complete personality shift whenever he changes his clothes, as if he's a totally different person. After eavesdropping on their conversation, Nightingale heads toward the house where the Viscount is staying. Once she enters, she overhears the Viscount's bald butler, who is concerned about how his master lashed out at Hyde yesterday. Hyde had already surrendered everything, so showing him a little kindness was the only right thing. The Viscount acknowledges his mistake, but he couldn't control himself. After all, it took him over a decade to get where he is today. Those pieces of land in the east were supposed to be his, but Roland Wimbledon took them away with a single command. The butler reassures the Viscount that Roland is only taking away the right to the fiefdoms. If they do what Earl William did, it would be in their best interests. As long as they continue operating the businesses they have on this land, they won't suffer significant losses. The Viscount again expresses his discontent, as without power, the greedy patrols will eventually come barging into his home. And since he's running some shady operations, he fears that if Roland finds out, he'll be hanged immediately. The butler starts thinking, and decides to abandon the shady source of income. This shady business was just a temporary thing to begin with. Now that they've accumulated enough capital, they should focus on running legitimate businesses. Not to mention, the church will no longer be a thorn in their path. The Viscount reluctantly agrees. After all, he still has the Gillen family's land. The two Gillen kids have no idea what happened to their parents, and they still believe that they died in a revolt. Of course, this shocks Nightingale to her core when she learns that her parents' deaths weren't just a tragic accident, but part of an elaborate plan. The scene shifts to Nightingale's tragic past, where full-blown chaos can be seen. It was then that her parents left her behind, promising they'd be back soon enough. One day faded into another, but they never returned. Eventually, someone did come back, only to deliver the devastating news. Later, she reports all this to Roland through the listening sigil. She further reveals that she'll be staying there until evening, as she needs to ask Hyde herself. He might know something. She apologizes for causing further delays in his plans, but she must get to the heart of the matter. Roland reassures her and is willing to wait until she's done with her investigation. As for his safety, he's pretty much out of danger as long as he stays inside. He suggests she be careful though, and not to be too rash. No matter what happens, he tells her to report back to him every 4 hours. The night deepens, and the guards stationed outside begin to feel the fatigue of staying up all night. Hyde in his room suddenly jolts awake when he senses someone behind him. It turns out to be Nightingale, pressing her blade against his neck. If he makes any sound, he's as good as dead. She gives him permission to look around and take a good look at her. As he rolls his eyes at her, he notices Veronica, his sister. The lady doesn't waste time with pleasantries and demands to know how he ended up working under Somi. The guy claims it's a long story. The family had been fighting ever since Gillen Sr. died, and he didn't know the details either. All he knows is that by the time he had to take over the title, they barely had any savings. That's when the Viscount came to find him, and he had no choice but to side with him. Of course, Nightingale can sense his lies, so to get the finer details, she asks if the Viscount perhaps forced him to join the Somi family. The guy admits to this, revealing that his life had been threatened. Well, that's another lie that doesn't go unnoticed. Nightingale continues her scrutiny, asking her next question. What is he doing for the Viscount now? Perhaps he's helping the poor with food. To which the bastard claims the Viscount is using him as a cover, and he's secretly selling Dreamland water. His rats are hidden in the crowd, responsible for transporting the goods. He claims he didn't know about the shady operations the Viscount was running until recently. Well, it looks like he's lying about just finding it out. Nightingale presses him about his future plans. The scummy brother drops to his knees and begs her to help him. He admits his wrongdoings and wants her sister's support. The Viscount never treated him like a noble. He only refurbished the mansion to put up a facade. He's going to stay there and eventually be killed by the Viscount. Before the Viscount kills him, he wants her to kill the Viscount first. Because if he just ran away from there, he'd have nothing left. So he wants her to kill that bastard and his heirs. If she manages to do that, all the business will belong to him and her. Nightingale throws a disdainful stare at him and then promptly asks a question before saying anything. She wants to know why he betrayed her back then. He reveals his fear of witches. He acknowledges his foolish mistake and admits he chose to believe the lies of the church, something he now regrets. The brother is crying like a girl. The sister can sense the sincerity in his regret. He was merely deluded by the church's lies. But then again, while everyone chose to follow the church's lies, Roland was the only one who placed his faith in witches. He wasn't afraid of trusting witches cursed by the devils, and she won't abandon his trust either. With that in mind, she begins to disappear in her mist, leaving the bastard sobbing in his mess. She then scans the entire building and gets inside one of the offices. There, she finds the ledger containing all the information concerning Dreamland Water, including the amount sold and to whom it was sold. With this record, along with the goods in the mansion that have yet to be sold, she's sure she has enough evidence to expose these guys' shady business. The next day, she visits their father's grave. To get the full context of what's going on and how her parents got killed, we flash back 10 years. In the little water stream running through the Gillen family's lands, a peasant finds gold in a water bucket. They realize the source of the gold must lie underneath the Gillen family's land. And so, they paid a few contract killers a handsome amount and had Nightingale's parents killed. Once her parents were out of the way, these scumbags took Nightingale and her brother as captives. They were going to wait until Hyde, Nightingale's brother, reached adulthood to force him into giving up his land and title. However, once Nightingale awakened, she messed up their plans by killing Senior Gillen, who had been taking care of her and her brother. Viscount Somi was left with no choice and took Hyde under his wing. These bastards played with Hyde like a pawn and acquired everything from her brother, even though all this power and money originally belonged to her brother. A few days later, Hyde is behind bars. Viscount Somi has been sentenced to death by hanging, and all other family members involved in the shady business have been sentenced to 20 years of labor. With no original owner, all the land now belongs to the kingdom. She tells him to feel lucky since he wasn't considered a member of the Somi family. Otherwise, he would be slaving his life away in the mines. The bastard of a brother is pissed as well as heartbroken that his own sister does not give a fuck about him. She only intended to take her revenge, and she has succeeded. Now he is left with nothing. Nightingale also admits that she never forgave him for what he did to her. They shared a blood bond, which only gave her more reason to hate him for the betrayal. While he may think he has nothing left to his name, she points out the freedom she has granted that he desperately wanted from all those Somi family bastards. She doesn't care if he perceives this generosity as a punishment or a blessing. He's free to hate her all he wants, but from now on, they owe each other absolutely nothing. As she walks through the dark streets, she comes across Roland, who is rather surprised that she is letting her brother off the hook. He had personally been waiting for that guy to come out, just so he could deliver him the beating of his life. She in response teases him for abusing his authority as a king. The scene takes a serious turn when she drops to her knees and pledges her loyalty to him, expressing her desire to stay by his side forever. Unsurprisingly, Bro is startled by her sudden gesture, especially since they've already gone through this once. But as it turns out, Nightingale just felt like saying it again, so she did. In this case, Roland also decides to say what she desperately wants to hear. He responds to her words by approving her pledge multiple times, something Nightingale longed to hear. They share this moment with warmth and camaraderie. Days go by and we find ourselves in the old capital city. There, two kids on a rooftop are watching the king's carriage make its way through the streets. The crowd seems quite welcoming of his presence. That rooftop girl is smitten when she sees Roland waving back at them. But her brother reminds her that he's simply waving in their general direction. The girl gets annoyed at how stingy her brother is being. She can already tell that His Majesty Roland Wimbledon is a hell of a lot friendlier than the second prince. Her brother then reminds her that this so-called friendly king took the lives of a bunch of nobles, including his own brother, Timothy Wimbledon. And if you add all the rats who got executed too, that makes this king the most violent ruler in history, having killed so many people. Despite all that, the girl remains a persistent supporter of Roland. Not to mention, the king also has this sweet lady beside him, and she's undeniably pretty. Among the common folk, we notice an assassin with a crossbow on one of the towers. But before he can take his shot, Maggie knocks the bastard out, and the soldiers immediately arrest him. It's all thanks to Sylvie, who's sitting inside the carriage, keeping a bird's eye view over everything happening. Roland can't help but thank her for that. The humble witch sees no need for gratitude as she was merely doing her job. Agatha argues that they should have taken an entirely different route if there were signs of danger to begin with. After all, Roland is just a mortal, and one brutal injury is enough to end him. That's when Anna chimes in, assuring the concerned witches that she'll block all incoming attacks. Not to mention Nana is also on the team, so they're covered. Agatha still thinks they shouldn't have taken any risks. Roland reminds her that his presence is important. After all, he's got to show his face to the people at least for once. Still, Agatha sticks to her guns, reminding him that there were several safe routes he could have taken. But he chose the hardest one. She's got a point. He could have just yelled from the castle walls if he really wanted to be seen. Finally, they arrive within the palace's boundaries. The nobles and knights are already present to welcome Roland. And so, my guy proceeds to enter the place with his entourage of cherished witches. Once he enters the king's chamber, the high-status folks are already lined up in double file, dropping to their knees as Roland walks past them. A big hooter lady makes sure to serve Roland the scepter he deserves. Once Roland reaches his throne, he initiates the meeting without bothering with pleasantries or unnecessary introductions, especially since everyone already knows who he is. He's here for two very simple reasons. First, he wants to eliminate all threats. Second, he's here to maintain order. The old capital city will adopt a governing system similar to Neverwinter. It goes without saying that members of his government and city hall will receive generous salaries and excellent working conditions. What's more, even a peasant can become a government official, if they've got the qualifications, that is. Everyone in the chamber erupts in cheers and applause at such great news. Honestly, I get why they're happy. Roland has leveled the playing field. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, aristocrat or peasant, everyone gets a shot to thrive. A few days later, we find Roland reflecting on the progress they've made so far. The old capital city has seen its fair share of turmoil, and the noble class is practically non-existent now. Taking control of this city has been much easier than Roland anticipated, especially compared to other cities. With some time on his hands, Roland decides to have a chat with Theo. Suddenly, a man rushes in with important news. A report from the north says that the Dawn army has been spotted west of Hermes. The news alarms Roland, and he quickly relays his orders. He wants the First Army to depart immediately by boat to head north. Though he sent the First Army off without delay, he is sure that they won't make it in time. So he decides to take extra precautions. We cut to the thick of the battle, where the Dawn army has burned down all the villages surrounding Hermes. The poor church followers are left hanging dead on spikes, while the surviving villagers run for their lives. With the speed of the Dawn army's march, it's clear they'll be attacking the holy city soon. One of the surviving villagers barely manages to escape the hell the Dawn army has brought to the villages beneath the mountain of Hermes. He eventually stumbles upon a few people from Neverwinter City, who are carrying out a scouting mission in the Hermes area under Roland's orders. The leader of the group is a thin guy with a mustache, though the name escapes me for now. The reason they've brought this survivor is to guide them to the bottom of the mountain without passing through the new holy city. Though the old man is reluctant to help these strangers he doesn't know, the thin mustache guy offers him a generous reward for showing them the way out. He'll receive 5 golden royals up front, and another 10 golden royals once they reach Grey Castle. If they can make it down, the thin mustache further assures him there are reinforcements waiting. With that amount of money on the line, the old man has no reason to refuse. The group finally navigates the treacherous mountain terrain, descending until evening. To the old man's shock, the First Army has already arrived. When he sees witches among them, he mistakes them for kids. His first reaction upon seeing these ladies is how the hell are these kids supposed to be the reincarnations of their warriors? The group that followed the old man, however, knows who Maggie and Lightning are and bursts into a happy dance. Meanwhile, the old man is still trying to process everything. Then, he suddenly notices Iris, the Pearl of the North, meeting with that thin mustache guy. Iris shows him a letter, an approval letter stating that she'll be commanding these forces temporarily. Their current mission is to execute the bombing machine plan. Once all preparations are made, the battle will begin. The thin mustache guy promptly salutes his new commander, ready to carry out his duties as she sees fit. Iris reciprocates the gesture and dismisses him to get to work. As the thin mustache guy walks off, he can hardly contain his excitement to see what this bombing machine is capable of. After all, if it's called a machine, it's bound to be impressive. It looks like Lightning, Maggie, and Sister Hummingbird are the core of this bombing machine mission. We see a massive rack stacked with giant missiles, ready to be dropped from the sky. Hummingbird ensures that this heavy missile-laden frame is lightweight. Maggie's job is to carry these missiles in the sky, ensuring the missiles face downward. Once everything's set, they're ready to take off. They're absolutely certain this old holy city deserves to be demolished, along with the church followers. However, they also worry about innocent people and orphans stuck in monasteries. So, to avoid killing innocent lives, Lightning knows exactly where to drop these bombs. As they get right on top of the Dawn army, The soldiers below panic at the sight of a massive monster in the sky. They don't get a chance to figure out what's coming for them. Lightning gives the green light to Sister Hummingbird, who promptly drops 2 missiles. The tranquility of the place soon gives way to the horror of Nagasaki when the nukes hit the ground, causing massive fires to erupt right in the center of the city. Panic spreads across the city, while Lightning is having the time of her life nuking the hell out of these bastards. The soldiers are scattered and burned to a crisp as soon as the bombs drop, causing massive destruction. The bastard Dawn Army commander quickly orders a retreat, but their story ends when they're ambushed by the First Army soldiers, who had been hiding behind bushes, drilling bullets right through them. Soon, everyone trying to retreat finds themselves dead. A while later, the thin mustache guy presents the good news to Iris about the fall of the Dawn Army. The process of cleaning up the battlefield is already underway. Iris reads the reports for thorough details and learns that Moya, the king of the Dawn Kingdom, is still missing. The thin mustache guy reveals that of all the bodies they found, none resembled Moya. When they interrogated the slaves, some claimed to have seen him. However, the situation was chaotic, and everyone was dressed like commoners, so no one could confirm with certainty if they had seen him in the mayhem. The last location he was allegedly seen was within the Old Holy City. Hearing this, Iris deduces that it must have been Moya. To think that he disguised himself and ran away at the last moment, throwing away his dignity as a king. It may sound cowardly, but it's the wisest decision he could have made. The thin mustache guy is frustrated with himself for letting that big fish slip through their grasp. If only he'd had a team in the beginning to track the bastard down. Iris assures him that everything has actually turned out in their favor. Since everyone in the Kingdom of Dawn knows how terrifying it is to be an enemy of Grey Castle, she's sure Moya will no longer feel secure on his throne. The thin mustache guy then asks what they should do next, perhaps claim the Old Holy City. Iris suggests waiting for now since Maggie is on her way to pick up an important individual. If everything goes smoothly, they should be able to take over the city without much effort. The next day opens with Isabella and Agatha flying over the Old Holy City, assisted by Maggie. As they land, Isabella steps off Maggie's back and is hit by a wave of nostalgia. It's been almost a year since she last saw this place. A soldier arrives promptly, reporting that Lady Iris has been waiting for their arrival at the tents. When Iris sees her guests, she introduces herself as a member of the advisory board and mentions that she is temporarily in charge of the Holy City's battle plans. Isabella can't help but notice Iris's blinding beauty, a maiden dressed in white, which only highlights her elegance even more. Iris hands over the battle reports. Lightning has already checked the 3 main monasteries and discovered a serious problem. The orphans within the monasteries seem to have banded together, determined to protect the buildings with their lives. Iris isn't sure how to proceed and suggests that Isabella might have some new ideas. After thinking for a moment, Isabella decides to speak to them. Later, Isabella meets one of her fellow pure witches, who uses a cube magic that can transport them anywhere. Once they arrive at their destination, Isabella instructs the transporter witch to return, leaving both Agatha and Isabella behind. Outside the orphanage, a girl spots them and blows her whistle, summoning a group of women to defend the building. But to their surprise, they are faced with Lady Isabella, who works under His Holiness. Isabella is surprised that these girls haven't forgotten her. It seems Roland's task won't be that difficult after all. The girls immediately drop their weapons and kneel before Isabella, begging her to save them. Isabella is startled by their sudden submissive behavior and quickly clarifies that she no longer holds the authority she once did. Agatha cuts her off, suggesting they focus on the mission. Isabella plays along, sternly asserting her authority with a commanding tone, asking where the judgment warriors and the priests are, since it was their responsibility to guard the place. One of the girls quickly reveals that all the personnel ran away. The girls are in a panic, speaking in conflicting statements. Isabella senses the confusion and fear they've endured, and though she feels pity, she maintains her tough exterior, silencing them and allowing only one girl to speak. The scrawny girl reveals that ever since the battle at Cold Wind Ridge, the monastery has been receiving fewer and fewer supplies. To give more context, we flash back to the past when the girls were going through starvation. With limited supplies, they had to ration their food. Things worsened when the church transferred all the judgment warriors and priests, leaving only the followers behind. One of the followers reveals that the Hermes church collapsed, and the church is still fighting for survival. To combat their enemies, the higher-ups decided to abandon the Old Holy City, with all officers being transferred back to the plains. They also left one final order. Everyone remaining in the monasteries was to fight to the death in the name of God. The newly appointed priest turned out to be a scoundrel who abused the young women. Unable to bear it, the women eventually killed him. With no choice left, they picked up weapons to defend themselves. Isabella thinks for a moment. According to what she knows, there are passages in the Old Holy City that lead directly to the Divine Hall. This city is incredibly important, so she doesn't understand why they'd abandon it so easily. She then asks the girl her name, and the girl introduces herself as Autumn. Isabella points out that if the girls stay here, they'll eventually starve without any food supplies. However, the girls insist they have nowhere else to go, having never left the monastery walls. Isabella understands that they aren't staying just because of the church's orders. They have no other options. Before she invites them to come along, Isabella wants to confirm why they consider her holiness. The girl explains that since Holiness Main and the 3 archbishops have passed, Hermes has yet to announce a successor. According to the submission rules, Isabella is the only one worthy of the title, so the girls beg her to save them. Isabella is pleased that they see her as their last hope. This gives her an opportunity to capitalize on their confusion. With her voice raised high, she announces that she is here to deliver a very important message. The church is no longer the institution they once knew. Maine betrayed Master O'Brien, the previous pope. Grey Castle is no longer their enemy. To defeat their true enemies, Master O'Brien even wished to form an alliance with Grey Castle. She assures everyone that they are safe now. There will be no more near-death battles, and they don't need to guard the monastery until the very end. All they need to do now is bring order to the Holy City once again. Isabella is crafting a story that is half true to overthrow the old beliefs. She plans to reveal everything eventually. With this, His Majesty Roland will have true control over the city. Suddenly, one of the ladies' stomachs growls, catching everyone's attention with the loud noise. Isabella decides to make sure everyone is fed before they continue their discussion. All the ladies start praising Her Holiness for her generosity, which makes Isabella feel extremely awkward. After all, they can't rely on the substitution rule when it comes to passing on powers. She's merely the acting pope for now, just like before. A few young girls from the monastery come out and express their gratitude to Isabella for her kindness. Isabella can't help but notice how they thank her. Ever since becoming a pure witch, many people have hated and cursed her. But this is the first time someone has actually thanked her. This, of course, triggers something deep inside her, and she begins to understand Roland's intentions even better. We then cut to the First Army's base. There, Roland is reviewing the current reports about what's going on in the Holy City. Apparently, the ugly battle everyone expected never happened. Neither the witches nor the new cannons were used. The reason they didn't have to use any of their resources is that the church's personnel just disappeared without putting up a fight. After settling the orphans in the monastery, the army advanced further into the old Holy City, only to find all the buildings empty. A few residents remained, giving outsiders the illusion that the church was still present. However, these were just civilians from the outskirts who hadn't had time to leave. That's all the letter said. They'll have to go there in person to get more details. So Roland orders his army to continue their march toward Hermes. Eventually, he meets Isabella and Iris in the Holy City. He is actually surprised that the church has abandoned the city. This only means they've decided to protect themselves this time, hoping to rise again in the future. He finds this rather troubling. It means they'll have to keep their guard up against those maniacs forever. Isabella reassures him that the church isn't a threat anymore, confidently stating that they left a messenger behind. To the north of the city, Roland and Isabella visit a cathedral where the priest is staying. Once the priest realizes he's standing in front of the majestic Roland Wimbledon, he congratulates him on the successful subjugation of the church. He assures His Majesty that the church will no longer be Grey Castle's enemy, and that this city will now be handed over to the new king. The priest also warns him about the nightmarish danger he has inherited along with the city. The dude then further gets worked up as he reveals about the danger the church had been preparing for centuries. Now that Roland has destroyed the church, it's up to him to bear the consequences. He'll be responsible for the extinction of humanity. My guy simply brushes off this over-the-top priest's assumptions. After all, he knows everything there is to know about devils, divine will, and God's smile. He knows all about the events that happened 400 years ago. Naturally, the priest is flabbergasted. The only explanation he can come up with is that Isabella told Roland everything. But Isabella honestly admits that she didn't reveal anything. He actually knows far more than anyone in the church ever did. Perhaps the church underestimated him so much that they never considered this possibility. Roland then gestures for his knight to lock the priest up in a cell. He genuinely thanks Isabella for her contribution. If it weren't for her, the Holy City wouldn't have been brought to order so quickly. The lady reveals that she used the name of the acting pope to carry out orders and control those who were abandoned. Well, she got results regardless of the methods she used, so he doesn't mind at all. He even suggests she continue acting as the pope and enjoy the privileges that come with it. For instance, she could live in fancy suites, enjoy food prepared by the best chefs, and have an abundant supply of chaos drinks. Of course, if she doesn't want any of that, she can take golden royals instead. Isabella is fine either way. In the Holy City, in a warehouse, soldiers find supplies consisting of food and weapons. Roland arrives there, and after inspecting the supplies, he notices that aside from golden royals and riches, they didn't take any supplies with them. They really did leave everything for Roland to claim, just like that priest said earlier. A soldier then reports that they've finished counting the supplies, and turns out there are over 400,000 berserk pills stacked there. He then gives them permission to destroy them all. So, the soldiers begin tossing the pills into the fire and dumping the ashes off the castle walls. Looks like Bro is finally done with the Holy City siege. Now, all that's left is to wait for Iron Axe to handle the east, and for the army to gather near the borders. Together, they'll march on the Kingdom of Dawn. With a bit more free time now, he decides to visit the Shadow Church. He brings up the idea to the witches. See, he's been dying to visit the land of illusions Isabella once mentioned. The legendary queen of Starfall City, Alice, used illusions to record the past, making it possible to pass down centuries' worth of faith and beliefs. That's also how Zero evolved from a pure witch into the Pope. Bro already mapped out the optimal route, so he's all set to go. That's when Lightning bursts into the camp, yelling about how Roland's planning such a cool adventure without her. She immediately starts begging to join. And soon enough, the other witches jump in too, pestering him about how they'd be crucial to the journey. Even Phyllis looks super eager to come along, practically begging with those puppy dog eyes of hers. Eventually, Bro gets swarmed by all the witches dying to tag along. Sometime later, the whole group heads out with him and arrives at their destination. Once inside the chamber, they find portraits of every past pope lining the hallway. This is the praying room, where all the old popes' images are hung like a gallery of holy power. Roland also notices magical stones lighting up the place, and right in the center is Lady Alice's portrait. While he's gawking at her, Isabella uses her magic to open a hidden gate behind the painting. Inside, she reveals 9 magic stone seals, each one recording major historical events. She activates the seals, and suddenly, everyone starts glowing with this strange blue energy swirling around them. Panic sets in as none of them can see each other anymore. Isabella quickly explains that the illusions from these seals directly affect the eyes. To an outsider, it looks like they've vanished, but in reality, they're all still standing exactly where they were. Nightingale sighs in relief that at least there's no danger threatening Roland's life this time. Meanwhile, the said Roland refuses to grab Nightingale's hand and instead grabs Anna's. Bold move, bro, bold move. Finally, the visuals start playing. The witches they see now are the original founders of the Federation, the extraordinary ones who survived the first battle of divine will. They also spot ancient scripts etched on discs, vows made by the 3 queens. Those vows were the foundation that helped unify the Federation. After the first battle ended, witches formed their own federation, but things were chaotic. Every novice had a different idea about leadership and how to fight the devils. Arguments dragged on for years until 3 powers rose and took control, forming a leadership system where suggestions were welcome, but the chiefs made the final decisions. These 3 cities were Starfall, Tequila, and Enleta. Their rulers were known as queens. Queen Alice led Starfall, Queen Natalia ruled Sunchaser, and Queen Eleanor was over Moon Radiance. These 3 became the last chiefs of the Federation. Then Roland notices something odd. He spots a woman who looks a lot like Garcia's master in the dream world, the one called Lan. He's seen her before. She's the same woman referred to as the chief's disciple. After that, we cut to Lorgar, who's absolutely thrilled after spotting some hybrid demonic beasts in the wild. As she's about to transform and fight, she hears rustling nearby. Even the monsters freeze up, sensing something else. Turns out 2 devils have shown up. Seeing them for the first time, Lorgar is stunned and a bit anxious. She recognizes them from Lightning's descriptions. The moment one hybrid beast lunges at the devil, but one of these gray guys easily stops the demonic beast right in its tracks. Lorgar remembers Lightning's warning that if she sees a devil, she gotta retreat immediately and report to Roland. But right now, she's torn between the 2, whether to run or fight. She steals her resolve, transforms into her beast form, and leaps straight at them. She literally overpowers both the hybrid demon and the devil by catching them off guard, even managing to rip off the devil's hand while killing the hybrid beast on the spot. The other devil quickly blows the horn to call for reinforcements, much to Lorgar's surprise. But despite the clear threat to her life, she decides she must take down these 2 devils at all costs. The devil with both hands charges at Lorgar, but she quickly dodges by sidestepping the attack. She then hits the one-handed devil hard enough to knock the crap out of him. She turns her attention toward the other devil, who still has both of his hands, and throws a strike. But much to her shock, the bastard easily stops her claws. Meanwhile, the devil whose arm she had cut off has already regrown it as though it was never amputated. And that bastard further throws a spear with some godly strength. She risks it off by turning back into her human form, and that spear directly hits the other devil over its face. She quickly jumps toward the other devil, who has finished regrowing his hand. With just her claws, she crushes his skull like it's no big deal. Suddenly, she notices a horde of monsters heading in her direction. She climbs the tallest tree, only to be horrified by the sight of an entire devil army charging toward her. We then cut to Neverwinter's port, where the ship carrying a bunch of Slumber Island witches is about to reach its destination. It had been a tiring month-long journey, but they have finally arrived. Camilla, the one in charge of this operation, doesn't seem as thrilled as the other witches. She still harbors doubts about the king. Since she doesn't have a good impression of nobles, it's natural for her to be skeptical of the third prince. The ship's captain reminds her that she too is a noble and shouldn't be judging others based on their past. As they're having this conversation, the guy in the crow's nest spots something. As they arrive, Camilla is taken by surprise when she notices a group of little girls warmly welcoming the new guests into Neverwinter. This gives the captain a chance to speak positively about Neverwinter City and convince Camilla to think otherwise. Meanwhile, Sister Scroll and Wendy are also there to welcome the new witches. While the civilians have already given the new witches a warm welcome, now it's the association's turn to represent their hospitality. As soon as Camilla and the other witches walk toward Wendy, she introduces herself as the person in charge of the new witch union and warmly welcomes all the witches here. After a while, Camilla and her fellow witches are awestruck when they see the massive apartment building they're supposed to live in. Wendy proudly reveals how this building was built specifically for the Slumber Island witches, and it wouldn't have been possible without Lotus. The witches instantly feel a sense of adoration for their fellow witches who contributed to building such a massive structure. The meat girl downplays her contribution, claiming she only assisted in the slopes for the workers. Whenever they needed to build a new floor, she would alleviate the ground for them. That way, they'd have enough space and height to work on the building. Another girl curiously asks if she's ever been looked down upon by mortals because of her identity as a witch. She responds with no. In fact, the people are so kind to her that they often share food with her. Wendy acknowledges that these new witches have come here with a lot on their minds, so it's natural for them to be skeptical about this place. After all, they have no idea about Neverwinter City's traditions. However, Wendy promises that they'll soon feel a sense of belonging here. Even if they don't join the witch union, they can still come to her. It doesn't matter whether the trouble they face is big or small. Sister Scroll flashes a thumbs up, impressed by how well Wendy has represented the witch union's hospitality, and how accommodating Neverwinter is to witches. Later, all the new witches are given a form to fill out. Though they're not interested in writing down a single detail, especially since they never intended to stay here, a few want to head east, while others have their own plans. Since there is no church hunting down the witches anymore, they're free to move wherever they desire. Then Ash walks up and points out that these witches are thinking about joining another witch association. Apparently there's a witch organization from the eastern region. Tilly assures Wendy that while the witches may have conflicting opinions about Neverwinter, they aren't evil like the Bloodfang Association. Tilly then walks up to one of the girls, Azima, who is eager to join the Eastern Association. She emphasizes the importance of sticking together for now. Although the church has been destroyed, many civilians are still extremely hostile toward witches. But Azima refuses to believe Tilly unless there's proof backing her claims. For all she knows, Tilly might be biased just because Roland Wimbledon is her older brother. It seems Azima is crossing the line a bit, which absolutely enrages Ash. She throws a deadly glare at the girl, her intense gaze practically sending daggers at her. But Azima isn't scared at all and is ready to confront Ash head-on. She throws a tantrum, accusing Tilly of using violence against her fellow witches to restrain them, just like what she did with Heidi and her group. Before things escalate further, Sister Scroll cuts through their argument, stepping in with a few questions of her own. Sister Scroll is sure that the reason these witches long to visit their hometown is because the church forced them to abandon the families who loved them so much. Now, they want to return to the families they once cherished. But the problem is that things aren't going well in the east. The lands are barren, and many people are displaced. 2 years ago, Roland introduced the refugee plan. Now there are over 100,000 people in Neverwinter City. Over 70% of them are refugees from other parts of Grey Castle. So she believes that the families these witches long to see might already be in the Grey Castle after all. She asks the girls if they can tell her the hometown they once lived in. The purple-haired witch reveals that her village doesn't have a name. If anything, people just called it 16. A while later, a woman brings in a commoner who works at the kiln. Apparently, Sister Scroll has everyone's identities memorized, and once she came to know the family tree and the name of the hometown, she was able to pinpoint the person related to that witch. Turns out, the guy is the purple-haired witch's uncle, who is flabbergasted to see his niece alive. He remembers her by the name Orchid. The witch gets teary-eyed after finally being reunited with her uncle after such a long time. While they're at it, she reveals that her name is now Doris. She then asks her uncle about the rest of her family, her parents and brother. The man's eyes well up as he reveals that they didn't make it to Neverwinter City. During their journey, they all died. Her mother kept mentioning her before she passed away. The scene fills with sorrow as the reality of the situation sinks in. The other witches begin to fear and tremble, worried their families might be long gone as well. A heavy silence follows, leaving the room filled with sorrow. But Sister Scroll interjects once again, emphasizing the importance of registering their identities. You see, if their identities are recorded, it would be easy to determine whether the families they once belonged to are alive or not. If their families are gone, they may still be able to find close relatives. So, with all that in mind, Sister Scroll stresses that these registration papers aren't just a formality, they serve a purpose. A while later, Sister Scroll and Wendy can be seen walking back to their departments together. Wendy is fascinated by how she can keep the identities of hundreds of thousands of people memorized in her mind. She wonders how Scroll manages to keep her thoughts straight with so much information in her head. Well, it looks like even Scroll doesn't know how it works. At first, she would always get headaches when she started memorizing things. But as time passed, things began to feel more organized. Almost like there's some invisible order to it all. She feels like she's omniscient, and just thinking about something triggers all the related information. While she can remember everything up until now, she fears her abilities might fall short when Roland unifies Grey Castle and expands the City Hall's power to cover the entire nation. Well, it's kind of spooky that Scroll can literally keep everyone's life memorized in her head. She's a walking, talking history book. As they reach the City Hall, an officer comes rushing to report some bad news. Apparently there's a guy inside the main hall who refuses to budge an inch unless he gets to talk to a member of the Witch Union. Once they enter, they meet the panicked guy, who reveals that he found a girl in the wild covered in blood. She looked like a witch, though she was barely conscious. Sister Scroll reveals that she doesn't remember any witches leaving the city today, so it doesn't make sense for a witch to be out in the wild. She wants to confirm with the man if the woman he saw was actually a witch. The old man reports that the girl had animal-like features, mostly closely related to wolves, such as a tail. Of course, it doesn't take Wendy long to take the hint and realize it's Lorgar. With that, she insists that the old man. A while later, they find themselves shaking upon seeing Lorgar's bruised and battered state. The sheer amount of injuries she sustained makes everyone question what in the world she went through. The farmer guy is even doubting if she can be helped at all. After all, Nana and Lily aren't in the city right now, so they gotta think of alternatives before it's too late. Suddenly, the knights patrolling the city hear sirens blaring. Sirens that represent the highest level of urgency. While the senior knight understands the weight of this alarm, the common citizens have no clue what it's all about. So the senior knight takes it upon himself to educate the masses, explaining that this is a warning about enemy infiltration, and everyone is ordered to get into their homes and clear the streets. The soldiers go on high alert, increasing personnel on the boundary wall. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Sister Wendy is getting grilled by Baroff, who's going bonkers out of frustration because she rang the highest level alarm based on some injured witch murmuring unverified intel. Well, little does Baroff know, Lorgar had been warning them about devils that are practically breathing down their necks. But this crusty old coot doesn't seem to take her seriously. That's when Pasha steps in to calm the bald old man down, because she believes Wendy did the right thing. Anything related to devils has to be taken seriously. It's not like they're up against some dumb monsters. Baroff argues that they haven't spotted a single trace of these devils, so blaring the highest level alarm like that wasn't necessary. Well, it looks like Ash is willing to take the devil threats seriously. You see, Ash can boldly claim that Lorgar is a tough lady when it comes to fighting. So, given how critically injured she is, it's only right to assume she must have fought more than 10 devils at once. Also, the map they found on her indicates she was likely in the Barren Lands when she fought them. And it makes no sense for devils to be roaming around the Barren Lands. Since no one knows what their main agenda is, everyone in Neverwinter's gotta be on high alert, ready to face the threat. Baroff fears they might have to abandon the original plan His Majesty gave them to follow. Wendy assures the old man not to worry about it. You see, she already sent a message to the north, and she's sure Roland will pass down his orders very soon. 1 week passes by like a gentle breeze, and it seems like there's been no sign of the devils at all. Tilly is concerned about the public's reaction. They might think the trouble they're about to face has something to do with the arrival of the Sleeping Island witches. But Baroff assures her that City Hall has everything under control. Nobody's pointing fingers at the witches. Tilly's relieved to hear that as she was worried some scumbags might try to spread rumors about the witches being spies sent by the devils. Right then, a little witch comes rushing in to report that the wolf girl is finally awake. Wendy is overjoyed to hear the news, and everyone decides to go see her. Baroff also expresses his desire to tag along, but Ash shuts this over-the-top old bastard down, reminding him that it's a lady's bedroom, so it's only natural for this baldy to wait outside. Honestly, I've started to hate Baroff, because he's the most realistic person in this whole series. He doesn't react like some little anime bitch. We then cut back to the severely injured Lorgar, who's struggling to even breathe. The only reason she's still alive is thanks to Sister Dusk's symbiotic seed. Given how critical her situation is, the only person who can save her is Nana. Lorgar expresses her gratitude to the girl who's literally her lifeline at this moment. But it doesn't seem like Dusk has any complaints about the exhausting job she's doing. After all, she's getting to enjoy chaos drinks every day, so it's actually kinda cozy in here. Back to business. Ash wants to know what exactly Lorgar encountered in the barren lands. Lorgar mentions sightings of devils. They were in large groups, heading toward the Tequila ruins. There were so many of them, she couldn't even count. Some of the devils were massive and grotesque, something out of nightmares. These creepy skeletal creatures had countless tubes from their bodies digging into the ground, killing all the plant life around them. It was like they were sucking the life force out of everything they touched. She also saw land stained with crimson fog, and the devil army sinking into the ground like they were setting up camp. As for how she ended up so messed up, she simply underestimated them. A devil with a horn alerted the others ahead of time, so while she was retreating, she got sabotaged. This freaks Dusk out a bit, who had just been chilling a moment ago. Up till now, she thought devils were just muscly beasts with no intelligence. But it turns out that only applies to low-tier devils. There was probably a high-tier devil calling the shots. That's when Ash pats Lorgar, acknowledging the bravery and courage she showed back there. To think she stood against an unknown danger all by herself, and even managed to retreat alive, that's a damn impressive feat. When Ash praises you for your bravery and warrior spirit, you know you've reached the pinnacle of being a true warrior. Later, the witches discuss the new development with the witches of Tequila. After hearing everything, Pasha comes to the verdict that they can't let the devils take over the Tequila ruins. If those Blackstone towers get built there, the red fog will definitely spread across the mountains of despair. And once that happens, the devils will be unstoppable. This is their chance to strike before the devils do, especially since the devils have ended up exposing their motives. Then Old Man Baroff interjects, more concerned about Neverwinter City's financial and economic state. As far as he's concerned, keeping Neverwinter's gates closed is causing substantial financial losses. Since the devils aren't attacking immediately, that emergency alarm ended up doing more harm than good, with farmers abandoning their fields. One of the knights admits Neverwinter City needs a more reliable alarm system. Maybe building some beacon towers on the borders would be a viable option. Just take a look at Roland in the background here. How the heck is he here? He's supposed to be in the Holy City leading the army. Looks like a glitch in the Matrix if you ask me. Back to business. Pasha decides to take on the scouting task herself. Now that they know exactly where the devils are, the tool in her hands can spy on them. The catch is they'll need someone to plant an illusion relic on the Tequila ruins beforehand to get live footage. Alethea isn't worried about it at all. After all, every Divine Judgment witch has already dedicated their life to defeating the devils, so a few sacrifices mean nothing. But Tilly has another plan, one that requires no sacrifices. She wants to entrust the Sleeping Spell witches with the mission. If you don't remember, Sleeping Spell is a business run by the Slumber Island witches, providing services to anyone willing to pay fat cash. With the diverse abilities of the Sleeping Spell witches, pulling off this task won't be hard. Plus, it's a great opportunity for these newly joined witches to prove their worth and get acknowledged by everyone. In the next scene, Roland is sitting alone, lost in thought. Looks like his previous appearance in that meeting was just a mistake in the art. He's still away leading the army. Nightingale pulls him out of his daze and points out that he's dozing off again. He's been acting strange like this ever since retiring from the Shadow Church, which makes her wonder if something's weighing on his mind. Turns out there is. It's about that chief disciple from his dreams who looks a lot like the high-tier witch he saw in the visuals. Nightingale suggests he share his problems with Anna. She might have a solution. But Roland believes Anna won't help. In fact, no one can help him. He has to figure it out on his own. He even tells Nightingale not to tell anyone about his problems. Back to that high-tier witch with the patch over her face, we cut to when Roland first saw her in the visuals. Curious, he asked Agatha and Isabella if they knew anything about her, but neither had a clue. That woman was already a legend even back in Agatha's era. She was once famous. In the present, Roland decides to visit the Dream Realm again because his curiosity is gnawing at him, and he wants answers immediately. The next scene shows him in the dream world. The first thing he does is pick up his phone and call Garcia, interrupting her regular jogging routine. He has some questions he wants answered and is hoping to meet her today. He's even willing to treat her to breakfast. After setting up a meetup place, he puts his shirt on and heads out. Zero is also there, still half asleep. She drags herself up and starts getting breakfast ready, but Roland pushes her toward the restroom, telling her there's no need to make food. He'll bring breakfast when he gets back. With that, he leaves. A while later, Roland and Garcia sit at a ramen shop, ordering 2 beef noodle bowls. The lady looks disappointed he picked a street-side shop for breakfast, especially since he's with a girl. Well, Roland picked it out of convenience. He wanted to bring breakfast to Zero, so if he ate somewhere far away, he'd be late. Their food arrives and Garcia digs in right away. The elegant way she uses chopsticks surprises Roland. he thought she'd struggle with street food. But her proficiency with the chopsticks makes sense. This lady has lived here almost 10 years, so she's used to every bit of life here. Getting back on topic, she asks him why he wanted to meet so abruptly, though she makes it clear up front that the association won't help him with anything illegal. Roland simply says he wants to meet her master, the chief disciple. He claims he only wants to apologize in person for his misconduct during their last meeting. Garcia doesn't beat around the bush and makes it clear her master won't meet with insincere people who don't honor their commitments. Roland keeps coaxing her, and eventually the lady decides to call her master since he sincerely wants to apologize. She's cautious while calling because she doesn't want to upset her master. After the short talk on the call, Garcia feels immensely disappointed as she reveals that her master refused his request to meet in person. Her impression of Roland seems completely shattered beyond repair, and just hearing his name brought an immediate drop in her mood. Roland then reflects back on the last small talk he had with that woman, and if he takes that conversation into account, it's pretty unusual for him to be turned down like this. Anyway, since she won't come to meet him personally, he decides to visit the headquarters himself. But Garcia reminds him that he can only do that after completing a mission on his own and officially becoming a martialist. Well, the conditions aren't too harsh, so Roland is confident he'll be making his trip to headquarters soon enough. He then asks about the Battle of Divine Will, the one chief disciple Lan had mentioned. Garcia reveals that her master has a deep love for a certain book written half a century ago. The book talks about the dawn and development of civilization, calling it the will of the divine. Of course, this divine isn't a person. It's more like a rule, or maybe the ultimate purpose behind everything. It sounds like an entirely new kind of book with content he has absolutely no clue about, just like that math book from before. He expresses his desire to take a look at it, and Garcia reminds him that the book is at headquarters. She'll borrow it from the library when she heads back. He then snaps back to the real world. He went into the dream world in search of answers, only to return with even more confusion clouding his mind. That's when Lightning shows up with an important message straight from Neverwinter. Looks like Roland is finally learning that an army of devils has made an early appearance in the Badlands. So in the next scene, he calls all the representatives and breaks the news about this unexpected development. Given this devil crap popping out of nowhere, he has no choice but to derail from their current plan. From this point onward, he wants all troops to prepare for a retreat from the Holy City. Meanwhile, he himself plans to head back to Neverwinter City as soon as possible. As for the Dawn Kingdom, he has figured out what needs to be done. Even though he's got to retreat for now, the leader of Dawn must still pay the price. The fury of the Wimbledons may be late, but it never disappears. So for now, the First Army will fall back. A while later, Roland has a private chat with Andrea about how they're going to handle the situation in the Dawn Kingdom. It goes without saying that the First Army's main forces need to return and defend Neverwinter, so they'll have to change the plan. The Divine Judgment Witches will be staying here, and they can handle Appin while breaking no sweat. To restore order in Dawn, the three major families will have to step up and take over from here. Andrea worries that if those three families run the kingdom, Roland will gain nothing in return. But this wise king believes it's better than getting nothing at all. At the very least, he can still save Otto's life. Just like he said during the meeting, he won't abandon those who contributed to the future of Grey Castle. Andrea finds it kind of amusing that he is actually allocating resources just to keep Otto alive, just like Iris said he would. Apparently, Roland being merciful wasn't a surprise. Iris already knew he'd help Otto before she even left. If she's being honest, it was Iris's words that pushed her to ask Roland to help Dawn's people. Later, as the king sits in his office, Iris comes by to keep him company. Well, she's actually here to share her thoughts, suggesting they don't interfere too much with the Dawn Kingdom. Of course, Nightingale's annoyed. Iris was the one who convinced Andrea to ask Roland to save the people. But now, she's the one saying not to interfere with Dawn's business. Iris explains that the circumstances have changed. Originally, they could have taken over the Dawn Kingdom entirely by following Roland's plan. But now, they'll only end up with a decent allies. So instead, she suggests letting the kingdom fall into chaos. After the battle in the Old Holy City, Appin lost the power to rule. Very soon, everything's going to break apart in Dawn. And the reason she wants chaos to take over is because of witches. See, the Dawn Kingdom's location is better than Grey Castle's. Maybe the devils will hit Wolfheart and Grey Castle first. Either way, witches from both nations will be forced to take refuge in the Dawn Kingdom. If Dawn becomes peaceful and stable, those witches might never want to move to Grey Castle. So in the long run, maybe in a decade, Dawn might end up with more witches. And that's something she's not too happy about. Nightingale bluntly asks her why she has a problem with everyone just staying alive. To answer that, Iris emphasizes the potential of each individual witch. Just look at Anna, Agatha, or Soraya. All of them are incredibly powerful. It was because of their contributions that Neverwinter City rose to power. Right now, Roland is around who is smart and strategic as hell. With the smart leadership paired with the Witch Union, the only real threat left to Neverwinter right now is the existence of the devils. But in the future, centuries from now, when the Witch Union is gone, there's a chance a powerful witch could rise in the Dawn Kingdom. If that happens, Grey Castle could end up looking significantly weaker by comparison. Roland actually applauds her for her prediction. Still, he can't retract an order that's already been given. He understands that a ruler should prioritize long-term gains over short-term ones. But Roland doesn't want to be that kind of ruler. He clearly has a different idea of what a ruler should be, and he intends to live by it. Dusk begins to settle when Roland comes back to meet his beloved girl. Since he's exhausted from the meetings he's been holding for a while now, Anna decides to give his feet a well-deserved warm shower. She takes off his boots, puts his feet into the water, and starts heating it up, causing the guy immense satisfaction and relaxation. As he's revitalizing himself, she wants to know if those recent meetings bore any fruit, since she hasn't seen him look so relaxed since he received letters from Neverwinter City. He then reveals everything he had discussed with Iris. Anna finds it kind of amusing how Iris is being way too overstrategic and meticulous to a fault. From what Anna understands, the future holds a totally different outcome than what Iris is thinking. She's sure that he will destroy the church and win the battle of divine will, and the witches will remember that for the rest of their lives. The survivors of Tequila will worship him. He will share his knowledge with the public, and every book will carry his name. The rulers of other kingdoms will seek his protection, and they shall all show their loyalty to him. Nobody will be brave enough to challenge the legacy Roland is going to leave behind. After all, those who betray will always have sorrowful ends. Centuries later, perhaps there will only be one kingdom in this world, and its borders will expand across the fertile plains, and humanity will regain its glory. Roland likes the way Anna describes everything, though that doesn't mean he doesn't value Iris's words. After all, her perspective on the matter is rather unique. When she said those words, she transformed from a noble to a minister of a nation. Her thoughts no longer centered around the northern region. Instead, she was thinking about Grey Castle as a whole. She made her decisions and formed opinions based on that. That's very rare for a person from this time. Another thing in her favor is her opinion of witches. She was able to understand the technological advancements the witches could bring. So her unique and rational perspective on matters alone makes her better than the majority. Anna wants to get an answer for a question lingering in her mind for a while now. She wants to know if he has ever considered the future. If they survive the Battle of Divine Will, what does he want to do? Well, he plans to cross the fertile plains, look at the Dawn region, and even visit Devil's Land. He wants to cross the sea and leave his footprints on the other side of the ocean, and uncover the secrets of gods and the truths of this world. Cute Anna also wants to accompany him on his adventures, and Bro is more than willing to take her along. After all, she is the only girl he likes to clap with, so why wouldn't he? Cut to Princess Tilly, watching that magic stone with utmost impatience, waiting for any response from the sleeping spell witches who went to spy on the devils and plant magic stones. Pasha assures the concerned girl that since the stone in front of them hasn't shattered yet, it likely means those witches are still safe. And if they run into devils, they will definitely crush the stones. While Tilly already knows this, she still can't help but feel worried. It seems like the poor girl has been there ogling at the stone tirelessly, and now desperately needs to catch some Z's. Pasha suggests she go get some rest. If any update comes up, she'll inform her as soon as she can. We cut to the sleeping spell witches, who have been on this venture for more than 5 days, and still haven't found the ruins. This sky blue witch helps everyone jump from one tunnel to another using her teleportation tunnels. These girls are young and naive, having the time of their lives munching down wheat biscuits, and Sky Blue just can't get enough of them. This is when Evie stops the girls from goofing around and strictly warns Sky Blue not to munch down all their food supplies just for fun. But Sky Blue doesn't seem to like Evie in the first place, especially since this woman hails from the notorious Bloodfang group, who once tried to harm Tilly. So Sky Blue ain't giving a shit to her, let alone the jerkies to eat. Ash then finally steps between the two ladies and scolds Sky Blue for pulling out buried bodies unnecessarily. If Tilly had heard her talking shit, she would have gotten mad. Still, while Sky Blue agrees not to shit talk, she still looks dismissive. Back to business, Ash is looking at the map, figuring out why they still haven't reached their destination. It is then that Evie hears something suspicious above ground. It turns out there are devils patrolling. While it's quite nerve-wracking, it also means they're on the right track. Though Lotus points out the main concern. Without seeing the city ruins, they can't set up the magic relic that is supposed to be used to spy on these devils. They do a lot of back and forth strategizing about how to reach the Tequila ruins and place their spy stone. After planning, they finally decide to execute their plan. With night about to descend, Sky Blue transports Ash above ground. Once she's floating in the air, she notices nothing, literally no trace of Tequila ruins, which makes her wonder if they walked the wrong way. If that's the case, they might need to turn around and head south. Soon enough, she's spotted by devils who are riding some weird, grotesque, fleshy creature. Ash quickly shatters the magic stone in her hands, a single meant for Sky Blue to open a portal. Since there are more devils than she can handle, she's sure retreat is the only wise decision. As she crosses through the portal and is about to hit the ground, Evie uses her magic to stop her from getting hurt. She then quickly reports the situation, stating that the devils are coming, so they need to retreat toward Misty Forest. About 3 days later, all 4 girls return to Neverwinter City with defeated looks on their faces, looking worse for wear. Tilly seems pretty disappointed to see Ash fail such a crucial mission. Given how miserably Ash messed up the directions, Tilly is genuinely wondering how they even managed to get back from Hermes to Neverwinter. Pasha, on the other hand, is just relieved that everyone came back alive. That alone is more than enough to be thankful for. With Sylvie now back in Neverwinter City, they'll finally be able to keep a proper eye on enemy numbers. It looks like Tilly is still upset with Ash, or rather, she was just worried sick about her. When they're alone, Ash hugs Tilly from behind, apologizing for making her worry. But the princess isn't about to let her off with just a hug, not after the stress Ash put her through. So she insists this brute woman should properly apologize. She even throws a mini tantrum over it, scolding Ash for making her worry so much. After a lot of back and forth, the two finally make up. We then cut to Lorgar, who is fully healed thanks to Nana's arrival in Neverwinter City. Through her blurry, hazy vision, she remembers seeing a little goddess who appeared out of nowhere and healed her. Soon after, Roland comes to visit and checks in on her well-being. Unsurprisingly, the girl is doing fine for the most part. The poor guy can't help but let his instincts take over. He starts patting her ears. Then he immediately feels guilty about laying hands on a woman without her permission. But he really couldn't help it. He had always wondered what wolf ears felt like in real life. From what he'd heard, they were supposed to be ticklish, but turns out they aren't tickling the girl at all. Lorgar then asks how long she'd been out and where Nana went because she desperately wants to thank her. Roland explains she'd been out for about 3 days, and she would have slept even longer if Nightfall hadn't retracted her symbiotic seed. Before they move on to anything else, Roland wants to thank her on behalf of Neverwinter. That acknowledgement lights her up like a kid in a candy store, like she's finally proven her worth. To be fair, Roland never said she wasn't powerful. You don't have to fight on the front lines to be part of the war. As long as you're contributing in any way, you're in the fight against the devils. That said, he's firmly against anyone fighting the devils alone. If they'd been just a little late rescuing her, or if she hadn't had Nightfall's symbiotic seed, she'd be pushing up daisies by now. Then again, if she hadn't risked her life, Neverwinter wouldn't have known about the devil army either. Still, that doesn't mean she had to jump into battle. All she had to do was retreat and report back. Roland applauds her for what she did, but he also sternly makes it clear that he won't approve of reckless decisions made for personal reasons. The poor girl looks like she's about to cry, seeing Roland go from kind and gentle to terrifyingly serious in a split second. Anyway, it's finally time to talk about the reward she deserves. It could be anything: golden royals, chaos drinks, or even a custom-made weapon just for her. Out of everything Roland mentions, the idea of a custom weapon grabs her full attention. She wonders if maybe she'll get metal talons or fangs for her wolf form. Roland hasn't figured out exactly what kind of weapon will suit her best yet, but it'll likely be a firearm, something that'll seriously boost her offense. Still, she'd rather rely on her body and her fangs than on strength that doesn't come from her. So eventually, she chooses to join the Witch Union. After all, golden royals will run out, so do chaos drinks. And she doesn't really have any skill she can monetize, except fighting on the battlefield. Joining the Union is the best option. Once she's a member, she'll get a monthly supply of gold and drinks. Plus, she already promised Lightning and Maggie that she'd explore the barren lands with them. Since they're Union members too, it'll be easier for her to travel with them. This is the only reward she truly wants right now. Since she previously refused his offer to join, Roland wants to make sure she's serious this time. She confirms it with no hesitation. She's ready to sign the contract thingy right away. But Roland tells her to rest for now. They'll take care of it later. As for Nana and the other witches who helped her, once she joins the Union, she'll have plenty of chances to meet them again. As Roland leaves, Lorgar can't help but notice how he chose to come visit her out of all the things he could have been doing. That alone gives her just a little more reason to put her faith in him. Finally, Roland is about to hold a grand meeting with most of the big shots present. Once everyone takes their seats, he starts the meeting by making it abundantly clear that Neverwinter City will not allow devils to find shelter on the fertile plains, especially not this close to the border. Their enemies arrived earlier than expected, but Neverwinter City won't be falling behind either. The majority of Grey Castle is now under his rule, which makes Neverwinter City more than capable of dealing with them. So, he declares that taking back the Tequila Ruins from the devils is their main goal now. Literally no one objects to his full and final decision. Wendy suggests running an awareness campaign to educate the common folks about the existence of the devils. After all, If they don't disclose everything up front, those with ulterior motives might use this situation to their advantage and spread false rumors. Pasha agrees with this too. For this, Roland puts the awareness campaign's responsibility in Barov's capable hands. As for the fearmongers and troublemakers, he gives Barov full authority to deal with those kinds of guys however he sees fit. Up next, Pasha asks how they plan on dealing with the devils around the Tequila ruins. As far as the Tequila witches are concerned, they're willing to make any sacrifice necessary. Roland then pulls out a map and suggests setting up cannons so they can destroy the devil's red fog supply from a distance. Though, without adequate preparations, it'll be hard for his army to find footing if all the devils suddenly rush them. So the major concern they have is transportation. At the northern mines of Neverwinter City, Roland unveils his latest invention, the steam trains. He introduces this massive hunk of metal to all these backward bitches. Barov points out that while building the railway tracks, there's a chance the devils will execute ambushes on their workers, hindering their railway track progress. Roland then reveals they need 2 tracks to make sure they can constantly travel in both directions. Secondly, he doesn't plan on crossing the plains. Instead, he wants to depart from Misty Forest, get close to the Tequila ruins, and then head east. The region is completely under Leaf's control, so they won't have to worry about hybrids. As for the devils, they just gotta fight those bastards with the cannons. Even if they somehow survive the bombing and ruin the tracks, the only optimal solution is to build them faster than the devils can destroy them. Suddenly, the blaring sound of an alarm catches everyone off guard. Apparently, it's a warning of the highest level. Since Roland is outside right now, his protection is the utmost imperative. Ash and the other witches quickly surround him. Even his sister grabs his hand, just as a safety measure. This surprises Roland quite a bit. After all, he hadn't realized she even cared about him as her brother. We then cut to the border wall. There, a red mist has started to spread, courtesy of devils making their way to the boundary wall. There are more than 5 of them. Sylvie is absolutely shocked to see these devils acting out of the blue. As far as she's concerned, they were supposed to be gathered around the divine ores within the ruins, waiting for the arrival of the red moon. So it doesn't make sense that these bastards are attacking so soon. The soldiers on the wall quickly prepare for retaliation, with their cannons ready to fire. Sylvie and her assistant inside the watchtower strategize how to deploy the troops given the devils' movements. Meanwhile, the devils close in on the wall, and one of them grabs his spear and throws it so hard that it literally demolishes part of the wall, knocking out a few soldiers. They then throw a few pieces of paper, and just like that, they turn around and leave. Those papers contain drawings of humans along with hybrid beasts. Later, those drawings are shown to Roland. From what he understands, this is supposed to be some sort of provocation. That's why Roland won't fall for their trap. One picture shows a human begging and kneeling, while another shows a captured witch. The other one shows burning city walls. From his understanding of this message, they want him to hand over the wolf girl and surrender. Or else, everyone will be killed. Pasha also chimes in with her 2 cents. From what she can tell, it's a trap. She assures him not to feel overwhelmed or panic, as devils often pull stunts like this. Roland wants to know if she's encountered something like this before. She reveals that the former mortal kingdom received threats like these. During the first battle of Divine Will, the devils used similar plots to turn witches and mortals against each other. That's how they managed to take over the Dawn region. During that battle, the leaders of the 2 main cities fought the devils with their armies. The only difference was that one army consisted of witches, while the other was ordinary humans only. During the chaotic battle, the leader of the mortals suddenly sided with the devils, sabotaging the retreating witches and using weapons made from stones of divine judgment. The betrayal was later dubbed the Twilight Betrayal and was seen as a hard lesson learned. That was when humans split into 2 factions. This event was never recorded in the books. Instead, it was spread among the higher levels of the Alliance as confidential information. The devils may have despicable threats and schemes, but they learned them from mortals. Legend has it that humans came into contact with devils way before the Battle of Divine Will took place. Back then, devils were no different from beasts, but a human passed their knowledge to them. Some believe this is why some elite devils resemble humans. But the 3 chiefs thought that was ridiculous and forbade people from talking about it. That's why only the higher-ups have heard such rumors. Roland is more interested in knowing if Pasha believes those rumors. Well, she isn't sure. They still don't know if that human who met the devils was an ordinary person or a witch. The Majesty then inquires what's going to happen next, now that they aren't falling for the devil's bait. She reveals that devils will continue attacking the target city until the leader surrenders or their army arrives at the borders. In other words, if Neverwinter City doesn't make its move, the devils will definitely come back. In light of that, Roland decides to avenge the fallen soldiers by spilling the blood of their enemies. He plans to lay a trap and get those bastard devils. He wants to let them know they aren't dealing with the humans from 400 years ago. A while later, as he sits in his office, He can now be certain that the devils have reached the western borders more than once after Lorgar exposed their plans. Otherwise, they would have predicted that this city was mainly populated with ordinary humans, and wouldn't have used the same threats they used during the first battle of Divine Will. Be it in the posts in the Mountains of Despair or the Divine Punishment witches who are out patrolling, none of them has noticed anything suspicious. In fact, even Sylvie didn't notice the approaching threat until the devils arrived right outside the gate. This just shows how Neverwinter's greatest weakness is the open sky with their current technology. So, to build a machine capable of detecting enemies in the skies, Roland pays a visit to the Astrology Association. First of all, Misan, the leader of the Astrology Association, can't help but brag about the progress they've made so far, thanks to the geometry book Roland provided them. After a lot of talk about astronomy and recent developments, our boy finally reveals the main reason he's there. With the help of the geometry knowledge, he wants Misan to work with craftsmen and make a machine that can predict the movements of a projectile. For a vague idea, it's supposed to be controlled by two variables. One controls its horizontal position, while the other affects the vertical. Roland has a rough idea, but needs him to confirm the final numbers after some trials. Misan acknowledges the orders and promises to try his best to make this device. As Roland is about to walk away, he notices the old man wants to say something. Actually, Misan has had one question for a while. He realized that for all the books the Majesty gave him, including the geometry book, all the books are labeled as intermediate, and he wants to know why. Roland reveals that there is a subject called advanced mathematics that comes after intermediate geometry. Instead of simple geometry or calculations, it also contains advanced mathematical theories. Let's just say the beginner and intermediate books are like the tree trunk, and advanced mathematics is like the leaves that spread out. However, this subject is extremely challenging, which is why it also has another name. The title of the next book is Get Started and Give Up. Of course, that old man is already charged with so much optimism that the word give up ain't even in his dictionary. This old coot is even willing to put his life on the line for the betterment of this world, let alone failing to understand a mere book. So he insists to His Majesty that he be granted the right to learn from this book. As expected, Roland promises to give him the book, but under one condition only. He has to finish the project he has been assigned, and only then can he visit the castle to claim the book. After that short trip to the Astrology Association, Roland goes to meet his favorite girl at the factories. She's out there grinding, trying to learn and develop new blueprints for their weapons. After a bunch of hectic days, Roland finally finishes preparations, and the weapons are ready to fire. Now all they gotta do is wait for the devils to make their move. About 5 days later, a horde of devils is heading toward Neverwinter City. Pasha looks worried, seeing the devils moving earlier than expected. It should have been at least 2 weeks, maybe even a month based on her past experience. But it doesn't make sense for these bastards to show up this early, especially since the distance they have to travel takes over a day just to reach Neverwinter. The devils are trying to spread as much fear as possible. When rumors start spreading, humans will lose faith regardless of what their leaders say. That's what makes their second attack so effective. And it takes time for rumors to spread and fear to take hold in people's hearts, so devils usually wait before each attack. Alethea asks what their next step is. Roland simply wants to get rid of them. Even though there wasn't much time and the new weapons were only tested once, most of the witches have already returned. With Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie there, at least they can take down a few of these bitches. He wants them to follow the original plan, but that doesn't mean they should overlook their own safety just to make the plan succeed. The little ones acknowledge their leader's orders and get ready to follow through. Nightingale promises to take care of the little ones. However, it seems Lightning doesn't like being called little. Both of the little girls then start their childish theatrics, so Nightingale has to drag them both out of the meeting room. Moving on, Roland hands over defense responsibility to the witches from Slumber Island. With all the chess pieces in place, the only thing left is for Roland to hear the phone call announcing their victory. With that, everyone gets ready to carry out their assigned duties. Meanwhile, Pasha questions him if he's sure about this decision. She says too many witches showing up will make the devils change their minds once they realize this isn't just a mortal city, but one full of witches. They'll plan their next strategy accordingly. Roland's aware of that already. The war between humans and devils is inevitable, so there's no point in holding back. These initial battles will serve to teach the First Army and the witches how to fight devils. You see, the First Army wasn't always this powerful. In the early days, it was just made up of ordinary hunters, miners, and farmers. But now, they're facing enemies like never before, and the more experience they gain, the more confident they become. That way, at least they won't freak out when the real divine war hits. Roland may call them elite warriors, but the truth is, they've just survived near-death experiences a bit more than others. Hearing all this, Pasha admits she's touched by his determination. This alone is enough to separate him from the rest of humankind. Hearing such a discriminatory remark about humanity, Roland reminds her that humans are known as mortals, not because they're weak, but because there are too many of them. That's precisely why they're easily underestimated. He's learned from records in his dream world about a legend where humans were underestimated, and that very thing caused the downfall of colossal dragons and ancient deities. All of them became stories of the past because of just 40 mere mortals. Pasha wonders cluelessly if such a legend really exists, to which Roland says yes. Now that technology has advanced, they don't even need 40 people. Also, letting the devils think Neverwinter City is an alliance city is just a trick. By doing this, they'll believe those strange attacks are caused by the witches, which blinds them to the truth. Neverwinter City is neither a city of the past, nor does it belong to the Alliance. It's an industrial city, a hybrid of both. We then cut to the walls of Neverwinter City, where a newly appointed soldier is seen fearing for his life. The horrific bloodshed he's seen in past battles is really messing with his mind. Then his captain arrives to give him some words of comfort. His Majesty Roland invented some new weapons, and the devils won't be able to hurt them. The soldiers are loading up these machine guns with bullets, and soon enough, an announcement comes from the scouting tower about the approaching threat. Once the soldiers take note of the devils heading their way, they confirm and lock onto the targets. That same scared soldier also grabs his gun, ready to take his shot when the time comes. The devils are also prepared, ready to throw their spears with that same godly speed. Seeing this, the scared soldier remembers his training. If the devils get within spearing range, they're free to shoot. But until that happens, they're not allowed to open fire. After all, they gotta save their bullets until the devils basically run into their own deaths. Once the enemy is within range, the soldiers begin firing, taking these bastards down left and right. Soon enough, the barrage of bullets takes one of the devils down, sparking a burst of confidence and a swell of pride in Roland's priceless weapons. Seeing this inevitable rain of bullets, the devils make a smart decision and scatter around instead of sticking together in a group. That's when the other soldiers start firing their guns too. One devil is heading straight toward that scared soldier. The devil is armed with a spear, and now it's a run-or-die situation. But instead of running, the brave soldier steals his resolve and unleashes a barrage of bullets. He manages to brutally kill the beast the devil was riding, but the devil himself hasn't taken any damage. That opening is enough for the bastard to catch the poor guy off guard, and he hurls his spear with full force. Just when it looks like it's the end for the brave soldier, a barrier forms right in front of him, saving him from that brutal hit. The one behind that shield is of course a witch from Slumber Island, here to assist the mortals in battle. The sky is literally lit up with machine guns emptying round after round, giving these bastards a real run for their money. Eventually, one of the devils blows the horn of retreat, so Sylvie decides it's time to enter the final phase of their plan. Lightning is already on it, telling Sylvie to just sit back and enjoy her beautiful performance as an awesome adventurer. With that, she takes off with Ash in her arms. Once they're high enough in the sky, she tosses Ash toward the devils, and this brute lady quickly draws her sword and slices one of those bastards in a single, clean hit. Just when the devils thought things couldn't get any uglier, Maggie appears in the sky, carrying Nightingale to deliver the final blow. The devils throw their spears at them, but Maggie quickly shifts from her giant bird form into a pigeon, causing the spears to strike nothing but empty air. Now it's Nightingale's turn to show what she's got. She pulls out her guns and takes down one of the bastards with precise shots. Then she lands right on top of the beast the devil was riding. Another one comes charging. With help from her mist abilities, Nightingale crashes her beast straight into the devils. Once the bastard loses his ride, Nightingale slices him into multiple pieces using a magic I straight up can't even explain. Honestly, this part is absolutely horrendous. I have no idea what the hell just happened. Anyway, it looks like their plan has been a success, with all the devils down. Nightingale makes sure to celebrate her little victory over Ash by killing 2 targets. A while later, Lightning and the others are out looking for the 2 beasts that ran off after the devils died. Sylvie is the one giving them precise directions, and once they get the pinpoint location, Lightning puts on her glasses and gets ready to fly. Roland also gets the good news about the successful subjugation of the monsters. The mad devils have all been exterminated. They've even confiscated some canisters filled with red mist, and Sister Leaf managed to capture a mad devil who fell into the misty forest. Roland is satisfied with the report and hangs up the phone on a good note. This battle was critical for boosting morale, and it looks like it's been a success so far. Now the soldiers know the devils aren't invincible. When it comes to actual fights, they're no better than the Divine Punishment Army of the Church. And now, they even have a hostage. That'll make future announcements way easier. All Roland needs to do now is show the public what these devils actually look like. That way, their prejudice toward witches will naturally disappear. Later, Roland meets with Pasha, who's looking forward to crafting new sigils by herself, assuming they've really captured a living devil. Meanwhile, Roland reflects on the current state of his strength. This battle showed him that the Mark I machine gun was barely strong enough for aerial combat. What really hurt the enemy was the volley fire. And that just makes his mood worse when he remembers he still doesn't have an air force to properly deal with flying beasts. A few minutes later, he orders Barov to hold a celebration in the central square tonight. It has to look like a victorious celebration, lively and extravagant, as this is all part of the publicity push. We then cut to the central square, where the hustle and bustle has already begun. The scene shifts to a boy, someone you guys probably don't even remember. He's the kid who used to live in Longsong Fortress with Pepper. But one day, Pepper was taken to Border Town, while he and his friends worked under rats just to survive. Eventually, thanks to Roland's new policies, the rats were purged, and these kids came to Border Town looking for work. Now this boy has finally gotten his ID card, making him an official citizen of the city. Along with the ID card, there's also a notice about joining the rail construction project in the Misty Forest. He and his friends argue a lot about the job, thinking it might be dangerous as they could end up facing devils during the railway construction. But the blonde kid stays optimistic, saying they'll brave through it all. The scene shifts to one of the biggest families in the Dawn, the Quinns, starting with Andrea's father. Every day, nobles come by trying to persuade him to side with Roland Wimbledon. But this pussy is too scared to betray Moya, even though his son keeps pushing him to think differently. Still, the father sticks to his guns, wanting to stay loyal to Moya. Sure, Appin might have lost ruling power, but he's still got plenty of soldiers under his command. If he's betrayed, he won't forgive. It could mean assassination. But everything seems about to change when Andrea shows up to see her father. The man's completely bewildered to see his daughter after all these years. His mind drifts down memory lane. How his little girl had to fake her death and leave the Kingdom of Dawn just because she was a witch. Seeing Andrea fully grown, the old man's eyes well up. Even her brother is shocked out of his mind as he thought she was dead for sure. The butler shares the same bewildered look. The reason the old man is so shocked is because he wanted to keep her death a secret. He didn't even tell his wife about Andrea's witch awakening. To cover it up even more, he killed his own servant who knew about Andrea's condition. He even staged that cliff incident to hide everything. Before starting his conversation with his long-lost daughter, he orders his son to leave, reluctant at first, but he eventually goes. Then the old man tells the butler to keep Andrea's arrival a secret, close all the gates to the castle and blow out all the lights in the hall, and he mustn't be disturbed at all costs. The butler acknowledges but wants to confirm what to do with the young Mrs. friends. The old man tells him to bring them to the banquet hall and serve them something to eat. Once father and daughter are alone, the old man starts with skepticism about her identity. To prove she's really his daughter, Andrea uses her magic and produces the bow she always uses. It doesn't take long for the old man to remember. That's the same bow he had a craftsman build solely for Andrea. Now convinced, he wants to know why she came back. After all, he sent her far away just so she can live comfortable life. Andrea expresses her disdain for his selfish plan to send her away. His plan never made her feel protected. Instead, she felt abandoned. After all, there's no safe place for witches. If she hadn't met other witches, she'd be dead long ago. But she's willing to let go of the past, and she's not here for what he did back then. He's probably curious how she managed to get into the mansion so casually. After all, the guards wouldn't just trust her words that easily. Also, when she saw the butler, she stopped outside the door for a while. And as for the guy who called him father, she doesn't remember having a younger brother. He reveals he's a brother from another mother. Her mother passed away from an illness a year after she left. Finally, Andrea drops the atomic bomb she came to deliver. As head of the Quinn family, Roland Wimbledon wants her father to step forward and take the throne instead of hiding behind the scenes. Of course, this mustache bastard is bewildered to hear it, so Andrea repeats herself to make sure he heard it loud and clear. The bastard staggers backward, hit hard by that brutal bombshell. Andrea, meanwhile, continues to reveal that Roland doesn't want to see Moya on the throne anymore. And he definitely doesn't want to watch the neighboring nations suffer from endless war. In order to stabilize the situation in Dawn, it's imperative to elect a new king as soon as possible. Since Roland doesn't know many people from Dawn, he chose her to be the next king. But since she refused, now he wants her father to take the role instead. The old man finds it rather suspicious and questions why Roland isn't here himself. To which Andrea reveals that if the nobles of Dawn want to battle him head-on, with all the soldiers they have, he's open to the idea. Put simply, His Majesty has more urgent enemies to deal with at the moment. He doesn't have the time to waste a few years just to make Dawn part of Grey Castle. After all, he can easily strip any noble of their authority, but rebuilding an entire kingdom from scratch is way more complicated and time-consuming. As for the more urgent enemies she's talking about, it's the devils he's after. She then further explains to her terrified father all about the divine war that's coming, and how the church was involved in it. The old man is in shambles, realizing that the current situation in Dawn is nothing more than a squabble in the grand scheme of things. Even he understands that humans have already lost twice, and if they lose again, only hell awaits them. Even with the massive risks and threats, Roland Wimbledon is still willing to shoulder the responsibility of fighting this war of divine will against such powerful enemies. That just goes to show Roland's courage and willpower are on a whole other level. The old man grows curious as to why Roland is putting his life on the line, and what he stands to gain from all this. Andrea shakes her head. Even she doesn't understand what Roland is thinking. Rather than doing this for humanity, it feels like he's doing this for himself. It's almost like he's constantly looking for a new challenge, and humanity just so happens to benefit from it. The old man is willing to contribute to the cause and asks what he's supposed to do to help. Andrea insists him to just stabilize the Kingdom of Dawn and provide support to Grey Castle when needed. The Quinn family will also have to pay Roland in ores and supplies. The old man is actually glad Roland's asking for something in return. Otherwise, he would have assumed His Majesty had some kind of ulterior motive for helping the Quinn family. Then again, not like he could do anything about Roland Wimbledon's strength, regardless of motive. It's basically like opportunity just landed in his lap without him lifting a finger, so he sees no reason to reject it. He expresses his willingness to support Roland Wimbledon's efforts in whatever way is necessary. With that settled, Andrea moves forward with Roland's proposed plan. He wants to completely destroy Appin Moya in front of everyone. He wants the entire noble class to witness the end of the Appin family's rule, and for all nobles to bow to the new ruler. The old man questions as to how is that even going to be possible. Andrea simply says he'll get his answer soon enough. The only thing the Quinn family has to do is rebel against Appin Moya and make a huge scene. Cut to Otto, who's rotting away in a prison cell. We're skipping all the fluff here. He gets a secret letter from Fox, who craftily slipped a handkerchief carrying a hidden message. He's coming to save him. The next scene takes us to Appin Moya, who's pretty pissed after hearing that the Prime Minister has rebelled. He never expected the Quinn family to be a problem. He had assumed the 3 elderly ministers would never betray him and would just keep a low profile, minding their own business. After all, the capital's still under his control. If they try to anger him, they're basically signing their own death warrants. Still, he can't figure out where the Quinn family's confidence is coming from. They don't have followers, they don't have soldiers. The only thing they've got is maybe a dozen guards. Honestly, it's laughable. Then the butler reveals something new. The Earl has contacted nobles from other territories. However, he didn't meet them personally, he sent out invitations. He openly invited all nobles to his estate, trying to convince them to pledge their loyalty to the Quinn family. Of course, this revelation only annoys Appin further, so he orders Sir Barkov to lead the patrol team and bring him the head of Horford Quinn. For now, the rest of the Quinn family is to be thrown into prison. If anyone gets in the way, he gives open orders to kill them. While he may have given these orders, it's clear the guy is still traumatized from witnessing the nuking in the Holy City. He literally saw his soldiers die like dogs, without even putting up a fight. He starts spiraling, ranting that he surrenders, cursing Roland for stripping him of everything. If not for that, he claims, he could have been a great ruler. Now he just slumps onto his throne, waiting for Quinn to arrive, just so he can show him what happens when you anger a king. Well, the old man shows up with some bad news. Sir Barkov is pushing up daisies. The Mad King loses it and lashes out at his butler because he can't freaking believe that a handful of Quinn soldiers managed to beat 200 of his own men. To which the butler calmly drops the bomb. They weren't up against common soldiers. The opponent's power and speed were literally ungodly. Of course, this description only makes sense if the opponents they are facing are witches. And this realization only freaks Moya even more. He then summons his senior knight Reese and orders him to gather all the mercenaries in the City of Dawn as he wants them to flatten the Quinn residents with their fire arrows and bows. He doesn't care if they're witches, be it monsters or humans. He wants everything reduced to dust. His knight reminds him that Earl Quinn resides in the inner zone of the city. If a fire breaks out there, the entire city could suffer the consequences. But this Mad King is dead set. If this knight fails to carry out the orders, then he is of no use to the king. He is certain that even the divine punishment warriors will be helpless in the face of such a massive army. And everyone who sided with the church or the witches must die. Later that night, Reese takes his fellow soldiers and sneaks into the inner zone of the city to carry out the Mad King's command. But there, in the distance, he spots a few figures. As they draw closer, they turn out to be clowns. Naturally, Reese asserts his authority over these lowly circus performers who dare to block the royal army's path. But we all know these shady clowns aren't your average jokers. They suddenly lunge at the soldiers, aiming to take them down. The next morning, a large crowd gathers in the capital square of the Kingdom of Dawn. They're currently discussing the famine, blaming Appin Moya for allegedly reducing the number of farmlands outside the city. However, Earl Quinn has promised prosperity to those who support him, and many are already considering switching sides. Cut to Appin Moya, who is absolutely losing it over the accusations being hurled at him. He has no idea when or if he ever did anything to the fields. He believes Roland Wimbledon should be held accountable for the abandoned villages. According to him, it was Roland's witches who murdered the innocent farmers. The butler tries to calm his fuming king. Right now, his focus should be on stopping Earl Quinn's advance. Only then can they suppress the rebellion. Appin then asks about the number of people still loyal to him. Counting the knights, guards, and mercenaries, the soldier reveals the total to be around 1,500, but if they include servants, it could easily be over 2,000. Appin Moya then tells his soldier to take all the gold inside the vaults and announce among the servants that for every monster they kill, they will be rewarded with 100 golden royals. If someone manages to stop the other party from rebelling, they'll be granted a title and some land. And if they already have a title, they can expect a promotion. He then asks his butler whether the head of the Quinn family received any support from other nobles. To that, the guy reveals there's a rumor floating around that the auction house known as Black Money is in touch with the Earl. Of course, this only pisses Moya off even more. The butler goes on to reveal that the Torcat family is now openly supporting the Quinns. Though before the king goes into a complete frenzy, the butler quickly reassures him that the Luoxi family has refused Quinn's invitation several times. Appin Moya can't help but gnaw at his nails, thinking how there were 3 big families his father used to pride himself on, and now every one of them is turning against him. He tells his butler to issue a threat to the Luoxi family. If they don't show loyalty, they're as good as dead. Betrayal and treachery will not be tolerated. A while later, Appin receives a message from Earl Luoxi. The contents are surprisingly reassuring. It says the Luoxi family has cut all ties with the other 2 families and are willing to stay loyal to Appin Moya. Bro's glad that slowly but surely, the 3 major families will be under his thumb again. The next day, we see the representatives of all 3 families heading toward the king's castle, and it looks like things are about to get real spicy. We then cut to Andrea up on one of the watchtowers. She spots a fiery arrow blazing through the sky, a clear signal that the battle has begun. She grabs her sniper rifle and locks onto the soldier in charge of the catapult. With bullets fused with her magic, there's no way she's gonna miss. The moment the bullet leaves the nozzle, it finds its target. It's a clean hit and 1 down. Andrea reloads and takes out another soldier. Before the enemy can figure out where the hell this ambush is coming from, they're already dropping like flies. Soon enough, one side of the wall is wiped out. When the soldiers realize divine punishment witches are scaling the walls below, they start firing flaming arrows. But those are useless. Witches march right up to the castle wall, grappling hooks in hand. In no time, they scale the walls and are ready to obliterate these fools. All it takes is one swing of their blades to slice down multiple soldiers at once. Once the way's clear, they charge straight toward the castle. Meanwhile, Appin watches the chaos unfold from the window, absolutely losing it when he realizes Luoxi betrayed him. Now he's finally ready to kill Otto for the betrayal of Otto's father. Looks like not just Luoxi, but every noble who swore loyalty has now turned their back on this mad king. Furious beyond reason, he orders his knights to execute Otto immediately and bring back only his head. As the soldiers head off to carry out the order, he sits quietly on his throne, broken and defeated. He knows that this is the end. Soon enough, the divine punishment witches, along with representatives from the 3 major families, barge into the chamber. They lay it all out for this trash king. His kingdom is in shambles. Otto has been freed from the prison as well. If it weren't for Roland's plan to spread rumors about what a terrible king Appin Moya really is, Appin would have lost his head long ago. Appin tries to coax them, warning they're making a deal with the literal devil. Not only have the 3 families broken the sacred vows their ancestors made, but they're also handing the kingdom over to a devil. He points a finger at the head of the Quinn family, questioning if he's really capable of taking the throne. He yaps a lot of nonsense, but none of it matters once Andrea finally steps in to answer every question Moya has. She reveals that Roland wants Appin Moya stripped of his kingly title to protect the witches and Otto. Of course, this trash king is stunned, seeing Andrea Quinn standing right in front of him. He can't even process this madness. He doesn't bother asking how she's alive or any of that crap. He just gets straight to the point, asking why she's siding with Roland. She keeps it simple. She's a witch, and Roland has been trying to protect her. Appin's eyes widen in disbelief. Andrea's father then reminds this half-witted ruler that a kingdom can't be run on sheer arrogance. The witches must be treated like normal citizens and enjoy the same rights. They will be allowed to walk the streets freely, take on various occupations, inherit titles from their families. They could even govern the kingdom. Well, we already know Appin has gone mad, but now it's official. He's abnormal. So let's skip over his childish tantrum as he leaves the king's chamber, disappointment written all over his face. A while later, Otto thanks Andrea for saving his life. The woman brushes off the flattery. After all, they're childhood friends, so no need for formalities. Oro almost chokes the poor guy when he reminds them both about the long-lasting friendship they share and how Andrea is the glue of their group. He suggests hanging out at their old spot. Andrea isn't even sure if the Silver Antler Tavern is still in business. Oro informs her that the Luoxi family now owns it, so it's still running. With their next meeting scheduled, Oro decides to leave them some much-needed time alone. Andrea even sends her escort away just to have absolute alone time with Otto. But before they start catching up, Andrea heads out to the courtyard. As she walks, her body trembles and she can barely stand. Otto, worried by her declining health, asks about it. She assures him it's just fatigue from overexertion, nothing serious. Now that it's just the two of them, she asks why he wants to talk alone. Otto reminds her of the encounter they once had in the border town. He recalls how he told her Oro would leave flowers at her grave every year. And he has done the same, literally every year, because he misses her and can't forget her. What he's about to say next might embarrass her, but he has to say it out loud. He wants her to stay by his side forever. Well, we all know her answer. After all, she already has someone she wants to spend her time with, so she won't stay in Glow City any longer than she already has. Though she might have accepted his request if he had proposed a year earlier. For a moment, Otto thinks maybe it's Majesty Roland she likes, but it turns out the person she's talking about is Nightingale. Though she makes it clear she doesn't share that kind of relationship with Nightingale, she further reminds him witches are incapable of bearing children, so they can't keep the family line running. Besides, she doesn't want to restrict herself to the rules of nobles. It has been 10 years since she left Glow City, so she's no longer the same person she was. With those final words, she departs, leaving Otto behind. What a poor guy. He worked so hard to get that pussy, but all he gets in return is shit. Andrea then visits her father before leaving the city. Her father reminds her Otto will be very upset by her departure. Well, she has good reason to leave as soon as possible. After all, someone is waiting for her, and it's been far too long since she's been away from Neverwinter City. Not to mention, this kingdom is in the middle of a power shift. They can't afford to waste time on leisure and feasts. Moving on, the old man inquires what Neverwinter has in mind. To that, she reveals that she doesn't know much about politics. But in Neverwinter, instead of putting nobles in charge, they hire citizens who've passed exams. If her father wants the details, he should ask Fox. If she desperately had to advise her father, she would suggest he avoid making the same mistakes as Appin. Well, the old coot has already witnessed the kind of terrifying power Roland holds, so it would be foolish of him to go against Grey Castle now. Or perhaps worse than foolish. Andrea then points out that it's not just about power. The upcoming Battle of Divine Will is the final battle that's going to decide the fate of humankind. So internal conflicts will only accelerate their doom. With that glimpse of the future, she's sure her father already understands that the top priority should be surviving this divine war. Hence, he should maintain order in Dawn and stand with Grey Castle. They need to work together if they want to survive the Battle of Divine Will. That's the only advice she can give him. With that, she proceeds to leave. Before she walks out, the old man musters up the courage to apologize for the decision he made for her back then, against her will. And he's really sorry for that. We then cut to Appin Moya, inside one of the ships, cursing his damn luck and reflecting on his past. He's plotting some dumb shit against Roland while trying to escape somewhere safe on this ship. Suddenly he hears a commotion above. When he gets there, he finds no one. It's eerily silent. That's when he's confronted by the divine soldier witches, who slay him on the spot because this guy yaps way too much unnecessarily. With the threat neutralized, they decide to sink the ship too, just to make it look like an accident. Do you guys remember this old man? If not, he's the same guy we saw meeting Pasha and the other witches for the first time. He follows the witches' orders in exchange for an elixir that grants him more years to live. He'll be in charge of getting rid of this ship. He's got these guards who can't hear, can't talk, can't listen. They only respond to gestures, and he's got 50 of them. With that, the witches hand over the task of disposing of the ship to the old man. They further suggest he keep an eye on the Quinn family, especially since Appin had ties with the auction house, known as Black Money, and had planted spies in the new government. As for the reward, the guy gets 2 drinks as usual, 6 more bottles, and his body will finally catfish the basic requirements for his transformation. He's told to do his job diligently. Once this is all over, the witch promises he'll be able to join them soon enough. I don't know what their deal is with these drugs, but let's hope we find out soon. We then cut to Roland, who's glad that everything went smoothly. With the way things are going, he's sure his alliance with Dawn is going to flourish, all thanks to Andrea. He's also pretty happy that the phone lines are gradually being set up. In the past month, Anna has set up phones in the witches' offices, City Hall, the military camps, and even the third border city. Longsong Fortress is on the list now too. The only thing left is setting up a private line that goes straight into Anna's room. Well, he's kinda joking. He doesn't want to use something that important just to get his daily dose of Anna's breathing ASMR. He then starts reviewing a booklet listing the new witches who've been the most problematic. According to Wendy's report, these two girls refuse to cooperate, and they've always had a massive dislike boner for literally everything going about with the Witch Association. It was Skrull who managed to calm things down, but the situation still hasn't totally improved. So, it's highly unlikely these two are going to accept the invitation. The redhead lady uses source tracing, while the purple-haired witch has the ability of demonification. Source tracing is an extremely useful ability that points them toward natural resources, and it's even more useful than Sylvie's Eyes of Truth. For example, they can now easily locate a gold vein using just a single nugget. As for demonification, it can turn magic into a loop. By reducing power consumption, it grants dead creatures a new life. Though it's a pity Roland barely knows anything about this magic, so there's no way to verify how strong it really is. Still, based on what he does know, it's got great potential. If he's being honest, the lack of cooperation isn't a huge problem. He's figured things out before. He'll find a way again. Roland has a strict policy: never force anyone to do anything. This time, he's got to think of something more appealing to make them join. After all, motivational speeches and golden royals alone aren't enough, especially since the Sleeping Island witches already help human captains for their own bread and butter. Then, out of the blue, he asks Nightingale if she's ever felt underpaid. He's only asking because he wants to know if the other witches feel like they're not being paid enough for all this. Nightingale quickly gestures that none of the witches feel that way. An average person earns just one golden royal every 6 months, so getting a golden royal every month is actually a crazy good deal. Besides, witches barely have any expenses. They don't struggle to feed or clothe themselves, everything's provided. Living like this is actually what they used to dream of. Roland's still not fully convinced though, so she tells him to go ask Wendy if he doesn't believe her. Soon enough, Wendy arrives at the office. Once asked, she goes absolutely nuts, saying she's never thought they're being underpaid. Hell, they'd even work wholeheartedly without pay if needed. She once said this place was their new holy mountain, and the other sisters feel the same. If the city hall is ever short on money, she's even willing to donate her own golden royals. Well, Roland was just asking for feedback. He then poses another question, asking if there's anything else they'd like. Wendy thinks for a moment before saying that if she had to ask, maybe she'd like one more bottle of chaos drink each month. Roland wonders if Nightingale has the same request. Well, our big hooter lady doesn't hold back. She boldly asks for 2 extra bottles, if possible. We then cut to Hunter Iron Axe, who has returned to Neverwinter City along with Sister Echo. Once inside Roland's office, Sister Echo proudly reveals that the Wild Flame clan has fulfilled their promise. The first group of immigrants has arrived at the port of Clearwater. The smaller clans are starting to follow the big clans now, and they're all willing to pledge loyalty to the great chief Roland Wimbledon. After meeting with various patricians, she estimates that the port of Clearwater will welcome up to 30,000 migrants by the end of the year. She then sings her song and summons a mirage of Spear Passy. She looks worried sick, realizing she's got to take care of 30,000 people all at once. She's losing her mind from all the work lately. While the City Hall folks have been a huge help, she still needs about 300 helpers to settle all the migrants. If this workload keeps piling on her, she might just run away from her duties and become an ordinary witch in Neverwinter City. Seeing how she just summoned Spear Passy's mirage, Roland can't help but internally commend her for it. Back to business, he assures Spear Passy that he'll allocate more officials from his next batch to help her out. Sister Echo then thanks Roland for writing those songs for her. She says if it weren't for those, she wouldn't have achieved what she has now. Roland can tell managing the South and keeping relations with the clans isn't as easy as the reports make it sound, but she's been shouldering it all alone. He promises to get someone to copy down the new signs and deliver them to her room. She's glad to hear this and promptly leaves now that she's finished reporting everything. Roland then turns to Hunter Ironaxe and gives him props for a job well done. The brave hunter feels proud to work under such a diligent king, as it brings him joy to work hard. Roland asks about the nobles who fled to the Seawind region. The news isn't good. Ironaxe wanted to burn those bastards alive, but they were one step ahead. By the time he rushed to the Seawind region from Golden Wheat, the place was already a wasteland. Multiple granaries were in flames. It's unsettling that those nobles chose to destroy the city, rather than hand it over peacefully to Roland. This is likely revenge from followers of the previous king. If the eastern troops hadn't been ready, and if he hadn't had dozens of ships carrying supplies, his armies might have had to retreat. Otherwise, the starving civilians would have robbed the First Army for food. If the First Army had started firing, chaos would have broken out from that point onward. Roland asks where those nobles ran off to. Ironaxe reveals those cowards fled to the fjord, while a few ran to the other 3 kingdoms. It's a pity that he didn't have access to ships back then, otherwise he wouldn't have let them escape. Roland assures Ironaxe not to sweat it. As long as those fools are arrogant enough to use their surnames, they will eventually be found one day. Those who ran to Dawn are already doomed, and he's not worried about the rest. Not that they can do much anyway. Now, The next question Roland asks with a serious look on his face. He wants to know if the idea of burning the nobles alive after tricking them into the dungeon was Iron Axe's. Iron Axe hesitates but reveals it was Iris's idea. Though he carried it out, he's ready to take full responsibility. The only problem His Majesty has with this plan is the fact that there was no mention of it in the war reports. Anyway, he brushes off the concerns and gives Iron Axe the props he deserves for the job well done. City Hall will allocate rewards based on his achievements, so for now, he can rest and take care of himself. Iron Axe is surprised he's not getting punished for it. Roland reminds him he didn't break any rules. His original order was to deal with the traitors in the east and take over the cities, using whatever methods they saw fit. Not to mention, Iris is a member of the advisory board, so it's normal for her to have opinions on the battle. That doesn't mean they're innocent, especially Iris. But since the following matters have nothing to do with Iron Axe, he is allowed to leave and have some rest. He then summons Iris to the castle. A while later, the woman responsible for the burning method arrives. She doesn't waste a second before taking full responsibility and is ready to accept any punishment necessary. Looks like once again, Roland is impressed with her sharpness. She's already figured out why she was summoned even though he didn't say a word. He's glad he's talking to a smart woman. Otherwise, he'd be losing brain cells by the second. She has the grace and demeanor of a proper obedient servant. Now that she's taking full responsibility for her blunder, he wants to ask why she even feels like she did something wrong. To that, she explains she met with the commander of the First Army in private, and without notifying Roland, she planned the arsenal where she burned the nobles. Well, Roland says that isn't the actual offense. The real offense is that she broke the rules of the advisory board. According to the rules, any kind of battle plan has to be written down and handed over to him for approval. So now they're doing that whole political back and forth, trying to look clever and cool while slinging loaded words at each other. Roland points out how she even used Iron Axe as her scapegoat, basically pinning the blame on him. Now he's explaining why her actions could have caused long-term problems, even if her intentions were for the betterment of Grey Castle. Just imagine if she had died because of her decisions. While Roland sat on his throne clapping his hands in delight after a successful mission, the other government officials would have started to lose trust once they heard about her death. In other words, it's the ruler who always has to face the consequences of others' bad decisions. That's exactly why he needs to go through every plan the advisory board makes, even if he's not an expert on the topic. Only then will the burden of failure fall on his shoulders, and his subordinates can do their jobs without constantly worrying about the fallout. Of course, the poor girl looks super down and dejected. As punishment, Roland decides to count her contribution to the mission as 0. That means no promotions, no rewards. And with that, he wraps things up and buries the matter. She excuses herself and leaves. A while later, she's seen in a bit of a foul mood, having lunch with her brother. Naturally, she's venting her frustration on him. The next day arrives, and we see a grand banquet set up for all the witches of Sleeping Island. Tilly is right up on the stage, talking about their current workflow. With the income generated by the witches, Sleeping Island will get 30% of it. That money will go toward improving everyone's quality of life, expanding the sleeping spell, and covering future needs. Now, it might sound like her brother is scamming her by taking such a big chunk of the revenue, especially compared to Sleeping Island, where all the fees paid by fjord merchants went directly to the witches. But she feels like it's a fair trade, considering Roland is providing a better working environment. For instance, fjord merchants used to sell overpriced food and essential supplies to the witches. They had to endure those unfair losses, but here, that won't be the case. Plus, the 30% offered by Roland is already more than what they would have earned back on Sleeping Island. Her new job mainly involves using magic, and it doesn't require them to venture into the unknown or risk their lives. So, all things considered, the deal with Roland is fair. On top of that, Tilly has decided to start giving monthly wages to each witch of Sleeping Island. Before this, the witches were barely getting by since arriving in Neverwinter. They had food and clothes, but no actual money to spend on anything personal. But that changes today. She personally hands out this month's paychecks to every witch present and tells them to open their envelopes. Inside, each one finds a piece of paper with the number 10 on it. None of them have any idea what the paper is for or what the golden emblem on it means. Tilly clears things up by revealing that the paper is actually a currency note. For now, it's only being distributed to the witches exclusively. Basically, it's like a golden royal, but in paper form. And this paper currency can buy you all kinds of stuff in Neverwinter that you can't get with regular golden royals. For example, the $10 note they're all holding is enough to buy a whole bottle of Chaos drink or 5 servings of strawberry ice cream. Of course, a lot of witches start drooling at the idea of all that delicious ice cream. Tilly goes on to explain that they can buy more than just food and supplies. Anything produced in Neverwinter will be available in shops within the castle zone. In simple terms, these notes will serve as a salary if you decide to officially join Grey Castle. The amount of money you get depends on how long you've worked. Tilly also makes it clear that no one has to work. They can still live comfortably without taking up a job. The final choice is up to the witches, whether they want to work alongside Grey Castle or not. She emphasizes how important it is to live in Grey Castle. Since the beginning, every witch has dreamed of living among mortals like normal people, and this is their chance to prove their worth. One witch flashes back to a moment when she helped some mortals, and the only thing she got in return was their praise and acceptance. That memory puts a smile on her face, because Neverwinter feels like the place they'd always hoped for. Tilly reminds everyone that their true enemy is the devils. Obviously, every witch there knows how serious the devil threat is, and how the witches from 400 years ago got their asses handed to them by those same monsters. So, by working with Grey Castle and doing their part, they're not just earning money, they're contributing to the salvation of humankind as a whole. That's a kind of glory. With it, they can prove to the world that witches are irreplaceable. And with that, Tilly invites any witch who's willing to fight for humanity's future to raise their hand. A while later, Tilly shows Wendy the results of her recruitment drive. Out of 86 jobs, the Slumber Island witches have agreed to take 69. The rest who didn't pick any jobs are just kind of reluctant, but Tilly's sure they'll follow once they see the others thriving with this opportunity. With more time, she's confident more witches will be willing to join Neverwinter. Wendy's glad to see the report. Well, actually, she's overjoyed. This is way more than Roland expected. He'd predicted around 30, which just shows how badly he underestimated the Slumber Island witches. Wendy credits the success to Tilly. If it wasn't for her speech, they wouldn't have gotten such good results. Tilly, though, brushes off the praise. It's just her role to prepare for the divine battle ahead. She has to play her part if she wants to see more miracles unfold. Before winter hits, it's only smart for everyone to huddle together. Though it'd be great if everyone thought the same way. For the witches from the east, the chances of contributing in Neverwinter City are next to none. Wendy wonders if Azima hated being sent anywhere other than her hometown. Why did she even go to Slumber Island in the first place? Tilly explains it wasn't always like this. Azima and the other eastern witches knew about Bloodfang long before they joined Slumber Island. Bloodfang had helped them multiple times, fighting off the church's troops. That's why Azima swore loyalty to Heidi Morgan. That was fine, but as Bloodfang's relationship with Sleeping Spell soured, Azima's view of Sleeping Spell twisted a bit. Plus, Tilly took down Heidi and her crew without telling anyone, which shocked Azima. She wasn't happy about that. That's exactly why Tilly never tried to coerce Azima when she wanted to quit Slumber Island. If Sister Scroll hadn't spoken up back then, they would have left Neverwinter long ago. Wendy reassures the troubled girl it's not her fault. After all, Heidi Morgan got what she deserved. She deceived the Wolfheart witches. Still, Tilly believes that doesn't change the fact she helped Azima when she was lost. If it were her, she'd hold grudges too. After all, they weren't evil at heart. Looks like Wendy has a plan to persuade them to stay in Neverwinter, though they might leave Sleeping Spell because of it. Tilly has no objections if it benefits Roland greatly. We then cut to Azima and her fellow witches, who look pretty troubled after rejecting job offers from Neverwinter's leader. A few witches are starting to realize Roland isn't just any ordinary guy. Since he's king of Grey Castle, even if they all return east, they'd still be under his territory. Not to mention, none of these witches are fighters, meaning they can't defend themselves head-on. And if they're talking about Ash, they're dead for sure. Azima dismissively shuts everyone down. She's sure Roland Wimbledon would never resort to violence. That would ruin the image he's worked so hard to build. Then there's a knock on the door. Wendy arrives to talk to Azima. This sharp-tongued lady makes it clear she won't tolerate any extra yapping. If Wendy's here for recruitment, she better save her breath because Azima isn't changing her mind. Azima's so ill-tongued that even her friends feel awkward and sad for Wendy. She keeps trash-talking until Wendy finally decides to speak. Rather than arguing, Wendy shares some good news. City Hall just got an update. Refugees from the east are expected to arrive in Neverwinter in a week, up to 12,000 people. Azima might find her relatives among them. The news hits Azima like a tidal wave out of nowhere. She wonders if Wendy's serious. Wendy says the shipping department did everything they could to get them here. Every other ship on the Redwater River is heading east, all filled with food and winter supplies. All the witches with loved ones in the east start asking if people from their towns will be coming back on those ships, since many towns hold their family. One little witch even expresses disdain toward her family. She'd rather her father never come back since they chased her away before. Another witch assures her that her father only abandoned her because he was misled by the church. Now that everyone knows the truth about the church, he might regret his decision. Wendy adds that with 12,000 people coming, they hail from cities and towns between Golden Wheat and Seawindshire, so they're bound to see familiar faces. Once Scroll finishes the paperwork, she'll pick out anyone related to her. Even if they're not here this time, don't worry. Immigration has just begun, so more people will keep coming to Neverwinter. As long as they stay in Neverwinter City, They're bound to see their loved ones one day. Even if they don't want to see them, that's totally fine. It's still better than knowing nothing. At least they can give their loved ones a chance to make up for abandoning them just because they were witches. Azima isn't convinced they're actually moving everyone from the east to Neverwinter. Wendy says it's not just the east. They plan to relocate people from the north, south, and central areas as well. Still, Azima can't understand why Roland Wimbledon would go to such extreme lengths to rescue these people. Wendy explains how a bigger population means a more prosperous city and how urbanization works. I won't narrate all that since we've all heard this stuff a million times. Azima remains stubborn about leaving Sleeping Spell, ready to wander the eastern wilderness like a vagabond rather than bow to Tilly's authority. She's not interested in working for the Witch Union nor relying on Grey Castle's resources. That's when Nightingale suddenly appears out of the mist, sharp-tongued and furious. She blasts the group of witches, accusing them of being arrogant and ungrateful. Despite surviving off Sleeping Spell's support and relying heavily on the Sleeping Spell incantation to scrape by, they still have the audacity to sneer at the Witch Union's offer. Azima fires back, claiming Nightingale knows nothing about the relationship between Bloodfang and Sleeping Island. But Nightingale cuts her off, asking a brutal question. If she is so independent, why isn't she working already? She breaks it down coldly. Leaving Neverwinter means spending at least 20 silver royals per witch just for travel and initial food costs. Once they arrive somewhere else, if they find anywhere livable, they'll still burn through 20 bronze royals a day, assuming they can even find supplies. Most villages are abandoned, and rampant inflation has made life outside Grey Castle harsh. That's why most refugees chose to stay. So unless they're carrying sacks of gold, this whole talk of independence is just hot air. If Nightingale were in Azima's shoes, she'd already be working, earning a living, planning with her group, and regaining real independence instead of leeching for weeks with no contribution. She accuses Azima of being a coward of siding with Bloodfang during the church's oppression simply because it was easier, not because it was right. Her words are so ruthless that Wendy has to intervene, stopping Nightingale before she completely breaks Azima down. Nightingale vanishes once again into the mist, leaving behind tension and silence. That night, Wendy apologizes on Nightingale's behalf. She assures Azima that no one wants to harm them, but if they really leave, their lives will be harder. Wendy encourages them to consider the reality rather than prideful delusions. Alone with her thoughts, Azima is forced to confront a bitter truth. Ever since joining Bloodfang, she's relied on violence and shortcuts. She stopped trying to earn an honest living. Independence was replaced by dependency. Azima then suddenly asks Wendy about the pay difference between Sleeping Spell and the Witch Union. Wendy explains that members of the Witch Union get 1 golden royal a month, plus accommodation, food, and freedom to spend their earnings as they wish. But even if Azima wants to join now, it's not immediate. Roland doesn't want any conflict between Sleeping Spell and the Union. Azima, frustrated and fired up, declares she'll prove them all wrong. She's no pampered noble. She's dug through trash and sewers just to survive. She doesn't need Grey Castle or anyone else to feed her. If they doubt her, she'll prove her strength by surviving on her own terms. Wendy tries to reason with her, but Azima's friend puts a stop to the discussion. She admits that Nightingale's words did get to her. She's been bottling up dissatisfaction ever since Bloodfang fell, but now she's ready to make a decision. Azima leaves Sleeping Spell, and surprisingly, the rest of her group follows her example. They choose to stand up, not in rebellion, but to earn on their own and live independently. Wendy decides to report this development to Roland. Before leaving, she also makes sure to remind them about the perks they will be granted once they join, making life easier and more flexible. As she walks alone toward her dorm that night, Nightingale appears again, smug and satisfied. Her cold words had the desired effect. Wendy admits she's glad she took Nightingale's help, because Azima for once was speechless, clearly shaken despite her bravado. To thank Nightingale, Wendy promises her a special treat with chaos drinks. Cut to the next day, Roland reviews reports in his office and notes Wendy's recent accomplishments with satisfaction. Suddenly the landline rings. A messenger breathlessly informs him that the greatest explorer of the fjords, who goes by the name Sander, has arrived at the port with his fleet. The scene cuts to the docks. Margaret is there to greet Roland. But Sander is, in truth, Thunder in a ridiculously over-the-top disguise, complete with a fake mustache and flamboyant outfit, introducing himself as Sander Flyingbird of Double Dragon Island. Roland is utterly dumbfounded. While he understands Thunder wants to keep his identity hidden, especially from Lightning, he also knows that if Maggie catches wind of him, she'll immediately recognize the man beneath the fake whiskers. Thunder is heartbroken that he might have to abandon his carefully crafted look. Roland notes that Thunder, despite being in his 40s, is as youthful in spirit as ever, a true adventurer at heart. The adventurer then inquires about the steamships. Well, Roland admits progress is slow. Steel is hard to work with unlike wood. Even with ready docks, they're far from mass production. Thunder, nonetheless, is eager to tour the dock. Then, something else catches Roland's eye. These chests are full of golden royals. Turns out, it's the revenue from perfume and chaos drink sales, delivered early, even though the payment wasn't due yet. Margaret proudly states that they figured they should drop it off since they were coming this way anyway. Both products are exploding in popularity. Perfume sells well, but chaos drinks are in a league of their own. High-end flavors go for insane prices, and even the less popular ones get snatched up. The drinks have become symbols of luxury and power, now commonplace at major Chamber of Commerce banquets. Roland is, once again, flabbergasted by the booming success. Suddenly, Nightingale feels the presence of a witch on the ship. As Roland glances in that direction, we notice the mermaid witch, Joan. He has heard a lot about Joan, and he's genuinely glad to see that she's finally able to walk on her own feet again. He knows she stopped interacting with humans for a long while after choosing to live in the sea. Without the help of mind resonance, she probably would have taken a lot longer to get used to human life. Joan has forgotten how to speak the human tongue. Thunder tried to find her teachers, but none of them made much progress. She can only say a few simple words, not enough to hold a real conversation. On top of that, some parts of her body have permanently changed due to her powers. But that's pretty understandable considering she gave up her human form for so long. Witches are supposed to look like ordinary humans when they're not using magic. But Joan's different. She still has blue scales covering her body, just like those sea monsters. Well, Roland's not complaining. Just like Lorgar, her animal traits only add to her charm. Lorgar was the third princess of the Wild Flame clan, and even though her wolf ears were harmless, people still feared her because of them. So he fears Joan would have had it even worse. Roland steps closer for a better look. The girl looks timid as he stands in front of her. Roland asks Margaret if anyone has ever tried to hurt her on purpose. Turns out she has been a victim of abuse. If they want her to live like a human again, she'll need to interact with people. But very few can accept her appearance, even folks in the fjords. Ever since they took her in, she's scared off a bunch of maids and tutors. Some even started spreading rumors that Thunder was raising a sea monster. Honestly, maybe the sea was a better place for her. But Margaret argues that Joan actually likes being around people. She still spends hours each week soaking in the sea, but she enjoys the company of the few maids who accept her. In the past, she only ate raw fish. Now she prefers cooked meat. Right now, she's hiding behind her maid out of fear, probably because it's her first time seeing Roland. Margaret apologizes on her behalf, saying Joan isn't used to being around this many people. Roland hopes she'll get more comfortable once she starts living in Neverwinter. After that, they decide to go see the ships. A while later, they arrive at the factory zone where the ships are being built. Margaret is absolutely boggled out of her mind when she sees the massive ship under construction. The ship is so enormous that even Thunder can't help but marvel at its magnificence. He goes as far as to say that even a sea monster would be terrified of it. The crew members are equally excited to work on something this massive. They're all hyped to be part of it. Thunder knew Neverwinter was ahead of the game when it came to shipbuilding, but he didn't expect his expectations to be blown out of the water like this. He has no freaking clue how they managed to fuse such heavy metal parts together. Literally no one in the fjords can even wrap their heads around the idea of using this kind of material to build something that could tear through basically anything. While he acknowledges how incredible this ship is, he's pretty sure this thing must have cost a fortune. Well, Roland isn't worried about the price. He tries to reassure Thunder that it's not as expensive as it seems. After all, Roland wants to contribute to ocean exploration. Any discovery out there could lead to major breakthroughs for all of humankind. As the ruler of Grey Castle, he's willing to do his part. Thunder feels genuine admiration for Roland's ambition. It's rare to see someone spend their money on something they might not even live to see. Even in the fjords, the chamber is only interested in routes that bring back profit. It's a pity Roland can't be an explorer himself, but his ambition has already surpassed that of countless adventurers. Thunder is still mesmerized by the sheer size and beauty of the vessel. It's not just a ship, it feels more like a moving castle. It's the most beautiful ship he's ever seen, and he's blown away in more ways than he ever thought possible. With this ship, he feels like he could finally cross the Vortex Sea. But Roland warns him not to jump to conclusions just yet. To be honest, Roland knows nothing about shipbuilding. Right now, he just sees it as a complex machine, not a true ship yet. He tells Thunder to test it in actual water first before deciding what it's capable of. Whether it's speed, stability, or food capacity, it'll all need real numbers. After that, Thunder will be setting out to explore the Shadow Sea once the months of demons are over. Just seeing this massive ship makes him wonder what other inventions Roland might be cooking up. Well, looks like he'll find out tomorrow. And until then, Thunder is free to enjoy the welcoming party tonight. He might even meet the person he's been dying to see. It's deep into the night, and the castle is filled with sweet melodies as musicians play and guests enjoy the feast. At the banquet, we find Lorgar, Lightning, and Maggie together. Lorgar seems curious about this famous explorer from the same town Lightning once lived in. So it's a bit strange that Lightning hasn't greeted him yet. Well, Lightning's never even heard of the guy. If she's being real, he must be a nobody. After all, there are tons of explorers from the fjords. Most of them are just captains who've made a few trips and never even seen stormy waters. But as far as Lorgar's concerned, if the chief is meeting this man, then he's probably not a nobody. She even suggests Lightning ask him about her father. Maybe he knows something about that fellow adventurer. Maggie shares the same thoughts and pesters her to ask her out. Since both of them insisted so much, the adventurous girl finally decides to take her time to talk to the guy. She gives him a proper look and finds him way over the top. Before she can approach and interrogate him herself, her path is blocked by Margaret, who takes the liberty to introduce the explorer. He is Santander, an explorer from Double Dragon Island, and also the leader of the Dragonhead Chamber of Commerce. He holds a lot of admiration for her father, too. Finally, she comes face to face with the man and introduces herself. While she's originally from the fjords, she wasn't born there. Santander responds by recognizing her as Thunder's daughter. He's already heard of her through Margaret, who always speaks highly of her. She once told him that the greatest explorer's daughter is currently residing in Grey Castle. He compliments her because she looks a lot like her father. But Lightning can tell this dude's lying, as her father had always said she looks a lot like her deceased mother, though she never got to meet her. She thanks Santander and insists on hearing about her father. Thunder reveals that some say he drifted to an unknown island, while others say he returned to the fjords. But because he encountered something strange during his travels, he decided to keep a low profile and prepare to form a new exploration team in secret. There are other rumors too, but they're so ill-intentioned it's better not to talk about them. Santander personally believes the second theory, that Thunder is coming back. After all, those rumors aren't enough to take down such a mighty adventurer. In fact, many of his crew members actually survived. Well, Lightning shares the same thoughts and believes her father is still kicking. Sister Lightning then asks Santander about his exploits and the islands he's discovered. Looks like she's thrown a tough question his way. Santander's gonna have a hard time answering. He decides to be honest and reveals that he only became an explorer because of her father. Ever since the discovery of Shadow Island, many have wanted to explore that area, including the Chamber of Commerce. His fleet wanted to deliver supplies to the transit island, but bumped into sea ghosts on the way and deviated from their route. To his surprise, he arrived at an island that wasn't on the map. Roland notices how this guy is being such a drama king, and what's more amazing is that Lightning isn't even suspicious. Meanwhile, Lightning totally buys his story and believes he's one of the lucky few who's done a handful of long-distance trips. Now that she's satisfied her curiosity, she decides to leave him alone with Roland. She pays her respects to his majesty and walks off. Margaret, meanwhile, can't help but admire how Lightning carries herself. She literally feels like a grown-up. Roland then tells this proud father how Lightning never gave up on adventures, even creating her own exploration group, though there are only 3 members right now. He's positive she's going to catch up to her father unless she's locked away completely. This only makes the proud father happier, while Roland assures him he'll make sure to take care of her. Meanwhile, both Lorgar and Maggie want to hear what Santander told her about her father. Lightning's disappointed to reveal that he knows nothing, but she ain't sweating it. Things are more fun when she has to find out for herself. She's going to use the power of her exploration group. They're also waiting for Sister Moon, who's been very confident and bold but hasn't shown up yet. Apparently, Sister Moon challenged Lightning and Maggie to some kind of challenge, one we still don't know about. Even Lorgar doesn't seem to know, but let's hope to find out soon. Finally, Sister Moon arrives, although Sister Lightning expected her to chicken out and run away. Moon claims she just needed time to look into something to make sure the challenge would work out. Moon then introduces her teammates of the Detective League, which includes 3 witches, Summer, Lily, and one unfamiliar face, likely from the Slumber Island witches. Looks like both Lorgar and Lightning are clueless about this Detective League, so Sister Moon explains that since she and her companions solved a crime scene involving a witch awakening at the school, Roland gave them the title. If Lightning still has doubts about their legitimacy, she's invited to ask Wendy about it. In fact, Wendy even gave them a unique nickname, Kuto Shinchi, though none of them know exactly what it means. This is when the new witch reveals the name means seeking truths. If she can help protect Neverwinter, then she'll join. Summer is also ready to join, and Sister Scroll gives both girls the pass to join. Then Lily steps forward, expressing that she doesn't want to be part of this childish group. She still has many specimens waiting for her in the lab, and she needs to expand the mushroom farm, so she really doesn't have time to mess around. Of course, Sister Moon vents her frustration by calling her a traitor, while Lily doesn't give a damn. She storms out with anger etched across her face, while poor Moon tries her best to stop her. Just like every time, Moon manages to convince the arrogant Lily. This investigation is about a witch among the visitors from the fjords. While Moon was by the port checking the pole lights, she happened to see a unique witch. She's heard that these people from the fjords will be staying in Neverwinter for months before sailing back. In other words, that witch will be staying here too. Hence, their challenge will revolve around that witch. The challenge is to make her join their team, and whoever succeeds will win. Lily then points out that there are now 4 members in the Detective League, making them the biggest group within the Union. But since Lightning formed her group first, she guesses they're even. With this contest, they'll see which group is strongest. Meanwhile, Lorgar is listening to all this and starts choking on her food when she realizes these girls are literally competing over who gets to win over a stranger first. What's even more baffling is how both teams are treating it like some serious duel instead of a childish stunt. Lightning wholeheartedly accepts the challenge, even though they're clearly outnumbered, and Maggie is equally fired up. Moon then points out why this is going to be a huge challenge. First of all, that witch named Joan barely talks. She struggles to even speak with normal people. On top of that, she's extremely cautious around strangers, pretty much the same way they all were back when the church was hunting them. So yeah, this isn't going to be some quick win. It's going to take time. As for the criteria to decide the winner, it's pretty simple. Whoever gets Joan to side with them wins. Lightning, being the confident lady she is, already has a plan in mind. This is when Lorgar chimes in with a few questions of her own. She's heard Joan will only be staying here for a few months and will eventually have to leave. So really, what's the point in making her pick sides if she's just going to be gone later anyway? But Sister Moon reminds her that if they can help Joan let go of her traumatic past and look toward the future, it could turn her whole life around. And honestly, that's exactly what Roland wants for her. Lorgar genuinely starts feeling admiration for these girls, way different from how she originally saw them as childish. Meanwhile, Lily starts grilling Moon for eavesdropping on Roland's conversations. While they're bickering, Maggie seizes the moment. She grabs a chunk of cooked meat and places it on Joan's plate, her first move to win Joan over. And hey, looks like the little gesture worked. Joan actually looks really glad. Maggie rushes back to Lightning with the good news that Joan agreed to join the exploration group. Maggie keeps the momentum going, and soon enough Joan and Lightning exchange greetings. Joan officially joins Lightning's team. Well, looks like Lightning just won the match. You know, it actually took Margaret a lot of convincing to get Joan to leave the water. It took exactly 2 months, and it was Miss Camilla who helped speed things up. Thunder is intrigued too. He wants to analyze how Lightning and Maggie pulled it off. That's when Roland points out how Lorgar and Maggie actually share the same kind of differences as Joan, which might be why the mermaid is starting to open up to them. Whether it's a pigeon or a wolf girl, Joan sees them as being just like her. Roland also reveals that back in the south, even though witches are treated like goddesses by the Sand People, Lorgar still had to deal with alienation because of how she looked. And then, Margaret finally says something she's been wanting to for a long time. Originally, she planned to take Joan back to the fjords and settle down with her after the exploration was over. Living in the sea must have been lonely. She didn't want Joan to be alone anymore. So now she wants Roland to take care of her. Back in the fjords, there wouldn't be much space for Joan, and not many people to talk to either. But if she stays here, maybe she can make real friends. After all, Margaret's the one who pulled her out of the sea. She can't just ignore the trust Joan placed in her. This is the best place for her to grow. And Roland is more than happy to welcome her into the Witch Union. Then we cut to Sister Moon, who's in absolute shambles after losing the battle to Sister Lightning. Lily, as usual, is super annoyed at Moon's whiny behavior and just wants her to go get some damn sleep. Well, looks like it's going to take a lot for Moon to recover from this loss. Like seriously, her pity party is really getting under Lily's skin. She thinks Moon should just acknowledge her defeat and move on already. She even suggests disbanding the Detective League after such a humiliating loss. After giving poor Moon a whole lot of scolding, Lily finally sits back to focus on her studies, now that there's finally some silence in the room. But that silence only makes her more unsettled. She can't concentrate at all. She starts feeling bad for scolding her more than necessary. Sure, Moon might be clingy and annoying at times, but she's got a good heart. Other than eavesdropping on Roland's conversation, it's not like she did anything that terrible. She also remembers how Moon used to be super timid and constantly criticized by the original Witch Association leader, Kara. It took her a lot to bounce back and be her extroverted self again. Looks like Moon still hasn't given up on her Detective League, so she offers Lily a $10 bill as a reimbursement for joining her Detective League. Lily's relieved to see her scolding didn't totally crush Sister Moon's mood. She grabs the $10 note but still doesn't agree to rejoin this detective crap. After all, she's got a ton of work to do and no time to dwell on it. But she's willing to help her out with investigations just a little. As long as Moon doesn't bother her during work hours, she'll lend a hand with the detective squad. If Moon really wants to expand, she shouldn't have come to her. Not everyone is as busy as Soraya in the Union, so she should focus on people who have more time. For example, Amy could help out. But Moon argues Amy's a witch from Wolfheart and already has her own social circle. Lily thinks that's even better. If she pulls Amy in, she might drag the whole Wolfheart squad along with her. Besides, Annie, Hero, and Sister Blade aren't all that busy either. Not to mention, Sister Blade already works with her. It doesn't matter where they're from. Joan is from the fjords, and she doesn't care about anyone's origins either. Moon could even ask some of the witches who used to be with Bloodfang. They're usually free and wouldn't have a reason to say no. If she follows these suggestions, she might end up with more members than the exploration group. At least she won't fall behind in numbers. But she's got to remember two things. Don't cause Roland any trouble, and don't pick a fight with the exploration group. Lily doesn't know why, but she feels like there's no way they can beat Lightning's group. Anyway, that's all Lily had to say, so Moon is free to leave now. But Moon just stands there, awkwardly staring at her friend. Turns out the girl wants her $10 note back since she wants to use it as a recruitment fee. Since Lily isn't officially joining, she figures she should return it. Of course, Lily refuses to hand it back. A new day rolls in, and people in the tavern are going wild, drinking, laughing, chatting like there's no tomorrow. That's when a prestigious-looking guy strolls in. The tavern owner lights up and greets his esteemed guest with full hospitality. He's even saved a seat for him on the 3rd floor by the window. The noble casually tosses him a golden royal coin for the service. After being generously rewarded, the tavern owner personally guides him to the best spot. Up on the 3rd floor, people are all buzzing about the new railway tracks Roland's been building. Word is, a huge cart with a bunch of trailers is going to travel on them. The noble brags that his steam engines are already pulling trailers. They're so efficient, they're basically replacing mules and horses. Just like City Hall promised, it's a revolutionary mode of transportation. What's more exciting is that when Roland hypes something up, he never exaggerates. Now the first steam engine train is actually on the tracks, and people are losing their minds watching this giant steel beast zoom through town. To really drive the point home, Roland even had a horse-drawn carriage set up next to the train, just to show how much more convenient and powerful the train is compared to those poor, struggling horses. Everyone's peeking out their windows, blown away that this thing can carry as much load as a cargo ship. Not to mention it's dragging 7 full carriages behind it. That's quite shocking for these primitive hobos. Until now, steam engines were only used for minecarts. But this one's a beast, completely different from the usual stuff. In other kingdoms, the nobles are still obsessed with their outdated luxuries. They're riding around in horse-drawn carriages on bumpy brick roads. The future is here, but sadly, not everyone's going to get a piece of it. Cut to Barov, who's excitedly reporting a 60% increase in settlement applications. Almost half of them are newcomers from just the past 2 months, around 725 people total. That's 5 months' worth of applications crammed into 3.5 months. The numbers dipped a little when the devils attacked, but not anymore. Now it's climbing again, which means people aren't scared of the devils anymore. It's a huge win for Neverwinter. City Hall has also received invitations from a bunch of merchants, including chambers of commerce from Redwater and Silver City. They're eager to meet His Majesty, mostly because they're curious about the trains. But Roland tells his finance manager to reject all these freeloaders. Trains aren't goods he's planning to sell. Even if he did, literally no one would have enough money to buy one. Instead, Roland suggests advertising other products to them, like those 1st or 2nd-gen steam engines used in the mines. Seeing how fired up people are, Roland decides to launch another recruitment drive. This war is going to decide the fate of humankind, so they better treat it seriously. Once the months of demons end, he hopes to have at least 10,000 soldiers ready, and the resources stocked up too. With that, he dismisses the old man. Suddenly, Nightingale pops out of the mist with an urgent report coming from Sylvie. The devils have started to make their move. They've expanded their territory, creating new camps. Roland quickly stops Barov before he leaves the room and orders him to gather all the ministers for a meeting at the castle, since this involves the trouble they're facing in the north. Cut to the thick of the meeting, where Sylvie has just finished narrating everything she knows about these recent developments. Roland points out that they found beast tracks in areas that were once completely safe, and he wants Tequila Witch's opinion on what the devils are trying to achieve by doing this. Well, as far as Pasha is concerned, this is just the same old trick those guys have been using. Since threats didn't work, they're going to use force. Like she has said before, the devils will pressure their foes bit by bit as they push closer and closer. This is something they often do with humans. If this were a witch city, the devils would have just killed everyone. While Pasha had estimated that devils wouldn't make their move for another 6 months, considering the current situation, the devils seem to be rushing things. Not to mention, things on the battlefield are constantly changing, and only going by plans on paper is foolish. She never said he should let his guard down. Roland feels kind of flabbergasted how she's trying to clear her name for her off estimates. It goes without saying that he's always been on high alert, but many battle plans had been based on the estimated timeline given by her. If the devils were to attack in 6 months, the rail tracks would be done by then. By that time, he'll send cannons and armored carriages at them. There's no way in hell devils will still have the energy to establish an outpost. Agatha then vouches for the validity of the information Pasha provided. The Union had to make great sacrifices just to obtain intel on the Red Line's expansion, so they were certain that 6 months is the time limit for the Devils. But this time, the Devils have broken that limit, so the current battle plans are useless with this unexpected outcome. I guess this is to be expected. After all, this intel is already 400 years old, so some change is expected. Pasha perhaps feels that those huge grotesque skeletons must have allowed the Devils to expand the Red Line rapidly. Then again, those Devils might have something else planned entirely. The final call is up to Roland whether he wants to intercept the Devils and launch an attack or wait for their next move. Well, it looks like our guy has made up his mind. He wants to engage in battle and orders his companions to get ready. Pasha commends Roland for his decisive move. After all, ignoring the danger is equivalent to suicide. He further assigns the advisory board to generate a plan before sundown. One of the representatives, Ferlin, adds his 2 cents by revealing that the flying beasts have completely overtaken crucial territory. So if the First Army takes action, they will surely be discovered. Once the First Army is exposed, he fears that the First Army might find itself at a disadvantage. Roland suggests he make the plan first, and he'll worry about the rest later when he reads it. Day 2 arrives, and Iris has done all the homework, making an elaborate strategy. Hell, she didn't even sleep to make sure she formulated this strategy as soon as possible. Instead of dwelling on the nitty-gritty stuff, Roland puts the book down and asks her for the conclusion. Iris reveals that if the First Army advances like normal, the beasts will definitely notice them. The Devil Commander's ability will determine how much damage they're capable of causing. The advisory board assumed the worst, that the First Army will complete the mission, but not without severe consequences. For a troop of 500 soldiers, around half of them should make it back. The witches will not sustain any casualties, and as long as they don't risk their lives, all of them should return safely. Roland kind of commends her for such a grounded conclusion she's come up with. The current problem they're facing right now is logistics. With the First Army's supply line implicated, the First Army will have to split up, but defeating the enemies completely is impossible as well. As the battle drags on, morale will drop, and this will impact the front line severely. 1 week later, the attacking patterns of the Devils will become harder to predict. So in that case, the best thing would be to start attacking the enemy's camp. This is the easiest part of the battle. The army will successfully destroy the outpost, but they'll soon find their own base on fire too. The Devils will realize the elaborate traps the Misty Forest has, so they will burn it. This will completely destroy the safety tunnels created by Miss Leaf. Triple the routes, and the First Army will completely lose their supplies. They will no longer have an advantage over the Devils. Hence, they can only break through the Devil's grasp and attempt to retreat. While formulating the strategy, she overestimated the population of Devils, just to be cautious. Given how hastily they're acting, she fears the Devils won't give up on their outposts so easily. While Roland doesn't find anything wrong with the overall battle strategy, he still wants to know who came up with this absurd fire idea. Well, it was Sir Morning Light. Though, according to everyone's collective analysis, with enough time, the Devils will eventually discover Misty Forest's trap. So this fire scenario isn't that far-fetched. But Roland is more interested in her second plan because he knows how much she loves challenging herself. She didn't stay up all night just to tell him she has no proper plan. As expected, the second plan she's come up with is quite different. Since no one can guarantee the safety of the supply route, she decides to make it disappear altogether. Roland is all ears to hear her second plan, so she begins explaining. Since Tequila's devouring worm can dig tunnels through mountain ranges, doing the same underneath barren lands shouldn't be a problem either. All they need are 2 worm vessels digging together to create a tunnel big enough for horse carriages to pass through. She's already asked Minister Carl, the one in charge of infrastructure, about it. His conclusion is that the unstable structure of the mudlands might make it impossible to open up a space large enough to accommodate an underground palace like the one in the 3rd border town. But if they go deep enough, they might be able to create a passable tunnel. The construction work will start within the First Army's main camp. The entrance to the passage will be a shaft heading underground from the camp's center, covered by a tent and disguised as an ordinary structure. Once the passage is no longer needed after retreat, she plans to seal the shaft and cover it with soil, leaving behind only a vent to maintain air circulation. This is going to take about half a month, longer than usual. But with Devils disrupting them, it's unlikely they could maintain normal efficiency anyway. With that, the First Army's greatest weakness will also disappear. The army will appear in the shape of a fist, while the logistics hidden behind it will be concealed. That fist will immediately attract the Devil's full attention. When Roland asks if she proposed this idea, she responds with a yes, though mostly, it was the result of cooperation between multiple departments. In addition to the Ministry of Construction, the Arithmetic Academy also joined in, though they weren't aware of the second plan's details. Roland feels a swell of admiration at how Iris is trying to combine the strengths of every department to come up with the most efficient approach possible. He decides to go along with her plan. She then reveals there's just one more thing. Plan number 2 will still result in casualties. After all, the devils will have the upper hand before the first army arrives at its destination, and they won't be able to defend with formations or forts. If the Battle of Divine Will is as brutal as everyone claims, then the first army needs to be prepared. Overcoming this challenge is the first step. Still, she thinks Roland cares too much about the lives of his soldiers. But this time, the devils are their real enemies. So she hopes he's ready to endure the casualties. Some things are going to be tougher than usual. With that, Roland dismisses her for now. As soon as she leaves, an annoyed nightingale pops out of her mist, clearly irritated that Iris lectured Roland for caring too much about his people. Then again, Roland doesn't think she's wrong. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and it never hurts to hear it. Suddenly, Nightingale receives a transmission bringing good news. Apparently, the third group of witches from Sleeping Island is set to arrive in Neverwinter tomorrow night. Lady Camilla Derry will be leading them. Roland wants Wendy to welcome them with everything they've got. Then he suddenly remembers something, and asks her to confirm if Camilla is the same witch who wanted to travel the seas with Joan. Nightingale says yes. That suddenly gives Roland a bit of confidence. He'd always assumed the devils had all the advantages. But maybe now, they can start tipping the scales. Nightingale questions how the two things are even related. Roland's not entirely sure about the plan he is cooking up in his mind, but it's worth a shot. When Camilla arrives, he needs to have a personal chat with her. The scene cuts to Redwater River. A lone boat sails through the waters, making its way to Neverwinter City. On board is Andrea, and accompanying her is this jacked-up lady. She's actually one of the Divine Soldier Witches. As they catch up, the Divine Witch drops a little lore about her past. She reveals she had to live among mortals because the Alliance never wasted their time on weak witches. So after the war, her existence didn't mean much to the Alliance. With no support from her own kind, she had no choice but to live among mortals. When the city fell, it was the mortals who stayed behind until the very end. But when she was fighting Dawn, she truly looked like a fighting witch. Centuries of training changed everything. She actually feels lucky to have become a divine punishment witch. It made her stronger. It let her help others. And meeting His Majesty Roland was like a reward. Andrea isn't sure why she's getting all this personal history dumped on her. The Divine Witch says it's because she envies her. With someone as talented and blessed as Andrea, she would have been held in the highest regard back in the day. Andrea awakened at such a high level despite being so young, giving her the potential to be one of Tequila's top candidates. The lady then reveals her old dream of joining the Divine Army and receiving Lady Natalia's blessing before every expedition. Now she's lost the ability to grow stronger, while Andrea hasn't even reached her limit. Even if Andrea hasn't faced too many hardships yet, no matter how miserable she might feel, she should remember that someone else would die to live her life. Andrea is genuinely moved by her words, and she can't help but thank the woman. As Andrea is basking under the vast sky, feeling the chill breeze, Maggie suddenly comes flying in and crashes right into her. Looks like Maggie's gotten even heavier, a perfect weight to be grilled on a steak. Without wasting a second, she shifts into her devil form because she needs to get Andrea there as fast as possible. When they arrive at the border town, Roland is already waiting for Andrea. He wants to test a few weapons since the First Army will be heading into battle tomorrow. But before the First Army reaches the tunnel, he wants to fine-tune this new weapon made specifically for her. Sensing the urgency, Andrea realizes the devils must be rushing, even though there's still plenty of time before the red moon. Anyway, she walks straight to the box holding the weapon. Turns out it's a military-grade sniper rifle, but it doesn't have a scope. Andrea isn't sure how she's supposed to use the sniping potential without seeing the target. Well, for a special weapon like this, Roland has arranged a special scope. Normal optics won't cut it. That's why Sylvie, Spear Passy, and Camilla are here. Basically, Camilla will help Sylvie connect with Andrea, while Spear Passy will make sure to replenish their magic. Spear Passy feels pretty annoyed about being dragged out of Dragon Ridge just for this experiment. She even caught a cold from the flight. Roland recalls how she was paid in chaos drinks yet acts like she's volunteering for free. Back to the main point, Andrea asks how they can be sure the magic will still work when her ability is active. Roland says that's exactly why they're testing it. Cut to Knight Carter, pacing anxiously around the gynecology ward. Turns out, his wife is supposed to deliver their baby today, and the wait for the good news is killing him. Finally, Eileen comes out of the ward with the news. Miss May is going to make it through. After all, she's the toughest person Eileen's ever met. Meanwhile, outside, a parade is happening as the First Army prepares to set off. Eileen's husband is joining the First Army too. He's been waiting for this battle to get revenge for a long time. He wants to comfort the souls of those killed by the devils. Suddenly, a baby's cries fill the air, and Knight Carter rushes back inside to find a Chibi Carter sleeping next to his mother. The trio shares a warm hug, lighting up the scene with pure cuteness. It's the middle of the night, northeast of Neverwinter City, in the center of the misty forest. A soldier steps out of his tent to take a dump, but suddenly, he notices supplies moving inside one of the train carriages. Seeing stuff move freaks him out completely. Turns out it's just divine punishment witches, and inside the carriage are devouring worms craving food. The witches quickly get barrels of food and offer them to the worms. The soldier watches as the worms devour the entire barrels. He is totally fascinated by all of it. Neverwinter City is full of crazy mysteries, and he wants to uncover every one of them. Nightingale gets a report that the First Army has successfully completed the first step of the plan. Now, they'll gather at Station 2 in the Misty Forest and move forward about 2 kilometers until the inflection point. While marking territory on the map, Roland asks about the Devils' reaction. According to Sylvie's report, the Devils haven't moved yet, and they're still focused on building their outpost. A few black stone pillars have already been established. A red line has appeared behind the outpost as well, and the advisory board predicts there's a limited number of long-legged creatures. Roland takes this as good news and suggests the army keep watching the Devils and report any changes. If everything goes as planned, the First Army will enter the Devils' surveillance circle in 6 days, which will be late autumn. Nightingale suddenly appears from her mist, noticing Roland's troubled expression. She thought everything went well during the new weapon test, so it makes no sense why he is looking so upset. Roland admits the test was successful, but he's not sure if it'll work on the chaotic battlefield. As far as she's concerned, the method allowed them to hit a balloon from 5 kilometers away. That's beyond impressive. And Andrea will definitely put the weapon to good use. Roland hopes so. He plans to nap later in his office and tells Nightingale not to wake him unless it's an absolute emergency. With that, he falls asleep and wakes up in his apartment in the dream world. He checks the calendar and realizes today's the day Garcia returns from HQ. As promised, she's bringing back a book written over half a century ago, containing details of the Battle of Divine Will. He quickly calls her to ask if she got the book. Garcia says she kept her promise, but is annoyed it took him 3 days to contact her. Anyway, a while later, he knocks on her apartment door to meet her in person and get the book. When she opens the door, she can be seen wearing her traditional sports outfit. As he makes himself at home, he asks if she has a match today. She says no and explains why she's wearing the outfit. Apparently, she's going to protest rumors that the Three Leaf Corporation plans to demolish the wall on North Street. He wishes her good luck, which makes Garcia angry that he's not joining her. He quickly reminds her he's a newbie who's never fought a single match, so it wouldn't help if he went. She then shows him the list of the people who are about to join the protest. Literally none of them are martialists. They're all just apartment residents, yet they're willing to protest. If he chooses to stay silent just because he's not famous, then everyone will ignore his existence. As he's reading the record of people, he notices one striking name, Barolo Tehim. Turns out it's the name of a devil who lives in room 0510. Once this devil leaves his apartment building to join the protest, Roland decides to read this guy's memory shards. So he hands her the long list back, turning her request him joining the protest. She annoyingly walks into her room, brings out the book he wanted, and once she throws it to him, she wants him to leave now. As he grabs the book, he notices that the author is some unknown guy. Garcia adds that the author died before they could finish the book. The association failed to find any information on them. Archiving should have been a thing back then. Not to mention, this person would have been a martialist capable of commanding the force of nature. Even if they were dead, there should still be some records on them. Roland then heads on his way with the book, and once he gets into his apartment and dares to open it, he reads that they've been deceived by the holy power. Of course, this makes absolutely no sense to our boy. When he reads further, the author explains that the force of nature comes from corrosion, yet many humans still see it as a gift from God because it's capable of bringing miracles. However, he's not sure why it is that only humans have the force of nature. Perhaps it's because humans are the lucky ones. In order to find an answer, he dared to visit those ruins. During his journey, he realized that humans aren't the only ones who can use the force of nature. It was no coincidence that this unknown species obtained the same force and became the human race's enemy. But the question is, even though they no longer exist, it still doesn't make sense why corrosion is still a thing, and why the awakenings are still happening. Or maybe the battle of divine will never ends. He's got to understand what sort of world they live in. Be it divine blessings or gifts, they all seem to be fake. In a nutshell, the author is also seeking answers to questions like why corrosion is still happening, why awakenings are still taking place, and why the battle of divine will never ends. The contents of the book are so creepy that Roland ends up shutting it. While this stuff might be a reference to what's happening in the dream world, it also shares similarities with the original world. He then decides to call Garcia once again. As he's about to do that, he accidentally knocks the book off the table. The pages flip open, and inside is a little red slip of paper. When Roland picks it up and reads it, he learns that the divine will has appeared, and they shall meet at Rose Cafe, number 302. Damn, I seriously hate this dream world bullshit. I wish I could skip over it, but I gotta endure it for your sake, guys. He calls her and explains how he read the book and found it seriously unsettling. Garcia assures him that he's not alone. It's purposely crafted to mess with your mind, so he better not let it get to his head. The Martialist Association inspected the ruins left behind by the volcano, and apparently it was covered in lava 200 years ago. Roland tries to get a few more answers, but since Garcia's in a hurry, she hangs up on him. Roland realizes that there was no slip when he was going through this book, which likely means it appeared only recently. In other words, within this world he created, someone has noticed his uniqueness and is keeping an eye on him. He packs his bag and decides to visit the devil's apartment for now. Once he's in the apartment, he finds that secret door that can lead him to the devil's memories. Once he breaks the door lock and enters the place, he sees the city of the devils, with tall towers surrounded by mist. Suddenly, Roland hears footsteps approaching him. When he looks in front of him, there are devils heading his way. This shocks the hell out of him for obvious reasons. After all, living beings weren't supposed to exist inside memory fragments. He begins to panic when he realizes the devils are almost on top of him. He thinks of running for a split second, but turns out the devils just walk past him like they can't even see him. When Roland tries to touch them out of curiosity, his hand passes right through them like they're just a mirage. It's then Roland realizes one crucial thing. The reason he couldn't see much of Zero's memory is because she harbored more resentment and resistance toward him. That's why he can't access everything. He proceeds further into this devil's nest, where he sees a giant pit filled with glowing red mist. All the devils are gathering there. Seeing this, Roland remembers what Pasha mentioned in her reports, which is that the Federation once captured some weak, low-intelligence devils as hostages. But back then, they weren't sure whether those were devils or just another race enslaved by them. Roland also can't see any elite devils supervising the others, which only means they're acting entirely on their own. Roland wants to learn more about the origin of the devils, and whether male and female devils exist too. Or maybe they reproduce in some way completely different from humans. Once all the devils arrive at the center of this giant pit, a devil shows up, along with his creepy, fiery monster companion, right in the middle of the arena. It looks like they're holding some sort of ceremony, and this devil is probably here to engage in a duel. Then the other contestant appears, who just so happens to be a female version. But Roland isn't ready to believe it's actually a female devil. It looks more like a devil with traits of a human female. Since devils aren't related to humans at all, it makes no sense for them to look so familiar. The female devil walks right into the middle of the arena. The other devil and its monster companion bow respectfully to her. She then starts doing some kind of magic mojo, causing the mist to boil, and out pop these tentacles from the mist. One of the tentacles stretches toward the ordinary devil and engraves it with a weird red magic stone. The monster companion also gets a stone embedded in its body, and both of them start exuding red energy. Roland has no clue what the hell is going on. Once both devils have the red jewel embedded in them, the creepy crawly goes berserk and charges straight at the female devil. But just as it crashes into her, she vanishes into thin air. The monster then turns its attention to its devil companion. The devil lunges at the creature and rips its limbs apart. After pulling out its spine, the devil pierces the poor bastard's head, killing it on the spot. Then it takes out the gem embedded in the monster's chest and eats it. As soon as he gulps the gem down, he feels a surge of power and begins transforming into a human-like devil. This, of course, shocks Roland to his core. He recalls what Pasha told him about how devils once made contact with humans. Back then, devils were no different from beasts, but a human bestowed knowledge upon them. That's why elite devils look so similar to humans now. Roland suddenly wakes up from the dream, head pounding. Nightingale is there looking worried. That's when he tells her he's made some discoveries. She takes a closer look at his sweaty face and can tell something is definitely wrong. But Roland assures her that he's totally fine. Besides, his dream world doesn't influence his reality. But since Nightingale can see through lies, she knows he's not being honest about his troubled face. Roland insists again that he's doing fine. It's just that a few of the discoveries shook him a little. A while later, Roland holds a small meeting where he informs Wendy and the Tequila Witches about his new discoveries. Pasha immediately understands how important this information is. No one's ever made it that deep into a devil city before, let alone returned alive, which makes Roland the first person to achieve this. Turns out, devils get their powers by merging with magic stones, and that answers a lot of existing questions. Since those mutated devils were capable of such drastic changes, it's safe to assume elite devils are born this way too. With enough magic stones, they might evolve into an entirely different species. This kind of change doesn't come from bloodline, it comes from mutation. Tilly then wonders if these devils could upgrade themselves indefinitely, so long they have enough stones. Well, turns out there's no restriction. Tilly also asks whether these devils are stronger than extraordinary witches. The tequila witch replies that you can't really compare them directly like that. Just like the old civilization once documented, magic is the path to godhood. One day they'll transcend. In other words, whether witches or devils, with deeper understanding and better mastery of magic, there's no limit to growth. That doesn't mean it's easy though. Birth through bloodline means steady growth, but after 400 years, who knows how many elite devils have been born. At the very least, they now know that even devils are victims of fate. And from Roland's intel, it's clear that evolving isn't easy. If it were, that crawling devil wouldn't have gone berserk and started attacking everyone. Roland is fascinated by how the tequila witches can figure out so much from just a little information. They're literally decoding entire theories just from a few scraps. With all the knowledge they've gathered, Pasha believes the battle of divine will isn't as simple as everyone thinks. 6 days later, the first army is in the misty forest when Sylvie spots enemies flying in the sky. She quickly reports to Roland that a group of beasts is coming straight toward the first army. Roland tells them to stick to the plan. Sylvie, Andrea, and a few other witches are hiding inside an ark, a protective bubble created by one of the witches' abilities that helps them stay hidden. Sylvie orders the ponytail witch to ascend, and the ark quickly begins to ascend further in the sky. Once they're high up, lightning hops out of the ark, while the other witches mentally prepare for their next move. Andrea grabs her customized sniper rifle, and with the help of Camilla and Sylvie's powers, she can see the enemies like she's standing just a few meters away, even though she's kilometers away. She channels her magic into the sniper rifle, locks onto a target, and the only thing left is to pull the trigger. Keeping all of Roland's teachings in mind, she squeezes it. The bullet tears through the sound barrier, infused with her magic, making it even deadlier. Eventually, the bullet hits a devil on a monster, a solid success so far. All the witches involved in the attack are glad and pleased. Andrea notices the devils haven't realized what hit them yet, giving her the chance to take down even more. She starts firing round after round, taking devils out left and right. Literally, she solos the entire horde within seconds. A while later, the ark descends and lands at their secret base. Turns out, while the witches were fighting, Lightning and Maggie had been collecting bird-kiss mushrooms. Maggie also grabbed some spices for the barbecue. As night falls, all the girls are having the time of their lives, eating delicious mushroom barbecue. Ash decides to take the first watch once they're done eating. While everyone else sleeps soundly, she and Phyllis patrol for the night. Lightning lights up like a kid in a candy store, excited for a good night's sleep. Once everyone's asleep, Ash takes the first shift, letting Phyllis rest since divine witches suffer worse fatigue. If they don't rest for a long time, they might even lose control over their bodies. Both Andrea and others are sleeping soundly as well. Seeing this, Phyllis can't help but comment on how hard it is to find friends like these in the era of tequila. Here, everyone is so close it actually feels like a real family, though she's not sure if this friendship will last once the War of Divine Will begins. For common people like Ash, it's obvious that being together only strengthens their bonds, so she doesn't quite get what Phyllis means. Phyllis then reveals that magic doesn't just affect their abilities, it affects their temperament too. Like, if Ash wishes to achieve a goal using magic, the magic itself leads them in that direction. Ash finally understands what Phyllis is saying. She remembers being at her strongest when she was fueled by hatred, seeking to kill those from the church. The hate inside her gave her incredible power. If she hadn't met the princess, she fears she would have lived her life like a wild beast. Phyllis then asks why Ash decided to fight against the devils. Ash remembers a sweet memory of Tilly, and says she has someone she desperately wants to save. Since her beloved wants the devils out of Dawn, Ash is willing to fight to the death to make that happen. Though Tilly never wants her on the front lines risking her life. Phyllis wishes Ash the best of luck in finding her own goal. Only with a clear goal and unwavering will can extraordinaries grow stronger. Ash starts to ponder what her final goal actually is. It's the 22nd day of the expedition, and Roland is monitoring the First Army's progress on the map. The number of patrolling beasts has increased, and their range is straying from the First Army's original route. But Roland isn't stressing as it's all still under control. Nightingale adds that it's only 3 more days before the First Army should reach their destination, a place easy to defend and hard to infiltrate. Roland worries about the sniper team. He fears the devils might discover their location based on where the devils who got sniped were killed. If they want to complete the mission without being discovered, they'll have to figure out the best time to retreat. Right now, all they can do is put faith in them. Tequila witches are very good at judging danger levels, and the magic arc should help with their escape. Roland admits that rather than worry, he has other important matters to focus on. Since the weather is good today, he decides to try out the glider. Nightingale decides to tag along as she desperately wants to see the trial. In the east of Shallow Ports, we see the first prototype of a vehicle capable of flight. The witches are both astonished and skeptical about its abilities, especially since it looks fragile compared to the hardy steam machines. Roland wants to know Margaret's opinion on this machine. Well, if she has to be honest, she would have thought it was some prank by the Curious Society. A curious man from the society once tries to soar through the skies. He crafts a pair of wings and jumps off a tall building. But the wings can't handle the pressure and they snap midair. The man plummets to his death. Wendy is horrified by the morbid tale. Roland, noticing her shaken state, reassures her that his glider is different. It has 2 seats and is built to carry people safely. At last, Wendy and Tilly decide to try it for themselves. Wendy in particular looks incredibly nervous. Her hands tremble as she follows the takeoff steps exactly as instructed. When she finally disengages the brakes, the glider begins rolling forward. The wind rushes past them, and the cliff edge gets closer. Wendy panics seeing the end of the solid ground. She is scared so much so that she even forgets everything. Her mind goes blank as the glider speeds toward the drop. Tilly starts shouting, reminding her to use air. Wendy instinctively unleashes her magic, and the glider lifts just in time. Once airborne, Wendy slowly opens her eyes again, only to realize they haven't died. They're flying, soaring through the sky, far above the world. This is when fun begins, because this feels nothing like a hot air balloon. But as they stop ascending, Wendy yanks the gear back too hard in a moment of panic, causing the glider to jerk upward unnaturally. The steering gear jams, and they start to plummet. The glider crashes into the ground with a devastating thud. Miraculously, both Wendy and Tilly survive. Wendy, though ashamed, apologizes for letting him down. But Roland assures her that they can easily rebuild it. Many of the parts are salvageable. Determined, Wendy vows to try again. A few days later, she takes off once more, only to crash again. This time, she admits the fault lies with her. She panicked again, and her magic became unstable. Roland finally understands the crucial detail. Witches must be calm and focused to use their powers properly. But staying calm in a rattling, fast-moving glider is no easy task. Tilly volunteers to try next, but Wendy insists on one more attempt. She's studied the theory now and feels ready. Eventually, Tilly is the one driving it, and she seems to be nailing the task. For someone with less than 30 minutes of practice, it's impressive. As an extraordinary, her nervous system is more finely tuned than most, giving her superior coordination and adaptability. Roland sighs. If only he could build huge mechas, then devils would be fighting for their lives. An hour later, Wendy and Tilly land safely. The onlookers are amazed by their skill. Night falls. Roland visits his beloved girl's room. He sits beside her on the bed and holds her close, absorbing her warmth. They rarely have time together these days. Every 3 days, Anna travels to Northwest to wield the railway tracks. When she's not welding, she's building parts for weapons and gliders. She's tired, but she tells Roland she's happy, as long as her work helps his dream come true. They share a passionate kiss and spend the night enjoying each other's company. Far north, Iron Axe leads the First Army. He's ready to march forward, stepping over enemy bodies. But for 6 days, there's no sign of any devils. To understand the situation, Iron Axe orders a meeting with his advisors and representatives. In the meeting, they discuss about how quiet the devils has been lately. The only thing that restricts their movements is lack of red mist. But according to Sylvie's report, there is no shortage of red mist. So, either the devils are having problems with their logistics, or they simply don't want to waste their scouting devils getting killed unnecessarily. Iris believes there's no need to predict the enemy's motives. There are no obstacles above or underground. They just need to set up fortress cannons and blast the devil's outposts to the ground. Iron Axe agrees and orders Sylvie to be brought here via the magic arc. The attack must start at dusk tomorrow. The next day, dusk arrives. Soldiers have already prepared trenches and weapons. Finally, the captain gives the command everyone's been waiting for. The area erupts with cannon fire, shaking the night as devil towers crumble. The soldiers don't know if they've done much damage yet. Sylvie orders them to raise the cannons 5 degrees and fire once every 2 minutes. The soldiers obey. Boom after boom tears through the enemy towers. Since devils cannot move at night, Sylvie is confident these bastards have no choice but to endure this relentless assault. Within hours, she's sure the First Army will flatten the outposts. The dawn of the next day arrives, and the enemy's outpost looks worse for wear. Sylvie is surprised that the First Army had been firing all night, but there's still no sign of any devils. Suddenly, she notices silhouettes emerging from the smoke. Of course, these are devils. Well, it looks like those bastards were 2 steps ahead all along. Inside the middle troops' tent, Iron Axe loses his composure when he learns that the devils appeared out of thin air, without any sign of red mist or warnings. Even Agatha struggles to believe it, especially since devils cannot survive without red mist. Without support from the red mist, those devils can't even move, let alone fight. Iron Axe points out that this outpost can sustain 1,000 or so devils, so there must be another supply point nearby. Agatha isn't so sure. It looks like Iris has figured it out. The devils have dug tunnels all the way from the Tequila ruins. Sylvie failed to detect them because the tunnels start from the outpost itself. Assuming this is a standard troop, to destroy the outpost, you'd have to close in for an attack. In other words, the first army is leaving their rear exposed to the devils. If the devils strike again, the first army might find itself completely surrounded. Iris highlights how the devils gave up attacking halfway through and even shrank their patrol range just for this moment. They want to take everyone down in one fell swoop. The one wise man questions how did the devils escape Miss Sylvie's detection. Turns out, with the demonic beasts around, Sylvie can only observe from a distance. Her eye of magic might have missed a few spots. Iris thinks Sylvie probably just scanned the area around the outpost and overlooked what's underneath. She's not trying to blame Miss Sylvie or anything. It's just that everyone relies on her so much, they didn't think to check below. Magic's not something witches can ignore. Looking underground drains a ton of energy, and it's not like Sylvie can inspect every damn inch of dirt out there. Agatha checks in with Sylvie, asking if she can see what's going on beneath the devil army. Sylvie says she can give it a shot, but her magic might hold her back. Agatha tells her to at least try, and once Sylvie starts working her mojo to scan the ground, she hits something weird, and her vision is getting blocked by something mysterious. Iron Axe still does not want her to give up as they need this battle to prove who's the real prey here. Iris agrees. That cannon blast at dusk messed up their sabotage plans, losing the only bait these devils had, and now they've got to watch out for snipers. No matter how you slice it, it's a solid start. Iron Axe is on the same page. He doesn't care what the enemy's planning. If those bastards show themselves, he just wants them exterminated. Once the devils come into range, it's go time. Shortly after, the devils start showing up, and the soldiers unload hell, bullets flying everywhere. The hobos drop like flies. Agatha notices something's off. They're not even throwing spears back. Those bastards just keep charging forward, and that's when Agatha realizes what they're really up to. They're going for the artillery in the back. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the rear are prepping their giant cannon. One guy starts freaking out that the devils are only 900 meters away, and they still haven't fired. Heavy machine guns can hit targets past 150 meters, but with the devils zigzagging all over the place, accuracy's trash. If they run out of ammo without landing solid hits, it's game over. As the devils get closer, every soldier starts blasting like crazy. The moment they take down the first wave, the soldiers break into a victory dance. But the celebration doesn't last. Spears come flying in, and just like that, soldiers start dropping again. Morale plummets, and the survivors are yelling at each other to get back to position and return fire. The commander shouts at them to shoot down as many demonic beasts as possible before their line collapses. More devils start descending, but just before they tear through the regular troops, the divine punishment witches drop in and start throwing hands. The divine witch even skewers a bastard right through the chest. It's actually a new weapon Roland whipped up, and if they had this 400 years ago, Tequila might not have fallen. The three chiefs probably wouldn't have turned on each other either. As the witch grinds the devil's head into the dirt, she shouts loud and proud, "Tequila is back, baby." Meanwhile, the battalion commander's down, bleeding bad, barely able to move. The rescue team rushes over to stabilize him, but he's more worried about his soldiers as he wants an update on the front line. A terrified nurse delivers the bad news that the devils are attacking, and it looks like they're clashing with the Tequila witches. The commander's shocked. The devils never engage like this as they always stay airborne. He forces himself to stand, tells the nurse to focus on the wounded, and heads off to man the cannons himself. While he's loading, one of those stinky bastards sneaks up and lands a brutal hit. The devil raises his axe for the kill, but Agatha jumps in just in time, her icy powers stopping the blow. It's not enough to freeze the bastard solid, though. He smashes through the ice with a punch and lunges at Agatha. She immediately summons more frost and freezes him completely from head to toe. The soldier thanks her for saving his ass, but he better hold that thought, 'cause the second wave's already on them. Agatha calls out to Molly, who dives in and uses her water magic to pull the wounded soldiers off the battlefield. More devils arrive and immediately start hurling spears. Agatha saves that same crazy-ass soldier again and tells him to fall back with his men before it's too late. But the battalion commander refuses to retreat. He's not leaving without making these bastards pay. He loads up the cannon, lights the fuse, and blows the hell out of those airborne freaks. Dude's going full hero mode now, flexing humanity's strength right in front of the witches, who used to be the only ones able to take on devils. The devils hit by the cannonball are scattered in pieces across the field. Even Agatha is shook. Roland's weapon is absolutely terrifying, holding enough power to purely disintegrate the enemies from a distance. But she also knows the Tequila witches have more personal ways of getting revenge. They like to stab devils up close just to feel the satisfaction. She then asks her subordinates how many enemies are left to deal with. The Tequila witch reveals there are currently 16 left, with well over 70% of their airborne devils already dead. While it seems like an easy victory by now, the devils still haven't retreated, and she's worried they might be planning a final assault. There has to be a commander among these mad devils, and all the commander would care about is fighting to the last breath instead of retreating. But if that's the case, there's another question. Why didn't the devil charge at them from the start? The Tequila Witch explains the commander doesn't think any of them currently are worthy opponents to fight. If there was an extraordinary witch among the First Army's ranks, maybe the commander would have come down already to fight. Agatha notices how this divine soldier witch, Zoe, seems to know more about the devils than anyone else. So out of curiosity, she asks if Zoe is part of the alliance. Zoe reveals she was once a shadow guard of Lady Natalia, also known as the Red Lotus. Suddenly devils start marching toward them again, causing Zoe to rally the orders to protect the weak mortals and leave the enemy to them. Then comes terrifying news that shakes Agatha completely. Sylvie senses magic source reactions among the enemy. The devils are charging downward, with a magic-wielding devil leading the party. That giant devil finally lands, its massive size sending quakes and ripples through the air. The bastard is grinning ear to ear. Inside that giant bastard's mouth is another high-tier devil, screaming trouble. Even Agatha has no clue what the hell this is. That bastard roars to assert his dominance on the battlefield, then whips out a sword of his own. His whip literally slashes down the spear Roland had meticulously crafted. What's more impressive is that this weapon is totally made of magic condensation. The devil raises his sword and swings it down at Zoe. But our Giga Chad lady has a trick of her own. She instantly covers herself and Agatha with a shield impenetrable by this hobo. This is when the other divine witches grab their massive guns and start bombarding the bastard. Those bullets quickly fracture the devil's armor, taking him down on the spot. Zoe starts approaching the dying devil, much to Agatha's surprise. Then Zoe reveals that devils can only self-heal so much. When their magic runs out, they die instantly. She wants to spare its life for now, because it will even take care of its wounds and use red mist to further heal itself. She wants to keep this bastard around just to see how long it can stay alive. Agatha wants to know exactly what Zoe is planning. Zoe reveals there's an ability user on the other team who can connect minds. Of course, Agatha isn't sure if they should be connecting a person with a devil. Zoe already knows the risks. However, this devil is a commander, and it's worth the risk to find out what's inside its mind. Agatha reminds her that the days of the Alliance are over. Neither His Majesty Roland nor Tilly would force a witch into danger unless Camilla volunteers herself. Moments later, Sylvie reports to the soldier that there are large magical fluctuations toward the rear of the camp, so they better sound the alarm before worrying about anything else. Sylvie saw a monster similar to the machine invented by His Majesty Roland, but these are not machines. She orders everyone to aim for its limbs to take it down. The soldiers start bombarding bullets, taking down everything in their way, while that monster continues to march forward. Once those crawling monsters are in shooting range, the soldiers quickly target their legs, taking them down on the spot. But those creepy crawlers retaliate with fiery spears, while our soldiers don't hold back either. To safeguard everyone from the incoming attack, Shavi is ready to cast her shield magic and save the soldiers from the barrage. But to Shavi's horror, these spears are powerful enough to shatter and penetrate her barrier. Agatha asks for reports from the front line. Sylvie then delivers grim news. Monsters they've never seen before are attacking. The only thing helping them right now are the cannons. Those broken crawlies charge once again, their weird pipes over their bodies unleashing another spear attack. The soldiers aren't ready for this next barrage, everyone already exhausted. So Sylvie reports to Agatha that the cannon battalion needs time to get the cannons ready again. She wants to have a word with the battalion commander. Once the commander is listening, she reveals they haven't reset the cannons yet, so they need backup. The battalion commander still has one cannon in good condition, so he suggests Sylvie drop her coordinates so they can fire in that direction. The lady promptly gives the coordinates, and the soldiers successfully hit one of the targets. She continues giving precise directions, taking down these volcanic creepy bastards one after another. The other ordinary devils are trying their best to run fast and take the soldiers down, but their efforts seem futile against the frontline soldiers bombarding the hell out of these bitches. Thanks to the battalion commander's assistance and buying them some time, the cannon 1 and 3 are back, so she is ready to fire them anytime. The soldiers start unleashing havoc on these creepy crawlies, scattering them into bits like they're nothing more than disposable garbage. Finally, everyone breaks into this happy dance after defeating the menace. A while passes by and the soldiers are done piling up the dead bodies of these devils. Soon after, all the bodies are set on fire. So far, they've killed around 6,000 devils this time. Many of these suckers died from not having enough support from the red mist, and half of them were obliterated by cannons and rifles. Zoe is feeling pretty glad to have this victory under their name. It's actually crazy that after 400 years, this is the first conquest against the devils, and humanity finally came out on top. Around 4 days later, Roland hears the good news straight from Iron Axe himself. This victory against the devils brought them a lot of valuable treasure, like those 10 attacking beasts that got modified into transportation vessels. If Roland remembers right, witches can control those beasts too. Zoe confirms it. Those creatures have magic stones as their cores. The only thing needed is to train them, and then you're free to use them. They might be slowpokes, but they can carry heavy loads. Roland thinks about handing them over to the construction department, especially since the department lacks proper transportation. Next up, Roland inquires how the devils managed to avoid Sylvie's detection. Agatha explains that there are underground tunnels at the outpost that the devils had been using. It was connected to a cave 2 kilometers away, and the devils had set up a divine judgment stone pillar in there. It was their real stronghold. The divine judgment stone is massive enough to cover the entire camp. It's 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters tall, and the surface is incredibly smooth. Something like this is completely unprecedented. The more complete a divine stone is, the tougher and sturdier it becomes. Obtaining such a stone pillar couldn't have been easy. Even if they tried shooting at rocks in the northern mines, bullets would barely leave a scratch. The only method is to corrode it bit by bit with magical blood and then refine it using the same process. Roland realizes that either the devils have discovered some insane refinement method, or they've reached a deeper understanding of magic. He understands now the third divine battle is going to be brutal, so they've got to prepare as much as possible. Zoe also finds it alarming that the devils have already evolved way faster. She wants to figure out if these creepy, crawling beasts were their only trump cards, or if they've got more weapons hidden up their sleeves. They've got to figure this out as soon as possible, before it's too late. Then comes the most troubling part of this war, which even Iron Axe Hunter is hesitant to reveal. During the battle, over 190 soldiers were severely injured, and 75 have already bid farewell to this world. Roland sincerely orders Iron Axe to bring those soldiers' ashes back. They'll forever be part of Grey Castle. Suddenly, Agatha steps forward with another pressing matter that Roland must know. The elite devil they defeated is still alive, and she wants confirmation on whether Camilla can attempt to connect with the devil's heart. It's super risky, no doubt, but she's already talked with Zoe, and they've come up with a better plan. The plan involves turning the devil into a human, since connecting to a devil directly is too dangerous. Roland's shocked when he realizes what she's suggesting. She's apparently thinking about switching souls. Her plan involves transferring the soul of the devil into a body belonging to a divine punishment warrior. Roland asks what Camilla thinks about this whole situation. Agatha reveals that she didn't like the idea at first, but Zoe managed to convince her. What's comforting is that Zoe didn't force her into it. She simply volunteers to connect with the devil herself, nothing more. Betty suggested the plan, so she's also willing to shoulder the risks. Roland thinks for a moment before giving the green light. As he reflects, he's not even sure if humans and devils really have souls in the first place. If souls don't exist, then it wouldn't make sense for the tequila witches to switch bodies. He wants to understand more about the logic behind spiritual vessels. Like, if souls do exist, then why can't they survive without a body? If one could control and transfer a soul, that's basically immortality. Then there's also the mystery of his dream world, how it was formed and what it really means. Right now, there's this pillar of light that supposedly leads to the divine realm, according to the tomes of the underground civilization. But he still doesn't know what lies at the end of that light. There's so much he needs to uncover, and the origin of magic, the truth behind the battle of divine will, and more. As Roland and Tilly wait for the army to return, they both oversee and boost many infrastructure projects within Grey Castle. Trials of the glider are still ongoing, and the flight manuals keep getting thicker with every test. With enough content, Roland is ready to publish the manuals as a full-fledged book with a proper cover and title. Let's not forget the metal ships. They're finally stable enough to sail the waters after a few modifications. The Mage Tower for Agatha was also completed last autumn. A month and a half later, the First Army finally returns to home ground with victory flags raised high. The entire town cheers for the brave soldiers who fought to protect the lives and peace of the common folk. With this, the months of demons begin as the first snow starts to fall. We then cut to the prison cell where the creepy elite devil is being held. Zoe instructs her fellow witches to take care of the devil and make sure it doesn't die. Later, Zoe meets her other tequila friends, Pasha and the rest. Since Zoe looks calm and composed, Pasha and her group are sure this must be a sign of good news. The girl then finally reveals to her fellows how the devils today are totally different from the ones from 400 years ago. While Lady Alice had the right ideas, her plan would have led to humanity's downfall. Pasha feels proud they chose to follow Natalia instead. Though it's too soon to say who will win the Battle of Will, the only thing they can do now is hope for the best. Pasha even thinks about carrying out Lady Natalia's last words, but Alethea reminds her they still haven't found the chosen one, so they can't rush anything. Well, Zoe doesn't seem to have a problem with that. The tomes of the underground civilization never said the keyholder had to be male or female, so Roland might actually be their best shot. Pasha kind of gets the logic. After all, even if they find a witch capable of being the chosen one, they can always change the chosen one if needed. Zoe then reveals something interesting she recently noticed. When Camilla heard that Zoe wanted to volunteer to connect with the devil's mind, Camilla immediately agreed. which probably means that while Camilla is unwilling to harm witches, she doesn't feel the same way about the divine soldier witches, those who are incapable of dying. Pasha then plans to create a path for themselves where they can prove their worth. She wants to become an irreplaceable source of power. After all, power isn't just about physical might. It's also about intelligence. Within Roland's dream world, there are academies, archives, and copious amounts of untouched knowledge that none possess in this world. All they have to do is dedicate some time to mastering the knowledge, so they can start with the basics. In a decade or so, Roland will find himself with talented assistants who will help him greatly, since mortal bodies deteriorate as they age. So only the tequila witches can pass down Roland's legacy. Pasha reminds her fellows that this plan only holds value if they can defeat the devils. For now, they better adjust the divine relic for the soul transferring process. A while later, Roland visits the third border town city, where all the tequila witches have gathered to pay their utmost respect to Roland Wimbledon. This recent victory against the devils has finally forced the tequila witches to fully bind their loyalty to Roland. Even Roland can sense that he's being respected more than ever before by the tequila witches. Predictably, he downplays his efforts by crediting everyone who was involved in the battle for the victory. Looks like he is here to witness the soul-transferring experiment between a devil and a witch. The divine relic has been set up, with both subjects ready for the procedure. The devil's limbs have been cut off to make sure it doesn't cause any trouble. To exhaust this bastard's energy, Zoe kept chopping off its limbs every time it regenerated, draining all its power. Of course, both Wendy and Roland are a little startled just imagining the sheer brutality Zoe had to stoop to. Anyhow, without further ado, Pasha and the others activate the divine relic, and soon enough, the transfer takes place. Looks like luck is on their side because the divine relic is able to sense the devil. Now all that's left is to wait for it to possess the human body. The devil starts going bonkers after being transferred into this human body. Now it's Camilla's turn. She will connect the devil's mind with Zoe. Before they start, Zoe warns her not to sever the connection until she says so. Camilla looks troubled, but Roland gives her consent, so she won't be responsible for any consequences. Eventually, Camilla starts her mojo and tries to connect the devil's mind to Zoe's. Zoe's body begins to suffer as the devil starts taking over. He starts speaking, calling humans lowly creatures and exuding his own superiority. Roland and Wendy look absolutely troubled, as they have no clue what's happening to Zoe. Turns out the devil is just acting cocky and mighty, but in reality, he doesn't have any control over this body. Zoe can move her fingers just fine. So Roland decides to confidently communicate with this bastard of a devil, reminding this crazy ass that he's the one whose army got defeated, not humanity. Roland further rubs salt in the bastard's wound by reminding him how his army got annihilated completely, and how this bastard himself got imprisoned. Thousands of devils turned to dust as they burned. With all that said, Roland questions this bastard. Who's the real lowly creature here? The bastard is in shambles, denying his defeat. He can't believe the devils got defeated. It's only possible if humans found a legacy shard and experienced an advancement. The only thing this devil can think of is that the weapons humans were using must be made with shards as well. Of course, just like Roland, we have no clue what this legacy shard is, or what advancement this hobo is talking about. The bastard seems to be in absolute denial. He spouts nonsense about how humans have never entered the Sky-Sea realm, so they can't be possessing legacy shards. In fact, humans don't even have the rights to enter that place. Then again, if humans didn't enter the Sky-Sea realm, how did they defeat the devil's army? So the devil refuses to believe that his race lost to some mere mortals. Well, Roland gives this bastard another reality check, reminding him that the fact he lost miserably doesn't change no matter how he perceives his defeat. He's the clown here who thinks everything is a lie. The devil gets annoyed for being called a joke. He's even more annoyed that Roland seems so easygoing about the battle of divine will, which is the key to an entire civilization's survival. Pasha also highlights how this guy calls that cone-shaped artifact a legacy shard. If you don't recall, anyone with a deep connection to this divine artifact can enter the stone and see 4 paintings of 4 civilizations. The devil laughs when he realizes humans call this legacy shard a divine artifact. He recalls how this crystal is a legacy of a clan, and if you devour it, you can obtain advancements. The devil further reveals how when those underground civilizations died, humans were all busy hiding away on the surface. Roland now realizes why humans haven't obtained the artifact. If what this devil says is true, then the artifact can only be obtained by killing one of the races. The underground civilization disappeared after the first battle of divine will. Back then, humans were busy fighting the devils and had no time to care about anything else. The artifact not only determines the life and death of a civilization, it's also valuable to other competitors. That means no civilization will rest idly unless the other is exterminated. Roland inquires why this war is called the Battle of Divine Will and wonders if it's a plan by humans. The devil finally decides to reveal the secrets, since humans are going to die eventually. Apparently this battle isn't about the gods, but about the races. The final advanced one will unlock a path to the origin of magic and obtain boundless power. With that power, one's will shall become divine's will. But then again, all of this is way out of reach for weakling humans, since they're bound to die. Or at least, that's what this devil thinks. Roland is visibly tense upon hearing the devil's warning. It looks like this bastard is capable of controlling Zoe's magic, even though he can't directly use the body. As he claims, he might not be able to control the body itself, but he can still mess with the magic. So with just enough control, the bastard does some sort of mojo, and poof, Zoe's soul disappears. Everyone goes into panic mode, with no clue what the hell is going on. They have no idea how to get Zoe back into her body. That's when Roland decides to move Zoe's light pillar into the dream world. Of course, Nightingale and Wendy both object to this ridiculous idea for obvious reasons. They don't want him getting involved in this mess. It's dangerous. What if that devil also ends up entering? But Roland's hoping they can deal with the consequences. All they need is to bring the divine judgment witch with him into the dream world. That way, he can destroy the devil before it reacts. Nightingale insists Anna talk him out of it. But well, even Anna doesn't seem to be against the idea. After all, his stubbornness was the only reason she survived being hanged. Regardless of what happens, Alethea expresses her gratitude in advance on Zoe's behalf. But Roland's confident this mission will be a 100% success. He's looking forward to hearing that gratitude directly from Zoe. Pasha decides to send her strongest companion with him into the dream world. Before proceeding, Roland instructs Camilla not to cut off the resonance before they enter the dream world. If this is a battle of wills, Zoe might not necessarily lose. The scene cuts to this place known as the Void. There, we see the devil and Zoe sitting in this empty space. He's teasing her with backhanded jabs, convinced that her friends are going to abandon her right here, with no one coming to help. She might already be strapped to a metal bed like a pitiful worm. In fact, he's convinced her companions might have already killed her, seeing her as a threat. Since his words aren't getting any reaction, he decides to get physical and tries to threaten her by getting way too close. Finally, he gets the lady to speak, and she responds with an even sharper jab. When that isn't enough, she decides to throw hands with the bastard. And so, they fight. Straight up, no break for 5 days. And the bastard of a devil is looking rough. But of course the bastard just heals himself back, while poor Zoe has lost her hand in the confrontation. She feels this fight isn't fair, especially since the bastard can materialize a damn sword with magic, while her only weapons are her limbs and her mouth. But it doesn't matter. Her severed limbs begin to reform in the darkness, growing back like she never lost them. To aggravate this bastard even more, she reminds him she's the one who made his life hell by cutting off his limbs over and over back then. It's now day 16 of their fight, and the devil bastard is literally in pieces. It's gonna be a long one, so Zoe decides to start a little chit-chat, just to pass the time. She asks him about this place. He responds that it's a space created by his consciousness, a fusion of magic and soul. Bugs like her will never understand the magnificence of it, or at least that's what this bastard believes. Well, this only causes the girl to chuckle a bit when she remembers the dream world Roland is capable of creating. She proudly tells him how that world is so much more. It has people, trees, the sky, the earth. But in here, it's just empty. The devil refuses to believe such a thing even exists. According to him, she has no idea how much magic it takes to create those details consciously. So creating an entire world just sounds ridiculous. If it does exist, it's only possible through the origin of magic. Zoe refuses to believe in such a thing. As far as she's concerned, the origin of magic is nothing but an abstract idea, just like the divine domain. She pushes him to share more, trying to get actual evidence. But this zesty-ass bastard ain't no fool. He's not gonna slip up just because she's trying to play smart. Since the bastard isn't giving her what she wants, she pierces his chest, giving him strokes of pain on the spot. Though honestly, she would have spared him all this pain if he just ran his mouth. The devil tries to act tough while trembling, saying he isn't afraid of pain. Well, she's more than happy to crank it up if that's what he wants. Honestly, it's a win-win. She's had this thirst for revenge building inside her for 400 years, and now she finally gets to quench it. Suddenly, Zoe wakes up in the real world, being tightly held by Alethea. She won't let go unless Zoe introduces herself and confirms her identity. Well, the girl isn't sure how to prove she's really their friend. Then she spots Roland lying beside her, and immediately assumes they're planning to use him to confirm her identity. But that's just going too far. She quickly yells out, claiming she's definitely Zoe, so there's no need to enter the dream world. But Alethea hasn't forgotten how the devil could control magic through Zoe's body. Then Roland wakes up without activating the dream world, much to Zoe's relief. Because who knows what that devil would have done if it had entered the dream realm. Eventually, Zoe convinces them she's truly their comrade. No more questions. With the identity crisis settled, They consider connecting Zoe's mind with the devils again in order to force him to spill everything he knows about other civilizations. Camilla successfully links them again. This time, it's Zoe's consciousness that dominates. The devil bastard has no choice but to spill all the juicy details. Turns out, the army of the Sky Sea realm has been eroding this continent bit by bit, hoping to turn the whole world into an abyss. If the devils weren't busy fighting off the Sky Sea realm, he claims they would have wiped out humanity centuries ago. That's a huge revelation Roland just got. Basically, the devils were already fighting on two fronts. Their war against humanity wasn't even the main battle. If this bastard is telling the truth, Roland realizes things are way more dire than he originally thought. Roland then gives Betty a thumbs up for taming this wild devil and making it spill everything, sparing Roland the trouble of falling asleep. She feels pretty glad to have Roland's praise all to herself. Meanwhile, the devil is pissed off at being called a devil, hating how humanity stereotypes every different clan as scary and evil. He gets cocky when he reveals that when the origin of magic appears again, everyone's gonna die. At the mention of the origin of magic, it clicks in Roland's mind that maybe this dude is talking about the Red Moon. Even Agatha is having a hard time believing that the Red Moon is made of magic. She's seen the Red Moon herself, and no matter what it is, it's still thousands of miles away from the world. She keeps questioning the bastard if there's any way to reach the Red Moon suspended in the sky. But that bastard doesn't say a word in response, much to Roland's annoyance. He asks if the bastard can at least tell them where the Sky Sea realm is located. Once again, the bastard refuses to say a single word. Roland asks another question, wondering whether the devils destroyed the underground civilization. Again, the bastard gives him the silent treatment, which annoys the hell out of our guy. He tries once more, asking if this shithead knows anything about those crawling monsters with pillars over their bodies. Well, the dude refuses to respond to any questions Roland asks, especially since he's already told more than he should have. Then he goes full maniac, daring them to kill him. He's sure his Lord Hacksword will definitely wipe out all the humans, and all the dead devils will be reborn through the origin of magic. Since this dude ain't giving any good answers, Roland decides to switch topics and question him about something else. He asks a question that directly challenges the capabilities of the devils. Roland's sure this devil won't miss the chance to boast, unintentionally giving out crucial details. And just as expected, the bastard starts rattling on about how he's stronger than anyone could ever imagine. Where the continent meets the Sky Sea realm, the devil's army is big enough to fill the sky. When the devils march, the earth will quake. He admits that those transcendent witches may have had a shot at defeating the Sky Lord in the past. But now, there's no way in hell they could do something like that. That's when Roland decides to give this bastard a reality check, reminding him he's seen nothing. The ones who hold true power would never let darkness consume the world. When the world is about to fall, they'd even burn their own souls so the living beings on Earth can still feel warmth. So if this devil's bold enough to think he's that powerful, then why doesn't he go ahead and be the light? With that, Roland wraps up his conversation with the devil and walks away, a smile on his face. That smile comes from finally getting some meaningful words out of this bastard. The first thing they learned is that the deep sea monsters were able to fight the devils and their elites, even though the devils had the red mist. That means the deep sea monsters are more complex and a force to be reckoned with. The second crucial detail is that devils didn't refer to their enemy from the Sky Sea realm as worms. In other words, those deep sea monsters must have undergone some kind of evolution. Anna points out that only one race has been eliminated so far, yet he's saying 2 races evolved, so it doesn't add up. Now that she thinks about it, she has an epiphany. The underground civilization never said the devils were responsible for destroying their civilization. The devil only cryptically said that only those who reach the Sky Sea realm may obtain the right to the legacy. Roland admits there must be an untold story here. Neither the underground civilization nor this devil has explained the whole picture. Wait guys, my brain hurts. I'm barely keeping up with all this unexplained stuff. There were deep sea civilizations, devils, humans, then the underground civilization that went extinct, and the tequila witches possessing their vessels. I hope we get clarity soon enough. For now, just go with the flow and don't overload. The next scene takes us to Roland holding a small meeting with all the important witches present. Agatha feels terrified just thinking that the Sky Sea realm really exists, and that these monsters are as powerful as devils. Wendy thinks maybe it's all made up bullshit. She says they don't have to take this seriously until they confirm anything themselves. Phyllis admits they severely underestimated the devils. There's barely any info on what's on the other side of the Kingdom of Dawn, or what's on the other side of the continent. Phyllis has only read in the archives that the lands are barren, and all you can see are mountains and cliffs. The mountains are usually half submerged in water, only showing their full shape when the tide goes down. Roland finds this description pretty familiar. Now that he thinks about it, he remembers Thunder mentioning something like that when he described the Shadow Sea. Maybe his crew suddenly stumbled across the continent on the other side of dawn. The Realm of Dawn is northwest of Neverwinter, while the Shadow Sea Realm is east of the ocean. So it doesn't make sense how they managed to see that strange continent. If the world is round, vision should be limited, so how did they see something so far away? This really doesn't add up. He also recalls Tilly's exploration where she found underwater ruins. They weren't built by the Alliance, yet they were spying on the Devil's continent. Well, the only person who can answer all these daunting questions is Thunder. Agatha snaps him out of his thoughts. She empathizes with him, given how stressful it must be for him, but assures him she'll find a solution. Even Phyllis tries to cheer him up, telling him they'll get through this mess so he shouldn't be anxious. Roland notices how they misunderstood his frown as him feeling lost. He snaps back with his usual sass, claiming he isn't scared and has no plans to dump this mess on others' shoulders. After all, when it comes to clearing competitors and uncovering divine secrets, Roland finds way more fun doing it himself than leaving it to others. When facing a source of power like the sun, everything turns to dust, and devils aren't an exception. He's totally hyped to show them what he's capable of in the distant future. We then cut to Azima resting while her friend brings food. Azima seems visibly down, prompting her friend to ask what's up. Turns out, Azima regrets some decisions she's made. She regrets quitting Sleeping Island and not joining the Witch Union. She applied for multiple jobs at City Hall but wasn't qualified for any. Because of her arrogance, Doris and Whitepier have to feed all 6 of them, and they're stuck living in a tiny apartment. If only she hadn't rejected Wendy's proposal, things might have been different. She's blaming herself for everything. Her friend tries to comfort her, especially since everyone quit Sleeping Spell on their own, so Azima doesn't need to feel responsible for everyone. She's done so much for them before. Now it's their turn to give back. Suddenly someone knocks at the front door. It's Wendy, here to deliver a message that Majesty wants a quick chat with Azima. A while later, Azima and her friends put on their hoodies and walk through a blizzard to get to the castle. Seeing the girls shivering, Wendy assures them they'll take their jackets off once inside. Of course, Azima immediately jumps to the wrong conclusion, thinking maybe Roland's a molester who wants to fondle her chest. But reality's way different from her expectations. Once inside, there are radiators heating the place, making it warm and cozy. And there's this unfamiliar light coming from a chandelier she's never seen. Wendy takes off her jacket and tells Azima to take off her coat too, or she might start sweating. Seeing how massive Wendy's knockers are, Azima starts to spaz out. Literally, if Roland wanted to fondle anyone, it might as well be Wendy, since she's got the big ones, while Azima's chest is almost flat. Eventually the girls meet Roland, and she quickly bows her head respectfully. She looks timid and anxious, so the gracious king tries to make her feel at home. The reason for their meeting is that he wants to recruit her. He was getting so impatient he couldn't wait another day, so he called her here at night. Azima is startled to hear this, and Roland proceeds to outline the contract details. He'll pay her 2 golden royals per month, and once she finishes her objective, he'll reward her with another 50. Of course, the amount of money she'll make is massive. Enough not only to live a life of luxury, but also to support her friends. Not wanting to blow this opportunity, she puts her ego aside and insists on knowing the nature of the work. Roland finally reveals she'll be searching for a different type of rock. He promptly pulls out a specific rock from his drawer and hands it to her. Azima hesitates to use her magic because, in the past, merchants hired her to find gemstones, but her magic only led them to Searing Flame Island, where they found nothing but gravel. Those merchants were just ignorant. She actually took them to the right place, a place where they could find gemstones. As for this mineral, Roland suggests she try it out right away. Azima quickly starts her mojo and soon finds a similar stone sitting right inside Roland's desk drawer. Roland raises the difficulty level and hands Azima another stone, challenging her to locate this one too. She begins focusing her magic again, and detects 3 sources matching the stone's signature. However, she can't pinpoint their exact location unless she gets closer. To help, Roland offers a hint. Head east, then north. By now, Azima is kinda curious to know what these stones even are. Why does he want them so badly? Roland simply cryptically reveals that these stones are the future of humanity. The rarity of the stones makes Azima nervous. If word gets out, not only could her mission fail, but she might even lose her life trying to obtain them. Roland reassures her that those who don't understand the stone's significance will just think it's ordinary rubble, but to him, its value exceeds gold. It's the key to unlocking what he calls the Brilliant Radiation mission line. Given how unpredictable the journey might be, Roland makes it clear that she won't be going alone. He introduces her to Sean, a sturdy, dependable man who will act as her protector. In addition, an engineering team will accompany them, with the highest priority being to locate the source of the stones. If she needs help from local officials, Sean will handle it. Azima can hardly believe that literal nobles will be working under her. That feels surreal. But Roland reminds her that the nobles no longer rule their territories. They follow central authority now. Obeying orders is their duty. Summoning a little courage, the girl dares to ask for a favor. She wants her salary sent directly to Doris. Roland agrees, as long as she has no problem with it. With her pride set aside and her purpose reignited, Azima accepts the job and says she's ready to depart at dawn. Roland wishes her luck and expects great results. It's becoming clear that Roland is cooking up something big, something so massive that it would blow your mind if he revealed it. Well, prepare yourself for what you are about to hear. Bro is secretly trying to build a nuclear bomb, a trump card to obliterate anyone who dares push humanity too far. Ever since Lucia evolved on her coming-of-age day, Roland had Kyle Sichi and her identify the original uranium sample from a pile of separated elements and preserve it carefully. Based on intelligence obtained from high-level devils, Roland is certain that humanity will reach a critical juncture. The enemy can grow in unnatural, near-absurd ways Roland can't match through conventional means. So he turns to the ultimate wildcard, nuclear energy. Meanwhile, Nightingale is still wrapping her head around how such tiny rocks can turn thousands of devils into ash. And not just her. She knows for the fact that nobody else would believe it either. Roland isn't surprised. Even he once doubted the power of nuclear weapons, until history itself proved otherwise. He's thankful that Soraya wrapped the uranium sample in a transparent film. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared touch it. Now he's determined to push himself to the brink. No laziness, no hesitation. Not when the stakes are this high. Nightingale chuckles, as if Roland just cracked some sort of joke she finds adorable, but won't explain. As a reward, she plans to bring him a hot drink and a snack feast. Honey-glazed mushrooms, 5-spice roast meat, salt and pepper fried shrimp, and a turbulent drink from the kitchen. Of course, Roland sees right through her. She's probably just using his name as an excuse to make a treat for herself. The next day, we partook in the Oil Fraction Tower project ribbon-cutting ceremony. The era of industrial energy and climate transformation has officially begun. Citizens cheer and enjoy the festivities. Iris, meanwhile, watches the chimney puffing out smoke and finds it strangely beautiful, almost poetic. Her brother, however, just sees it as a smokestack doing its job. She reminds him of the brutal winters back in Eternal Night City. The silence, the stillness, everything was frozen stiff. She used to think that was just what winter looked like. But Neverwinter changed her perspective. Even in the dead of winter, this city is alive, buzzing and breathing. That chimney isn't just smoke, it's earth breathing, proof that this land is awake and changing. Humanity now has the power to alter nature itself. She can't even imagine what wonders they'll create once they're strong enough to reshape the entire world. That's what she finds so profound and beautiful. Back in the witch dormitory, Lorgar wakes up. She had way too much to drink again. Totally the king's fault for handing out so many post-war rewards. If she keeps indulging in comforts like this, she'll get rusty. So, she decides to head over to Third Border Town and spar with the new witches to keep her skills sharp. As she heads out, she notices a piece of paper stuck under the door. It's a letter from her father. The doting dad is concerned about her well-being and asks how her progress has been. Well, now that she thinks about it, she hasn't made much progress recently. Sure, she has faced devils, but in terms of growth, she's stagnated. Further in the letter, she reads that Iron Sand City has been in disarray. Major clans that stayed behind seem unhappy about many of their people leaving for the Silver River Oasis. The details are murky, but the tension is real. She immediately rushes off to report to Roland. Coincidentally, Wendy is already on her way to fetch her, as Roland wanted to speak with her anyway. A short while later, she meets the prince who is ready to discuss her next mission she is supposed to carry out. But before saying anything about the mission deal, she reports some urgent news first, something about the southernmost region. Apparently, her father mentioned there's been some movement among the major clans in Iron Sand City. She doesn't think they pose much of a threat to the port of Clearwater, but it's better to stay alert. In fact, this was already considered when they were planning the migration. Maybe she could write a letter to her father, but Roland decides to handle it himself since it's a political negotiation. More importantly, he has another matter to discuss. First of all, he introduces Miss May to her, famous for her title, the Star of the Western Region. May greets the wolf girl and expresses goodwill, saying she's looking forward to working with her. Of course, Lorgar has no freaking clue what the hell this woman is talking about. Roland then reminds her about the stuff he explained earlier about the theater, which has helped him a lot in spreading awareness about witches. Well, Lorgar remembers this pretty well, and she also remembers that he once wanted her to act in a play. But it looks like her shyness and public anxiety won't let her perform anything. Don't you worry, Roland got the perfect solution to deal with her shyness. He's got this sigil that can record a scene and play it back on a loop. So, she doesn't have to face the audience directly while performing. The story Lorgar is going to perform has been perfectly crafted to suit her needs. It took Roland almost half a month to finish writing it. Just to honor his hard work, the girl decides to give it a try. 3 days later, at the filming location of Wolfheart Romance, we see Lightning acting as the cameraman for the shoot, while Miss May is directing the whole thing. The next scene is supposed to show how Lorgar, playing the role of a princess, goes up against a demonic foe. As soon as she attacks, the bastard blocks her strike and summons a giant monster, and the role of the monster is played by Maggie, of course. Then come the supporting characters, showing up to help the princess drive the enemies away. Roland asks Anna if she's not going to take a break and relax with them. Well, Anna reveals she still has a lot of work to do, and the internal combustion engine parts need more tweaking. Besides, being with Roland is the best way to relax if she's being honest. That heartfelt moment reminds him of the promise he made to Anna, a promise to marry her once he ascends the throne. The next day we see Baldbarov losing his damn mind when he learns Roland wants to publicly announce he's marrying a witch and making her queen. He's not sure if that's even appropriate. After all, witches can't have children, and that's the biggest issue they're facing. If something happens to the king, the nobles might start scheming to take over the throne. So the baldy bastard suggests marrying a minor noblewoman just to shut everyone up. Doesn't matter how he treats her afterward. Of course, Nightingale gets furious at this overly persistent old coot. She hates how he assumes it's totally fine for Roland to have another wife while being with Anna. As far as she's concerned, Anna would never tolerate that. Finally, Roland puts an end to this nonsense. He makes it clear he's not dying anytime soon. After defeating Zero, he inherited all of her lifespan, which means he doesn't necessarily need an heir. But since common folks don't understand the wonders of magic, he already has a plan to ease their minds about the heir issue. You see, a year ago, during the attack on Hermes, he found Goron Wimbledon's lover, who was pregnant with his child. Since the baby's hair and eyes are gray, it won't be hard to convince the public that an heir of Wimbledon already exists. Looks like Barov is fine with that plan. All they have to do is give Goron's heir a higher status and keep an eye on the kid's mother. With that settled, Roland instructs the Baldy to take care of the rest and prepare for the coronation. Once the old man leaves, he turns to Nightingale, pointing out that he never expected her to stand up for Anna like that. She apologizes for her outburst since she just couldn't keep her temper in check. Roland then teases her, saying he thought she'd be all sad and gloomy now that he's about to make things official with Anna. Well, Nightingale doesn't seem jealous at all, or at least that's how she acts. But we all know that Anna and Nightingale had a mutual talk about their relationship, and they came to some sort of agreement that they kept secret from both us and Roland. The next scene takes us to the town streets, now covered in icy snow. Walking through them is Goron's lover, holding a few loaves of bread in her hands. As she approaches her home, she notices a trail of footprints leading toward it. Panic instantly sets in, thinking her whereabouts have been exposed. When she sees a bunch of soldiers stationed outside, she bolts into the house as fast as she can. In her rush, she trips over the stoop and falls headfirst into the entryway. Inside, she meets Iris. Not surprisingly, Goron's lover already knows enough about the pair of the North, so there's no need for formal introductions. Before they start talking, Iris gestures for her servant to shut the door. Once they're in private, Iris reveals that she's here under the king's orders to bring back the Wimbledon family's bloodline to Neverwinter. The doting mother instantly assumes the worst, that Iris is here to take her son away and have him eliminated. But Iris quickly reassures her that if they wanted the child dead, there were far more efficient ways to go about it. The truth is, Roland wants her son, but the situation is a little too complicated to explain in full, so she keeps it simple. She explains that His Majesty has decided to marry a witch and plans to reveal Goron's child as the next heir to the throne to calm public opinion. Still, the mother isn't convinced. She fears that if the king ever changes his mind about having a child of his own, Shaylo's life could be at risk. Looks like we just learned the kid's name, Shaylo. Iris lays out the options plainly. Either take some money and run or come live in Neverwinter. Though if she chooses the latter, she won't be playing the role of Shaylo's mother anymore. Instead, she'll live as a servant in a noble household. The poor mother starts crying as she leans toward the first option. But that's when Iris offers a bit of hope. If she chooses the second option, she can still stay by her child's side and watch him grow. After all, Roland is not that heartless. They can create a story that Goron's wife came from a noble family that was destroyed in the church's attack, and before dying, she entrusted the child to her loyal servant. The mother starts to see how gracious the king is trying to be by not stripping her off of her child completely. She then asks the big question. Does her child actually have a chance of becoming king one day? Iris bluntly crushes that hope, telling her not to hold on to any illusions. That's when the mother snaps, demanding how she can possibly trust that Roland Wimbledon won't just have a child of his own someday, potentially putting Shaylo's life in danger. Unless Iris can give her a convincing reason, she'd rather die right here. And once she is dead, they are free to take her son. Just when the mother thinks it's over, Iris calmly tells her to pack her things. They'll be leaving in a few days. The woman then mentions the name of a tavern guy who could pose a threat since he knows about Goron's child. Iris assures her she'll take care of it. Later, we cut to the Eternal Night City Castle in the north, where the Pearl of the North meets her father. First thing she does is scold him for planting spies to keep tabs on her, which she clearly does not appreciate. They go back and forth for a bit. While Iris fills her father in on all the juicy developments, he also shares updates about the North's current situation. After a while, she returns to her room to write a letter to Roland. Cut to the man himself, buried in paperwork. That's when Nightingale sneaks up on him and pulls out one of his gray hairs. She's a little worried that he's already going gray at 30 from all the stress. But Roland assures her that he survived way worse. After all, stress was literally what killed him the first time. Suddenly, he starts coughing violently, which causes Nightingale to panic. He quickly reassures her that he's fine. Neither of them realizes it, but there's a romantic tension in the air, especially with how caring Nightingale is being in that moment. Their little moment is quickly interrupted when Wendy shows up to discuss something important. Nightingale instantly vanishes into mist and reappears on the couch, just to make sure Wendy doesn't get the wrong idea. Both of them pretend like nothing happened. Roland shifts the topic, asking Wendy what she needed. Turns out, according to last year's records, today is Lightning's coming-of-age day. After double-checking, he gives the order to reinforce the witch's apartment building and to inform Margaret and Thunder. Night falls, and in the witch's residence, Lightning is resting, surrounded by her friends for comfort. They hand her a sigil to help channel any extra magic, in case things get unstable. Lightning is super curious about what kind of branch ability she's going to awaken. She's hoping it's something that removes the weight limit she currently has to deal with. Moon, being not so optimistic, reminds her that not everyone awakens a branch ability. It's pretty common not to get one. Scroll asks Wendy about Lightning's evolution probability score, to which the Big Booba reveals she scored a whopping 86 points, which is insanely high. Phyllis is so shocked she gasps for air. Roland, out of curiosity, asks why that score made her react so strongly. Turns out, back in the Tequila era, sharing evolution scores was strictly forbidden to avoid witches comparing themselves and feeling inadequate. Roland reassures her there's no need to worry. Awakenings like this are going to be more common in this era anyway. A while later, Roland gets outside of the room, only to find Thunder outside, rocking that goofy disguise. The reason he isn't inside seeing his daughter is that, being the father he is, he knows he wouldn't be able to control his emotions, ultimately exposing his disguise. But Roland isn't sure how much longer he can keep hiding behind this fake identity. After all, she's bound to become an adventurer, and sooner or later, she'll find out the truth. Thunder then quotes a famous saying someone once told him, "Exceptional people often die because of their unparalleled talent, while those with average abilities usually live longer." The one who said this was Sander, the very person who led Thunder onto the path of adventure. Roland is surprised to learn that the disguise Thunder is rocking is based on a real person. Furthermore, Sander lived a quiet life and died saving Thunder from a sea monster attack. He said his only strength was kindness, yet he died because of it. That's why Thunder wishes to uncover the mysteries of those unknown lands before Lightning officially becomes an explorer. Until then, he wants to act alone. Roland finally understands what this man is trying to do. Basically, if there aren't any unknown places left to explore, there won't be any life-threatening risks either. Roland then promises the doting father that he won't let anything harm Lightning until the Battle of Divine Will ends. Suddenly, Wendy reports that Lightning's mana is condensing. Once he gets inside, the adventurous girl reveals the incredible power surging through her body. Though she currently can't release her divine will, she has so much mana inside that all 4 stones have already started to glow. Roland suggests she rest well today and tomorrow, but Nightingale wants to experience her awakening right now. She feels this urge to fly high into the sky and unleash all that condensing energy. Roland gives her permission to take Maggie and fly off. As soon as she takes off, she causes a massive explosion, shocking everyone to their core, including Roland. The next day, Roland is busy asking Baroff about the incident from the night before. Baroff reveals that a crowd of terrified citizens gathered at Town Hall, asking if Neverwinter had been attacked by devils or evil beasts. Roland suggests the old man frame the incident as an aftermath of weapon testing. Anyone injured in the blast would be compensated for medical bills. After the call, Roland's face turns gloomy and serious as he holds Lightning accountable for the mess. The poor girl owns up to her mistake and is willing to accept any punishment necessary. Roland stares at her thoughtfully, but eventually decides to forgive her. The little girl lights up like a kid in a candy store, so excited she jumps to give Roland a huge hug. But he stops her right there. He's really interested in learning more about her high-speed magic. She was only able to fly for less than 15 minutes, which clearly means it costs a massive amount of magic. She herself didn't expect to run out so fast, which caused her to fall from the sky instantly. Roland then asks Agatha if there's any record of such a branch ability in the Alliance. The closest thing Agatha's seen is magic synchronization. This branch ability forms a cocoon to protect the witch, but it consumes a lot of magic as well. Lightning proudly states that her magic can keep growing with practice, and there's no inherited limit to how many times she can advance. Being able to constantly surpass her own limits is so exciting. Wendy is proud of the little girl, but warns her to be cautious and not fly over the castle next time. Suddenly, Roland asks a surprising question. What will she do if there's nothing left to explore in this world? The question makes Lightning pause before she claims that the sky still holds a huge blank space waiting for her to discover. No wonder she's Thunder's daughter. Like father, like daughter. Soon after, he shares his plan to add a new publicity department at the town hall to release information. Non-emergency announcements will no longer be posted on the bulletin board. They will extend beyond Neverwinter. He plans to introduce newspapers, a new way to spread information efficiently. Since education is now widespread, paper and printing are no longer issues, and ink can be provided by black clouds. Without a reliable communication channel, rumors ferment in tavern talks, and once they spread, they're hard to correct. So, the next step is to find a reliable reporter for the publicity department. Their job will be to figure out where report-worthy events are happening. Wendy suggests having Honey for the task. A while later, Honey is brought before Roland. Since Wendy recommended her as the head of the new publicity department, Roland wants to ask if she's interested in the job. Meanwhile, Honey is busy feeling the texture of Roland's desk. She finds it unusual that the table is made of ordinary wood, nothing comfortable about it. Apparently, when Honey was training an owl, that owl told her Nightingale leans on this table every night for a long time. Of course, this causes Nightingale immense embarrassment, and she quickly shuts Honey up before she reveals anything more. Roland finally hands over the publicity department to Honey's capable hands. With her around, he's sure the gossip section of the newspaper will never run out of content. Seems like no witch is safe from having their nighttime showerhead antics exposed. The scene cuts to this tavern, where we see that noble-looking gentleman once again. He's reading this diary that's full of all kinds of stuff that's been the talk of the town lately. Suddenly he hears a clamor outside, so he rings a bell and summons his waitress. He inquires about the commotion downstairs. She reveals that everyone's buzzing about the newspaper. His Majesty has mentioned that it'll take over the bulletin board. The mention of a newspaper gets this noble guy curious, and he quickly hands the woman a golden royal to fetch it for him. A few minutes later, the guy finally has the newspaper in his hands. Upon holding it, he notices the paper is made of cheap straw ash, cost-effective and perfect for mass production. As long as the contents are interesting and the price is reasonable, people are definitely going to buy it. They both read about the upcoming theater show known as Shadow Magic. If you don't recall, Shadow Magic basically refers to the digital movie Roland has produced, which is going to be broadcasted on a screen. Everyone in town's talking about it and dying to watch the show. By now, even this nobleman is intrigued and decides to rush to town to book a showing for himself. The queue is long, with people pushing one another to get tickets first. Miss Mee and Carter are also there. From afar, Mee notices her teacher, Kajin Fis, entering the theater through a private door, so she and the other actresses rush to meet their senior. She even tries to introduce herself, but Kajin's assistant tries to shoo the girls away. She insists on talking to him, hoping to clear up any misunderstandings that might be keeping them apart. But her pleas fall on deaf ears as this jerk keeps being dismissive. Then Kajin himself speaks up and lets her come inside, but only her and everyone else will stay outside. Once they settle into the office, Kajin addresses Mee and asks her not to play the upcoming show. Of course, this makes no sense to me. Why would this old coot want the show cancelled? Especially since it's already filmed and doesn't even need live actors. The three actors inside the room start trash-talking Mee, accusing her of stuff even I don't understand. Turns out these salty bastards are just mad that Mee's giving them serious competition, despite her earlier promise to step away from acting. The old man is also clearly disappointed. He still doesn't get why she left the Grand Opera House just to do some random plays in a small town. As a teacher, he sees her as wasted potential who gave up on refining her acting skills. Mai gets why he's so worked up. He's the type who truly loves theater and obsesses over perfecting every little nuance of a performance. But she also remembers how much the audience loved her in Border Town and how they couldn't get enough. So yeah, she's annoyed that this old man is judging her work without even watching it. And those so-called random plays he is talking about, they carry real meaning. Witch's Diary helps people understand witches and clear their stigma. Dawn encourages everyone to work hard and change their fate. The new city helps newcomers adapt to Neverwinter's rules. And A Hero's Life helps those who lost loved ones in the war regain their strength. She clearly remembers his teachings, like how the best plays immerse the audience in the lives of the characters. She's not saying the play Kajin's been preparing for 2 years won't be great, but she's sure the Starflower Troupe's upcoming Wolfheart Destiny is equally mind-blowing. She's confident that once he watches the play she's created with Neverwinter, he'll change his mind. With those words, she leaves. The old man decides to give it a shot, telling his assistant to grab tickets for the upcoming show. At sharp 10 a.m., there's already a huge queue, and the house is packed. Kajin and his disciples have already found seats. The crowd goes wild recognizing Kajin, the greatest theater master of this era. His disciples, though, are clearly annoyed they had to come to something they see as beneath them. But their master shuts them up, reminding them he's not just here to enjoy a play. He wants to see if a bunch of newbies can really pull off a perfect story. Looks like the show's about to begin, with someone in the background welcoming the viewers. Since this is going to be an unprecedented viewing experience, everyone's told to brace themselves for the unexpected. Finally, the play starts, and the entire hall begins to cool down, pulling the audience right into the atmosphere of Scene 1 on the screen. There are other visual effects too, all to enhance the experience. Once the session ends, the theater lights come on, and just like that, Kajin admits his defeat. This so-called shadow magic show completely blew away his expectations and made his knowledge of acting feel obsolete. Even his disciples are bawling their eyes out in humiliation. But Kajin hasn't given up yet. Sure, shadow magic has its strengths, but it also has its weaknesses. So he gives his disciples some optimistic pep talk, planning to bounce back stronger than ever. The next day, Barov is talking about the insane response the shadow magic show has gotten. Merchants are desperate to sponsor the show, pushing to expand the business by selling popcorn and drinks. As they chat, Iris returns from the north with Goran's lover. The lover lady greets Roland respectfully. He hopes she'll enjoy Neverwinter's weather. Before talking business, he asks her to get some rest first. Once she's dismissed, Barov goes ballistic, reminding Roland they can finally proceed with his coronation now that the heir issue's resolved. Almost a week later, people are gathered outside the castle, with Roland and Anna getting ready for the ceremony. When they come down, every important person in City Hall is standing in double file. As Roland approaches the crown, Anna picks it up and places it on his head. Afterward, he presents himself to the cheering public, who are over the moon to have him as their king. Nobody's going home with an empty belly because there's enough food being prepared for everyone, and they're all loving it. Meanwhile, our couple is sharing their own little romantic moment. Anna wants to hear her full name from Roland's lips, and he doesn't hesitate while calling her Anna Wimbledon. No matter how many times he says it, it always warms her heart. After a good smooch, she expresses her wish to become the Minister of Industry. She wants a little change, like she wants to be an independent woman and not rely on her husband. Well, this 21st century husband has no objections with that. He never wanted her to stay cooped up in a backyard anyway. Let's give the couple some space for romance and jump ahead a few days. In town, a boy is handing out newspapers packed with juicy news. Turns out the newspaper headlines feature Roland Wimbledon becoming king and marrying a witch. Cut to Horford Quinn's office in the Kingdom of Dawn. He's reading that same newspaper. Seeing Roland on the front page, Quinn can't help but notice how fast Roland's risen. Just 3 years ago, he was a nobody lord of a remote town, and now he's king. What troubles Andrea's father, though, is the pattern. Kings tend to appear when chaos is near. So it's not a stretch to think the world's on the edge of collapse. Suddenly, his butler arrives with a letter from Lord Hill Fox. It says a mining team from Grey Castle has entered the Dawn border, and they're hoping for Quinn's assistance. Hearing this, Quinn stands up and instructs his butler to inform Count Rossi to lead his knights and welcome the team. He also tells him to alert the lords along the way to provide any support needed. We cut to the town in the Dawn Kingdom. The marketplace is buzzing with stories about devils and how terrifying they are. Through the busy streets, 2 witches are walking, hearing all the tales people are sharing. These girls seems to be pure witches. After the acting pope died, one of them led the remaining judgment army to retreat from the new holy city and rebuild the church here. Unexpectedly, after hearing about Hermes' fall, the Bishop of Grand Duke Island betrayed them and became its new count. He even hanged their envoy outside the city. Now the witches and church's followers are hiding like mice in the shadows. But she's planning to turn things around. She's waiting for the battle of divine will, and she's sure the world is headed for chaos. She is counting for days until she unites with Roland in hell. In the guest room, Roland kicks off the conversation in this little gathering of big shots. Everyone here should feel privileged. Each person in this room is a key asset to Grey Castle, an irreplaceable part of its fleet of elites. In the coming decades, they'll be the ones standing beside Roland, helping to govern the kingdom. All this flattery is a bit too much for Barov, though, who suggests Roland tone it down a little. Roland, meanwhile, feels proud that he's running his state through democracy instead of the outdated feudal rights of the old nobility. To him, only democracy can make sure that capable individuals are the ones participating. That said, there's no guarantee that those capable individuals will always stay loyal to their roles. So, this is just the inaugural of Grey Castle's democratic journey. Everyone in this room will be the founding members of the new government. Their performance and accomplishments will be thoroughly evaluated each year. Whether they get promoted or stay where they are will depend on those evaluations. And Roland himself has taken on the responsibility of reviewing these officials annually. If anyone has questions or suggestions, Roland is all ears. But it seems no one has any issue with how things are going. So Roland moves on to assigning roles. But before that, everyone has the option to back out. Those who choose to leave will receive a hefty compensation in golden royals, but those who stay will have to shoulder their duties and responsibilities. With all that said, they're free to make their decision. Silence fills the room, a sign that no one's planning to chicken out of their responsibilities. So, Roland proceeds to appoint each individual to a suitable role. First up is Barov Herman, who's been promoted to Hand of the King. He'll be in charge of coordinating all departments, including his previous responsibilities managing the treasury. Next is Edith Kant, formerly known as Iris, who's now the new head of the general staff. Her department will handle everything related to strategic planning. While the delegation continues, we fast forward to later that day. Roland and Nightingale are alone in the office, as usual. She serves him a cup of tea to make up for the sweat he lost in the meeting. As he sips it, Roland starts giving her these weird, intense stares, the kind that clearly say he's up to something. It doesn't take long for Nightingale to notice the awkward tension, causing her to get flustered. She wonders if she just happens to look really good today. Roland, not exactly an expert in romance, has no idea how to respond without making things even more awkward. He's clearly flustered, a detail that doesn't go unnoticed by Nightingale. She moves in closer, pressing him to spill what's on his mind. Then she fades away after teasing him a bit. That gets a smile out of Roland, seeing that Nightingale is just as cheeky as ever. Honestly, this interaction felt kind of pointless. We didn't really learn anything new. Cut to the wild snowfield. Flying through the blizzard are Maggie and Lightning. They're now less than 100 kilometers from the ruins of Tequila. Turns out, the girls are out scouting, trying to get a peek at what the devils are up to. As they get closer, they begin to hear these nasty, unsettling sounds. And when they finally get a look, they see devils and demonic beasts going at each other. Both of them are stunned. They've never seen anything like it. Now it all makes sense. That's probably why Neverwinter has been so quiet this year during the months of demons. Lightning notices something off. Demonic beasts are usually drawn to magical artifacts. So it's likely the Devil King brought one of those artifacts into this desolate land. Pretty rookie mistake in Lightning's opinion. Now all the demonic beasts are getting pulled in because of it. Still, she figures she might as well have a little fun down there. With a wave of her hand, she unleashes a crackling bolt of lightning that tears through the devils. After taking down a couple of them, she notices something very different. A devil with human features. Lightning can instantly feel this overwhelming presence pinning her in place. She wants to run, but her body won't move an inch. That devil woman is clearly using some kind of magic that's messing with her hard. Thankfully, Maggie starts pecking at Lightning's chest, snapping her out of the trance. Finally able to move again, Lightning realizes she needs to report this back to His Majesty Roland ASAP. The scene cuts back to Roland's office, where he is reviewing 2 letters addressed to the administrative office. Barov had brought the letters personally, believing the king's decision was imperative. The first letter is from Kajin, a renowned master dramatist from the old capital. Kajin once brought his theater troupe to Neverwinter and had hoped to perform a new play at one of Roland's grand ceremonies. Unfortunately, Roland had not approved the performance, and Kajin never got the chance. Roland opens the letter and finds it is an inquiry. Kajin is requesting information about the methods behind shadow magic. If you don't recall, shadow magic is the innovative technique Roland developed for theatrical productions, combining special effects and projection on large screens. In other words, it's a kind of primitive movie. Roland already knows how to respond to Kajin's request, so he moves on to the next letter. Barov explains that the second letter comes from a merchant named Victor Losa, expressing interest in purchasing cotton. Roland immediately finds this odd. After all, Neverwinter is not a cotton producer. Barov reveals the interesting detail. This is a custom request intended to be fulfilled through Miss Leaf of the Witch Union. Sister Leaf's story has long been immortalized in the Witch Diaries comic series, so it's no surprise that foreign merchants are familiar with her. What catches Roland's attention is that Victor is the first merchant to specifically request cooperation with a witch. At that moment, Roland orders Barov to summon Victor to the castle. He wants a private audience. After a brief wait, Victor arrives and stands before Roland Wimbledon. Victor explains that he wants Miss Leaf to cultivate high-yield cotton seeds. With cotton of superior quality and lower cost, he plans to open a new clothing store. Using this advantage, he aims to promote affordable yet quality clothing throughout the kingdom. Since Miss Leaf has already demonstrated the ability to cultivate golden wheat yielding 3 times the average harvest, Victor believes she can similarly triple cotton yields. Cheaper raw materials will reduce clothing costs significantly. Moreover, this venture would save substantial upfront investment and generate over 2,000 jobs. Roland appreciates that Victor intends to manage everything himself, meaning the king would not have to bear any financial responsibility. Gotta say, Victor is the real deal. Not only has he read every newspaper to develop these ideas, but he has meticulously studied every promotional announcement from Neverwinter. Victor's passion alone is reason enough for Roland to take interest. Their discussion concludes on a pleasant note. Afterwards, Roland reflects thoughtfully on how modern machinery can handle tripled cotton processing volumes. With the Losa family's highly skilled tailors, the final products will surely win public favor. Noticing Roland's contemplative mood, Victor offers to explain every detail from the ground up to clear any doubts. but it seems unnecessary. Roland is already vibing with the plan. His only concern is how quickly Victor can arrange the necessary funds to launch operations. At this, Victor lights up like a kid in a candy store. He is ecstatic that his plan has attracted His Majesty's attention. He apologizes for his excitement and boldly compliments Roland on his keen business sense. Roland, meanwhile, feels satisfied. Even without actively seeking investments, someone has stepped forward with a strong proposal. How could he refuse? Later that day, Roland is out in the courtyard to personally bid farewell to his new business partner. Before Victor boards and leaves, Roland has one thing he wants to make abundantly clear. If other merchants decide to copy this same business model in the future, the administrative office will sell the cotton seeds to them at the same price. After all, the more competition there is in the market, the more diverse the products become. The prices will also stay pretty competitive. Victor isn't fazed at all hearing this. Being a Dawn merchant, it runs in their DNA to never fear competition. Roland finds this dude to be quite an interesting fella. With someone like him as an example, the private enterprise should also usher in a period of rapid and lively development. Suddenly, Nightingale pops out of nowhere, with some unpleasant news, of course. The matter involves lightning, and there's not much time to waste. So she grabs Roland and disappears into the mist along with him. In the infirmary, Lightning can be seen struggling. While Roland is dying to know what caused Lightning's condition, little Nana stands there quietly, unsure how to respond. Nightingale rushes to check Lightning's condition and notices that she has sustained an injury over her chest. The troubling part is that Nana failed to detect the injury. No matter how much magic she channels, the wound won't heal. It's as if her powers are useless against this wound. Of course, this news shocks Roland quite a lot. The likely situation is that Lightning was hurt by a high-level devil. To get a better grasp of what happened, he questions Maggie about it. He wants to know everything, from beginning to end. Maggie reveals the sighting of demonic beasts and devils fighting each other on the snowy plains. Then they both encountered a powerful evil that looked very similar to a human. As soon as they were spotted, Lightning froze. So Maggie pecked her on the chest to snap her out of it. If it weren't for that peck, Lightning would have stayed suspended in the air and eventually crashed into the enemies sooner or later. Roland then shouts for Nightingale to call Wendy, Lily, Agatha, and Nightfall. The wound that won't heal seems to be related to that high-tier devil. The only person who can explain this condition is Lightning herself. A while later, Agatha joins them too. They have also managed to wake Lightning from her unconsciousness. It turns out her body is perfectly fine. The reason she was knocked out was exhaustion from prolonged flight. The symbiotic seed helped her recover faster. Roland is more interested in learning about this unhealable wound. Agatha explains that the problem lies in Lightning's magic power. When she checked it with the balance magic stone, she felt a slight abnormal feedback. And that abnormal feedback was almost identical to that of a devil. So what she's saying is that the devil has corrupted Lightning's magic power, even without any direct contact. Nightingale refuses to believe this. After all, she would have noticed the corrupted magic within Lightning right away. Agatha explains that the corruption in her magic is so subtle that it's very normal to overlook it. Though she isn't 100% sure it's actually corruption, it's just what the balance magic stone is showing. The most concerning part is that this kind of situation is unprecedented. While Agatha has seen many unusual occurrences before, like devils who have abilities they can use on others without direct contact, she's never heard of an effect that prevents wounds from healing. If some of Lightning's magic power indeed comes from devils and attaches near the wound, then everything makes sense. Normally, getting close to the Divine Judgment Stone would nullify magic effects, but it turns out this ability isn't that simple. The worst part is, she can't figure out any solution for it either. For the next few days, she decides to stay in the third border city for further observation. Pasha and her team know more than she does, and they might come up with a solution. Prince then turns his attention towards scared Lightning, who's feeling pretty rough. The girl starts to feel intimidated, thinking she's about to get scolded for diving into danger. But contrary to her expectations, Roland merely pats her on the head, assuring her to calm down. A few days later, they arrive at the third border city. There, Roland and the others meet Pasha. The lady has some good news about Lightning. The girl is feeling much better now. Elena has been by her side these past few days. It almost made her forget about the encounter with the high-level devil. Wendy asks if Pasha found out what kind of ability is causing the wounds not to heal. Pasha reveals that the literature doesn't record anything like it. This must be a newly emerged ability of the devil. There are also many similar abilities, and their consequences are quite similar to rare special abilities. And these consequences are called curses. She then takes them into a library stacked with a plethora of books. She pulls one particular book off the dusty shelves and points to certain pages. The book elaborates on how wounds that don't heal themselves lose blood excessively. There were discoveries of abnormal magic in the patient's body. Pasha suspects these abilities might be of the same type, remaining in the target's body and causing damage as time passes. Conventional treatments are ineffective against this illness, and it's hard to eliminate it with external force. Pasha then reveals something very interesting. A witch named Samanja was cursed by one of the higher-tier devils too. In that crucial life-or-death situation, she slayed that devil thanks to her awakening. This is how she was able to free herself from the curse. So basically, if lightning is truly affected by a magic curse, then killing the opponent might be the only way to lift it. Though it's indeed very difficult, it may not be an easy thing to pull off, but our guy won't sit idly by, at least not until he tries. Before that, Roland wants to understand a few things. If that high-level devil can curse without contact, then what happens to ordinary people under devil's influence? Pasha warns that unhealed wounds pose a constant threat of worsening or even death. Roland then inquires if the Divine Stone of Judgment can counter the devil's influence. The answer is affirmative, but its effects are limited against high-tier devils like the Demon Slayer. Later, Lightning is shown crying in a basement, surrounded by Divine Stones of Judgment. She's devastated by her predicament and desperately wants to escape it. Meanwhile, in the southern Misty Forest, the Neverwinter Army prepares for drills. Everything is set, awaiting only orders. This time, Anna, the head of the engineering department, is in charge and everyone will report to her. They are about to test powerful new weapons developed by Roland and his wife. Anna steps forward, giving the immediate orders to initiate the test. The weapons are massive train-mounted artillery pieces. Iron Axe is awestruck and horrified by their terrifying, deformed appearance. The artillery fires, creating a blast brighter than the sun. Roland and his wife are thoroughly satisfied with the successful test. Iris is also excited, believing this will significantly bolster their chances against the devils in Tequila. She asks for the weapon's name, and after a moment of thought, Roland christens it Black River. This name symbolizes humanity, the Black Team, opposing the devils, the Red Team, who rely on the Red Mist. In Border Town, we follow an average NPC family. Today, the men of the house are out. The uncle is accompanying his two nephews, who are looking for job opportunities. The uncle already has a well-paying, reputable job, so he is just tagging along with juniors. As they walk, chatting, they notice a recruitment booth drawing a large crowd. It's a limited military recruitment drive, attracting attention because of the limited positions. What makes it even more appealing is that no educational background or ID card is required, only good physical condition. Many are skeptical, as open recruitment typically only happens during the War of Kings. One nephew weighs his options, realizing joining the First Army means lifelong security and even a post-mortem pension for his family. Eventually, he decides to join. His brother is hesitant, but their uncle's encouraging pep talk galvanizes him, and he too decides to enlist. The recruitment begins. Contestants who pass the basic criteria proceed to a booth for a test. The brothers are curious about what awaits them. The older one is confident it will be a physical fitness test. However, unpleasant noises from inside, sounds of distress and gagging terrify them. They dread the worst, fearing it's an endurance test involving torture. The test continues, with a 90% elimination rate. Literally, 9 out of 10 people are eliminated in each iteration. The eliminated individuals appear weak in their legs, despite not looking weak otherwise, which just only adds to their apprehension. Their turn soon arrives. Upon entering, they are greeted by the examiner, who doesn't introduce himself. He believes everyone present will eventually be eliminated. Even if they pass the assessment, it's only the first step out of many. Seeing how stringent the criteria are, the nephew starts thinking that maybe this new force will be a reserved, specialized one. Regardless, the only thing he cares about is the handsome pay. The instructor finally rattles off the rules. Everyone is told to sit on these stools and place both feet on the pedals. All they have to do is stay there for just 5 minutes. No matter what they feel or see, falling off the stool means immediate disqualification. With the instructions laid out, the instructor covers the entrance with shades and lets this magical test begin in the quiet darkness. A blinding light begins to surround the area, and soon enough, the participants find themselves suspended in the air above a vast forest. Of course, with no ground beneath their feet, their natural reaction is to feel like they're falling. But the nephew tries to stay steady and doesn't even let a single muscle twitch in the real world. He knows well that what he's experiencing is just an illusion he has to overcome. He tries to calm himself, focusing his mind to stay optimistic about his situation. He even starts thinking about his loved ones, encouraging himself to push through the test so he can support all the lives depending on him. Eventually, he passes the first test. And if the instructor's honest, his results are way better than the previous groups. Though it's just the beginning, he still has a few more tests to go before he can qualify for the position. Meanwhile, Bro is feeling stiff from head to toe, which explains why those he saw before looked worse for wear. The sad part is, his brother got eliminated. He finally makes it to the next tent to take part in the next round. This time, the test seems to revolve around spinning, since there's a clear carousel in sight. This round got a 10 out of 10 baddie as an instructor. The rules for the second round are pretty similar to the last. Just sit tight and hold on till the end. With that, she presses the button, and the carousel starts spinning the participants. The speed is so fast that all he can see is a blur. He can feel gravity pulling him down, and the spinning pressure weighing on his head. When the test ends, the male instructor congratulates every participant who managed to pass the initial screening. They're told to wait a moment because there's something he wants to drill into every new recruit. Many people join the army for the high pay, but what keeps them motivated isn't just the fat paycheck. There's something way more valuable than money. Everyone will understand this when the time comes, and they'll realize how narrow-minded they were about the importance of their position. With those galvanizing words, the instructor leaves, as many potential candidates are waiting for their evaluation. The nephew didn't expect the instructor to be so welcoming and encouraging, especially compared to his initial behavior. He didn't even bother to introduce himself before. So the guy gathers courage to ask his senior's name. They deserve to know that much after passing the test. The sassy instructor snaps back sharply, introducing himself as Vanna. There's something very peculiar about him, in a good way though. Even the nephew can tell he's extraordinary. In one of the tents, all the candidates who passed the screening are standing before some high officials. Vade seems to be the one in charge of these candidates from here on out. He's quite intrigued to see so many potential knight candidates in front of him. The nephew overhears Vade talking about everyone here being knight candidates. It really gets the guy all contemplative and bewildered. The title of knight is a privilege only noble children get to enjoy, so it makes no sense for a commoner like him to be in such a coveted position. To make things even more complicated, in comes the princess herself. Seeing such a good-looking lowly has everyone blushing brightly. The nephew quickly pulls himself together, and so does everyone else. They all make sure to pay proper respect to the princess. The lady gives them permission to rise. She cuts to the chase, wanting to address every daunting question swirling in everyone's minds. Questions like why the army is making an exception to recruit non-official residents, why the selection criteria are so unusual, or why she is the one explaining everything instead of someone else. While these questions may seem complicated, she's sure they'll understand once they experience things firsthand. So, there isn't much for her to explain, other than a few crucial points. First of all, they aren't joining the 1st or 2nd Army. It's actually a new army Roland Wimbledon plans to build from scratch. It will be entirely different from any army before, so the selection process is equally unique and different. She further emphasizes the challenges that lie ahead for the members of this unique army. Get this, the previous tests they went through were literally nothing compared to what's coming. There are 16 of them standing here now, but only 2 or 3 will clear all the tests and become Sky Knights. Rest of the qualified candidates will be called reserved members. Now it finally makes sense. It seems like my guy is trying to build an air force, which is why anyone who passes all the tests and earns the position will be called Sky Knights. Although he doesn't know the difference between a Sky Knight and a traditional knight, for someone like him from a poor background, the nephew is just glad to get this Ultra Pro Max rare opportunity. And why is she the one explaining this? Because she's got a reason to be here. Only her and her brother know how this new army works. And since she doesn't want her brother distracted from his current duties, she's taken the liberty to be in charge of this recruitment drive. The guy perks up happily upon realizing that Princess Tilly will be the one supervising them. They can barely contain their excitement, and their enthusiasm is clearly visible to the princess. All qualified candidates will train on the shallow beach in the new district. They will also receive new housing and official status, becoming part of the new royal capital. But they should remember one thing. Even as reserve members, you are still part of the army. Their actions will be restricted, and quitting halfway will be considered desertion. Any disobedience to military orders will be severely punished too. Everyone acknowledges her orders, even if they're a little strict. If someone like her is supervising them, then they've got no reason to turn their backs. With that said, the only thing left is for everyone to swear allegiance to the King of Grey Castle. She turns around and leaves, leaving the rest in the capable hands of Wade. Wade pulls out the oath script and begins narrating the crucial lines for everyone to repeat. The whole day goes by and dawn starts to crack. Once the nephew is out and about after all the formalities, he doesn't find his brother Shangguo or his uncle anywhere, which likely means they've already gone back home, so he rushes back too. Upon entering the house, the first person he meets is his sister. She looks totally ecstatic because their uncle had already told her that her brother managed to land a job. Also, on a side note, he was supposed to bring her some tasty cake ingredients, but the poor guy completely forgot because of the euphoric lapse after finally landing the job. He begins describing the significance of his new job, especially that Princess Tilly will be supervising them. She even gave him something special. When he unwraps the cloth, he finds several books inside. The boy has no clue what these books are, so he asks his sister about them. Her name is Rachel, by the way. When she takes a look at the covers, she quickly figures out what the books are about. The book is called Principles of Flight and Operation Manual. The next scene takes us to Roland's office, where Tilly submits the fat stack of applications from those who were able to join. He slides a cup of tea over before asking about the recruitment drive's progress. Tilly is pleased to reveal that everything went smoothly, except for the fact that they got very limited talent. She selected 124 from the migrants and 73 from the official residents, making 200 candidates in total. She fears that these numbers are too few when it comes to going up against the devils. Roland acknowledges it but isn't dispirited, as it's just part of the process. He's sure they'll get even more applications in the second recruitment drive once they have a few role models representing the Sky Knight army. You see, the human longing for vast space is ingrained in their bones. Whether imitating birds or using balloons, exploring the blue sky isn't exclusive to the airplane era. The explorers of the Curious Society are the best example. They're always trying different things to soar through the skies. So he's positive this curiosity to explore the sky will attract even more candidates once the Sky Knight army is functional. First, he needs to prepare a team that can fly. However, training pilots is not an easy task. In the era when flight control systems were immature, pilots valued talent the most. Fear of heights, resistance to dizziness, and physical coordination are just basic requirements. Spatial orientation, understanding aircraft, and even neural reaction speed all determine if someone is suitable to be a pilot. The veterans of the First Army have high obedience and reliability. Selecting a few excellent ones as corps officers is fine, but pulling them all out to form an air force is asking too much. So he still has to rely on these new immigrants. As he's going through the applications, he notices that 6 failed to pass the oath, meaning they're likely spies or people with ill intentions. Nightingale adds that those insincere candidates have already been taken away by Wade for questioning. 2 of them are official residents of Neverwinter. They were all bribed by foreign merchants, hoping to infiltrate the army and gather information about firearms. The police department was dispatched but came up empty-handed, only catching the merchant's assistant left in the inn. But Nightingale didn't just sit idle. She used Summer's holographic magic. With its help, they also found a letter from the old capital. From its contents, it seems a noble is behind all this. She's proud to report that she has already gathered this noble's whereabouts, appearance, and identity. Soraya's drawn portrait has been sent to Tassa via animal messenger, so the arrest of that lousy noble is inevitable. Roland feels thoroughly satisfied hearing the report. He gives her props for a job well done. Since these nobles are unwilling to give up, the Northern Hill Mines are ready to wholeheartedly accommodate them. By now, Roland is sure these nobles will rise up as soon as they get any opportunity, which isn't surprising. After all, feudal nobility has lasted nearly 1,000 years, so making it disappear completely is not something that can be done overnight. Moving the conversation forward, Tilly wonders how Roland plans to manage the shortage of planes now that the pilot shortage has been dealt with. Well, it seems like Roland still hasn't made much progress on that front. So, cunningly, he tries to divert the conversation to a totally different topic, reminding them about the newly released turbulent drinks Evelyn whipped up. He suggests they should go ahead and try them. Of course, his attempt to distract the conversation only annoys Tilly more, who is now dead certain that this deadbeat hasn't made any progress with prototypes. She's furious beyond anything and goes on a full-blown tirade. Before she goes full ballistic, he reluctantly assures her he'll show some results within a month. Well, that much assurance was all it took to calm this feisty lolly down. After having a bottle of turbulent drink, Tilly is on his way. Meanwhile, Nightingale notices a very subtle yet intriguing detail about Tilly. Whenever Tilly is around in public, she always addresses him as brother. But when she talks to him personally, out of everyone's earshot, she rarely calls him brother, though Nightingale doesn't have a clue why that is. Anyhow, the scene cuts to somewhere on a remote island. It's actually our expedition team carried by Azima, searching for more uranium. As they walk deep into the dense forest, they notice a trap laid out meticulously. The Night Lady grabs her blade and throws her sword ahead, triggering the trap, causing a bunch of spears to launch over the target. Good thing they spotted the trap and stopped to check it. Otherwise, many would have been pushing up daisies by now. Despondence blankets everyone as they realize the gravity of their situation. Every vine and branch under their feet could be part of this same kind of tripwire trap. Unless they burn this place down to a crisp, their lives will remain in danger while moving. The only thing they can currently do is take a detour instead of moving forward. Meanwhile, the Night Lady knows pretty well that these traps aren't the work of hunters catching some animal. These traps are likely designed to trap humans. She's ready to take the plunge and goes forward to clear the way, much to everyone's bewilderment. They really don't want her to risk her life like this. But the lady doesn't listen and proceeds ahead, blade in hand. Chaos ensues when a giant boulder comes crashing her way, which she slices through as if it's butter. Damn, this is definitely a 10 out of 10 baddie, not some random NPC you'd expect to see dead after a few panels due to reckless behavior. The path ahead seems clear, devoid of dense foliage or thickets. With her last swing, she dismantles the last remaining traps, giving the crew the green light to move forward. Turns out, she's the divine punishment witch assigned by Roland, which explains why this woman is so brave and intelligent. With that, they decide to continue their journey. A while later, Baldy's bald yet sweaty head greets us, his jaw dropped after witnessing the might of this divine punishment witch. He always had this gut feeling that the warriors sent by Roland Wimbledon aren't weak sauce, but he didn't imagine them to be this outstanding. The Divine Witch cuts through the chatter and tells Baldy to start rattling off the truth. Of course, Baldy starts sweating in apprehension, as if he has no choice but to spill all the details he's been hiding. The woman demands to know why traps are placed all over the thickets of the mountains. She's smart enough to recognize that these wooden spear traps aren't very effective against beasts, which likely means they're meant for people. Baldy shares the same thoughts and adds that the higher they go, the more traps await them. That's precisely why it's also called Trap Mountain. These traps were left by generations of lords solely intended to defend against the Wolfheart Kingdom. This comes as great news to everyone. Baldy further briefs them about this mountain range that stretches from the coast to the Old Holy City, serving as a natural border between two kingdoms. Since the King of Dawn's terrain is lower, it feels like it's trapped within a cage, which is how Cage Mountain got its notorious name. The main problem lies in the shape of the mountain. The mountain isn't very steep, making it easier to descend. That's why bandits, hunters, and refugees from neighboring countries often infiltrate the Kingdom of Dawn's territories via Cage Mountain. At first, they only scavenged resources in the mountains, but later on, they started stealing and robbing villages, causing panic among local residents. The Lord was also fed up with all the nonsense, so he came up with a permanent solution to combat the situation. Since the Lord didn't need the mountain's resources to sustain his people and economy, he sealed the mountain. After sealing it, the Lord planted fast-growing weeds and vines inside and set up lots of traps. This custom passed down through generations, earning Cage Mountain its name today. The night deepens, but the expedition team continues their trek. Azima reflects on the Cage Mountain situation, realizing that these guys not only blocked intruders, but also trapped themselves within the boundary. If it were Roland Wimbledon, he wouldn't have chosen to do this. That man likes to see the bigger picture and strives to achieve long-term gains. She snaps herself back to focus. She doesn't have to glaze over him. She's simply his employee, doing what she's told, so she better keep her focus on the task at hand. Seems like she's very close to her goal, figuratively and literally too. Her magic has detected the source of the sample she's holding, meaning they are quite close. A trail of light is leading them to the precise location. The Divine Witch decides to go ahead first, making sure there's nothing life-threatening. What she finds leaves her bewildered. Right in front of her is an abandoned ruin, which shocks Azima. Roland had tasked her to find this peculiar element, so it's quite weird that the source led her to an abandoned ruin. Seems like they hit the jackpot, and the Divine Witch is all hyped about it. The underground civilization left ruins all over the continent, and Tequila naturally studied them extensively. But these symbols carved on the walls aren't their script, and they have nothing to do with the magical characters set by the Alliance. So this discovery is entirely new, an unprecedented place they stumbled across. Azima can't make sense of the writing on the walls, even though every word is written clearly and plainly. If these ruins weren't left by a civilization that fought in the Divine War, it likely means that an unknown race lived here in the past with its own culture and everything. It may be possible, but the Divine Witch adds that there are no records or studies hinting that the underground civilization split into tribes and created an entirely new culture and language. Currently, the only thing they can do is get inside and take a look for themselves. After wandering around, they find a stone tablet, which seems to be written in the common language they use. When they read the tablet, it says, "Land of the Gods is cursed and prohibits entry if you don't want to die." Upon reading this, that baldy bastard is panicking out of his wits, assuming the worst-case scenario. The mention of a cursed temple grabs everyone's attention, and they're sure Baldy likely knows something about it. Baldy promptly begins his lore dump. There are rumors that over 100 years ago, when the local lord set traps to stop the Wolfheart people, the knights assigned to place traps one day got caught in heavy rain. They stumbled across a strange temple, which they thought to use as shelter. Even before Baldy reveals more, the Divine Witch knows the rest of the story. She knows they found treasures in the temple, and with the villagers driven by greed, they stole the treasures but were cursed by the gods in return. In the end, they met a tragic fate, one after another. Well, the reason she knows this story is because it's all bullshit. She can bet her life this rumor was made up by the Lord to keep all the riches for himself. As for the knights who found the treasures, they were used as evidence of the curse. But then Baldy adds another twist. Those knights supposedly cursed didn't die immediately. It took about 10 years for them all to die off. It's said they suffered extreme pain until their deaths. Even the skin on their faces peeled off, revealing rotten flesh underneath. To prevent bad luck from spreading, the Lord forbade anyone from approaching that area. Currently, no one knows its exact location. I think I've cracked the code on what this curse is all about. It's fucking uranium radiation. Rather hilarious that Roland forgot to tell them about radiation's existence. Night is already upon them, and after absorbing all this lore from Baldy, the Divine Witch is still not satisfied and wants further clarification. Baldy once again doubles down on what he told them. He heard all of it at the tavern. If they don't believe him, he simply suggests they verify the rumors themselves. Azima begins weighing her options. After giving it proper thought, she starts to believe it might actually be a curse from the gods. One of the guys in charge of the expedition suggests heading back to town first to gather more intel before making their next move. Hearing that these guys are still planning to get inside, Baldy starts losing his bananas. He can't quite believe their objective was to enter the cursed temple to begin with. The Divine Witch knows it's complicated to explain. After all, they never intended to find a temple, it just happened to align with their main goal. Despite the apparent warnings and unwelcoming rumors surrounding this place, they seem to proceed with the plan. They must fulfill the Majesty's orders. The Divine Witch is also hyped to meet this so-called god inside here, who's out here cursing everyone. So they have to prepare to continue their venture. Roland had explicitly entrusted them to approach the source with caution, which just shows he probably knows the danger they're getting into. He gave them 2 routes, and they're supposed to pick only one based on their circumstances. First, if the source is out in the open, all they have to do is seal off the surrounding location and return to Neverwinter. The other option is if the source is inside underground mines or deeper caves, they must prepare for their own protection in advance. While this temple may not look like a mine, it's not that far off either. Just as they say this, someone throws a stack of leather jackets. Right away they start putting them on, though none of them have a clue how these heavy jackets are supposed to protect them. Not only the jackets, but they also have to wear these face masks to make sure they don't inhale contaminated air. Azima finds these suits kinda adorable. The guy in the suit suggests only 5 people go inside, while the rest stay here. Other than Azima and Miss Rosser, who are already tagging along, he invites 2 more people for this journey. Rosser, meanwhile, refuses to wear this goofy-ass suit. For a divine punishment warrior like herself, her resilience and ability to self-heal are off the charts, so some random poison isn't likely to take down a muscle mommy like her. Not to mention, the suit would limit her movements and restrain her senses, so she'd rather skip it than risk everything inside unknown territory with unknown dangers waiting for them. Also, they only have 5 sets of clothes, so it's better to keep 1 spare set outside for a rescuer to wear if needed. Azima fears the consequences if the rumors about the curse and god are true. The Divine Witch isn't fazed at all. In fact, she's ready to face any challenge like the Chad she is. Her unwavering resolve really makes that ordinary human a little worried, though he doesn't argue and proceeds to lead the party inside. Not long after, they're trekking through uneven terrain. The entire place has already been consumed by thick roots sprouting everywhere. It's that muscle mommy who's clearing the path with her godly prowess. With roots penetrating the tunnel from every direction, it's clear this place has been abandoned for a long time. That said, it's also apparent this place wasn't just sealed off right after it was found, just like the Baldy said. For at least some time it must have been bustling with people. There are also torch holders everywhere on the walls. The carved holes are much cleaner than the walls, indicating they were made at very different times. If they were just taking shelter from the rain, there'd be no need to leave torches every 10 steps or so. Rosser isn't surprised this place was an attraction point. After all, if there really was treasure inside, it's impossible the local lord wouldn't be tempted. She also admits the Baldy out there might not be lying with his stories since rumors tend to get exaggerated over time. For now, they're curious if Roland is looking for the same treasure the local lord was after. If there really is treasure there, he worries if there's even much left in the tunnels for them to loot. Majesty Roland revealed how this treasure is imperative to create the brilliance of the sun, so they can't afford someone else stealing it. Well, they'll only get answers to their questions if they venture further inside. After a short walk, they finally get closer to their target. There's that unusually dark path ahead, likely reinforced with magic. Rosser tosses a pebble into the dark, blocking the path, and as it turns out, the stone just goes right through. After that, she doesn't hesitate before entering this unknown place, much to Azima's shock. Seeing this nerve-wracking, chill-inducing black door, Azima freezes there, forebodingly. This ominous door sparks a profound realization within her, a kind of truth she'd been denying for years. Until now, she thought she was brave. But thinking about it, she's nowhere near as courageous as Rosser or the others who just went inside. That coward inside her is the one who forced her to stay on Sleeping Island and not join the Witch Union. But with her resolve renewed, she steels herself and proceeds to enter. Meanwhile, Rosser is already inside, looking around to make sense of things in the dark. This place is likely the bottom level of the ruins. It's not that big, maybe only 200 steps wide or less. The guy in the background is amazed to hear her thorough assessment of the place, even though it's pitch black out here. Well, after spending hundreds of years underground, it's natural she's adapted to the dark. The woman then asks Azima how much farther they have to go. Azima uses her powers to try to locate the source. The place begins to react to her powers, which clearly means they've arrived at their destination. They're literally standing right at the source. The next scene takes us back to the border town, where Roland gets an urgent report from the King of Dawn. When Roland hears it's from Sean, he jumps out of his seat in joy because it's actually a report from Azima and her crew. Nightingale further reports that the report only contained papers, much to Roland's amazement, who assumes Nightingale has evolved her ability to see through stuff. The girl brushes off such pleasant thoughts, admitting she just sneaked inside and took a look. This, of course, triggers Roland to dread the worst. He fears Nightingale probably knows about the turbulent drinks he received earlier today, which were hidden inside the desert cart. I guess Nightingale's already guilty of stealing those turbulent drinks. Back to the main point, the officer highlights the reports they received, which are covered in this pitch-black substance. Along with these unreadable papers, they also got a letter, which Roland promptly starts reading. The officer asks about the blacked-out papers and what he should do with them. Roland simply orders him to spread them on the floor instead of wasting them. After all, Sean wouldn't have gone to so much effort just to send useless stuff. According to the letter, Miss Azima has found the source she wanted, right at the northeastern border between Dawn and Wolfheart. The locals call it Cage Mountain, but the source isn't in the mines. It's been found inside ancient ruins that seem very old. The fascinating part is the place doesn't belong to any underground civilization, nor is it remotely related to the Tequila Fugitives. They had doubts it belonged to Sea Devils, but Azima's discovery disproved that guess. If anything, they're damn sure this is a relic left by a totally unknown tribe. Roland finds himself reflecting on this perilous development. After all, the existence of another unknown civilization was never mentioned by the Witch Alliance. If a foreign race actually existed in the past, it's unlikely it would have gone unnoticed by the Witch Alliance. So if the contents of the letter are correct, this means this civilization might have existed even before the underground civilization did. The key question is, why was this group so interested in uranium? The letter further mentions murals carved on the stone walls of the ruins' lower levels. The alien races we have seen in paintings don't match the particular race hinted at in these ruins. Miss Rosser and Sean believe this building was likely a place of execution. It's not only located above a source vein, but the builders also fired the ore into bricks used to pave walls and floors. Azima observed the same elements everywhere in the ruins. Even the murals used a lot of mineral materials. Around the lower level, they also found many cages and bones, which are depicted in the murals. They seem to imprison many enemies here, not just aliens, but also those resembling their own kind. Then they tortured them with uranium radiation, as if to please their god. Sean made sure to make rubbings of those murals as best as he could, and had them sent with a messenger from House Tokat to Neverwinter. Since they only have limited protective gear, the process of copying those murals onto paper has been slow. What Sean sent is just a part. Completing everything will take another month or two. Sean also expressed worries in his letter about Miss Rosser, since she entered without protective gear. All he can do is hope she isn't affected by the curse inside. The locals discovered this ruin earlier and caught a strange plague while looting it. Their greed led to their deaths, and so the place was dubbed the Temple of the Curse. Roland feels concerned after reading the letter, prompting Nightingale to assure him that even if the divine punishment witches are cursed, they can just swap bodies to fix everything, so there's no need to worry. Turns out he isn't worried about the divine punishment witches, but about Sean and Azima. According to the plan, they shouldn't stay in the mining area that long. You see, it doesn't matter if uranium is in raw form or enriched. The decay radiation is mainly alpha particles, which are hard to penetrate skin and harm the body. But that doesn't mean it's the same in the mining area. Considering these radioactive elements have existed for hundreds of millions of years, some have decayed into more dangerous elements. For example, with radon, the situation changes. Radon's half-life is only 3 days and it's a gas. It's easily inhaled, causing internal exposure, so shielding is necessary. The protective suits he prepared for the exploration team are designed for deep mining areas. The full-cover outerwear effectively isolates various toxic elements from uranium decay. Activated carbon masks can absorb radon and other toxic gases, as long as they don't stay in the mining area too long. But prolonged exposure to this toxic stuff can overwhelm the mask's absorption capacity, so there's a risk of people inside the mines inhaling toxic substances beyond safe levels. Seeing the urgency, Roland immediately calls for Honey and begins scribbling down the consequences of staying in that place. He wants this letter delivered to them as soon as possible. A while later, we see all those paintings sent by Sean spread out on the floor. Roland is trying to make sense of the murals, while Nightingale notices his no-nonsense attitude and asks why he's so tense. He draws her attention to the rubbings. The scenes in the rubbings feel familiar. Nightingale casually leans over to get a clearer look, causing her big hooters to sag below. This lady seems so numb-minded that she clearly misunderstands Roland's question. The only peculiar thing she notices in the rubbings is the amount of ink used compared to a normal painting. Roland can tell she's a lost cause when it comes to brainstorming. Without complicating things, he insists she get the map of the southernmost region, which she pulls out right away from her mist. Roland notices how the map perfectly matches the rubbings, a revelation that alarms him. Nightingale recalls that the southernmost region is where the Sand People live. Just as she mentions this, Roland spots something alarming in the rubbings. The rubbings clearly show a divine artifact there. I've got no clue what's going on, but let's hope to get clarity on what this divine artifact stuff is about. Before that, we cut to a chamber where a woman, or rather a witch, is being whipped to death. The man in authority arrives and stops the Inquisitors before the woman actually kicks the bucket without revealing anything worthwhile. The man personally confronts the damsel and insists she reveal the whereabouts of the Holy Scripture. The woman's name is Farina, and the man wants her to start parroting everything she knows. Let's cut this guy's crap and get to the point. He's just a random side character who happens to possess a few divine punishment soldiers, which he acquired after the fall of the church. With these soldiers, he planned to take over Duke Island, but most of his army has already been injured or died in battles. Now he wants this thing called the Holy Book left by the last pope, and he wants this witch to reveal its location. His name is Lorenzo, and the witch calls him a traitor. She fought his divine punishment warriors until she couldn't anymore but was captured in the end. However, she was able to chip away at the large number of soldiers this bastard had, so she throws a jab at him about how utterly weak he is right now. That's why he wants the Holy Book, to learn how to produce more divine punishment warriors and maintain his power. All her words crawl under this bastard's skin, who wastes no time bitch-slapping her and grabbing her by the throat in frustration. He threatens her to reveal the location of the book, but the lady's response remains the same. She doesn't know. Lorenzo is done insisting. He orders his men to amputate the limbs of the woman's friend and bring them to him, but this threat clearly fails to faze her. After all, she knows for the fact that her companions had already been killed. The fingers he brought earlier were clearly from corpses. Besides, she's not even the acting pope, so there's no way in hell she's ever come into contact with the Holy Book. That guy Tucker Thor might know something about it, but he never mentioned a damn thing. In short, no one will ever know how to train divine punishment warriors again. But this bastard refuses to believe it. He's pretty damn sure Tucker centered a Wolfheart to rebuild the church and avenge Hermes. If there's no holy book, then there's nothing left to fight against Grey Castle. The witch finds it laughable that this clown still believes he can take down Grey Castle with his pathetic divine punishment army. The current acting pope only wished for everyone's survival and hoped the rest could live in peace. Of course, this psycho power-hungry scum refuses to believe that. He's convinced Tucker didn't give her those divine punishment soldiers just so she could live a peaceful little pookie life in some backwater village. But the woman keeps saying things that really don't sit well with him. He knows full well she's trying to rage bait him, but he's not that dumb. Instead of killing her outright, he decides to drag it out, prolong the torture, and push her to her limits. Later, alone in his office, he's going off the rails, furious that he's gotten 0 leads on the Holy Book. He still wants to take over Duke Island before things go south and hoard all the resources for himself. But that woman won't budge an inch, let alone spill anything about the Holy Book. Suddenly a guy bursts in, claiming he's got some interesting news. Lorenzo isn't in the mood, until the guy mentions it's actually good news. Apparently, there's some unrest near Dawn's border. They're planning to venture deeper into the Cage Mountains. Lorenzo doesn't see the point. No matter which lord takes the Cage Mountains, Duke Island gains nothing from it. That's when the butler adds the real kicker. The ones behind the Cage Mountain expedition are from Grey Castle, sent by Roland himself. Now Lorenzo's paying full attention. He demands confirmation. The butler assures him that this info is legit and has been verified through multiple sources. First, the troops stationed at the foot of Cage Mountain are definitely from Grey Castle. Their uniforms match the distinct style of Roland's army. Second, a death row summons has gone out across Dawn. The gathering point is in the Cage Mountain area, and they're all said to be serving the king of Grey Castle. The Duke takes a moment to piece things together. Then it all clicks in his mind. He had a hunch from the beginning that the ruins in Cage Mountain were tied to the church and the Divine War. But to think Roland is already one step ahead of everyone, that's driving him nuts. The butler drops even more lore. Years ago, some villagers stole treasures from the Temple of the Curse in Cage Mountain. One by one, they died of a strange plague. The treasures eventually ended up in the hands of local nobles. The ancestors of the Earl of Cliff Ridge took interest in it. They believed it wasn't a curse, but something else entirely. Something to do with what was taken out of the mountain. After spending resources and effort, they managed to buy back some of the treasures from Dawn. After some research at the cost of over 10 lives, the old Earl discovered something odd. It looked like an ordinary object, but it emitted deadly rays. A weapon that kills invisibly. But after just a few uses, it stopped working, like it ran out of power, and turned into a dead object. Despite the old Earl's attempts to re-enter the Temple of the Curse, he never figured out how to restore it. So he recorded the story in the family's history, hoping future generations could solve the mystery. That strange item became a family heirloom. Over 100 years later, when Cliff Ridge was conquered by the church, it changed hands. That's when Lorenzo got his hands on it. He tried to tinker with it for quite some time but got nothing out of it. So he packed the treasure away in storage, planning to send it for centralized disposal in the Holy City. But after the crushing defeat at Cold Wind Ridge, the church's stronghold collapsed, and the seized supplies were left unattended. Lorenzo forgot about it until now. With the butler reminding him, Lorenzo gets fired up again. If he can unlock the secrets of that weapon, it would be the perfect alternative to divine punishment warriors. A weapon that kills silently, invisibly, without anyone knowing? That's a dream come true. he starts daydreaming of the glory that awaits. He invites the butler to the supply warehouse, wanting to confirm the relic is still there. After digging for a while, they finally find it, that uranium stone. As Lorenzo stares at it, it suddenly starts to glow, shining with an eerie green light. The Duke's eyes widen with excitement. The damn thing is reacting to his touch, even after lying dormant for over a century. He's on cloud 9, convinced he's cracked it. He entrusts the butler with a mission. Go to Cage Mountain and gather any critical information on how to activate or use this treasure effectively. And make sure not to get spotted by Grey Castle. This operation must stay secret. And honestly, I've got a gut feeling this dude's gonna die, especially considering how closely he's clinging to that chunk of uranium. The scene cuts to a bar. Inside, this redhead dude meets a mysterious guy in a hoodie. The redhead asks him about that witch Farina. The hoodie guy delivers the good news that she's alive. But the bad news is, she's being tortured day and night by Duke Lorenzo. It's so bad that he always hears her screaming from the hall. If this keeps up, he fears she might not survive much longer. Turns out Farina is the leader of the last faction of church believers. But instead of bouncing back and starting fights, Farina wanted to live a normal life, just like the acting Pope Tucker instructed her. However, Duke Lorenzo wants the holy secrets all for himself. The hoodie guy suggests they just hand over what Lorenzo wants. The redhead reveals they don't actually have it. It's been long lost along with the Hermes Cathedral. The hoodie guy decides to head back to the castle before Lorenzo's men get suspicious. The next chance to meet will be in 3 days. For the meeting place, the redhead picks the same pub again. Before leaving, the hoodie guy shares some juicy details about a convoy Duke Lorenzo sent to the Cage Mountains. With that, he leaves. Meanwhile, the redhead starts piecing things together and notices how the Cage Mountain has been mentioned a lot lately. This Cage Mountain has to be the game changer if anything. Acting Pope Tucker left this guy some papers before he jumped off the city wall. These papers contain stories about humans and devils, and the origin of the Divine Will battle. This shocking secret stuns everyone and helps him understand why Tucker evacuated Hermes. Lorenzo once collected supplies looted from Wolfheart, and the legendary Cage Mountain treasures were reported as a special acquisition. Whether it was transported to Hermes or not, he doesn't know much, but that's not important right now. What's crucial is whether the King of Grey Castle is also searching for it. The Wolfheart nobles might hesitate, but Roland won't. No one can withstand that terrifying army's assault. As long as he can use them to eliminate the traitors, this will give the redhead the chance to rescue Farina amid the chaos. Her cute face flashes before his eyes, making him go all pooky and swoon. We then cut to the third border city, where the tequila witches are trying to piece things together. Even after combing through every record and book, they haven't found a single mention of what Roland gathered from the rubbing sent by Azima and Sean. They're all exhausted searching for clues, but have managed nothing. Roland suggests they take a break, but Pasha's curious mind won't rest until she finds the place. She's amazed by Roland's discoveries. They overturn the entire history of the Alliance. In fact, all recorded human history. Despite collecting so much info over the years, the tequila witches now feel lost, as if they know nothing about this world. Roland assures her it's normal. The more you know, the more you realize how little you understand. In the end, all questions boil down to 3 things: where you are, who you're fighting, and who's fighting you. The witches aren't happy to hear his abstract crap and get the heebie-jeebies, but all the poor guy wanted was to reassure them a bit. He wants them to question who they are, where they came from, and where they're all going. Now that Pasha reflects on it, she's having a hard time answering, even though the questions are simple. The answers change completely with just a slight shift in perspective. Let's cut the mambo-jumbo and move on. Now that they understand the unknown Divine Will battle from the past, and the new race that existed, it's time to discuss it thoroughly in the next meeting. Everyone should know about it as soon as possible. The ladies are more than ready to discuss everything. The next scene shows every important figure gathered in the meeting hall. Filled with these new discoveries, they all have questions. Tilly is the first to ask about the victor of that Divine Will battle in the past. It wasn't the devils, nor the sea monsters and underground civilization. Humans weren't the winners either. So who won, and where are they now? Pasha adds that the underground civilization put a lot of emphasis on 2 sentences. Magic makes them extraordinary, and mastering magic is the ladder to Divine Will. Let's assume all participants in the Divine Will War could use magic. Perhaps the victor elevated magic to a new level, reaching beyond ordinary people's sight. Roland respects Pasha's opinion, but figures her assumption has a lot of loopholes. Still, he appreciates the input. Something is better than nothing. Normally, you'd assume the stronger a civilization, the longer its traces last. Ancient people built houses with thatch and mud, which weathered to dust in 1,000 years. But the concrete buildings of Neverwinter, even after 1,000 years, still leave outlines. So a civilization capable of winning the Divine Will War vanishing after victory doesn't make sense. We only know of their existence from scattered ruins. If victory still can't reverse the fate of extinction, then it means a divine war is too deadly to engage in, enough to shake everyone's resolve and make them think twice before indulging in one. Iris then chimes in, Since the murals date back at least 1400 years, humanity's experience can't truly be called the First Divine Will War. So Roland decides to rename this old Divine Will War to avoid confusion. He temporarily calls it the War of the Lost. As for their current plans, he wants to proceed with exploring the Cage Mountain ruins. This is the only way to achieve victory in the upcoming war. Only by winning can they unravel all the mysteries surrounding them. This time, he plans to drive the devils out of the fertile plains completely. This is for expanding Neverwinter and laying the groundwork for their final victory. The scene cuts to Roland having tea with Thunder. It seems the time to explore the Shadow Sea has finally come for Thunder. Roland is kinda jealous he can't join the journey. Thunder feels proud, claiming this will be the largest expedition in the Bay Islands history. He's already gotten used to the steel ship, so there won't be any problems mid-journey. It's all thanks to Anna, who improved the ship based on his feedback. Anna asks Thunder for one thing. Since the ship has only done shallow water trials, she wants thorough reports once he begins deep-sea travel. She advises him to use Neverwinter's new waterproof ink and sealed pouches so the reports survive the harsh, unforgiving sea environment. Roland also has a favor to ask. Actually, he wants to recruit a team of adventurers, unrelated to this expedition. Roland plans to designate this new team to explore only the Cape Endless. Margaret points out that the place is nothing but sand and black water, so why spend resources? Roland used to think the same, but the Endless Cape hardly encounters any risks, so no need for experienced experts. It's more about numbers than skills. Thunder points out there are many such people in the bay, but he isn't sure if they'll pass any selection criteria. Roland reveals there are no selection criteria. Anyone can be called an explorer as long as they discover a new artifact at the Endless Cape. For their discoveries, they'll be rewarded accordingly. Even just a piece of a relic counts, but it must come from the Endless Cape. With that sorted, Thunder asks the name of the steel ship now that it's passed sea trials. Roland names it Snowwind. Thunder already likes the name but thinks it sounds too cute for a ship that looks like a total beast. Roland believes the name perfectly blends harmony and gentleness, the kind that wisdom carries. More importantly, the name has an auspicious meaning, which will bring good luck to the voyage. The time for Thunder's voyage finally arrives. His crew includes that mermaid witch who's all teary-eyed after getting separated from her witch association friends, Lightning, Maggie, and Lorgar. The next scene takes us to Lorgar's father, who looks troubled. Turns out he just saw his daughter's poster plastered all over the city walls. He finds the whole showbiz scene humiliating and a stain on the Blazing Flame Clan's status. But contrary to his conflicting thoughts, the crowd's reaction surprises him. They're all fascinated to see Lorgar as the main star of the movie. Seems she's already got a lot of faithful fans who would die to watch her shows. The father is amazed that everyone appreciates Lorgar, rather than despising her because of her appearance. He's already started to see things the way Roland does. He lashes out at his son for thinking negatively about her situation, now that his perspective has changed. He angrily pushes his son to go buy tickets for the Shadow Magic show. The crowd is dense, with people from every corner of the city coming to join the fair. There seem to be multiple activities going on, including a running race. The doting father is so hyped he literally cosplays as his own daughter and joins the race. Meanwhile, the brother feels utterly pathetic. He never gets the kind of attention from his father that Lorgar gets. He's not sure if he can ever beat her in life. Just as he's feeling hopeless, his father comes to him and asks him to run in his stead. After all, he is getting old, so running isn't for the old. Only the younger ones should participate. The father even makes sure to put wolf ears and a tail on his son. He reminds him Lorgar is still family, no matter if she left home. He wants his son to represent the Mojin people and make a name for her by acing the race. The brother understands the depth of his father's words and promptly starts sprinting ahead of everyone. He's glad his father's been watching him after all, meaning he isn't as neglected or undervalued as he thought. All his past efforts weren't in vain. His father has always been watching from afar. At the finish line, we see a few familiar faces arriving. One of them is Knight Carter, wearing a red cape with a royal emblem. Meanwhile, Wade carries Honey around, who's writing down every significant detail for the next day's newspaper. As the contestants are struggling against each other to reach the finish line, Honey makes sure to write this significant moment in her journal. Let's shift perspective to Knight Carter, who looks utterly exhausted and out of breath. That robe he's wearing is heavy as hell, making his movements sluggish. Still, he can't give up the race for the sake of his wife, at least not now that the finish line is so close. Just as it seems within reach, they notice one contestant dashing like a damn bullet train. What's more striking is the beast cosplay this dude is rocking, as if imitating a wild beast will grant him strength and speed. It sounds ridiculous to Carter that a guy in a stupid outfit is overpowering them like this. And as expected, the brother of a famous star manages to take second place, putting poor Carter in third despite running fast in that heavy robe. By the way, Lorgar's brother's name is Rohan Fanhua. Meanwhile, Roland announces the first place winner, Kai from Longsong District. Carter is bawling, realizing that this woman was so far ahead they didn't even see her cross the line. Barov thoroughly enjoyed the race. Even Ambassador Petrov had the time of his life. While Petrov enjoyed the race, he's sad only one participant got a commemorative badge. Barov thinks it's perfectly fair and normal. This sparks a little argument between the two officials, with Roland watching from the sidelines. One sees things through a diplomatic perspective, the other considers people's feelings over rigid systems. I think we're taking Barov's side here for once. This girl Kui earned her win through sheer hard work. She used to be a street rat, but once liberated, she became a proud mail carrier, running through the streets and alleys of Chang'e Fortress every day. This job helped her reach the finish line earlier than anyone else, and thus she brought a win to her district. Suddenly, Anna appears, asking if sports events are similar to this in his world. She also points out how he was zoning out in the first half of the race. Roland had been thinking about something missing, a commentator and live broadcasting. He explains broadcasting and commentary to her as the day passes until dawn. People gather in the city center, with Roland about to announce something crucial. A crucial war needs an inspiring start, and now's the perfect time to boost morale with a pre-battle speech. First, he boosts people's morale by reminding them how far they've come. What used to take weeks by carriage now takes a single day. That's why people from every corner of Neverwinter can join this fair. He assures them that steam trains, bicycles, and more are just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot they'll achieve. The word impossible is just a relic of the past, and this race proves it. The crowd fires up, believing impossible doesn't exist so long Roland is around. It is then Roland slips in the day's main highlight, the war with the devils. He reminds them the war has reached a crucial moment. After today, the First Army will march to the fertile plains to launch a second attack on devils entrenched in the city of Tequila. These enemies are brutal and insatiable. Their minions turned prosperous human empires into blood-soaked wastelands. Innocents were slain in the tens of millions, enough to fill Neverwinter with bones. He believes they must fight before disaster strikes everyone. Neverwinter can now fight them on land, sea, and sky, until the devils are gone and no enemy can threaten humanity's pace. He's also grateful for the contributions of the Mojin people and those from the Bay and other kingdoms. This means everyone is setting aside prejudice and barriers, connecting further. He hopes this continues. To the devils, it doesn't matter your age, gender, or belief. They only care about total slaughter of mankind. So this isn't just Grey Castle's war, it's a war for all humanity. When fear grips anyone's heart or they want to retreat, they should think of today's miracle. As long as everyone holds faith, repels danger, victory is within reach. To emphasize how honorable it is to work hard and win, Roland calls the top contestants, one winner from every game. They will receive the honor they deserve. The audience erupts in applause. The doting father feels pumped up. He's so proud of his son he wants him to stand with the other 10 champions. He may not be the cream of the crop, but he fought for whatever he could get. For this the father is glad. This makes the son crack a smile, feeling happy to finally be recognized by his father. Later, Roland and his core members regroup in the strategy chamber to plan the next major offensive against the devils. Once everyone takes their seats, Roland officially declares, the war has truly begun. This looming threat is no longer just a military matter. He wants every manager from the kingdom's institutions and each department in the administrative hall to have a clear grasp of the war situation. Everyone must stay proactive and fulfill their roles accordingly. If they don't take the Tequila ruins, the red mist could engulf the entire continent, and at that point, nothing will be able to stop the devils. So, losing is simply not an option. With that clear, it's time for the general staff to present their strategy. Iris steps forward, drawing everyone's attention to a large map of the continent. This map has been updated under Roland's instructions, now clearly showing how little of the world is still under human control. He hopes this perspective will push ministers to look beyond short-term concerns and broaden their vision. That's likely one reason why Roland decided to revise it. First, they need to understand that this northern expedition isn't like anything they've faced before. The outcome won't be decided in one swift stroke. This will be a long, drawn-out war, and Iris wants that drilled into everyone's heads. Baldy Bravo raises a question. Does she have an estimated time frame for when this war might conclude? Iris explains that it depends entirely on the strength of the Devil's counterattacks. The general staff ran several simulations, with help from the Tequila Witches, assuming the enemy attacks would match the scale of the Northern Hill battle. If things go well, in 3 months, Neverwinter's cannons could be pounding directly on the enemy's front lines. But the Devils aren't fools. They won't keep repeating the same mistakes. Sooner or later, they'll realize the strategic importance of the railway lines. However, Iris is already preparing for that possibility. Since the situation is unpredictable, she urges the administrative hall to allocate resources for worst-case scenarios. The worst case? The war stretches from spring to winter. And then, during the months of demons, they'll still have to keep fighting. But as long as they don't retreat, the result will be a stalemate. And when the snow melts, the war will pick back up next year. That said, the chances of this exact scenario aren't high. After all, devils can't outbreed bullets. Barov decides to start stockpiling food reserves from neighboring territories. Golden number 2 seeds have been distributed throughout the kingdom, so unless something goes terribly wrong, this year's harvest should be solid. If they collect it all, it should meet the first army's needs for at least a year. He also recommends adjusting the work of the chemical department to maximize production of gunpowder and explosives. Iris adds that simply destroying the devil's base isn't enough. Neverwinter must completely eliminate the enemy. This means before launching the final assault, they need to ensure every single route for the enemy to retreat is blocked, on the ground and in the skies. Only witches can ensure this, because of the threat the high-tier devils pose with their curses. There's a particular high-ranking devil among the enemy who can cast long-range spells, and Roland doesn't yet know how to counter it. He suspects it's similar to the church witch's Black Veil. If the first army gets cursed, even victory would be a tragedy. So, to ensure the devils have nowhere to run, they must destroy the mist towers and cripple the enemy's war potential. That is the main purpose of this expedition. The operation is codenamed Torch, symbolizing both the light of hope to destroy the devils and the blazing flame that will illuminate the fertile plains. With all plans laid out, Roland expresses his hope that everyone will do their part to bolster Greycastle's strength in the war to come. The scene then shifts to the training site, where the newly delegated Air Force is busy with their usual drills. Most of the training revolves around balancing at heights, or exercises meant to build tolerance against motion sickness. Out of everyone doing these activities, only one person manages to complete the tasks properly. So the instructor starts hammering the others for their pathetic performance. If they don't take this seriously, they might end up getting fired before their careers even begin. Some guys whisper under their breath, questioning if they can really become Sky Knights just by training on the ground. The instructor overhears this, which annoys him since they're doubting the training regime. But today, he's excited to announce that they'll finally get the chance to experience what being a Sky Knight is really about. Though he warns them that wetting their pants isn't allowed. With that, they arrive at the edge of the hill. There, Roland and the others are gathered for the inauguration of the first military plane, the one that will mark the beginning of an entirely new era. Anna and Tilly are supposed to fly this plane and let the Sky Knights witness what the Air Force is all about. Once everything is ready, the takeoff sequence begins. As the plane runs down the runway, the Sky Knights eye this huge chunk of metal, confused about what it even is. But moments later, the plane takes off and zips past them, startling everyone. Seeing this, their resolve to become Sky Knights deepens, exactly what the instructor had been hoping for. As Roland watches history unfold, he feels a swell of pride. He knows very well that he is going to make history in this world, and he truly wants to be on the front lines in the Divine War, to witness the history write itself. Right then, Nightingale pops up and scolds him to shake off that thought. There's no way Wendy and Skrull would ever agree to let him be on the front lines. Maybe they're right, but that's exactly why Roland wants to adapt to the harshness of war. Moving on, he tells Nightingale to gather everyone. It's finally time to head to the third border city to check the results. The scene cuts to the third border city, where Roland meets Kyle Sichi. The mad scientist seems to have solved the problem he was working on. Turns out, Kyle has been producing napalm, a highly flammable, easy-to-carry liquid substance. Against the devils, this stuff could be a massive game-changer. The red mist fears fire, and if they can set things ablaze without much effort, the mist that the devils rely on will turn into a noose around their necks. Just as Roland reaches for the gelatin, the scientist warns him to stop because it's highly corrosive. Roland had assumed it was non-toxic, like rubber, but Kyle reveals that the added blood has changed its properties. Of course, Kyle hadn't been casually experimenting with his blood. While cutting waste rubber strips, he accidentally sliced his finger, and some blood dripped straight into the contaminated sample that was in the process of coagulating. He may be crazy, but he wouldn't intentionally test things on himself. Roland worries that without blood, they might not be able to mass-produce napalm. But Kyle reassures him that animal blood works too, and he's already tested it. Though there's one catch, the blood has to be freshly drawn. Roland asks why it has to be blood specifically. That's when Pasha chimes in, adding her thoughts. She suspects it has something to do with the bugs themselves. If you're wondering how those alien bugs are connected to this, then remember, Roland has been farming them to extract that white, slimy mucus which helps produce rubber. And now, the same stuff is being used to create napalm. The bugs aren't under the demon's direct control for now, but their instincts remain. The urge to capture and store prey is still embedded within them, and fresh blood seems to be a trigger. Roland decides to proceed with testing the new weapons. But before that, Pasha wants to invite a special guest to witness it. Roland is shocked when he realizes who she's talking about. It's the devil they captured. The devil never refused food or water. In fact, he devoured everything given to him without question. Almost a week later, we're back at the third border city. Outside the main gate, Roland waits while the tequila witches emerge from their caves after a long, long time. Celine feels the warm sunlight on her skin and breathes in the pleasant smell of flowers. The last time she saw a blue sky was 200 years ago. Roland also brought along some monocle guy. No idea who he is. It's his first time seeing the tequila witches, so naturally he's confused and nervous. Roland assures him that these girls used to be human just like them, and that they're speaking directly into their minds. That's why they can hear them without any words being spoken. Roland tries calming the poor guy, but it's no use. So, my guy keeps explaining about the witch's new appearances, dropping all kinds of info. After feeding the guy with a lot of info, he wonders if he should even explain more. Of course, the old man quickly says no, he's already heard enough. Then comes the special guest Pasha had mentioned, the devil bound in chains and ropes. We also finally learn his name is Radabi. While the bastard rages and spits venom, Roland feels proud to announce that the fireworks this bastard is about to witness were arranged specifically for him. The devils had always looked down on humans, seized their land in the Kingdom of Dawn, and reduced countless settlements to ashes. This little firework is humanity's testament that they're bouncing back, and they will reclaim what was lost. With that, Roland orders his men to prepare for the experiment. Once everything is set to blow, everyone is instructed to take shelter in the bunkers. Inside, the knights begin the ignition countdown. When the clock hits 0, a massive explosion erupts, obliterating everything within its enormous blast radius. The devil is getting the reality check of his life. The others are equally stunned, witnessing such raw destructive power. The Tequila Witches too see this brilliance as a spark of hope for the divine battle ahead. If only they had weapons like these back in the Tequila era, humanity's victory would have been inevitable. The three of them shed tears of joy, feeling their long-awaited goal inch closer. Hours later, the bunker doors finally open. The devil had been chained right at the entrance, forced to get a good taste of what absolute power feels like. The scene then shifts to a construction site, where railway tracks stretch for miles across the land. Molly and Sister Leaf are there, helping with their abilities and speeding up the work exponentially. Thanks to Molly's help, she's become a favorite among the workers. In another part of town, someone lectures students about demons, their types, their strengths and weaknesses, and how to exploit those weaknesses. On the construction site, Anna suddenly arrives, drawing everyone's attention. Even Molly starts idolizing her, wishing to be like Anna someday. When their eyes meet for a brief moment, Anna gives her an encouraging gesture, making Molly feel important. Her heart practically swoons. Not long after, Molly hears familiar voices behind a stack of bricks. Turns out it's Andrea and the others slacking off mid-duty. Molly's furious, but Andrea tries to smooth talk her way out of it. But the angry girl doesn't budge, reminding them that if anyone finds out, it could ruin the image the sleeping spell had built. So, she decides to report them to Princess Tilly. Xavi argues she was only taking a short break after hauling all those bricks from the train. Andrea further cements this idea, insisting short breaks are important for the job. But before the argument can continue, chaos erupts. A site worker notices an alarm, an enemy has been spotted. Molly quickly climbs the bricks for a better view, but nothing is visible yet. Xavi thinks it must have been Sylvie or Lightning who spotted the enemy because no normal human could see from that distance. Molly instantly worries about Princess Anna, but Xavi reassures her that the princess already has reinforcements. Even if a high-speed devil is involved, they'd still have 10 to 15 minutes to prepare and hide. In emergencies like this, safety takes priority unless combat orders are given. Andrea quickly calls Sylvie for a report. Turns out, Sylvie didn't notice anything. It was Lightning who raised the alarm. The enemy force seems small, only 4 berserk beasts, with no signs of high-tier devils. Hearing that, Andrea assumes their presence here might just be coincidence. Maybe so, but Sylvie warns everyone to stay sharp regardless. And right on cue, the devils appear in the skies above. They hover in the air, as if hesitant to move forward. Andrea readies her sniper rifle. But the devils are way too far. Only a high-caliber gun could reach. To use that, she needs Molly's magical servant to carry it. Andrea may have been slacking off earlier, but she wasn't unprepared. She always keeps weapons ready. And thanks to Maggie, transporting this heavy beast of a gun isn't a problem. Molly promptly conjures her fluffy magical servant. The slime-like creature hoists the massive weapon onto its head, acting as a firing base. Andrea climbs onto it, locks onto her target, and fires. The shot is deafening, causing Molly's ears to nearly pop out. But the explosive round smashes into its target, dropping the beast instantly. Seeing their fallen ally, the remaining devils retreat immediately, much to Xavi's shock. It looks like the enemy has learned how to deal with snipers, which is alarming. Molly's ears are still ringing from the blast. Andrea apologizes for the inconvenience, promising to make it up to her. Since it wasn't intentional, Molly is willing to let it slide. Still, the brash noble insists on repaying her. She offers Molly free turbulent drinks under one condition. Normally, Andrea charges a turbulent drink whenever she beats someone in a card game, but this time, she's making an exception. If Molly loses, there's no penalty, but if Andrea loses, she owes Molly drinks. For a moment, the girl considers it, but quickly snaps back. Playing cards is nothing but laziness, and she's totally against it. So she outright refuses. A few days later, we meet the Pearl of the North along with Hunter Iron Axe. Iris had been trying to figure out the motive behind the devil's appearance, but she hasn't gotten any leads so far. Though she's certain of one thing. If the enemy really has some sort of plan, they'll definitely act in a few days. And just like she said, the devils appear 4 days later. Back in camp, Iris and Phyllis are once again piecing things together. So far, Sylvie has confirmed that there are no other devils nearby, and the current location of the devils is even further than last time. No high-ranking devils have been found among the known enemies, and the anti-aircraft machine gun team is prepared for the next encounter with the devils. Continuing railway construction as usual may result in the largest losses among the rail transport team. The one guy argues that the benefits of continuing construction outweigh the losses. Roland had always expected the devils to eventually figure out the plan behind the railway construction. And as for the recurring flying devils, minimal monitoring is enough to keep them in check. With all that said, Hunter Ironaxe plans to resume construction of the railway. The anti-aircraft machine gun squad should stay on high alert, while everyone else stands by as usual. Iris believes that letting those devils spy on them isn't a good idea. As far as she's concerned, the 2 flying girls they've got are quite capable fighters. So with Andrea's help, there's a high chance they can catch them all at once. Agatha, however, worries that fighting more than 2 devils in the air might turn deadly. If the enemy launches spears at once, it's going to be tough to dodge at point-blank range. Even if Andrea takes 1 devil down, there'd still be 3 left, endangering both girls' lives. But Iris proposes a new solution. She suggests using the magic ark's ability to conceal themselves and letting Andrea strike when the opportunity comes. Agatha agrees with the plan and decides to inform the special operations team about it. Day 1 arrives, and they manage to take down the devils. Day 2 comes, then day 3 as well. They manage to nail their tasks, but the only thing worth noting is Lightning's little to no input in this operation. On the night of day 10, the girl can't sleep properly. The nightmares of that evolved devil she faced still haunt her. She suddenly wakes up, throws off the blankets, and takes flight. But she can't stay in the air for more than a few minutes. This shit has taken such a toll on her that she can't even handle an ordinary devil now. She feels useless. A person scared stiff by devils has no right to be the expedition leader. At least that's what she thinks. As she's feeling pathetic about herself, Lorgar shows up, snapping her out of those limiting beliefs. She looks a little tired herself, which clearly means she's been training out here. So their encounter is just a coincidence. Since she isn't a transcendent witch with insane power, she's gotta train. If she doesn't exercise daily, wielding her wolf form really takes a toll on her. She'd been told not to wander around due to the lingering devil threat, so working out at midnight is her only option. Lightning suddenly feels embarrassed, thinking Lorgar heard her whining. Since our wolf girl isn't a softie like Wendy, she doesn't really know how to comfort people. But she does have an inspiring story to tell, and it follows her father as the main character. Before becoming chieftain, her father was actually very reserved and didn't even dare to join group hunts alone. When her grandfather passed the chieftain position to him, he gave him a bit of wisdom. One person alone may not achieve much, but with the clan by his side, he's the strongest warrior. So he was told to avoid situations where he's left without companionship. That belief of sticking together became the clan's norm for generations. Her father probably wanted to pass that same lesson down to her with his stories. Courage comes from within, but you can also draw it from others. With that in mind, no one necessarily has to rely only on individual bravery. Just like Lightning tries her best to help her teammates through tough situations, she should also learn to seek help from others too. Her words leave a deep impact on Lightning, so much so you can already see the change in her. Suddenly, Lorgar's sharp ears pick up whistling and rustling around the corner. She quickly shuts Lightning's mouth before she can say a word, but before Lorgar can explain, trouble presents itself with a massive blast. The enemy is launching a surprise attack with spider demons. Lorgar quickly notes that most of the explosions are coming from the fortress artillery positions. Lightning decides to warn the others before it's too late. But shit gets worse. Lorgar's thigh gets pierced by a shard of concrete. Of course, Lightning feels responsible for this. But Lorgar says otherwise. Even if they hadn't run into each other, she would have been attacked regardless. Her bones are broken, and with blood pouring fast, there's a high chance she's hit a major artery. If the spider demons attack again, Lorgar would be a helpless target. She insists Lightning go back and contact the guy who runs the Black River. Black River is their train's name, by the way. There's no point in making an announcement. The explosions are already loud enough. It's time to prepare for a counterattack. If what she hears is correct, at least half of the enemy's attacks are aimed at the fortress cannons. And if the enemy succeeds, that'll cause massive damage. So she pushes Lightning to take flight and bring Black River. Without wasting a second, Lightning takes off and finds Maggie back at camp. Of course, Maggie's got a lot of questions about where she's been and what she was doing. But there's no time to explain. First, she's got to find Black River and take it there before devils ruin everything. Maggie insists on tagging along, but Lightning advises against it. Sylvie can't possibly manage the entire camp alone. They need as many scouts as possible keeping track of devil movements. She also tasks her with finding Nana and taking her to the end of the railway, since Lorgar is badly injured and needs immediate healing. Maggie is reluctant to let her friend go alone, but Lightning convinces her otherwise and flies off to find the man in question. Meanwhile, the enemy continues its relentless barrage of spears, causing massive destruction. The earthquake even wakes the workers. Instead of panicking and flailing around, one of the wise ones insists they lay low until the attack is over. Afterwards, he lights a candle, only to find a shitload of spider demon spears lodged in the ceiling. They head outside, where the divine punishment witches are already locked in intense combat against the devils. A soldier takes aim and shoots the bastard right over its head. Suddenly, giant capsule-like objects crash to the ground. Soon enough, red mist spreads across the area, and high-tier devils emerge from the capsules. The soldiers raise their guns and fire at one of the high-tier devils, landing a shot right on its chest. But the bullet doesn't even leave a scratch, let alone cause any damage. As the devil steps closer, a divine witch blasts it with a high-caliber gun, making the bastard recoil backwards. The devil snarls at the mortals to stand back, insisting they're no match for someone like him. He then proceeds to draw his sword. As intimidating as these bastards are, the divine witches don't show a hint of fear. After all, they've been waiting for moments like this all their lives. Meanwhile, Lightning is on her way back with reinforcements. This train is equipped with weapons, making it their reinforcements. She urges the driver to go as fast as possible, but the driver worries the pressure is already high, and adding more coal could make the boiler explode. He tries to reassure her, saying the First Army won't be defeated that easily, even against devils from hell. The man is just as worried as she is, since his loved ones are also in the camp, in dire need of reinforcements. She decides to go on ahead and bring the good news that help is on the way. A while later, they finally spot devils rushing toward the train. The train promptly opens fire, mowing down the devils. Somewhere in the camp, Princess Anna meets Hunter Ironaxe. The man looks devastated as he admits they've walked right into the enemy's trap. First, Anna asks the commander to drop the formalities, then tells him to brief her on the camp's situation. Sadly, the commander says things are grim. According to night reporting, over 200 are dead and nearly 700 wounded in the First Army from last night's raid. This is just a rough estimate, and it's subject to change since Miss Nana can't possibly tend to so many injuries at once. The numbers the knight just gave aren't reassuring at all. In fact, this might be the greatest loss Neverwinter has faced since the church battle. No wonder Hunter Ironaxe looks particularly downhearted. During the meeting, Anna suggests sending Maggie to support the front lines. With her there, the medical team could potentially save more people. She then addresses the elephant in the room. How the hell did the devils show up without anyone noticing? Sylvie fears the enemy might have exploited blind spots in her magic eye. Previously, the enemy only sent terror beasts just to test her scouting range, and she didn't realize it. It seems like ever since the Northern Hill battle, the devils have been aware of Sylvie's presence, something our party should have figured out too. The devils basically judged the approximate range of the magic eye through our party's defensive reactions. Afterwards, they sent their main forces to the farthest edge, launching a sneak attack during the night. But the knight argues that blaming themselves won't help. To lift everyone's mood, Iris points out that the devils eventually retreated, so we shouldn't act like they lost the war. Then again, we can't just ignore the 200 casualties either. Iris, however, gives her fellows another perspective. With the sacrifice of 200 soldiers, they managed to take down more than 50 devils, including high-tier ones. On paper, it may look like sustaining 200 casualties just to kill a quarter of the enemy sounds like a terrible loss. But they should also remember the main enemy force on the front lines numbered over 2,000. Many devils were blown to bits during the retreat, and it'll take days before they can even count the enemy's losses. To back up her claim, Iris asks Sylvie for confirmation, and the green-haired girl immediately agrees. The Pearl of the North then addresses Agatha, who's clearly down about the heavy losses. She can tell Agatha hasn't really experienced battles of this scale in her past life. Agatha argues she's been in plenty of skirmishes while exploring ruins, so in a way she does have experience in conflicts. But the Pearl of the North bluntly says those aren't wars. The horrors of war go far beyond the minor conflicts you run into while exploring. Agatha feels a bit uneasy at Iris's assertive attitude. Even Anna is startled by how boldly this girl talks, as if she's seen massive wars before. After all, Iris was just a knight leader with no history of big wars. The Pearl of the North admits as much, but she points toward another crucial member of their team who has experienced major wars firsthand. That person is Phyllis. Judging from how happy she looks, it's clear she believes the war ended in their favor. She's so lost in her pleasant thoughts she doesn't even realize everyone's talking about her. Confused, she wonders why everyone's staring, or if Princess Anna has a question for her. Seeing her so clueless, everyone bursts into open laughter. From her reaction, it's obvious they don't even need to ask the question they had in mind. In a nutshell, Iris points out that the devils suffered far greater losses and were forced to flee. Neverwinter still holds its territory with Tower 1 intact. She recalls what Roland once told her. Victory or defeat is often judged by whether the set goals were achieved. And it's clear that the devils are the ones who failed to achieve theirs. The reason for their defeat, according to Iris, is simple. They were too full of themselves. If Neverwinter's army had been a typical knight order, then creating chaos, seizing artillery positions, and launching a large-scale assault would have worked in the enemy's favor. But the first army isn't your typical army. The devils only noticed the change in weapons and ignored the change in people, and that was their biggest mistake. Everyone in the room is surprised by Iris's cunning assessment. She goes on with more facts. From start to finish, the devils only sent a little over 50 devils. Executing a full attack strategy with such a small number is almost impossible. So they split those 50 across 4 targets: the barracks, 2 trench lines, and the artillery post. The devil commander isn't dumb, so the reason behind this foolish strategy is obvious. He simply believed that sending 10 or so devils would be more than enough to wipe out these human bugs. That arrogance led to their downfall. Hearing this, Anna can't help but think of the worst. If the enemy hadn't made this crucial mistake and had actually treated humans as equal rivals, the first army would have been crushed. Iris acknowledges this possibility too. If the enemy had sent all their devils into the camp, including a high-tier one, while their main foot army waited at the rear, and the spider demons launched their attacks, then first army casualties could have spiked to 1 or even 2,000. If the devils had decided to massacre the entire camp while sacrificing their own high tiers, the losses would have been much greater. Of course, the devils still would have been annihilated by Neverwinter, and Tower Station would likely have been preserved. But with such heavy losses on both sides, it would have been hard to say who truly won. Thankfully, their arrogance cost them the chance to launch a full-scale attack. Furthermore, this battle taught the first army a lot. For example, barracks should be built underground with reinforced roofs, capable of withstanding not just stone spikes, but also machine gun and mortar fire, among other threats. Because of the enemy's dumb mistake, the army managed to learn a ton. The scene then cuts to a high-tier devil, reporting to his supreme being. The supreme entity asks his underling about the progress of their plans, since time is running short. There's been movement in the Sky-Sea realm again, this time on an unusually large scale. Still, the entity decides not to interfere with the Sky-Sea realm for now. After all, the god-created deity is almost complete. Once it's activated, their defensive situation will flip in their favor. The underling is shocked that the legendary ultimate creation will finally be unleashed. It will break free from the constraints of magic stone veins and move freely across the world. The devils have long desired to unleash this so-called ultimate creation, and now that it's happening, the underling can barely believe it. The entity then asks about their current situation against the humans. The underling isn't proud to admit that the Western Front suffered heavy losses. According to the Army Commander's report, the humans have advanced a lot in the last 400 years, especially their fighting power, which has grown superior. Even though the Vanguard took some losses, the underling assures his superior the plan is still on track. The entity wonders if the humans' newfound strength is a result of evolution, but the underling disagrees. Their strength has nothing to do with evolution. Their tools are simply more effective now. The commander had planned to capture humans alive and seize some weapons, but the plan failed. Still, he assures his superior they'll continue looking into it. The higher being recalls the high commander who was captured by the humans. The underling explains he tried to connect with him using magic, but found nothing. When he entered his consciousness, there was only fire. Probably he is talking about the giant explosions Roland made that bastard witness. The superior decides not to waste time learning from humans. They never had anything worth learning in the past, and he believes nothing has changed. For now, the attack on the Sky-Sea realm is their main focus. He orders his underling to use their limited troops wisely. He commands him to secure the legacy shard at all costs because it's crucial for their race's ascension. With that, the superior decides to leave. For his final words, he assures his underling that when the god of creation takes action, ultimate victory will be within their grasp. The next scene cuts to somewhere else. In one of the camps, a knight holds a captive. The man's name is Joe, and he claims to know the location of treasures, but he'll only reveal details if he gets to meet the commander. And when he says commander, he means the head of the Grey Castle forces, not some random noble. Otherwise, he won't say a damn thing, because no one else has the capacity to grasp what he's about to reveal. The knight finally introduces himself as Sean, chief guard to King Roland Wimbledon of Grey Castle and captain of the Grey Castle exploration team. Being the chief guard, he demands the man to spill everything he knows about the treasure. Joe starts parroting all the details, saying the treasure tied to the Cage Mountains is currently in the hands of Count Lorenzo of Duke Island. He hasn't seen it personally, but the real danger is that the church also knows about it. Some time ago, Lorenzo exaggerated the treasure's importance in his reports just to gain praise. In the past, many top officials knew about it, but later on it didn't attract much attention from Hermes' holy city. The treasure passed into Wolfheart over the last century, and was eventually discovered by Lorenzo. This all makes sense to Sean. Joe reveals that Lorenzo currently has a few divine punishment warriors. So aside from the king of Grey Castle, no one has the power to touch Duke Island. There are about 5 to 10 divine punishment warriors under Lorenzo. Still, this doesn't answer Sean's original question, what Joe gains by giving this information away for free. The man looks uneasy before admitting that he just wants to take refuge in Neverwinter. He hopes this information will be enough for the king to pardon him for siding with the church all this time. Sean eventually considers sending the guy to Neverwinter. He makes it clear, though, he has no power to pardon him, but he also can't abandon those who choose the right path. So sending him to Neverwinter is the only option. He's confident he'll be rewarded for this good decision, and doesn't need to worry about the church's threat anymore. But suddenly the man freaks out, saying he no longer feels the need to go to Neverwinter. Instead, he begs Sean to save Farina, because she doesn't have much time left. Of course, Sean has no idea who this Farina is, or why she's running out of time. It feels like Sean played this dude just right, making him talk more than he planned. The scene then cuts to Count Lorenzo's butler. The man tosses a pouch of gold to some guy on the ground, assuring him that if he provides valid information about Grey Castle and the Witch Union, he can keep the coins. But before the happy guy can spill a word, Grey Castle's knights barge in and arrest the butler on the spot. After forcing him down, the knights reveal their agenda. The Lord of Thronetown suspects Lorenzo is hiding church remnants in his caravan. After his arrest, he'll be forced to confess everything directly to the chief. The scene then shifts to Dragon Island's port. Thunder and Margaret are docked there, surprised to see Dragon Island looking way livelier than before. Turns out it's all thanks to Thunder. Ever since merchants and sailors found out Roland Wimbledon rewards anyone who brings back valuable things, everyone's been flocking to take adventurous routes and explore uncharted lands. And the reason Thunder deserves credit is because he helped spread this news far and wide. Of course, the real credit goes to Roland Wimbledon. His decisions may seem unpredictable at times, but they're always on point. Thunder also thinks Margaret deserves credit. Without her managing the caravan for him, he couldn't have focused on one expedition after another. If he's being honest, outside of exploring, he doesn't have many strengths, and being a terrible father is one of them. He dumped all the responsibilities on her shoulders, and because of that, he feels he owes her a lot. But Margaret doesn't seem to mind, no matter how tiring it gets. I'd bet my life she has feelings for him, but of course she won't say it out loud. After some playful banter, a crew member reminds them the caravan is ready. With that, they decide to continue toward their next goal, uncharted lands, a new world. We then cut to Roland, who gets a phone call from Sister Leaf. She reports recent sabotage attacks on the tracks, but since they'd expected it, they managed to counter it. The impact on logistics isn't that big. Without spider demons, the enemy can only airdrop near the tracks and use brute force to shift them. They have to retreat before the Black River gets close. Roland is glad to hear the somewhat good news. He's especially pleased that the armored train is proving to be such an effective weapon in his arsenal. Speaking of devils, he asks if they've shown any signs of launching another large-scale attack. Sister Leaf assures him the critical points on the tracks are always under Sylvie's surveillance. They often use seagulls or the magic arc to scout the area without causing trouble. Roland warns her that the devils won't sit idle while humans threaten their hold on the fertile plains, so they need to stay alert and make sure nothing happens that could cause huge losses. After the call, Nightingale arrives with an important letter. It was sent from Dawnthorn Town and arrived just 10 minutes ago. What makes it interesting is that the church is apparently seeking help from Grey Castle. It seems like this help-seeking guy is Joe, and Sean helped deliver this message here, though Nightingale questions it, pointing out these guys are the same ones who abandoned orphans at the Sanctuary Monastery, so she doesn't feel like helping them. Well, according to the letter, the church has practically ceased to exist. Their last hope betrayed them. Now that Lorenzo's butler and stewards of Duke Island have confessed and the relic treasures have been located, sending someone to Wolfheart is only a matter of time. When he says treasures, he's talking about the mysterious church relic Lorenzo possesses. Roland is sure they're now one step closer to uncovering the mystery behind that cursed temple in the Cage Mountains. Turns out Farina is currently a prisoner of Lorenzo on the Duke Island. Roland wants both her and Joe brought in for a trial. Nightingale already expected him to say this, and she doesn't mind that he isn't punishing all the church remnants harshly. After all, she's hated the church her whole life. She admits she hated the church, and also hated the humans who hunted witches. But now that the church has fallen, her resentment has pretty much faded too. In truth, she never hated humans. She hated the nobles. Roland understands it. After all, when they first met, she literally had a knife in her hand. The both continue to goof around, and they continue for a while until both get into the mood for smooching. But they are quickly interrupted when a phone call rings. Nightingale vanishes and slips back to her couch, pretending like nothing ever happened. Still, Roland picks up the call. It's Barov speaking, saying that a special visitor from the old royal capital insists on meeting him. That guest turns out to be the drama master, Sir Cajun Fiss. Roland doesn't really feel like wasting time with this old man unless it's something important. But in the end, he does meet Sir Cajun. After their short meeting, Kajin and his lackey leave. Barov is surprised His Majesty turned down the idea of Kajin joining the Starflower Troop. The old man is convinced that if this prominent man joins, nothing could stop Starflower from becoming the kingdom's #1 troop. Even without knowing a thing about shadow magic, just his presence alone would be enough to pull in the crowds. But Roland reminds him that things gained too easily are the least appreciated. He doesn't want to just hand Kajin a spot like that. If there's a tough assessment first, it'll leave a much stronger impression than simply saying yes to that man. He would eventually value the opportunity instead of taking it for granted. There's another problem too. If Kajin joins, the others will look like juniors in front of him, and that'll just put them under unnecessary pressure. Roland suddenly remembers Barov had a report to finish. Maybe the old man should stop worrying about others and start worrying about himself. Of course, the old coot leaves in a frenzy. Nightingale immediately pops back the moment Barov's gone, teasing Roland for pressuring that poor guy just to avoid an argument. The two start bantering again, but once more they're interrupted by a phone call. It's Barov, reporting that a worker's registration handler wants to meet a witch. The worker's name is Snaketooth from Longsong District. He was originally a street rat, and the witch he wants to meet is Paper, who works in the Witch Association. The scene then shifts to Hunter Iron Axe and a few soldiers paying respect to fallen comrades. After the remembrance ceremony, the soldiers scatter to their duties. One man climbs into the train. That man is the train's captain, the one who lost his son during the Devil's Raid. Lightning approaches the old man to offer her condolences, but he finds it amusing that a little girl is trying to comfort him. He invites her inside and she takes a seat. On the table, she notices his son's ID card. As he pours a hot drink, he asks why she's here, to which she claims she just happened to fly over and stop to watch for a while. The old man is relieved to realize that she hasn't lost any friends or family. As for his boy, his name was Robert, the third in the family. He died in the artillery fight. The captain said he was brave, and as a father he's proud. The funny thing is, Robert used to be the timid one when he worked in the mines. No matter how badly the foreman bullied him, he never fought back, just went home crying to his dad. The reason the old man doesn't seem sad about his son's death is because he knew this day would come sooner or later. All his sons were ready for it. They had this deep drive to fight for Neverwinter and protect it at all costs. Turns out, Lightning also came to thank him for his contribution during the raid. But the old man insists she deserves just as much credit. Without her warning, the camp would have suffered way more losses. After easing her worries, Lightning heads back. By the way, aren't we doing way too many side quests instead of sticking to the main story? Do you guys actually enjoy exploring random NPCs, or should I just keep to the main plot? Drop it in the comments. Right then, Maggie shows up, reminding the adventurous girl about the significance of today. Today's the day Lorgar gets out of the hospital, so the two rush to the medical center. Finally, Lorgar steps out of her ward, and the trio is reunited. The wolf girl is so proud of Lightning that she even hoists her up into the air. She's already heard about Lightning's part in the devil ambush. She's proud that the girl pushed through her trauma and faced the challenge head-on. But Lightning still calls herself a coward. Lorgar disagrees. The fact that she's trying to overcome her struggles is already more than enough. Not relying on herself selfishly is actually progress. To celebrate their victory, Lorgar decides they should have a drink. The scene cuts to the railway construction site, where we finally meet the guy named Snaketooth we heard about earlier. Turns out, he just got his holiday approved by the administrative hall because his friend, Miss Blank, finally got permission to meet him. A little later, we cut to the train station. Out of the train comes Blank Paper, running straight toward him. The girl is over the moon to finally reunite with her friend after such a long time. As they stroll outside, Snaketooth explains how he ended up in Neverwinter, right after Roland Wimbledon reclaimed Longsong. He didn't come alone either. Tigerclaw came with him, both trying to start a better career. The girl then shares her side of the story, saying she tried searching for him everywhere. When she heard Darkhorn Alley had been demolished, she thought he had left the Western Realm entirely. She's upset that he never came looking for her after settling in Neverwinter, but Snaketooth had his own struggles. From the moment he arrived, life was rough. He and Tigerclaw worked day and night just to get by. They were so caught up in the grind that they barely had time to think of anything else. Turns out, the girl had a similar experience when she got to Neverwinter. She was constantly busy helping the construction team with cement setting, and on top of that, she assisted the chemical plant with all kinds of weird experiments. His Majesty had said her ability could speed up reactions and increase bond energy. She seriously got no clue how he even figured that stuff out. After all, according to books, the particles she vibrates are way smaller than sesame seeds. So how did Roland see them? She keeps rambling on about atoms and nerdy science stuff she read, while the love-struck boy just stares at her with soft eyes. Eventually, he gathers the courage to confess that he loves her. Turns out the girl likes him too. But here's the twist. She also likes everyone else just as much. The scene then shifts to a cozy forest resort. Here, Sister Leaf is chatting about Snaketooth and Paper's interaction. The poor guy mustered all that courage just to confess, and that's the reply he got. Leaf isn't sure if it's right for them to be eavesdropping on their friend's conversation, but Wendy insists this doesn't really count as eavesdropping, since Roland himself asked them to keep an eye on both of them. He was worried the two might pull something shady, considering their shared past as rats. Still, Leaf feels guilty because even without Roland's orders, she would have spied on them anyway. Putting her guilt aside, she sprouts a massive root out of the ground like something straight out of Jack the Giant Slayer. Once high enough, she forms a table and chairs, along with some natural drinks. The two girls sit down, chatting and relaxing. But suddenly Sister Leaf feels uneasy. Turns out there's a fire in the forest. She can't fully explain what's happening since the area is beyond her fusion abilities range, so she can't sense the details near the black smoke. But if it is a fire, someone has to stop it before it spreads. Leaf tells Wendy to go meet with the others while she stays behind. Wendy doesn't like the idea of leaving her alone, but Leaf reassures her that nothing will happen. As soon as Wendy leaves, Leaf senses the trees trembling with fear. She immediately calls out to them, urging them to shift away from the spreading flames. The scene cuts again, this time to the Council of Senior Members. After heavy debate, the General Staff concludes that the fire is likely just a diversion. The Devils want to cut off Neverwinter's supply line, but they can't actually pull that off. From the Tequila Ruins to the Northern Forest Terminal, the distance is over 500 kilometers, longer than the Plains Railway. That's way too far for the Devils to travel without burning through tons of red mist. So unless they establish an outpost nearby, reaching that area is impossible. Based on past encounters, around 500 men were enough to push the Devils back. And the forest terminal itself is basically a fortress, well-defended, permanent, and tough to breach. Roland had already planned for this scenario long ago. He knew the enemy would eventually set the forest on fire. In that case, Leaf's role would be to create a safe firebreak, keeping the flames away from the station. That firebreak would also double as an open killing ground, giving the fortress's defenders clear shots at any intruders. If the Devils tried breaking through that network of firepower, the 500 guards would tear them apart. But there's still something strange. Why would the Devils light the forest on fire and risk exposing themselves? Agatha explains that they're still undetectable for now. Sylvie, Lightning, Maggie, none of the mentioned have been able to spot a single devil on the forest front. Hearing this, Iris realizes they might be missing something. Maybe the enemy found a way to trick the scouts. Or maybe they're using a brand new weapon no one's ever seen before. The Devils don't always have to launch surprise attacks from the east or west. The north is a possibility too. Right now, Neverwinter's focus is locked on the railway construction front, but that doesn't mean they can ignore the north. To stay prepared, Iron Axe decides to send Black River's troops towards Station 0, while another platoon keeps scouting between Towers 0 and 1. The rest of the forces will stay on standby until the crisis passes. Even if a northern attack is unlikely, it's still best to put out the fire fast. For that, Iron Axe assigns Agatha to handle it. In the end, the plan is simple. Reconnaissance continues as usual, the main forces stay on the Tequila line, and the fire gets contained. Back to the current issue. If the fire keeps spreading, it'll reach the forest terminal by dusk. If the Devils don't know that Leaf can stop the fire on her own, then once night falls, that's when they'll strike. And there's only about an hour left before the sun sets and the Devils bare their fangs. We then cut to Sylvie, keeping surveillance, her gaze locked on the misty forest. For reasons even she doesn't understand, the girl feels an inexplicable sense of worry, even though she clearly knows that the great fire in the deep forest is just bait. She eventually tries to shake off the gloomy thoughts and focus on the task at hand. Suddenly she notices some kind of light in the far distance. She's confused, having no clue what it is. Maybe it's just an illusion meant to confuse her. After all, the magic eye shouldn't be able to see something that far away. But if it's not an illusion, then what the hell is it? Turns out, what she's sensing is an immense amount of magic. The magic eye has a limited range, so the fact she can see this light means the magic is so powerful that it expands beyond her magic eye's normal perception range. It's not just a matter of visible distance. Only something on this level could be the work of the cursed devil. She knows shit's about to get real. She wants Sister Leaf to run away as fast as she can. After descending the tower, she quickly orders the knight to inform Leaf to leave her current position immediately. Leaf must get as far away from the terminal as possible. Iris questions if Sylvie found something. Turns out Iris and the others had it all wrong. The only reason the Devils set the forest on fire was because they were after Sister Leaf. You see, Sister Leaf has to concentrate while controlling the forest. And when she does that, her body is physically present in one fixed location. If the enemy can see the flow of her magic, they can pinpoint her exact spot. So the fire was just a setup to create this situation. Meanwhile, Iris is shocked when she realizes Sylvie was able to observe the Devil's movements from such a massive distance. But Sylvie explains that the opponent's magic is just too overwhelming to ignore. The knight is confident the Devil wouldn't be able to defeat Leaf so easily. To give perspective, Leaf can take down an entire army of mad demons by herself. But since the enemy planned all of this, they must also be prepared to counter her. The knight tries connecting multiple times, but no one answers. Iris knows the urgency of the situation, so she immediately orders the terminal station to notify Sister Leaf through the first unit. She also commands reinforcements to be prepared at once. We then cut to the girl in question, who has just managed to extinguish the fire after one exhausting day. Even then, there's still a lot of work left. Right then, the high-tier devil arrives, blasting Leaf with such force that she coughs up blood on the ground. That devilish woman, which is a male by the way, walks up to her, igniting magic in his hands. Just as he's about to tear Leaf's face apart, Ash intervenes to save the day. Leaf is surprised to see Ash here, since she was supposed to return to Neverwinter with Princess Tilly. But Ash had a gut feeling something was off, so she chose to stay behind, and her hunch was spot on. As usual, Ash is fired up, ready to face this so-called Demon Slayer, a high-tier devil. By the way, Demon Slayers are also known as Magic Slayers. They can corrupt your magic, same as what happened to Lightning. Anyway, Leaf warns her that this one is far stronger than the high-level devils they've fought before. Of course, that only excites Ash even more. She's confident she can hold the line until reinforcements arrive. Out of nowhere, the high-tier devil speaks, wondering if he's facing a transcendent witch. Leaf is shocked to see a devil capable of human speech. But for the devil, it's just evolution. They've learned to talk too. Centuries change a lot, so it's nothing to be surprised about. He mocks these so-called transcendents and launches another magical attack. Ash counters with a slash of her sword, but the attack wasn't even aimed at her. It was meant to capture Sister Leaf standing behind. She leaps at the devil again, but the monster blocks it with just the palm of his hand. After blocking Ash, the bastard strikes at Leaf once again. Once she's caught off guard, he charges at her. Leaf tries to defend herself, but she's overpowered. If this keeps up, Ash fears the green girl might end up pushing daisies. The problem is, Ash isn't nearly as strong as the Demon Slayer, so she can't really match his speed or strength. Still, she digs deep, trying to awaken the dormant power within her. With her resolve hardening to protect her ally, she taps into a new energy that lets her move faster than the devil and intercept his attack. With one strike, she sends the monster staggering backward. The bastard is amused by Ash's sudden power. Deciding to get serious, he prepares to fight for real. But before that happens, reinforcements arrive. The devil has no choice but to flee. With a single dash, he vanishes from sight. One of the divine witches rushes over to tend to Ash and Leaf. She assures them that Nana is already on her way with more support. We then cut to that devil outside the burned forest. Another devil has been waiting there with a breathing canister prepared for Lord Ursulk. The high-tier devil takes the canister and inhales deeply. After taking a few direct breaths, he orders the underling to replace the empty canister on his back. As the underling does his job, the devil laments his loss. But he expected as much after all, he was in human territory. This encounter taught him one thing. The captured devil didn't betray them. He truly had been caught by the humans. The underling reassures his boss that the humans haven't seen his full potential yet. The breathing device has been restricting the true powers. If they fought within the range of the Tower of Birth, those worm-like humans wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lord Ursulk merely considers this first attempt just a trial. For his next battle, she already has a perfect spot to fight, a graveyard fit for eternal rest. The underling complains that the Lord of Heaven has barely given them any support. If he were on their side, Ursulk wouldn't need to resort to such extreme measures. But this gender-bent devil is exhilarated after having fought humans face to face. Experiencing their strength firsthand was way more thrilling than just reading reports. He then scrapes a bullet out of his shoulder, saying all that's left is to study the humans a little more. As for the Lord, he's already helped enough. The Lord must have his own struggles to deal with. With that cryptic talk, which is way out of context for us, Ursulk decides to head back to Tequila. As far as he's concerned, the bait has already been set. Now all the devils need to do is wait. Around 2 days later, we see Ash reporting everything to Roland Wimbledon. When the fire was extinguished, lightning scoured about 100 kilometers north and found traces left by the enemy. Based on the analysis at the scene, it was most likely caused by the spider demon passing through the forest. There weren't many of them, at least 3 or 4. Nightingale had planted the seed of symbiosis inside Sister Leaf's body, and even though she's still unconscious, her condition as a symbiote shows she isn't in much pain. This means Leaf's exhaustion is more mental than actual damage. He had already been told about her condition, so he guesses there isn't much to worry about. Still, Roland looks shaken after learning the devils are capable of human speech. Even Cabra Dabi, a high-level devil they captured alive, couldn't do that. Without forming a mental link with that thing, even basic communication was impossible. Roland also reflects on the devil's words, about how centuries can change so much, and how humans act like they're stuck in yesterday. Then there's the rumor that before the First Divine Will War, humans were actually the ones who taught devils the great knowledge. For some reason, Roland feels the devil carried a sense of pride when speaking of centuries, as if the bastard had literally lived through hundreds of years and gathered endless experience. Speaking of which, Roland's eyes practically pop out when he realizes this devil might have lived since the Alliance era. Maybe even before that, which could explain how it learned to speak. Suddenly there's a knock at the door, someone reporting that Leaf is finally awake. Hearing this, Roland rushes to meet her. Oh, and let's not forget Ash is still standing there. Roland almost forgets to thank her for saving Sister Leaf. Well, the only thing Ash asks in return is that he treats Tilly well. Roland feels a little patronized hearing this, since he's already been taking good care of his sister. Inside Sister Leaf's room, everyone's already gathered. The green girl starts apologizing for worrying the king, but the only thing Roland cares about is if she's all right. He wants her to rest and forget about the forest for a while, at least until her injuries fully heal. Of course, Sister Leaf protests, insisting she needs to return to the front lines. She understands why everyone is against it, but feels lying in bed won't solve anything. Whether she stays in the forest or never winter, the demon's curse won't just fade away, so resting feels meaningless. As long as she can stay in the forest, communication between the two places can still be maintained. Plus, she wants to continue preserving the experimental core she's been working on. Not only that, she plays a crucial role in moving supplies on the track construction site. All of this indirectly helps in defeating the devils. Even with all her reasoning, no one sides with her. But since she insists, Roland agrees to make an exception, on the condition that until the demon slayer carrying the curse is taken down, she won't act alone. He also assigns Ash to watch over her to ensure her safety. While the brute of a woman instantly agrees, Tilly doesn't feel too good about this. Later, when Tilly and Ash are alone, the princess asks if she actually understands the weight of Roland's orders. Of course Ash does. Not only will she stay with Sister Leaf to look after her, she'll also use her sensitivity to magical fluctuations to warn Leaf ahead of time. It makes sense that much to Tilly, but she doesn't understand what is going to happen after the warning. Ash's answer is simple. They'll wait for reinforcements to handle the fight. She might be battle-hungry, but she's not reckless like Lorgar, who charges at anything that moves. The princess is still uneasy about letting Ash go, but she reminds her woman to keep her promise. And let's be real, Ash could never forget the promise she made to stay by Tilly's side for life. We all know these two ladies are lesbians, with Ash being her licker, so there's no way she'd just walk away. Before leaving, Tilly admits she's really happy Ash was able to save Sister Leaf. She feels it'd be a waste of Ash's abilities if she just stayed glued to her side instead of helping others too. The two lesbians keep up their banter and jokes. Tilly hopes to join Ash on the battlefield someday, and she's sure that time isn't far off. Turns out Roland is working on a self-sufficient plane design with its own engine. If successful, they won't have to rely on Wendy's abilities to fly anymore. Before mass production, Roland's building a special model just for his sister, which is said to fly higher and faster than even the fiercest beast. Ash feels really happy for Tilly, though deep down she knows Tilly still won't get to fight. After all, Ash promised Roland she'd never let Tilly step onto the battlefield. She doesn't say it out loud to kill the mood, and instead promises she'll be there to watch the day of the first test flight. With that, Tilly heads off for a shower, while Ash teases her for not inviting her in. Flustered, Tilly slams the door in her face. I don't know about you guys, but have you considered the possibility that Ash might actually be a woman with a dick? For reference, she's the only woman in the series who wears pants, and she's got a zipper too. Anyhow, as Ash sits down on her couch, she reflects on the newfound abilities she was able to tap into while fighting the devil. It felt like she had stepped into an entirely new realm, where her vision, movements, and reactions seemed to rise above the surrounding world, leaving only magic to accompany her. Magic doesn't just influence the body, it shapes temperament too. If someone truly desires to achieve something through magic, then magic will guide them along that path. She recalls Phyllis's words, the wisdom she passed down before leaving. A clear and concrete goal paired with firm resolve is the only way to overcome any obstacle. In the Alliance, every recorded transcendent reached their potential through the fires of battle. Those who failed to evolve were eventually crushed in their fights against the devils. Ash starts thinking about the Alliance's 3 seats, the 3 witches who went beyond even typical transcendent witches. She desperately wants to understand what kind of trials and walls they had to break through to reach that pinnacle of power. After dwelling on it for a while, she becomes certain she knows the answer. The scene then shifts to Roland's office, where he's asking the old man Baroff about the date for the next elementary education exam. The exam is apparently scheduled for next week, with over 2,600 examinees expected to show up. Roland, however, has another project in mind, one that requires at least 500 people. As the call ends, Nightingale slips out of her mist, immediately questioning what kind of project he's referring to. Roland rustles through a stack of papers until he pulls out one in particular. Turns out it's a blueprint of an RPG. To Nightingale, though, all she sees is some fancy bamboo contraption. When Roland proudly introduces the weapon to her, the weird name alone makes her curious. It honestly sounds more like a code name than an actual weapon. Roland goes on explaining the whole backstory about its origin, but honestly, none of that is interesting to us. So we cut to somewhere else. In one of the camps, we see Joe counting his days. It's been 7 days stuck in this hellhole, and the only thing running through his mind is Farina. If she doesn't survive, he swears he'll take his own life as well. Right then, a knight enters his tent, bringing good news. His Majesty has approved the rescue plan to save Farina. They'll be heading toward Wolfheart soon. The team assigned to this operation has also arrived. After meeting up with them, they'll immediately set off for Duke Island. It's our divine punishment witches, Zoe and Betty. Joe's mind short-circuits when he realizes that only 2 men are tagging along for this journey. Zoe sizes him up right away, asking if he really is the last priest of the church. She expresses sorrow for the Starfall Queen, who had entrusted such a heavy responsibility to the church, only for them to twist it into nothing more than an organization obsessed with power and profit. It's true that Nightfall once clashed with the Tequila Witches, but Zoe still feels pity for the queen. Betty, on the other hand, is just grateful. Grateful that the conflict is nearing its end, and that they now march toward the same goal, wiping out the devils. With that, they all agree to begin the journey since the full team is now assembled. Joe, however, starts panicking at the thought of only 2 people handling the entire rescue mission. Zoe already knows what's going through his head. Calmly, she reassures him that the divine soldiers they'll face are nothing more than empty shells without true souls. For her and Betty, taking them down is more than doable. 2 days later, they finally reach Count Lorenzo's territory on Duke Island. The island has 2 docks, one on the east and one on the west, but Joe knows the docks aren't the real issue. The main problem is the castle itself. The security there is unbelievably strict. Without Lorenzo's personal approval, you can't even step foot inside. The knight waves away his concern, telling him not to worry. They already have a plan in place. With just a whistle from the knight, the soldiers drag in Lorenzo's butler. Naturally, both the butler and Joe point fingers at each other, each calling the other a traitor. The butler, Haig, spits venom at Joe for betraying the church. He's convinced that if Farina found out Joe had defected to Grey Castle, she would know who the real traitor is. The knight silences both of them with a glare, then turns to Haig, telling him to stay focused on the mission. Haig knows his objective, which is to take 2 warriors inside the castle. The knight warns him this is his only shot at redemption. It's up to Haig whether he'll seize the chance or waste it away. Though the butler understands his role, he doubts whether just 2 warriors will be enough. The knight, however, remains confident. The 2 warriors they brought are the complete form of divine punishment witches, true perfected versions. Compared to them, the trash Lorenzo possesses isn't even worth mentioning. Night falls, and Haig smuggles Zoe and others past the castle walls. Once inside, Zoe demands to know the layout of the floor and, more importantly, where Lorenzo's bedroom is located. Meanwhile, Haig is tasked with taking Joe to the dungeon to rescue Farina. The rest is none of his business. Our ladies will handle it. Haig follows his orders. He knocks on a door, and once someone answers, he barges in with Joe and the others in tow. While updating Zoe on Lorenzo's whereabouts, 2 guards stumble across them. The guards are confused at first. They clearly recognize the butler. But now it's showtime. The 2 witches make their move. Each one grabs a guard and hoists him into the air with terrifying strength. Their grips tighten until the poor men choke so hard their throats burst and blood gushes out. Then, without skipping a second, they rush the other 2 guards who had just appeared. And well, you already know how that ended. Joe just stands there in shock, going through a full-blown reality check after watching the 2 guys tear through trained guards like it was child's play. Zoe snaps him out of it, reminding him to stick to the plan. While Zoe and Betty head upstairs toward Lorenzo's bedroom, Joe is tasked with rescuing Farina. Reaching the bedroom, Zoe doesn't bother with subtlety. She kicks the door down and storms in. On the bed lies a thick-thighed woman who immediately starts screaming at the sight of the 2 witches. Ignoring her, they quickly scan the room, looking for Lorenzo. Sensing something off, they blast through a suspicious wall. Behind it is another chamber, Lorenzo's hideout, where he's surrounded by his so-called divine punishment soldiers. Zoe launches herself into the air, using Betty's boost to climb even higher. Grabbing hold of the chandelier, she farms some extra aura while raining down bullets in a storm of gunfire, slaughtering that bastard Lorenzo. Betty applauds her fellow for coming up with such unique ideas for aura farming. Moving on, Betty blows this horn-like thing, taking the divine soldiers under her control. Turns out these guys are going to be used as disposable bodies for the Tequila Witches, which is precisely why she didn't bother disposing of them. Meanwhile, a few guards come running toward the intruder. This time, Betty doesn't even have to get her hands dirty. She simply commands her divine soldiers to slaughter those fools. Cutting to Grand Duke Island's dungeon, Joe finally finds the girl he had been searching for, but her body is whipped and beaten to the point of being covered in bruises. The lover is in utter dismay, seeing his woman defiled like this. He's so stunned that he even forgets to help the soldier release her. Later, they start tending to her severe injuries. When she opens her eyes, she can't believe she has finally been released from the nightmare. For a moment, she even thinks she's just dreaming. The 2 lovers shed tears of compassion after finally reuniting, having gone through all the hardships. The woman apologizes for not being able to carry on the church's legacy. But since he already got the woman he wanted, the guy doesn't give a flying fuck about the church. He tells her she shouldn't blame herself either, because none of this was her fault. Eventually, the two spend what little time they have basking in the warmth of their love. The next day they both wake up in a room. The girl seems to have recovered somewhat from her injuries, but she has no recollection of what happened the previous night. Her lover explains that she went unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Then he drops the breaking news that Lorenzo is dead, much to the woman's shock. Though it wasn't him who killed that bastard, but His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. She finds the statement laughable. The thought of Roland helping church followers sounds impossible, but the guy assures her it's the truth. Right now, they're already at sea, heading for Neverwinter in Grey Castle. She had been unconscious for 3 days straight and only survived thanks to First Army medicine. After about an hour of filling her in on all the details, their current worries come up. Joe has already asked about Roland's trials. Turns out, followers who hadn't shed witch blood, participated in persecution, or slaughtered Grey Castle's people won't face execution. That's good news for them, since Farina was actually a vanguard warrior in the new holy city, fighting valiantly against demonic beasts every year. As for him, he was just a priest's assistant, and never had a chance to even encounter witches. This means both of them get to survive. He further assures her that once they get to Border Town, she can have her injuries fully healed. There's a witch named Nana who can do that. He also promises to sort out their career problems and help them get back on their feet. Instead of appreciating what he did, she accuses him of making a deal with the devil just to save her. She coughs up blood from her condition, while pointing out that he's the man who caused the church's downfall. She's furious at him and doesn't want him anywhere near her. She keeps yapping a bunch of crap until a knock on the door comes, and in walks Zoe. The girl is glad to hear that Farina is still supporting the church. Supporting the church indirectly means supporting Zoe's very existence. But the girl makes it clear she only supports a church that works hard for humanity's future. She has no sympathy for some puppet of Grey Castle. That's when she's shocked to realize the body our Zoe is possessing belongs to Legion Commander Inova. But since Farina has no clue it's a witch inside Inova's body, she just thinks Inova is alive. Both Joe and Farina are confused, because the Legion Commander existed over 100 years ago. He was supposed to have died in the confrontation against the Months of Demons. And Divine Punishment warriors were devout soldiers who dedicated their body and mind to God. So how the hell is Inova roaming around freely and going up against the church? This is when Zoe hints that these bodies are nothing more than vessels for her kind. Since neither of them know the true origin, Zoe quizzes them about what they know of divine soldiers. Of course, Farina starts narrating how the soldiers are produced through rituals, controlled by the church, and used solely to fight devils and witches. Only the Hermes organization is supposed to know the transformation ritual. Zoe calls bullshit. She says the Divine Punishment Army exists only to suppress witches and uphold usurpers' rule, nothing more than a tool. The only reason divine soldiers came into existence was to preserve humanity, and it wasn't the church who originated them, it was witches. Zoe decides to spare some time to teach these two ignorant fools what's really going on. An hour passes, and Farina finds Zoe's words absurd. The idea that witches created the church, devoted everything to humanity, and are the true fearless heroes? She finds it ridiculous. Joe then asks how many like Zoe are in Neverwinter City. The witch reveals it's about 100. All of them use divine punishment soldier vessels produced by the church. Farina then expresses her desire to help produce divine punishment soldiers, so witches have more vessels to possess. But Zoe breaks it to her that the Divine Punishment Witch Project is useless now. It may have been effective 400 years ago, but today, punishment witches aren't enough to fight against devils. That's why they've turned to the human king of Grey Castle. He's the only one who can save them now. Even the weakest living witch can turn into a powerhouse with the right guidance, and Roland can provide that. In fact, he already has. Which means no witch is willing to spill blood anymore to create divine punishment vessels. That shit just isn't worth it. After dropping all those reality checks, Zoe leaves the room, giving the girl space to digest it all. Outside, she runs into her fellow Betty, who starts teasing her. It's rare for Zoe to talk so much to humans. From there, the two break into banter and reminisce about their old comrades. The next scene cuts to the third border city. Out in the fields, the tequila witches are holding massive RPG launchers. The way Alethea is holding it, Roland fears she might get spooked by the recoil and ricochet the rockets in random directions. So he warns her to never point the tail of the launcher at herself or anyone else. With that, the first RPG trial begins. Seems like the RPG has very limited range, exploding after it hits the ground. They all walk over to see the damage. Since it managed to crack a giant box, that alone proves it's already better than regular bullets. And this is just the first version. They open the box to check the test subject. It was a bird, but now nothing more than a scattered mess. Though Alethea isn't sure it'll be that effective against high-ranking devils. Different devils have different levels of strength, similar to Transcendence and those above them. If the devil is a speed type or a slayer, it can get tricky. Landing a direct hit would be tough. Even if they see the grenade being launched, they'd still have enough time to dodge. That said, she insists this weapon is definitely epic-making. It bridges the gap between devils and mortals, making victory possible through sheer numbers. Pasha also agrees, because this weapon lets mortals injure high-ranking devils. It is something which was unthinkable in the past. Furthermore, Pasha has a way to greatly increase its hit rate by assigning these bad boys to divine punishment witches. Only Transcendents can match high-ranking devils. If one of these is fired point-blank, even the most powerful enemy can't escape. Roland assures them anyone can wield it, since this weapon only takes one person to operate. So including immortals, it will be available for divine punishment witches to use. Suddenly, a knight arrives, reporting the arrival of Zoe and Betty from Wolfheart. Looks like it's finally time to see the legendary treasure Lorenzo had been hiding. Back in Roland's office, Lord Sean presents a lead box containing the relic. He explains that he placed it inside the box as instructed and didn't let anyone else touch it except Zoe and Betty, but before sealing it, he had noticed something unusual about the relic. When Zoe returned with the ritual cube, the blue light on it had been constantly shifting. So, he paid closer attention and noticed the beam of light was pointing at him like a compass. At first he freaked out, wondering what the hell was going on. Then he realized the light wasn't pointing at him, but at the uranium coin in his pocket. From this, Roland concludes the ritual cube likely emitted light because it sensed the uranium coin. Roland dismisses Sean after praising him for the job well done. Once Sean is gone, Nightingale appears, reporting that the item inside the lead cube is definitely a magical creation. Although it looks like an unpolished stone, it's clearly not that simple. In the fog, she saw a light similar to a magic vortex, just like the magic cores in the hands of the Tequila Witches. To study this further, Roland decides to personally visit the third border city. So basically what Lorenzo discovered wasn't just a piece of uranium, but a mysterious relic that reacts to uranium.